Rebuild World. Chapter 1. Akira and Alpha. A young boy walked through the ruins of a vast city with a stern expression. In his surroundings, there were buildings in partial ruins. Fragments of the buildings were scattered all around and not a single soul was in sight. The sound of the boy's footsteps and the rocks that were crunched under his feet echoed throughout the ruins. Clothes tarnished with filth and a lone gun were the only things the boy held. For the boy, this was all he had. However, in a place like this, he was unbelievably ill-equipped. After all, this was the place known as the ruins of the old world. In the ruins, there are autonomous weapons that mindlessly attack their target due to a malfunction. They were machines that were once designed for security, obeying a criteria set by their creators. Abandoned with only an order to kill their targets, these autonomous weapons continue to follow their only order. The autonomous weapons are descendants of biological weapons. Evolved to survive the harsh conditions, they have blurred the lines between machinery and biological and, in the East, they are called monsters. The ruins of the old world was a den to these monsters. The boy understood the danger he was in as his face was frozen with anticipation. Despite knowing the danger he was in, the allure of the treasures tempted him. Or at least, objects that could be considered as treasures in the eyes of someone born and raised in the slums. The boy's name was Akira. Akira sighed and murmured to himself, "There's nothing useful here. I risked my life all for this? Do I have to venture deeper into the ruins?" He tilted his head up and looked ahead. In the distance, there were countless of high-rise buildings. Even from afar, he could see the towering buildings still in good condition. That was a stark contrast to the destroyed buildings that stood around Akira. If I managed to get there, would I be able to get my hands on an expensive relic? The possibility of obtaining a vast amount of money appealed to Akira's greed. However, it was nothing but a fantasy. He immediately shook his head and, as if to placate and remind himself, "No, it's impossible. I'll die before I get there." His current surroundings were in ruins, but, in the distance, there was a magnificent view. The difference between the two areas is due to the maintenance of the environment. In other words, in the ruins in the distance, there are the remains of advanced maintenance machines from the old world era still in operation. And the possibility of encountering those superior, functional security machines were incredibly high. It was impossible for a child like Akira to even survive in an area highly guarded by those machines. "It's hard for me to even be here. I should stop and not go any further." Akira ignored his greed and continued to search around the area he was in. The area he was in was the outer area of a place called Kuzuhara Street Ruins. It was the closest ruins from Kuganyama City, the place where Akira lives, and the largest ruins within the city's finance area. The monsters lurking around these ruins were medium weak and Akira was exploring in a medium safe area. Medium weak is the classification that declares a person who is well prepared could handle the monster. Additionally, medium safe area means there is a higher chance of surviving compared to the ruins in the distance. That being said, it does not mean Akira could let down his guard. Akira was vulnerable due to the lack of proper equipment, as he was just one step away from death, either from the fangs of those mutated creatures or a bullet from those machines. On top of that, the gun he held lacked the power to defeat the monsters. In order to take them down, Akira would have to engage in close combat and shoot at close range. In other words, Akira had no chances of surviving a fight. If he were to fight, it would most certainly end with his death. However, he had no other choice but to enter the ruins. He lacked the money to survive another day. And so, his desperation spurred him on to entering Kuzuhara Street Ruins. Although he continued to search further, there was nothing. He tilted his head down and sighed. In his line of sight, a bone from a dead body was rolling along on the ground. He had found similar bones in the past. And every time, he would search around the corpse in hopes to find something, but he had never found anything. What did I expect? Even the people before me hadn't found anything. Akira thought, feeling melancholic. Either there had been someone who already searched the area before him, or there had been someone reckless as he was, exploring without the proper equipment, only to be greeted with the consequences of their actions. At this rate, the sun will set and it would be impossible to explore the ruins at night since I don't have any light. And, the probability of being attacked by monsters is high. I survived the dangerous ruins, so the experience I've gained is what matters. Right? So, I should go back. If I stubbornly remained here, I'll just join that pile of bones. Akira began to think of excuses that he could use to return. Because he had risked his life to be here, it was hard to accept his defeat. There's no use in being depressed over this. I'll explore a little more and, if I don't find anything, I'll go back. To Akira, returning without any accomplishments meant that his decision of risking his life was meaningless, and so, Akira decided to explore for just a bit more. He suddenly stopped as he lifted up his head and saw a girl floating in midair. He froze still. That girl had such a fantasy-like, unreal beauty. Moreover, all of her graceful figure and beautiful body were exposed without anything to hide them. Her beautiful skin was so different compared to those from the slum. It was way more lustrous than the skin of those girls living in the upper district of the city, who take care of their skins using fortunes, hard work, and technologies from the old world. Her beautiful limbs even rivaled fine art statues and drawings. Her flawless glossy hair flailed freely down to her waist, and her gallant expression would make anyone fall in love regardless of age and gender. Akira could only stand there captivated by the beauty of that girl as if his soul was being sucked out. Compared to all the girls that he had seen in his still relatively short life, and even if he compared her to all the girls from his imaginations up until now, her beauty was simply peerless. Only with a glance, all the criteria of a beautiful girl inside Akira were all overwritten. The girl was just floating there doing nothing. She didn't even seem to have noticed Akira. Then a moment later, she gracefully turned her face around to Akira. Akira's eyes met hers. She didn't seem to be bothered that Akira was looking at her naked body as she smiled and stared at him. Akira, who was still dumbfounded, slightly reacted to her smile. The girl realized that Akira noticed her. When she realized it, she giggled merrily as she took a step closer to Akira. Akira quickly put up his guard as he realized that someone he didn't know was approaching him. In an instant, Akira immediately reassessed his current situation. His dumbfounded expression suddenly changed into such a stern look as he pointed his gun to her and shouted, "Don't move." The girl was a bundle of abnormalities. The ruin of the old world was a dangerous place. Even a well-equipped and well-trained squad could easily get annihilated there. But that girl was standing there, all alone, out in the wild, without even a single weapon in her hand. She didn't even seem to be watching her surroundings. And even though she's naked, she didn't try to hide her naked body at all. Moreover, although the wind from the ruin was mixed with sand and dust, her hair was still spotless. As a beginner, Akira was always desperately trying to be cautious of his surroundings. He would nervously react to even the slightest noise in order to avoid meeting any monsters. But even so, he didn't even notice that girl was there even though she wasn't even trying to hide herself at all. Even when Akira was pointing his gun at her while shaking, that girl didn't even seem to be afraid that Akira might pull the trigger by mistake. She kept getting closer and closer to Akira without showing neither concern nor fear. His impression of the girl had completely changed from an unbelievably beautiful girl into an unknown entity. Then, as she kept approaching Akira, he shouted at her, giving her another warning. "I am telling you not to move. If you move any closer than that, I'll shoot. I'm being serious here." Normally, Akira would have shot at her without giving her any warning. But since she was unarmed and showing no hostility, Akira was so confused from this absurd situation, so much that his finger was frozen in place. But there's a limit to that. The girl kept moving toward Akira despite all his warnings. Looking at that, Akira was about to pull the trigger when suddenly, the girl just vanished from his line of sight. Although he didn't even wink there, he didn't see her moved outside his line of sight either. The girl just vanished instantly in front of his eyes. Akira was shocked and trembling like crazy. He looked around nervously but he couldn't find her at all. "Don't worry," "I won't hurt you." Suddenly, Akira heard a voice from beside him where no one should be at. And when he turned his face toward the source of that voice, the girl was there, fully clothed, and close enough for Akira to reach her with his hand. She hunched over such that their eyes meet on the same height as she was smiling and staring at him. Akira's brain couldn't process everything that was happening in front of his eyes. All his nervousness suddenly changed to fear as his mind blacked out. But Akira shook his fear off and stood his ground. He was able to regain his composure. Those who lose their composure will die. That is one thing that he learned by living in the slum. He immediately rose up his gun and pointed it to that girl again, and then he extended his arm with his gun on his hand as he tried to prod the girl with his gun's muzzle. The girl was actually close enough for his gun to reach her. But as he extended his arms, Akira found both of his hands were inside of her chest right until his wrists. Although both of his hands were already inside her, Akira couldn't feel anything. He could see clearly that someone was standing there in front of him, but both of his hands just couldn't feel anything at all. Akira was so shocked, so much that he just stopped working. He was frozen still, with both of his hands still inside the girl's chest. All the while, the girl was trying to get a reaction from Akira by waving in front of him or calling him. But Akira was just standing there, dumbfounded. A long time ago, a great civilization that spanned across the world was destroyed. What left of it are only half-destroyed cities, crumbling buildings, and broken down machines. It happened so many years ago that it is hard for people nowadays to imagine the technological greatness of the old world. In that world where even raindrops were artificially made, the rain kept falling there during all those long years, sweeping all the broken building, giving nourishment for trees to grow high enough to reach the sky, and eventually supporting the life of people who live in the surface. The ancient civilization that people call as the Old World had produced a lot of relics with their advanced technologies. Things like piles of unknown materials, half-destroyed buildings that are floating in the sky, and of course, mountains of weapons that are unnecessarily destructive if they're in the wrong hands. Mankind had spent so many years gathering all of these old world relics and reconstructing human civilization. In the end, even a civilization with such advanced technologies that people might even mistake them as magic, couldn't destroy all humanity. In the far eastern part of the human civilization, there are countless corporate cities managed by a group called the Governing Corporate. And Kuganyama City is one of these corporate cities. A part of the Kuganyama City was surrounded by a huge wall. Although all the areas both inside and outside of the wall are collectively called as Kuganyama City, there's a big difference between these two areas. The area inside the wall was divided into two districts. The upper district was filled with rich people and people with powerful influences such as the corporate executives, while the middle district is filled with moderately wealthy people. And, there are the areas outside of the wall, known as the lower district. People who live there are mostly people who can't afford to live inside the wall. And if you go further away from the city, you can find residential blocks sitting right next to the dangerous area outside the city that people call as the wasteland. These blocks are the slums. Akira is one of the many children living in the slums. In another word, he's just your normal everyday kid. He has no mechanical strength of a cyborg, no enhanced strength like those remodeled humans, and no augmented strength from the nano machines. Just like all the children in the slums, he has no special skill, no school education, no parents, no guardian, no food, no money, and no one would grieve even if he dies. As for the monsters living in the wasteland, they would attack the city from time to time, and when that happens, the ones who suffer the most would be people who are living in the wasteland and in the slums. Akira had survived 3 times through this kind of attack. In his first and second time, he just ran around and hid. It's thanks to those strangers who got attacked, killed, and eaten in his place, that he was able to barely survive. While in his third attempt, he wasn't able to run away from a small dog monster and ended up having a death match against it after he picked up a handgun that he found by chance. Although he had no training in using handgun, he was able to shot its head 3 times by pure luck. But even so, his luck wasn't enough. The monster was drenched in blood but still alive as it ran toward Akira and pounced at him with its big mouth open as if it's going to deliver a killing blow. But before that monster's abnormally big mouth was able to rip off Akira's arms, Akira instinctively thrust his arm to its mouth up to his elbow and pulled the trigger on his handgun. And so the bullet passed through the monster's mouth, straight through under its skull, and pierced its brain, and thus killing the monster. But then in the brief moment after that, as the monster was still alive, it clamped down hard on Akira's arms. Fortunately, Akira was able to survive without losing his arm or his life. After surviving his third time, Akira decided to be a hunter. Although he pretty much understood just how dangerous it was to be a hunter, he was feeling hopeful and brimming with confidence after killing a monster all by himself. There are people who are working as hunters in this world. These people would venture the monster-filled wasteland outside of the city seeking for money and fame despite knowing that it's such a dangerous place. The wasteland is so dangerous that it's actually safer for them to stay in the slums where cheap guns circulating freely and the public order there is just the worst. But on the other side, the wasteland is a place filled with riches and power since you might find the ruins and the relics of the old world there. These monsters that attacking the human are also relics of the old world. The biological monsters are samples of advanced biotechnology, while the machine monsters are treasure boxes filled with valuable components. Anyone who can bring them back to the city will be rewarded with a huge amount of money. Moreover, if you can bring back a highly valuable relic from the ruins, you might be awarded with enough money to even buy a whole city. And if you can take control of the facilities inside the ruin of the old world that are still running even until now, especially if you can't take control of its military facilities, then you can even start a nation. Competent hunters stand in a different world in terms of power and money. With that much money and power, they can bring back more valuables relics which give them more power and riches, thus they can aim for more dangerous and valuable relics. In the peak of this cycle, these hunters would equip themselves with overwhelmingly powerful equipment from the old world. There were even great hunters who were able to get themselves powerful weapon from the old world that made them even more powerful than a city. Akira might have killed a monster all on his own, but it was only enough to give him a non-zero chance to come back alive from the wasteland. But that was enough for him to take the gamble. If he kept his living style in the slums like that, he would just end up dead one day. And so in order to get out from there, he had no other choice but to take this gamble. So the day Akira went on a journey aiming to be a hunter. Or, to be more precise, the day he was aiming for a better tomorrow. Akira was still stood frozen in front of the beautiful girl. As for the girl herself, she was giggling while waiting for Akira to regain his composure. It had been quite a while since then and Akira was still frozen there as he couldn't process the situation that he was in. But even so, nothing bad has happened to him, so he was slowly able to regain his composure. And once he has calmed down to a certain extent, his focus changed from the empty space and back to the girl's face. The girl who noticed that just smiled back to Akira. "Are you okay? Can you see me? Can you hear my voice? Where am I? Who are you?" Akira, who had calmed himself down, had regained his composure enough to answer those questions, so he answering her questions while looking at her with suspicion. "I can see you, I can hear you well. This place is Kuzuhara Ruin, and my name is Akira." The girl laughed merrily. "Thank goodness, my name is Alpha, nice to meet you." At least he knew that she didn't seem to have any ill will against him. Although it didn't change the fact that she's a mysterious entity to him, he understood well that she didn't mean him any harm, so there's no need for him to be overly cautious about her. Moreover, he's in the middle of a ruin, it's better if he put his attention for watching out for monsters. As Akira concluded his thought, he lowered his guard. "So, Alpha-san, you're not a ghost. Right? I can't touch you though." "Yep, I'm not a ghost, though it's not easy if you tell me to prove that. If I am to explain this current condition that you're in, the me that you see here is a type of augmented reality. You recognize my existence here since the information about my voice and my appearance are sent directly into your brain. For some reason, Your brain has the ability to receive information sent through wireless transmission in a special format, so that's why you can receive the information that I'm transmitting. I don't know whether it's an inherent ability that you have since you were born, or is it an ability that you got from somewhere else. But for me too, I don't hear your voice from the sound made by your vocal cord, but instead, I'm receiving the command that your brain is sending to your vocal cord in form of information packets, and then I'm interpreting it to voice. The same thing is also happening for your vision. That's also the reason why I know that you can see me. Akira didn't understand even a shred of Alpha's explanation. Alpha could see that clearly from his expression. So Alpha explained the main points only. You're the only one who can see me, you're also the only one who can hear my voice. If you're not careful, you'll look like a crazy boy talking with air to other people. For now, it's all good as long as you understand that. And also, you can call me Alpha and I will call you Akira. Alpha was giggling as she was giving Akira her explanations. For a small kid from the slum like him, that smile that had no trace of hatred, caution, or pity only served to increase her likability, but Akira didn't realize that at all. Alright, sure. I understand. So then, Alpha, what are you doing in this place? I'm looking for someone who can see and hear me. I actually have a request, you see. But I can't ask them to do anything if they can't even hear me in the first place, you know. And it would be the best if that person is a hunter. After all, there's a good chance that they would listen to my request. But well, as you can see, it didn't go well at all. Alpha laughed bitterly for a bit. Akira was at lost for a while before he hesitantly opened his mouth. Well, I'm actually a hunter, you know. Akira could see clearly that Alpha was a bit surprised. Eh? You're a hunter? Although you're that young? How long have you been a hunter? Oh, 1 year? One day, I just became a hunter today. Both Akira and Alpha were exchanging an awkward look. There's an awkward silence between them. Nope, it's nothing. Just forget what I said. Since he had decided to live his life as a hunter, he had no wish to hide the fact that he's a hunter. But, he thought that it was a bad idea to call himself a hunter despite the fact he didn't have the skill. After realizing that, he lost all his confidence. But Alpha kept pushing the conversation forward. Please don't say that, can you at least please listen to my story? After all, this must be some kind of fate that we met here. Even though he called himself a hunter, Akira didn't have the skill, and Alpha knew that very well. But it's also true that there's no one else other than him who could communicate with her. Moreover, the fact that Akira was just an inexperienced hunter was not a minus point in the long run for Alpha. My request is that for you to delve into a certain ruin in secret. In exchange, I'll give you my support, but this is only a down payment. Once you complete my request, you may take all the precious relics of the old world inside that ruin. Akira was so surprised by that offer that he inadvertently raised his voice. Relics of the old world, you say? Seriously? As she heard Akira's reaction, Alpha giggled inside his heart, while on the outside, she's making a friendly smile that persuaded Akira further. Of course. Or more like, to be honest, you've used all your life worth of luck to get this offer, so if you don't accept it, it'll be bad for you, you know? After all, you've already run out of luck, so you won't be able to survive for long without my support. The cynical side inside Akira was screaming at him that Alpha was trying to trick him. But to Akira, Alpha didn't look like trying to trick him at all. First of all, there's nothing that she can get from tricking a little kid like me, right? She should have known that since I don't have any money at all with me. Or is it that she's just playing a prank on me? Moreover, even if she's being serious about her offer, is it really okay to accept a request from an unknown entity like her? After hesitating there, Akira realized what he should have realized right from the start and tried to rethink his current situation. It's exactly because she's an unknown entity who strangely enough would come to him with a request, so there must be some kind of secret or a particular situation behind it. But normally, no one would offer a request to a kid like him. That's why, he knew that he should grab this opportunity. And so Akira hardened his resolve and said to Alpha, "I understand. I still don't know how far I should go for your request, but I'll accept that request." Akira resolved himself so much that he himself was surprised by it, which was his first time as a hunter accepting a request. Alpha looked so happy hearing that. "That will conclude our contact then. Now, I'll immediately start giving you my support as my down payment to you." And so, Alpha, who was always giggling during their conversation, suddenly changed into a serious mood. "If you don't want to die, then go into the building on your right in 10 seconds. "What do you mean?" Akira was about to ask her what she meant. But from that dead serious look on her face indicating she would not take any question, he understood just how dangerous the situation that he was in and stopped his question middle way. If that wasn't a lie, then he would definitely get killed if he stayed there. Once he realized that, he sprinted as fast as he could to the building on his right. The moment Akira jumped into the building, a huge explosion blew off behind him. The wind from that explosion rushed through his side. Shocked by the explosion, he immediately looked back to where the explosion came from. He saw a huge crater right where he was standing a few seconds ago. The area around it was scorched and black from the explosion. If he stayed there just a few more seconds, there's no mistaking it that he would have been killed. At least he knew well that much looking from the aftermath. Akira was frozen with fear from what just happened. But Alpha appeared so suddenly in front of his eyes and snapped him back into reality. What was that? Alpha kept that serious expression from before as she pointed her finger to the stairs. "Go there and start climbing up in 8 seconds. Akira desperately ran toward the stairs and started climbing up. Then again, another explosion blew off behind him and the shock wave sent by that explosion stopped Akira from climbing higher. Once it died down, he immediately started climbing up again, and then he suddenly saw Alpha already standing on one of the stairs while pointing upward. "Go to the rooftop in 5 seconds." Akira ignored his screaming lungs and legs as he kept climbing the stairs. Akira followed Alpha's instruction and kept running, and then he finally reached the rooftop. Out of breath, there he saw Alpha standing in one end as she was waving at him, telling him to come closer. But by looking on how she was smiling and how she was waving at him, it didn't seem like he had to do that in a hurry, so Akira ran slowly to approach her. Alpha then pointed her finger below. Akira was baffled, though she's telling him to jump down, but then Alpha said while smiling, "Be carefully looking down below. Make sure to do it slowly and quietly, okay?" Akira slowly and carefully peeked down as ordered by Alpha. His face immediately turned pale. What he saw down there were monsters who attacked him just now. They roaming around as if they're looking for something. The length of those monsters was about 2 meters and they looked like dogs. If it was only that, they would look like just big dogs with strengthened muscles, but no, some of those monsters had small cannons on their back, some of them had rockets, and some of them had small missile launcher. All of these monsters equipped with destructive weapons were roaming outside looking to eradicate any invaders. It would make him a lot of money if he could kill those monsters and bring some of them back home. But Akira didn't have the power or method to do that. That young hunter who just about to get killed by those monsters looked frustrated as he was looking at the potential money that was out of his reach. What are those? Then Alpha gave him a detailed explanation about the monsters. They are the weapon dogs, the man-made living organism created in order to protect the city. Although guns and other weapons are growing on their body, they are not machines, they are living biological organism. I'm sure that these ones were programmed to watch over this area. They might evolve differently from one and another, but the weapons behind their back will get stronger as they grow up. Maybe that weapon dog with missile pods growing behind it is the leader of the pack. There's no harm in hearing that information, but Akira wasn't actually asking for an explanation about those monsters. The question that he muttered was only a form of his frustration because of his bad luck getting attacked by those monsters. But then, a lot of questions came into his mind after hearing that explanation. But why guns can grow from a living organism? Isn't that just strange? And so Alpha gave a simple answer to Akira's simple question. Their living tissues have become home for the nanomachines inside them. Then these nanomachines use the metal ores that they ingested to grow guns on their backs. I'm pretty sure that they've deviated so much from their original design. Well, I guess they've evolved independently from their original design in order to adapt to the current condition. It is such an important piece of information that would even surprise the people who specialize in these monsters. But someone like Akira, who didn't know just how valuable that information is, could only understand was that there was a particular reason that these living organisms could grow weapons on their bodies. Alpha's expression that was so serious when they were attacked, but after it was over, she changed back to smiling. Judging from that, Akira calmed down as he understood that he's pretty much safe in that place. Sci-fi. Finally, we are releasing this novel. I think the author is amazing for writing this novel. It had won an award as well. Something fresh and interesting. Even before the manga came out, I wanted to translate it already. Anyways, enough of my praises. This will be a weekly release. Each chapter is pretty long, around 4-6K words. If you wish to support, the Patreon is up, but I haven't fully fleshed it out yet. Anyways, hope you guys enjoy this series as much as I am going to. Peace. Edited, Sci-fi. Shit. Posted the wrong content. Sorry guys. It has been updated. Hope you enjoy. Rebuild World. Chapter 2. Alpha's Support. After he got away from the monsters, Akira let out a sigh of relief. Then Alpha laughed proudly as she said, "How was that? I gave good support, didn't I? Why yeah, I was saved because of that. Thanks." As he tried to calm himself down, Akira thought of everything that just happened. The leftover thrill and adrenaline rush from the monster's attack, his screaming lungs as he was short of breath since he was running around like crazy, the wariness toward the unknown girl, and the feeling of gratitude after he was saved by her. All of these feelings and sensations pooled into one as he made a mixed expression. As for Alpha, she was just standing there, staring at him and trying to read deeper into his heart while giving off a wonderful smile that made Akira less cautious of her. "You are very welcome. Now that you just got a taste of how great I am, I want to talk about what I want to ask of you. Is that alright?" "Yeah." Alpha kept staring at Akira's eyes and gave off a nod as if she was about to bring a very serious talk. "I'll need you explore a certain ruin. But it's not here, it's in some other ruin, and it's a very dangerous ruin. To be honest, it's impossible for the current you to explore that place. Forget exploring the place, it's impossible even for you to go there, you'll surely be dead midway even with my amazing support. That's why, before going there, I want you to prepare enough equipment and skill to explore that ruin, and that will be our main aim for the time being." Feeling that it would be a long talk, Akira hesitantly opened up his mouth and said, May I say something?" "What is it?" "Just ask away if there's any part that you don't understand." "That's not what I meant." "So I understand that it's an important subject, but can we save that for later? To be honest, I want to talk about how can I get back safely from here first if possible." Alpha stopped talking and gave Akira a meaningful smile as she kept staring at him. The silence made Akira shrunk a bit and his expression stiffened. Oh crap, did I make her angry? Maybe I shouldn't have cut her talk there. The weapon dogs were still roaming around the building, so he couldn't stay there forever. He had to do something to get out from this sticky situation, otherwise, he would definitely get killed sooner or later. This is the reason why he cut Alpha's talk short, but then, he realized that if he angered Alpha there, then it's the same as cutting off his own lifeline. Akira's panic and nervousness started leaking off from his expression. Looking at that, Alpha just giggled without showing any worry. "I understand. I also want to ask you about a lot of things once we're in a better situation. So let's get out from this place and go back to Kugumiyama City first, then we can continue our talk after that, okay?" "Yes, please." Akira let out a sigh of relief as his survivability just shot up as he knew that he didn't anger her, but suddenly, Alpha gave another order to him while smiling as if she intentionally wanted to erase that relief off him. "In that case then go down right now," Akira immediately gasped and choked. Then after he recovered, He stood up with a dumbfounded look. Alpha didn't seem to be bothered by Akira's reaction. She just lightly walked off while waving at Akira as if she was trying to lead Akira, who just stood still there. "What's wrong? Let's go." "Which to that?" Akira protested while panicking. "No, well, I just came out from down there, right? So why are we returning back to that place again? There are still monsters roaming below, you know? I don't mind explaining it to you, but I'll do that while we move slowly. But well, if you can't trust my support, then there's nothing I can do about it. I won't force you or anything." After saying that, Alpha kept walking deeper into the building, leaving Akira behind. The fear of returning back to the death zone stopped Akira from moving his legs. But after seeing Alpha disappearing into the building, he just gritted his teeth and followed her. Akira had no confidence if he could return back to the city safely on his own, not to mention that it's thanks to Alpha's support that he was able to survive the monster's attack from before. That's why, he understood well that although it looked like a crazy idea to him, he had the best survival chance if he just followed her order. So, he decided to put his bet on her and rushed into that unknown girl. Once he entered the building again, he saw Alpha was standing near the entrance waiting for him with a smile. Looking at her, Akira felt a mix of embarrassment and a slight strange sense of defeat. Then Alpha started walking down the stairs with Akira following behind her. He walked down the stairs relatively slowly compared to when he climbed the stairs as fast as he could a few moments ago. Following Alpha's orders, he stopped, hid himself, and started walking again for a few times during his way down the stairs. So, why are we returning below? Isn't it dangerous down there? It's really dangerous down there, you know. Akira was shocked and taken aback by Alpha's prompt answer. But then he hurriedly asked Alpha again. Wait for a second. It's dangerous, right? There are monsters roaming down there, you know? So that place is far away from being safe. Did you come to this ruin without even knowing that? Do you think that it was purely because of your bad luck that you were attacked back there? Oh, of course I know that. But that's not what I was asking. Just explain it to me already. You did say that you will do that while we're moving, right? In order for you to get back safely to Kulamyama City from this Kuzuhara City ruin, you have to get out from this building. But I don't think you have the ability to jump down from the rooftop and land safely, that's why we're taking the stairs. Akira didn't even wait for Alpha, who was trying to explain everything in detail to Akira. He interrupted her explanation with a strong tone while giving a look at Alpha that showed his distrust and dissatisfaction. Alright. But tell me one thing, if I obey everything you say, then I'll be able to return back safely, right? Alpha answered with a serious look. At least, I think you'll have a better survivability compared to if you do this on your own. I did say this before, I won't force you or anything. If you don't trust my support, then I won't give you any support since it would be a waste. Then Alpha kept looking at Akira as she was waiting for an answer. Depending on his answer, their relationship might end right there. After a pause, Akira hung her head in self-loathing while saying, Sorry, that was my fault. I'll obey you, so please help me. Alpha smiled back as if she regained her mood. Okay, so once again, I'll be in your care. Although he felt relieved, he's still feeling uneasy. And so Akira carefully asked again. And also, if it's possible, can you explain to me the reason for your previous order in a way that is easy for me to understand so that I won't feel uneasy? It's okay even if you just explain to me the important main points. There are individual differences in the behavioral pattern between each weapon dog. Whether they chase their target until the very end or they stay in one area. Whether they keep searching or return back to their base when they lose sight of their target. After observing their individual differences, I predicted that at this time, the chance you'll encounter any monsters if you go back should be very low. The black powder that they use for their weapons is produced by a particular organ inside them. And this organ can only stock up limited amount of black powder. So once they used all of their available black powder, it'll take some time for them to replenish it. Thus, If you encounter one of them during that period, then there's a very small chance that you will get shot from behind when you run away from it. Of course they'll come at you trying to kill you and eat you, but if you keep your distance so that they can't bite you, then I'm sure you can kill them even with that weak handgun. After considering that big factor and so many other factors, I decided to give you that order. I've more or less summarized everything there, but should I explain it in more detail to you? Nope, that's good enough. You could have explained that when we're on the rooftop, you know? Looking at still unsatisfied Akira. Alpha smiled as if she was trying to cheer up a small kid and said to him, "There will be a lot of instances where I don't have the leeway of explaining things to you. So, if I have to explain each and every single thing to you all the time, then you'll get killed one of these days. For an example, in case if a bullet will pierce your head in 3 seconds and I have to explain to you why you should get down on the floor as fast as you can, then you'll get killed in the middle of my explanation. The same thing will happen if I tell you to get down on the floor and then you ask me why. After all, I can't touch you, so it's not like I can't force you to get down. So there you have it, if you can't follow my order without asking me the reason, then you'll just end up dead. The same thing is happening right now. The reason why I can give you a long explanation here is because I know we're pretty much safe right now, you know? I understand." Although he's convinced by Alpha's explanation, he also felt that the more he asked, the more he looked stupid. Therefore, he just hung his head and nodded. After arriving on the first floor, his expression turned grim as he glanced at the aftermath of the attack that almost got him killed. He immediately looked around to make sure that there are no monsters left there. Once he confirmed it, he let out a sigh of relief and his expression relaxed for a bit. But all of those were erased when Alpha started giving him orders again with a serious look. "Akira, listen closely to my orders and try your best to follow them. Every time you make a move outside of my order, it'll increase the chance of you getting killed, you understand that?" I understand. 30 seconds from now, run as fast as you can to exit the building and then go left. Just keep running following the road without looking back no matter what. And when I give you the sign, turn back, put your gun in front of you, and empty it. You understand? Okay. Akira already understood well that he would run out of time if he asked Akira for the reason. And so he just answered Alpha's question with a firm nod while making a mixed expression of nervousness and fear. Alpha slid aside as if she's making a way for Akira, and then she pointed her finger to the exit while staring at Akira. Akira anxiously took a peek outside the building. He could see the leftovers of the weapon dog's attack that was also there. It's the scene of a death zone. He prepared himself to dash as fast as he could. As he leaned forward to take off and run away from that place with all his strength, his feet planted firmly on the ground. He hesitated. Executing and understanding are two different things. He understood it well, but he didn't have enough resolve to execute it. Alpha started counting down. 5, 4, 3. Akira imagined for a fraction of a second what would happen to him if the time ran out. And so he resolved himself and went off. He blazed through the gaps between the half-destroyed high buildings with all he had. He quickly ran out of breath, but he kept running. His heart started screaming in pain, but he kept running. The sole of his feet started feeling the pain from kicking the paved hard road, but he kept running. He gritted his teeth and kept running. He didn't see any monsters around and he didn't hear any sound of a fight either. So he started questioning why he kept running like that. The silence around him was telling him that he's all alone in that ruin. His lungs, his heart, and his legs were screaming in pain, begging for a rest, but he ignored those screams as he kept running. He saw nothing in front of him and he heard nothing from behind. He started to think that he's already safe. But as he started to calm down, all the pains and tiredness from the running crashed down on him. I should be safe now, right? Akira stopped running and took a rest. But then he looked back to confirm his safety despite all the warnings from Alpha. Akira was petrified. He saw a big monster not too far from where he was standing. Although it's all alone, it's more dangerous than the group of monsters that attacked him. At a glance, that monster looked like the weapon dog that he just encountered from before, with a big cannon growing on its back. But unlike them, it had such a distorted body, as if it's trying to break the norm with its 8 asymmetric legs. What's so weird about its dog-like head was how it had 2 eyes on its right side and 1 eye on its left side. It's even dubious whether it could see clearly or not with those 3 asymmetric sized eyes. But, there's no doubt at all that those 3 eyes were locked on Akira. The monster opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. At the same time, the cannon on its back raised and shot around. The explosive round landed not too far from Akira as it exploded and sent trouble flying. But thanks to all the rubble that scattered around, the damage that it caused around the area was reduced. In the end, Akira just felt a weak wind blowing on its direction and ended up just fine from the explosion. The monster once again raised up its cannon as if it's going to shoot another round. But nothing happened, it had ran out of ammo. Letting out another loud roar, its eyes once again locked into Akira and started running toward him. Since the moment he looked back, Akira stood still there, surprised of what he saw. And even when the monster started running toward him, he was still frozen in place. Run! Although he couldn't see Alpha at all, he could clearly hear her voice shouted at him. He immediately snapped back into reality thanks to it and started running as fast as he could. But the monster had closed most of the distance between them. He would have standing further away from the monster had he kept running without looking back at all. It's as Alpha warned him, his chance of getting killed skyrocketed every time he doesn't do as Alpha instructed. His whole body was screaming in pain, but Akira ignored it as he kept running. He could hear the stomping sound behind him getting louder and louder. But thanks to its malformed body, its running speed was relatively slow, thus Akira could keep his distance from it. But still, the earth rumbled and let out a thunderous sound every time its huge legs kicked the ground. It reminded Akira just how scary its huge body and legs. Every time Akira felt the vibration and heard the sound of the monster's steps echoed from the distance, it shaved off Akira's sanity. There's no mistaking it, he would be turned into minced meat if one of those huge legs fell down on him. Suddenly, Alpha appeared beside Akira as he kept running. She was fleeting right beside him as if she's floating and sliding above the ground. Akira could see clearly her mixed expression of seriousness and a bit of disappointment. Geez, I've warned you so many times not to look back, haven't I? Try to follow my order exactly as I tell you next time. I'll give you a sign when you'll have to turn and shoot back, so try your best to follow it, okay? Shoot back? Are you telling me to fight that huge thing with this handgun? I've been telling you this again and again. I won't force you to follow my orders. I'll be in your care. Akira shouted and wasted his precious chance to take a breath, but Alpha was satisfied by that answer and smiled happily. There's no need to aim for anything. Just point your gun forward and empty it as fast as you can, okay? Okay. Alpha started counting down with her fingers. 5, 4, 3. Akira resolved himself and made a grim expression. He knew that he had no other choice since he'll get killed otherwise. 2, 1, 0. Akira turned as fast as he could and immediately emptied his gun without even aiming at all. But when he turned back, the monster's big eye was already right in front of his gun's muzzle. The bullets that he shot in point-blank range tore right through into the monster's eye and swallowed deeper into its head. Akira kept pulling the trigger on his gun like crazy in a close range like that. All the bullets that came out from his gun went right into the monster's head, thus entering the monster from the inside. Although Akira had caused a lot of damage on the monster, its augmented vitality saved it from instant death. But there's no mistaking it that it's already on its death door as it kept screaming in agony until its inevitable death. Although the dead monster had fallen limp on the ground, Akira kept pulling on the trigger of his already empty handgun. It's only after he saw the blood coming out from its head and confirmed that the monster had totally stopped moving at all that he let go his finger from the trigger. Did I do it? Akira breathing was roughly, but he still managed to squeeze out a few words. Since he couldn't confirm whether it's really already dead or not, Akira kept his guard up while staring at the monster. Once he calmed down and fixed his breathing for a bit, the reality that he killed the monster started seeping in as he was looking at the dead monster soaked in its own blood. Akira turned into the direction of the voice as he was about to slump down. Then he was about to say thanks and sorry with a still dumbfounded face when he saw Alpha pointed toward the outside of the ruin while smiling. He immediately pulled himself up back again. In 10 seconds. Akira dashed without even waiting for the end of her sentence. Alpha kept looking at Akira as he ran off. She only gave a playful smile and suddenly vanished, leaving the dead body of the monster all alone behind. Akira, who kept running as fast as he could from the attacking monster, didn't realize it, but there were a lot of things happening behind him. Just like Akira, the monsters could also see Alpha, so they were trying to eat Alpha, who was behind Akira. While Alpha was actually using herself as a decoy to lead the monsters around, then she would let herself get eaten after adjusting their positions. The monsters couldn't feel anything at all, although they clearly bit her. Thus, they would stop for a bit as they were confused to what happened. Then, Alpha would tell Akira to use that chance to shoot at these monsters. And just like when Akira shot the eye and killed the monster from before, Alpha manipulated the monster's position and condition by using herself as a decoy so that Akira could easily destroy them. That group of monsters appeared the moment Akira accepted Alpha's request, but Akira, who was running as fast as he could to the outside of the ruin, didn't notice that at all. Akira was somehow able to get outside of the Kusajuhara city ruin. That place was still a bit dangerous, but it's way safer there compared to the inside of the ruin. Alpha suddenly appeared and welcomed Akira as if she got there first before him. Akira immediately fell down on his knees trying to calm his breathing. Then Alpha gently spoke to him. "I don't mind if you want to take a rest there, but is it okay if I continue our talk? We were in the middle of talking on how are you going to get enough equipment and skill to explore the ruin that I want you to go to." "Ah, sure, go on. For the equipment, you'll need to either buy them or scavenge them from the ruins. But the old world equipment from that you can find in the ruins are much more powerful than the commonly sold equipment. So I'm thinking that you can buy your first equipment, and then use them to hunt for better old world equipment from the ruins. As for your ability, there's no other way but to train and experience real battle. But there's no need to worry, I can give you the best training possible with my support." Akira couldn't imagine what kind of training it could be. But hearing from how confident Alpha sounded, he at least knew that it must be some kind of super effective training. That would be really helpful. "But is it okay for you to give me that much help? Don't worry, this is included as my down payment, you know. Not to mention that it's in order so that you can complete my request. So in the end, it's more or less for my own sake too. If you think that I might have given too much for your down payment, then you should give your best in your hard training." "Oh okay, I'll give my best." Akira winced and gave a nod. He could get a feel for just how harsh this special training that she's talking about from her playful smile. Alpha looked satisfied as she gave him a nod back. "Our main aim for now is for you to be a good hunter so that you can get enough money to get high quality equipment. But first, you have to go to the hunter office. You need to register yourself as a formal hunter and graduate from being a self-proclaimed hunter. Just in case, let me ask you about one thing. Have you registered yourself as a formal hunter yet?" Akira took out his hunter certificate from his chest. It looked like just a cheap piece of paper with a written proof saying that he's a certified third-rank worker from the Eastern Region corporate government. It also has his number ID as a hunter and his name written on it. Looking at that measly hunter certificate that looked like a fake certificate, Alpha inquired further. "Is a hunter certificate something that looks that cheap? Please don't take me wrong, it's not like I'm doubting it, it's all fine as long as you can use that as a hunter certificate. So, that thing is okay, right?" "It should be okay. I think." The staff in the hunter office gave him that piece of paper when Akira registered himself there, there's no mistaking it. But after Alpha pointed out just how it looked so cheap, Akira started doubting himself. "I want to ask you a lot of things like where did you register yourself as a hunter, is that okay?" "Sure, As he was telling Alpha his story from around that time, Akira remembered all the bad things that happened to him and made a mixed expression. Akira went to a hunter office located in the lower district of Kugumyama City. It's located a bit far away from the slum city. From the outside, it looked just like a half-destroyed bar as half of the letters on its signboard were already beyond recognition. If it's not because of the hunter office symbol on its signboard, no one would know if that building is a hunter office. The staff who served Akira was a drunk young man that didn't look like he wanted to do any work. Being a hunter was quite a popular job. Even in the eastern region, and there are a lot of great hunters in that area, but that man didn't give that feeling at all. Although it's a popular job, many people hate to be posted near the slum city. That man must be someone who got demoted and transferred into this post that was befitting of his motivation and ability. Akira nervously asked that man, "I came to be a hunter, may I do my registration here?" That staff looked annoyed as he clicked his tongue and put off the magazine that he was reading. And then he moved on with his duty, although Akira could obviously see that he didn't want to do it. "Your name?" "Akira." The staff operated the terminal in front of him. Not too long after, a printer near him printed out a piece of signed hunter certificate. He rudely took the paper from the printer and handed it over to Akira. Once he's done with his job, he quickly grabbed his magazine and started reading again. Akira was confused. He looked back and forth from the hunter certificate that he just received to the staff. He thought that registering as a hunter would take a lot more work than that, but there, he just told the staff his name and it's done. He wasn't sure whether the registration was really already finished or not, and so he involuntarily asked the staff, "Is that it?" The staff looked annoyed as he shifted his view from the magazine to Akira. "That's all, now go home, you just needed my name? Don't you need any other information too?" He looked really annoyed from the bottom of his heart as he made a gesture to shoo Akira and said, "Since you'll be dead in no time, do you really think I'll ask you for more information? I don't care about any information that you have. To be honest, I don't even really care about your name. I just asked for it because that's the rule. I don't even want to know if that's your real name or not." That reminded Akira of how much worth someone like himself has. After he realized that, he just shut up and walked away from the hunter office. Akira kept staring at his certificate after he finished explaining how did he get it. As he understood the situation he was in, he vowed that he would crawl up from his current condition. Alpha smiled as if she was trying to cheer up Akira. "We'll start your training with reading and writing, after all, collecting information is a very important thing. But don't worry, you'll be able to read and write in no time with my first class level support." "I understand. I'll be in your care. By the way, how do you know that I can't read?" The name written in that hunter certificate, it's Ajira. That man didn't only treat him unpleasantly, he even made a mistake in his job. Akira was desperately trying to hold himself back from crushing his own hunter certificate. Then Alpha made a suggestion while smiling bitterly. "Let's just return to Kugumyama City for now, then we can continue our talk there. Until you learn how to write and read, I'll do the reading in your place." Akira just nodded without saying anything. He tucked his hunter certificate back in and started walking toward Kugumyama. Alpha followed and started walking beside him. Akira asked a simple question to lighten the mood there. "By the way, what is the name of that monster that I just defeated in Kuzuhara City Ruin?" "It's Weapon Dog." "Really? That one doesn't look like them at all though, so that monster was also from the same type as them?" "Presumably, that one made a mistake in executing its self-remodeling. That's why you're able to easily defeat it." "Was that appearance only for show?" "That depends on how you see it. That monster had a fatal weakness that allowed you to defeat it, and it might just be out of pure luck that you were able to use that weakness. But if you can defeat that kind of monster one more time, then you might interpret that as its appearance is just for show. Of course that is if you can defeat it again without my support, you know?" "Nope, impossible." "Then that means that my support is just really that good, so you better be thankful for that, okay?" "Thank you very much." "You're welcome." Akira and Alpha kept walking toward the city while having an idle talk just like that. From the outside, Akira would look like an insane kid talking to nothing. But there's no one there to tell him that. That is of course safe for Alpha, who kept observing him from the moment they met. Athena 13, wait, so he defeated one big monster and some smaller ones, then he went back home without salvaging even a single one of them. Interesting. Silaven, I doubt he can carry them. After all, I don't think those dogs are light, considering that they have weapons growing out of their bodies. Rebuild World. Chapter 3. The one who is responsible for resolve. The slum extends from the outskirts of Kuganyama City and it sits right next to the wasteland. It's a place riddled with crime and bad economy, and not to mention the monsters roaming close to the edges, and the bandits prowling in the inside for weak people. It's basically a garbage dump for the city. So, Akira decided to be a hunter in order to get away from such a place. As Akira walked through the familiar road of the slums with Alpha, it reminded him just how strange this Alpha was. A refined facial feature with shiny and lustrous hair. Silky skin paired with a developed body highlighted by her tight sexy dress. Alpha is a being that would tempt any member of the opposite sex. It was just out of place that such a being did not attract any attention. Moreover, this so-called old world design should have been more than enough to attract people's attention. It's so great in quality that even an amateur could easily understand that it was an expensive dress. If someone that was knowledgeable in the technology of the old world saw it, he or she would immediately be able to recognize that it was made with the advanced technology of the old world. Although it is an ancient relic from the old world, anyone would be able to tell that such a dress was a treasure amongst the other relics. So in short, it is an object that would garner a lot of attention. Normally, it would have caused an uproar with all of those conspicuous things gathered in one place, but no one reacted to Alpha at all. Thus, the fact that he's the only one who could see Alpha finally hit him. And so Akira whispered to Alpha. So other people really can't see you, huh? Didn't I tell you so before? You didn't believe me, huh? Seeing Alpha's mood had turned a bit sour, Akira tried to make excuses in panic. I didn't mean it like that, it's just that it's not like I can normally notice it. After all, it's only normal to think that others can see what I can see, right? So I thought that there must be someone else other than me who can see you too. Oh, I see, that's what you meant, huh? Well, explaining it will take a long time, so let's put that aside for another time. Unlike Akira, who was whispering, Alpha answered his question with a clear voice, but it was only Akira who could hear that voice. If Akira responded back with the same clear voice, he would look like a suspicious boy talking to his imaginary friend. Akira, what are you going to do now? Do you have something you need to do after this? There's no need to worry about me, you can just go and do what you want. Something I need to do, huh? Akira looked up into the sky. The sun was setting and the night was drawing near. I'm just going to sleep for today. Alpha looked a bit surprised. You're going to sleep already? This early? Yeah. The night is coming soon, I have to prepare a place for me to sleep. Akira went into one of the dark back alleys. He still had some time before the sun completely set, but he had already crawled into a corner where he usually slept and leaned himself onto a makeshift wall made of scrap materials. It would be really hard to find him there unless you already know that someone was there and intentionally looked around that place. Hiding himself like that was one of the things that he learned to stay alive in the slum as a kid. Basically, Akira would start his day when the sun rises and end it when the sun sets. After all, he would need lighting to be able to work at night. But of course it was not free, so for a little boy without money like Akira, it was simply something that was out of his reach. Moreover, the already dangerous slum will get more dangerous once the night falls, and Akira didn't have the strength to be able to stay active during the night. The biggest reason as to why he tried not to move around during the night was to minimize the danger. Since he knew that he would be asleep when others were still awake. He himself didn't know for sure if it was the right choice. After all, the people who were awake during the night might also be good people. But one thing he knew for sure was that he was able to stay alive up until that point by doing that, so he believed that his way of living was not wrong and decided to keep living like that. Once he set his sleeping place, his stomach growled for food, to which Akira just sighed and ignored it. But then Alpha made a suggestion. If it's possible, it's better if you eat some food, you know? If you keep yourself starved like that, your physical ability will diminish, which in turn will lower the success rate when you explore the ruins. Akira shook his head lightly. I have nothing to eat. We completely missed the food distribution from the city and I don't have any money to buy food since I used them for my gun and bullets. I'll just endure it for today and wait until tomorrow's food distribution. By the way, don't you need any food, Alpha? No, I don't need food. Neither do I drink nor sleep. So there's no need to worry about me. I see. Well, I'm sorry, but can you let me sleep then? Good night. After he said that, Akira lay down on his side, and then Alpha said to him gently, "Good night and sleep tight." Akira, who had closed his eyes, thought to himself. Good night, huh? It has been quite a while since the last time someone said that to me. Wait, this might even be the first time. As Akira let himself be taken by the drowsiness that was more powerful than usual because of his tiredness, he tried to search into his past for such a memory. Putting aside whether that kind of thing had actually happened to him or not, he at least had no recollection when someone said good night to him. He slowly fell deeper into sleep thinking about this. On the next day, Akira opened his eyes just before sunrise. He stretched his body to completely wake himself up. Everything was just like his normal everyday morning up until that point. Alpha, who was right next to him, greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, did you sleep well?" Akira jolted and immediately fully awoken as he pointed his gun toward the source of that voice. He showed a level of caution as if someone that he didn't know suddenly appeared beside him. Alpha looked a bit surprised seeing his reaction, but then she gently said to him, "I'm sorry, did I surprise you?" Akira's expression changed from one that showed a caution towards a stranger to one that showed a little bit of trust, although with a bit of hesitation. Then he finally remembered about Alpha. Alpha? In contrast to Akira, Alpha showed a graceful smile. "Yes, it's me. Did you forget about me?" Akira finally calmed down. He let out a sigh of relief as he lowered his gun and awkwardly apologized to Alpha. Sorry, I was just a bit surprised there. After all, most of the time, when you wake up with some unknown person by your side, there's a good chance that the person is a robber. It's okay, don't mention it. Akira confirmed that he didn't make Alpha mad, and so he felt relieved as he didn't end up losing the only supporter that he just acquired. Now that I think about it, bullets won't be able to hurt her, so I guess she didn't feel that threatened when I pointed my gun at her. Thank God, that was really dangerous. Although he had quite a hardship yesterday, for Akira, this day was different from yesterday. Today is the day when his life together with Alpha starts. After that, Akira went to the food distribution area. It's a place where food from the city is distributed for free. They do this twice per day as the morning distribution is done early in the morning. Although there was still some time left before it started, there were people already lining up for food. Akira added himself at the end of that long line of people. Everyone should behave and line up nicely during the distribution. If someone were to cause trouble or cut in line, that person would not get any food. There were even times where the food distribution was stopped because of that, and of course, the person responsible for that was beaten to death. This was also some kind of teaching method from the city. The city would be better if the people in the slum at least learned how to stay in line. It also reminded them that everyone in the slum will share the consequences if even a single one of them did not follow the rules set by the city. Thanks to that, and the sacrifices from the people who were beaten to death in the past, even the most ruthless people in the slum would line up orderly during the distribution. The food distribution also functioned as an event to gather people from the slum who couldn't get food on their own. It's also a way to maintain the civil order. After all, people of the slum wouldn't just quietly wait for their death when they have no food and money. Instead, People who have met their wits end would pick up guns, that strangely enough were circulating freely in the slum, and turn into robbers. So the food distribution minimized these kinds of people by only distributing a minimal amount of food. It's thanks to this food distribution that Akira could survive up till this point. The distribution had started and it was finally Akira's turn to get his food. Once he had gotten his food, he moved a bit away from the line. Keeping a certain distance from the line is very crucial for a kid like Akira. If he moved too far away from the line, then someone would come to rob his food, but he also needed to put some distance from the line so that he wouldn't disrupt the line or cause any trouble. So it's the best line of action for him to eat his food at a safe distance. And since both the robber and the robbed had guns, it was best to avoid any needless fighting that might get someone killed. Akira stared into the food that he received. It was a sandwich wrapped in transparent plastic with a unique code written on it. Due to some unknown reason, he didn't start eating immediately. Looking at that, Alpha inquisitively asked him, "You won't eat?" The food that he received was synthetic food produced by a still functioning suspicious tool excavated from the old world ruins. The food was relatively safe to eat with vegetables that have been experimentally cultivated in the wasteland, though it was hard to measure in terms of the level of contamination of the area. It also came with meat from a biological monster that was believed to be safe for consumption. These kinds of food were distributed freely to the poor people of the slum with goodwill. After giving out the food, they would wait for a while to check if someone died or mutated because of it. If nothing like that happened, they would sell it to the commoners. And then another food made from ingredients that no one knows for sure whether it's safe or not, would be distributed next time. That was the real identity of contents in his sandwich, its bread, and everything inside it. No, I'll eat it. The people who distributed the food would not say anything about it, but the people who received the food had a slight idea of what was going on. It was the same for Akira, he had noticed it more or less, but not eating was something he could not choose to do. He would die if he didn't feed himself with that food. The food's taste was rather weird. Leaving the price and the safety aside, it's not something that you would eat because you want to. You would only eat it if you wish to survive. Akira said to himself that he would become a successful hunter so that he would be able to eat safe and delicious meals. As he kept eating his weirdly flavored and potentially toxic sandwich, he glanced on to the person who he thought would be able to grant him that dream. Alpha reacted by showing him a gentle smile. Eventually, the people of the slum who survived by relying on the free food would pay back the generosity that they received. After all, they're the first line of defense against the monsters that attack the city. They'll be fighting against man-eating mutated creatures and autonomous weapons that would attack humans, using their raw flesh, blood, and guns that circulate freely in excessive amount in the slum. Thus buying time for the city's defense squad to completely exterminate all attackers. Among all the people that survived the attacks, there would be some who still remembered how to fight against these monsters. These people would become the lowest level of hunter. If they do well, they'll be able to bring back relics from the ruins and contribute to the economy of the city. Some portion of the profit from this will be used to maintain the free food distribution in the slum. So in short, Akira becoming a hunter meant that he did what the city expected from him. You might think that as someone without power, he had no other choice but to do so. However, Akira strongly believes that this was a decision he made on his own. So even if he was forced to pick his life choices once more, he would still pick the same path of becoming a hunter. Akira went to the Kuzuhara city ruin for the second time, but this time, he was traversing the ruin following Alpha's guidance. Some part of the roads in the ruins were buried under the rubble of the destroyed buildings and thus, was much easier to get lost. There were even areas that were like a maze. If he wasn't careful, he might get trapped in them. Not to mention, there were monsters that had turned this confusing place into their nest and there were also places constructed as a home for them. The hunters who came to the ruins in order to search for relics would hunt monsters that obstructed them from reaching their goal. They sometimes maintained a road leading deeper into the ruin to make their job easier. And, as they went deeper into the ruin, Some of them would encounter strong monsters and meet their demise. After repeating this process multiple times, the terrain would be harder to traverse and filled with stronger monsters as you go deeper into the ruin. But of course, thanks to that, there would be fewer people who were able to go to the deeper part of the ruin, thus you could find valuable relics still left behind there. In short, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it is and the more money you can earn. Akira knew that as well, that's why he only explored the outskirts of the ruin yesterday. But today, he aimed to go deeper due to Alpha's suggestion. Of course, Akira hesitated at the beginning, but Alpha convinced him, and so he decided to follow her suggestion. He knew that he couldn't get any expensive relics if he didn't go to the deeper parts of the ruin. And since Alpha told him that she would lead him and that everything would be alright as long as he followed her instructions, it was rather hard for him to refuse. He had decided to become a successful hunter and had come to this place because of the deal he made with Alpha. So if he couldn't move forward despite Alpha's guarantee for his safety, then it would be impossible for him to be a successful hunter. In the beginning, he would follow all instructions that Alpha gave him without asking anything. But since he ended up doing things that seemed to be meaningless to him, he slowly started doubting Alpha. He kept his back on the wall as he slowly moving forward. Rather than entering the target building through the door that he could see from where he was standing, he instead climbed a mountain of rubble close to it and entered the building through the window. After that, he immediately got out from that building through the door that he saw before. Then, he kept passing through the same road that he had passed before. Afterwards, he stopped and stood in the middle of the road for a while. He kept making round trips for a few times before going deeper. Although he kept following all the instructions that he had received, he thought that all he did there were just repeating meaningless actions. There were also times when he got attacked by weapon dogs. When that happened, he would shut up and follow Alpha's every instructions without asking for a reason. But every time he did something that he thought to be meaningless, his distrust piled up bit by bit. Then eventually, he couldn't hold it any longer. Say, Alpha. Yes? It's not like you're actually lost or that you're picking the road in random, right? I'm not. Alpha gave him a straight reply. Really? Yes, I feel like I went through the same exact road a few times though. That's because it was necessary. We had to take that road in order to avoid dangerous routes. But if you want to hear more reason for that, then it would be because of your bad luck. Alpha answered his question in a way as if she was teasing Akira. And so his face twitched a bit. So it was my fault, huh? Yep, Alpha gave another straight answer to him. Although the short and straight answers were convincing enough to stop him from saying anything back, they weren't enough to clear up the dissatisfaction and distrust inside him. After they continued walking deeper for a bit, Alpha suddenly turned back near the end of an alley and gave a similar instruction that she's been giving for a while. Let's turn back. Again? Alpha passed through Akira's side. He was about to follow her, but suddenly he stopped, his legs just wouldn't leave the ground. He could see a big road by the end of the alley. He was curious about what's going on in the other side. He thought that if only he could take a peek, then he might be able to clear up all of his dissatisfaction from all the meaningless actions that he's been doing. Just a bit won't hurt, right? As he said that excuse to himself, he carefully peeked out his head a bit out from the alley. But what he could see there was just the same old scenery of the wasteland stretched out endlessly. It's not like there's anything over here, isn't it? Just when he felt super annoyed because of what he had just found out, Alpha suddenly shouted at him with a strong tone. Come back here at once. Right after that, from the middle of the empty wasteland in front of his eyes, a light flickered together with a thundering sound. Then he could see a monster there as its optical camouflage temporarily lowered at the same time as its cannon fired. The moment Akira saw it, his face froze. In the middle of the place that he had thought was empty, a huge mechanical monster had stood with its camouflage function on. The big warhead landed on a building not too far away from Akira. In an instant, that building was blown into smithereens together with a deafening sound and huge explosion from the impact of the warhead. It caused huge rubble to rain down around the area and left a huge crater. The explosion was so big that the ground where Akira was standing shook. Looking at how Akira was petrified due to the shock, Alpha yelled at him. "Come back quickly. You will die there." Akira immediately turned and ran as fast as he could. He blazed through the alley as debris crumbled down. Surrounding buildings were shaking because of the impact from the warhead. He followed Alpha's instruction to hide in a room inside a building not too far away from there. Outside, the sound and shaking from the cannons were still present as dust and shards from the ceiling showered down on Akira. Alpha looked at him with a cold expression and said to him in a harsh tone, "That was dangerous." Akira, who was hiding in one corner of the room, just hung his head in response. There was a silence between them for a while before he answered in a small voice. "I'm sorry." Alpha could feel self-loathing in that small sorry of his. It was more of a mumbling, so it was hard to figure out what he said right off the bat. Her cold expression changed into a pitiful smile. And then she said in such a gentle voice, "You might have something to complain about my instructions, but I will never give instructions that would cause you any trouble. You can ask all the questions that you want later because I'll answer everything until you're satisfied. I've said this to you before, even if my instructions seem to be meaningless to you, there's a good chance that you'll get killed in the middle of my explanation if you ask me for a reason. That's why I don't explain anything. I know that it might be hard for you to trust me since we just met yesterday, but it will be a big problem for me if you die, you know. That's why I don't want you to die. This might be hard for you, but please believe me." Akira knew well that Alpha was being considerate to him. While still feeling guilty inside, he opened his mouth. "I understand. I'm sorry for doubting you. Don't mention it. I myself never thought that you would totally trust me right from the start. After all, trust is something that should be built up with time. For both of us." All of what she said and how she looked at him, Akira understood that all of them were her being considerate to him, and it helped him to get back his mood. And so to change the mood, he forced a laugh. "Although it's just a facade, it's better than nothing. You're right, I should also build up your trust for me. So then, what should I do next?" Alpha confirmed how Akira was feeling. So she decided to be more careful about giving him instructions until he recovered his mood to a certain level. "You should wait here until the condition outside has calmed down. I'll somehow lead the monster away from here, but it will take some time." "Lead, you say? You can even do that?" Looking at how Akira was a bit surprised, Alpha gave off a meaningful smile to him. "It's limited only to some of the mechanical monsters and under a certain condition though. Those mechanical monsters are basically the autonomous weapon that runs on autopilot and programmed to eradicate any invaders. That type of machine gathers image from the outside through the image capturing devices spread around the area in order to get a good grasp of the situation of the area. At this very moment, the monster that we encountered earlier should still be attacking your fake image. Its first attack missed because of the same reason. This method won't work on monsters with a built-in camera or if they only make a decision based on local information. Hypothetically speaking, what would have happened to me if that monster was of that local type monster?" Hearing Akira's question, she answered with a smile and a happy tone. "Of course, that warhead would have scored a direct hit on you and turned you into minced meat." I see." Akira flinched at her answer. But maybe it was because Alpha answered with such a happy tone that Akira didn't hang his head in self-loathing. "Maybe we should stay and talk to each other for a bit more here." "That's right, if you have anything you want to ask me, then just ask away. It's hard to come up with a question when you're told that you can ask anything." But looking at how Alpha was waiting for him with a gentle smile, it's hard for him to tell her that he had nothing to ask about. After all, it was also one of Alpha's instructions, so he thought that he should follow it in order to build trust between them. Akira searched through his memories from the time he met Alpha for something to ask about. And then something came up to his mind. "In that case then, I have one thing I want to ask, why were you naked when the first time we met?" Alpha was already using clothing at that time. Or more like, She started putting on clothing right after they met. So in short, she intentionally let herself naked there. At that time, it was so much of a shock to him that he never thought about it. But as he remembered it now, he realized that it was indeed weird. Alpha let out a mischievous smile. The moment he was taken aback by that smile, she erased her clothes and exposed her beautiful body. She showed her curvy and bewitching body to Akira without any trace of embarrassment or hesitation. Making an inviting gesture as she said in a sweet voice, "What do you think?" Although he was taken by surprise, Akira was captivated by it. But then he immediately turned his face away in panic and said, "Even if you ask me so. I mean, like, it's fine already, so just put something on." Alpha showed a bit of disappointment as she returned her clothing on. "It is a pretty nice body, is it not? It is attractive, right? Don't you think it would gather people's attention? After all, you had a good long look back then. I couldn't help it, you know? In short, that was the answer to your question." "What do you mean?" "It's a very effective method to look for someone who can see me. Only hunters would come to the Kuzuhara city ruin and there are not that many of them, so it's really not easy looking for someone who can recognize me, you know. That's why I was naked to attract people's attention. Moreover, after a lot of testing, it was the best choice so that people won't run away or hide in caution when they see me for the first time. I immediately felt cautious of you there though. But even so, you didn't run away on the first sight, right? What would you do if what you saw back then from afar was an armed soldier?" "Well, I would run, or at least, I wouldn't approach that person. Right? That's why, if I thought of an appearance that would let people to immediately know that I was unarmed and attracted their attention, followed by some kind of reaction that would not be fear, then being naked was the best choice. But well, I never thought that you would react like that and would be so cautious of me back then, I'm sorry." Akira frowned a bit. He had indeed overreacted for a bit now that Alpha pointed that out. Although her explanation was convincing enough for him, Akira had some urge to retort back since she teased him by showing him her naked body. But still, I think being naked was going too far, you know? No worries, after all, this body is only a fake body. So I don't really mind as long as I could reach my goal. Fake body? Yep, my body is not real and is made with the help of computer graphics. I can freely modify my body's gender, age, body form, attires at will. As if she wanted to prove her point, she suddenly transformed into a small girl younger than Akira. Then she kept changing her appearance from one to another across all ages in front of surprised Akira. After that, she changed back into her original appearance. But this time, she changed her hair to be short and then changed it to be long enough to reach the floor. She even made it float as if gravity didn't affect it and made it turn into a rainbow-colored strip. The same with her clothing, she changed it to a school uniform, owl suit, sexy swimsuit, camouflaged cloth, pilot suit, and many other kinds of attires. Akira was surprised by her change at first. But as she kept changing her appearance from one to another, he instead started enjoying the show. As a kid who was living in the slum, he couldn't find any form of entertainment. As such, Alpha, who kept changing her appearance and pose in front of him, was enough to charm him. Alpha was closely observing Akira as the boy was captivated by her performance. In the beginning, she was only changing her appearance at random. But bit by bit, she intentionally aligned her appearance, age, body shape, hairstyle, and attire to Akira's taste, but he didn't realize that at all. She kept changing her appearance and observing Akira while making a gentle and charming smile as if she was enjoying herself. "Just tell me if you have any request for my dress. Or is it that you prefer me to be naked?" "Naked, huh? As I thought, since you can enjoy this beautiful body like that, maybe naked is the best one?" In response to such a seductive question, Akira retorted in panic. "Anything is fine, just put on something. Geez, why the heck are you so interested in going naked? I think it's better if you get used into something like this so that you won't get caught in a honey trap later, you know." Don't you think it's important to have a special training for this? As he let out a bitter laugh, he thought that he would sound like a pervert if he answered yep, I do. So in place of an honest answer, he instead pouted in order to hide his embarrassment and said, No one would try to seduce a little kid like me, you know. But Alpha retorted back as if she wanted to close his escape route. There might be no one that would seduce you right now, but there are many people who would seduce a successful hunter. I just don't want you to get into some trouble with that kind of people when you become a successful hunter. Ever since ancient times, there have been many men who fell to ruin because of women, you know? Of course, he wanted to be that successful as a hunter, but if someone asked his honest opinion, he actually had no confidence if he could achieve that himself. Do you really think I can be that successful? To his question, Alpha answered with full confidence. Of course you can. After all, you have me as your support. I promised that I would help you with everything except for a few things. That is, I won't help you in working on your own inner will, motivation and resolve. Or more like, since I can't do anything about those things, you should do something about them yourself. Akira didn't say anything for a while, but then Alpha could clearly see his strong resolve emanating from his expression. I understand. I'll take care of my own inner will, motivation and resolve. Alpha joyously smiled, showing her satisfaction. That smile was both praise for Akira, who resolved himself, and an expression of happiness for successfully manipulating Akira's inner will. Sci-fi. The author sure has his way of explaining fan service. I like it. Rebuild World. Chapter 4. The result of gambling with one's life. The sounds of the cannon outside the building had already ceased by the time Akira finally calmed down after what had happened. Looking at Akira, who had regained his composure, and since the sound outside had stopped, Alpha decided it was time to continue their exploration of the ruin. It seems that the situation outside has calmed down, so how about we continue exploring the ruin? But be sure to follow my instructions this time, okay? Akira nodded with a serious face and said, Yeah, I promise that I'll follow all your instructions properly. Alright then, let's go. As Alpha showed a satisfied smile, she started walking outside. Akira followed behind her with a serious face. They exited the building and went to the location where they had encountered the enormous monster. They passed through the destroyed building and climbed a mountain of rubble before they finally left the remaining ruins from the previous battle. Then they continued going deeper into the ruin. Akira knew that he had no chance of winning against that monster using his cheap handgun. Even if he was equipped with specialized weapons to fight the monster, he knew that he still wouldn't be able to win against that monster. Not to mention that such a monster was roaming around the area while going invisible. Whether it's for the better or for the worse, going through such an experience heavily affected Akira. His face naturally turned tense, but he just shrugged the fear that was creeping into him. He believed that everything would be alright as long as he kept following Alpha's instructions while moving forward carefully. Alpha looked satisfied at how Akira was behaving. She put extra effort so that Akira wouldn't encounter any monsters that were roaming around that ruin. After going deeper for a bit, they finally arrived in a district that could no longer be regarded as a part of the ruin's outskirts. Alpha pointed her finger to a particular ruined building among many others in the area. Akira, we'll be able to gather our relics there. Akira curiously looked at the ruin that Alpha pointed. Since he had risked his life to come this far, it was only natural for him to expect some results. But Akira saw nothing except the same old ruin that he had seen on his way there. Or at least, it did not look like a building that he would expect to see after coming this far. If it is okay, may I ask you why you picked this place? After he blurted out his question, he was a bit nervous since he realized that the answer to his question might cause him to doubt Alpha. But then Alpha answered his question with a smile filled with confidence. Of course it's okay. I'll explain it to you as you gather the relics inside. After seeing how Alpha answered it with such a confident smile, Akira knew that he can expect some good results. As such, he entered the building with a good mood. The building that Alpha selected was a former commercial facility from the old world. As he kept walking inside, Akira could see the remnants of the riches that had existed in this place. He found a door near a destroyed cupboard. As he peeked in, he could see remnants of destroyed mechanical monsters scattered above the blood-stained floor. Beside a big bone from a dead biological monster, he could see skeletal remains of a human with their complete equipment. This was a place that once was filled with all kinds of goods, but now, it is filled with testaments of how many hunters had come there looking for relics and how these hunters fought against the monsters. Most of the buildings from the Old World era were strong buildings. But even so, there were holes in the walls and burn marks on the ceilings. It showed the intensity of the fight that happened in these buildings. Hunters with weapons strong enough to cause that kind of damage fought against monsters with the same powerful weapons here, all for the sake of claiming the relics from the Old World. The dead corpses that scattered around inside were the best proof to understand the value of the relics in this place. It is also the solemn remains of the hunters who have paid the price of their greed for relics. By the way, as for the reason I picked this place, it's because of its level of safety. Most of the mechanical monsters were originally a part of the security system. Although some of them were running wild because their control device was destroyed, their main duty as a part of the security system is to exterminate any invader. As such, the biological monster is also one of its extermination targets. So in short, there's little chance for you to encounter a biological monster in the area protected by these mechanical monsters. But wouldn't that mean there's a good chance I'll get attacked by these mechanical monsters instead? Most of the mechanical monsters are following a strict patrolling routine, so they only go to a certain place at a certain time. That's why it's unlikely for you to encounter them if you have the knowledge of their routine. While on the other hand, the biological monsters tend to move their nest depending on their condition or roam around on a whim, which makes it hard to predict their location. So, as long as you're with me, going to buildings with more mechanical monsters will be relatively safer compared to a place filled with biological monsters. For Akira, who didn't even know the back alley of the slum, he listened to Alpha while showing a genuine interest. I see. So you can do that too, huh? How can you recognize their routine? There are a lot of ways to do that. But it would take years for you to completely understand all the details, so I'll skip the explanation for it. And then Alpha gave a mischievous smile as if she was invincible. But even so, do you still want to hear about it? I did say that I would answer all of your questions after all. So well, I don't mind telling you. Ah, nope. No thanks. Akira took what she said as a joke. He thought that she had no intention of explaining it to him from the start. Moreover, he had a feeling that he would have to listen to a long explanation if he replied back by saying yes, and so he winced a bit as he let the subject slide. Seeing that, Alpha smiled because Akira reacted the way she thought he would. Is that so? Well, do tell me if you have a change of mind. That aside, there's one more reason as to why I picked this place, and that is because of the relics in this place. The relics in this place? Are the relics left here that expensive? Well, the value of the relics is indeed important, but it's more important whether you can bring them back home or not. Even if there's a relic that can fetch you a lot of money, what do you think you could do if it weighs 10 tons? After all, even if it's a light relic that you could carry with one arm, it would be hard to bring it back home in case you encounter monsters. Well, that's true. So, it must be something that's possible for you to carry safely back home and can fetch quite a lot of money. I picked this place after I included all of these factors into consideration. Akira was fully convinced that it was worth risking his life to come to this place after listening to Alpha's explanation. But from there, he thought of something else. Wait for a second, does that mean that the area I was exploring yesterday had no valuable relics? That area was already fully depleted. It's a place where even a kid like you could explore, so if it still had a lot of valuable relics, then it should be flooded with hunters right now. But that wasn't the case, right? You're right, that does make sense. As Akira thought all his risk that he took yesterday were for nothing, he was finally hit with tiredness. I always thought that I would be able to find relics in the ruin as long as I work hard. But It seems that I was too naive. So it was pointless, huh? Looking at how dejected Akira was, Alpha gave off a smile to him as if she was trying to cheer him up. But thanks to that, you were able to meet me. So I think it was worth risking your life going to that ruin yesterday, you know? You'll see from here on just how lucky you are to be able to meet me. So you can look forward to it, okay? Akira laughed as if he cheered up for a bit. You're right, I'll be looking forward to it. Just leave it to me. Alpha showed him a smile full of confidence as she replied back. There were quite a lot of cheap relics in the outskirts of the ruin that he was in. Normal hunters usually wouldn't even bat an eyelash for such cheap relics, but those relics were valuable enough for a kid from the slum like Akira. As such, Akira didn't need to work hard to search for the relics. Alpha knew this as well, that's why she had guided him into that ruin. There are a lot of people other than the hunters who visit the ruins. For example, companies usually spend a lot of money to send soldiers into the ruins. These people would sometimes help each other and sometimes kill each other as they search for relics. They will stop only when both sides think that the relics aren't worth the bloodshed. When they finally decided that the ruin isn't worth all the fighting, they would leave the place by themselves. First of all, the companies would pull back their soldiers. Since these soldiers cost a lot of money, it's only reasonable that they have abnormally good equipment and skills. But because of that, every death of soldiers bleeds money. Thus, the companies would quickly call their soldiers back unless it was a rare and priceless relic like the production equipment from the old world that the current technology cannot hope to replicate. After all, if it's just a common relics, they can buy it from the hunters. For big organizations loaded with money, like these companies, they would solve anything with money as long as it's possible. After the soldiers have left the ruins, the hunters will pull back, but only after weighing the consequences of their decision. They will compare the threat from the monsters against the reward that they can get from the relics. They will decide to go back after calculating that they will still get quite a lot of profit from selling the relics already in their possession. Then finally, both the skilled common people and the unskilled common people will withdraw from the ruin. The skilled people are those who use their skill to barely stay alive and fight back the monsters as they gather relics. While the unskilled people are those who get baited by their own greed and run into their death. Thanks to both of these people, the number of relics left in the ruin will decrease as the number of dead bodies pile up. They'll leave the ruin only when the number of dead bodies outweighs the value of the relics that they can find. Only after these people withdraw will the ruins be finally left alone. Today, Akira had stepped into that lonely ruin that was more desolate than usual due to the huge number of monsters roaming around that place. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to reach the place. For a place that had been left behind by hunters with full equipment since they thought that it wasn't worth their risk, it still contained quite a lot of expensive relics. But Akira had no idea of the value of these relics. He just kept stuffing things that Alpha pointed into his paper bag. Even the paper bag that he was carrying was something that he found inside the ruin, since the bag that he brought from the slum tore open due to the weight of the relics. After he finished collecting all the relics in the area, Akira looked rather worried. The grocery paper bag was rather thin and didn't look durable. It's not like it will rip before we reach the city, right? Don't worry. That paper bag is from the old world. In other words, it's also a relic from the old world. It's stronger than it looks, so it will be fine. I see. The old world technology is really something. After that, Akira peeked into the bag. It was filled with relics carefully chosen by Alpha. These relics were small objects that even a small kid could carry around. There were a lot of objects that Akira didn't know about. A fine knife with its sheath, some unknown mechanical parts, some boxes that Alpha said were filled with medicines, something that looked like a bandage, an object that resembles a wristwatch, and so many other things. There was still some space left in the bag and it wasn't too heavy. Shouldn't we take back some more relics? Since he had come that far, he wanted to carry as many relics as possible. But Alpha responded to his naive question by shaking her head and making a serious face. No. This is already the limit of how much relics you can take. It is the maximum weight limit with which you can move freely on your way back home. I'll try my best to be careful on our way back, but in case if you encounter a monster, then you would be run away while carrying this paper bag. Thus if it's too heavy, then you won't be able to run away and end up getting killed. Even if you have the choice of just ditching the relics behind, it's better if it's not too heavy so it won't consume a lot of your stamina. So don't be greedy, okay? Akira did value his life, and more than that, he had decided to obey Alpha's instruction as much as possible. So, although it's rather frustrating, he nodded and gave up his naive thinking. I understand. So then, just how much will all these relics fetch me? To be honest, I don't know. After all, the price of relics changes with demand. And also, it's not like you'll sell everything. Leave the knife behind for yourself, and it might be a good idea to not sell the medicines too. After all, it would be bad if you get hurt and don't have the means to treat yourself. Just think of them as some kind of insurance. Then that means that I have even less to sell now. Those are necessary things, so just bear with it. Okay. And so, it was decided that he would only sell half of all the relics that he had. Although he was rather displeased, he knew that it was the best that he could do at that time and quickly got over it. Well then, let's go back to the city. Our way back home won't be easy, so let's be careful, okay? Okay. If you step into an area protected by those monsters while carrying these relics, then your movement will be slowed down. If the previous situation occurred again, then this time you'll surely turn into minced meat. So you really need to be careful. As Alpha gave off a meaningful smile, Akira winced a bit. Alright, well, let's go then. Once again, Akira nervously followed Alpha while she was giggling cheerfully. Akira was somehow able to come back to the outskirts of the ruins. It's still a part of the wasteland, so it's pretty much a dangerous place. But compared to the deeper parts of the ruins that was filled with monsters, it was way safer here since he did not come across any monster here. His nervousness vanished after getting out of the ruins. Knowing that he was not completely safe yet, all the tiredness suddenly hit him and he let out a big sigh. Looking at him sighing, Alpha smiled and said, "We can rest for a bit if you're tired, you know? I'll watch over our surroundings, so you can rest easy." "I see, but I want to get back to the city as soon as possible, so let's continue for a bit longer." "Alright then, how about we have a chat while walking back home?" Even if she said so, Akira, a kid who grew up in the back alley of the slum, didn't have much to talk about. In the end, Alpha would talk while Akira simply responded to her. "By the way, did you know that Kugumiyama City was actually built for exploring this Kusajuhara ruin?" "Oh, I see. You do know a lot of things. I might look like this, but I actually know a lot of things, you know. Although, it's all about the eastern region. I know nothing about the center and the western region." "The western region, huh? I don't know much about it. But I heard that it's the territory of the demons." "I don't know much either. I have only heard rumors about that place, like the technology in that place doesn't advance at all, or like mages exist in that place. As for the central region, what do they call it again? Nation state? I heard that there is a lot of stuff happening there. If I have to give a rough explanation, the Central United Nations, or in short, the United Nations, all the nations united under that government is considered as a part of the central region, and their government system is called as the nation states. All the area east of the central region is called as the eastern region. The corporatocracy of the eastern region refers to all the regions under the corporate government. Finally, all the area west from the central region is called as the western region. It's a place filled with rumors that I don't guarantee are true or not. Rumors like there's no gun there, or magic exists in that place, or a species known as elf lives there. Since it's a place filled with mysteries, there are a lot of people wanting to explore that area. Akira, do you have some interest in that too?" "Nope, rather than that, I'm more interested in learning the common sense of the eastern region. After all, I can't read letters yet." "I understand. Besides reading and writing, I'll be adding common sense lecture to your special training. So just leave it to me. I see, thanks. You're welcome. Since Alpha gave him an extensive offer, he felt a bit of gratefulness mixed with fear. After all, the sentence "there's no free lunch" had already rooted deep inside him. Alpha just showed Akira a gentle smile. All that she's willing to do are also for her own sake. Once he arrived at the Kugumyama city, Akira immediately headed to the exchange center of the Hunter office. There were several exchange centers inside and outside the city. Depending on the place where you exchange your relic, the value of that relic might change. The exchange centers inside the wall mostly serve the first-class hunters. Thus those places are always filled with valuable relics. The competition between companies for such relics drives the price higher and higher. Akira went to an exchange center located in the lower district close to the slum. Most of the people who come here are new hunters and people from the slum. It has the worst rate of all the exchange centers. People used to come here bringing things that can't even be categorized as cheap relics. As time passed, the place that only bought relics turned into a shop that would buy almost everything. It became an important place for the people of the slum as it was one of their only sources of income. Once he entered that place, he took out the relics that were reserved to be sold from the paper bag and put them on a tray. Then he took the tray and lined up in front of a counter. As Alpha told him, he didn't sell the knife and the medicine box. The attendant of the counter was a young man by the name of Nojima. When he saw Akira's appearance, he knew that Akira was only a kid from the slum. So he was about to serve him like when he served any other kid from the slum. But once he saw the relics on the tray, his conduct changed suddenly. After all, they were not things that you could get in the slum. "Show me your hunter ID if you have one." Akira took out his hunter ID that looked like a scrap of paper. Nojima took the ID and operated the terminal in front of him, then he returned Akira's hunter ID together with 3 coins. After that, he picked up the tray together with the relics on it and put it on a shelf behind him. Akira stood there and stared at the 3 coins. 1 coin is worth 100 orum, so it's 300 orum in total. Orum is the currency issued by Sakashita Heavy Industry, one of the 5 big companies in the corporate government. The circulation of orum is strictly under the control of its sole issuer, the Sakashita Heavy Industry, thus it was mostly used in the economical areas under its influence. Kugumyama City is one of those areas. The worth of 300 orum differs from person to person. For people who live in the lower district of Kugumyama City, it's enough to buy a cheap meal. While for the people of the upper district, it's just a spare change that isn't even enough to buy a cup of water. To earn this money, Akira had to endure attacks from a huge monster which almost got him killed, but luckily survived thanks to the support from Alpha. He had to go to a place that he normally wouldn't be able to reach, to bring some relics. Recollecting his experience, he stood there with the money that he got on his hand after all the hardship that he went through by risking his own life. It was only 3 coins, only 300 orum. Akira's face was reddened with anger as his eyes met Nojima's eyes. Nojima knew from the start that was exactly how Akira would react. As Akira was about to complain, Nojima gave an explanation to him as if he was reminding him. "I know you have a lot of things that you want to say. But for an unknown rank 1 hunter with no past achievement, it's already been decided that the first commission will be 300 orum only. The inspection of the goods will be finished by tomorrow or maybe even take longer. You should feel thankful for getting paid 300 orum for turning in goods that we don't even know. They might even be just trash, you know. Once the inspection finishes, I'll give you the rest of the money the next time you come here. But if it's worth even less than 300 orum, then we'll have you to pay us instead. If you're confident that you just sold us expensive goods, then come again next time to sell something else. The ID confirmation will be done through your hunter ID, so if you lose it, then you can forget about your money and our trust. That's all. Any question?" After listening to Nojima's explanation, Akira understood the situation and was somehow able to accept some part of it. But his face still looked hostile since he couldn't accept the whole situation. At the same time he knew that it's meaningless to protest. I just have to come here again tomorrow, right? That's only if the inspection has finished by tomorrow. The more expensive a relic is, the more time it will take to inspect it. And even if we've finished the inspection, it's still meaningless if you don't bring any goods, so bring something to sell with you. I'll only give you the leftover money after you hand over some goods to us. Although Nojima was very strict to him, he somehow felt that Nojima was being considerate to him. It's not really rare for a small kid like Akira, aiming to be a hunter, to come to the exchange center after somehow obtaining some relics. Nojima had seen these kinds of children a few times before. But only a very small amount of them would come there again for the second time. It was either because they gave up being a hunter or got killed. And the number of kids who would still come back after their first 10 days was even lesser. I don't know just how many crazy things that you must have done to get those relics. But if you aim to live as a hunter, you'll have to do those crazy things on a daily basis. If you get your heart broken by just this much, then you should stop, otherwise, you would die. Akira replied back with a serious look. No way. If it's just risking my life, then it's no different compared to life in the slum. I'll rise to success, I definitely will. Someone with a strong resolve will obtain strength, and in turn, this strength will draw out that person's full potential. Nojima smiled a bit as he could clearly feel the resolve from Akira's words. Is that so? Well, just be careful out there. Nojima cheered up as he thought that the boy in front of him was going to be fine. Silent, Nojima seems like a nice chap. I was expecting the guy to try and scam Akira out of his stuff. But who knows? Maybe he did in the past, and after numerous kids have died, he learned to be more sympathetic. Rebuild World. Chapter 5. The Value of One's Result. Standing outside the exchange center, Akira kept staring at the 300 orum on his hand. Although he did get a clear explanation about why he got so little compensation, he still couldn't fully accept it. He then let out a sigh as if he was expelling unwillingness from his heart and put the 300 orum, compensation that he got from risking his life going to the ruins, into his chest pocket. Alpha smiled as if she was trying to cheer him up. Don't worry, you'll receive the rest later. So just patiently wait for it, okay? Akira composed himself and his expression calmed down as he gave Alpha a deep nod. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't let it weigh me down. As he somehow was able to force himself to calm down, he used that momentum to start thinking of his next plan. Alpha, I'm planning to go to the ruins again tomorrow, is that fine with you? Of course. In that case, you should take a rest for today. I'm sure that you're pretty tired. Yeah, I really am tired. Let's just take a rest for the day. Akira moved his gaze to the contents in the paper bag that he was carrying. The bag was filled with a knife, medicines, and many other things that he didn't sell. For the current Akira, those things were really valuable. Well, we still have to hide these stuff though. So let's head to the back alley first. As he was heading to the place where he had slept yesterday, Alpha suddenly gave Akira a signal to stop. What's wrong? Akira, be careful. At the direction where Alpha was pointing, 3 children appeared from a small branch road. As Akira was alerted by those children, 2 more children appeared behind him. All these children were from the slum just like Akira, and their ages were more or less the same as him. The leader of these children was the boy named Darb, who was standing right in front of Akira. He laughed and started making demands to Akira. Take out your money, you do have some with you now, don't you? As expected, after hearing such a demand, Akira's expression turned stiff. But he decided to try to defuse the situation. I have no money with me. You should know that by just looking at me. If you're going to rob someone, then look for someone who is carrying money. At a glance, Akira's argument did look valid. If these children actually came to him only for screwing around and not for money, that should be enough to discourage them at least. But Darb laughed repulsively and tilted his head as if he was mocking Akira. Stop with the lie. I saw it, you know? You just came out from the exchange center, right? You headed to the ruin today and yesterday, but unlike today, you didn't go to the exchange center yesterday. So you did find something, didn't you? Which means that you have some money with you right now. Darb and his gang had seen Akira go to ruins and decided to stand by around the exchange center. Compared to venturing into the ruin looking for relics themselves, it is way safer to just rob the people who return from the ruin. There are many people who follow this line of thinking. As for these small children, there was no way they could rob an adult hunter, and so they had no other choice but to rob other children like Akira. This was one of the reasons why the number of child hunter kept decreasing. Akira let out a sigh and answered honestly. Look, I have no more than 300 orm. Huh? Stop screwing with me. I'm not screwing with you. They didn't give me anything more than 300 orm for all the things that I brought here. I'm not lying, they said that it's the rule. So you see, I don't have much money and it's not worthy of ganking me with 5 people. If you understand now, then just go somewhere else. Darb looked at Akira with suspicion. But he did not look like he was lying. Moreover, he remembered that he had heard from someone before that the first payment for a new hunter is no more than 300 orm. And so he clicked his tongue in frustration. What the heck, and here I thought that we would get a lot of money for the first time after a while. Stop doing something so misleading like that. My bad, so, can I go now? It seemed that the other children had lost their will. But that was not the case for Darb. He still looked like he would tell the other children to attack Akira. Darb scanned Akira for anything that looked expensive. But Akira was only wearing a ragged dress that was not worth robbing. Moreover, the paper bag that he was carrying was so dirty that it did not look like it had anything of value. Normally, that would be enough to make him give up, but he was so frustrated since he had promised his friends. His frustration finally reached its peak. He let his emotion take over his body and pulled out a gun. God damn it. I don't care anymore. Give me your 300 orm if you don't want to die. Akira, who was already tensed, stiffened even more. You won't get anything from trying to shoot me, you know? After all, I would definitely fight back. Do you really want to do this for just 300 orm? Just stop it. Shut up. Just hand over the money. Fighting to the death against a penniless person would only make them deplete their money on the bullets. Moreover, fighting a cornered opponent might cause them fatal injuries. Darb understood that, but he was looking for a way to vent his frustration and was pushed by the momentum after he pulled his gun. It's 5 versus 1 and he already had his gun out first. Having such an advantage made Darb take a rash decision. Akira's face got grimmer. It was only 300 orm. It was not an amount worthy of risking his own life. While at the same time, it was the money that he had earned after risking his life and it was the very first compensation that he got as a hunter. So in short, that money was not something that he could easily give up on, thus Akira had to make a difficult decision. Suddenly, Alpha stood in front of Akira and looked at him with a relaxed smile. Akira, answer me quietly. Don't worry, I can hear you no matter how small your voice is, do you understand? Okay, if it's needed, I'll give you my support, so what are you going to do? Hand over the money? Or escape? Or maybe kill them? If he just gave away the money that he had gotten after risking his life, it might let him survive longer. But it also meant that he had to give up on his money again next time. He might as well survive if he ran as far as he could. But it meant that he had to run away again next time. And lastly, he might survive if he killed them. But there was a chance that he might get himself killed in the process. Akira made a decision without even hesitating. I'll kill them. Alpha smiled without showing any animosity. Roger that. I'll give you instructions then. First of all, we'll break through the encirclement. You can pass through the opening between the 2 children behind you. After all, they've lowered their guards and are standing a bit further away from each other than the rest. Turn back, take 2 steps forward, then lean forward as if you got tripped and run through the gap between those 2 children. After that, immediately jump into the small alley on the right side and we'll start fighting back from there. You get that? I understand. And when exactly should I turn back? Do it now. Akira immediately turned back. On his first step. The other children stiffened as they were surprised when Akira suddenly turned back. Then on his second step, the other children extended their hand trying to grab Akira. But their hands reached nothing as Akira leaned forward as if he had tripped. After that, Darb pulled the trigger, but his bad aim had caused the bullet to pass above Akira, who was leaning forward. The other children were surprised by the gunshot from Darb and stood stunned temporarily. Akira used that opening to go to the alley on his right and continued running. When the other children snapped back to reality and hurriedly checked the alley, Akira was long gone. The boy who had narrowly missed Darb's bullet came to him. "Hey! That was dangerous, damn it! Shut up! It's that boy's fault for moving so suddenly. That damn boy, I'll kill him! Hey! What are you standing around for? Chase after him!" Another child replied back with an annoyed tone. "Just give it up, there's nothing we can get from robbing a poor kid like him, right? Moreover, he already got away from us. If you're really going to aim for him, let's just wait until he comes back to the exchange center again. After all, I'm sure he'll have a lot of money by then." Darb clicked his tongue in annoyance at his friends who had lost their motivation and gave up on chasing Akira. They disbanded and started getting on their own different ways. But just after taking a few steps, Darb, who was unwilling to give up on Akira, looked back to the alley where Akira had vanished. At the next instance, Darb's expression turned grim. Akira suddenly jumped out from the alley while pointing his gun at him. Darb was able to evade Akira's bullets since he was coincidentally looking at him. But the other children took the bullet and fell down while crying in agony. "Damn you!" Darb was about to attack back as he pointed his gun to Akira's direction. But when he did so, Akira was already gone and there was no one where he aimed. The surprise and confusion that came due to an enemy who appeared out of the blue started to die down. But in exchange, anger started to swell inside him, overriding the fear of death. His hand started trembling while holding his gun that was pointing to nothing. "How dare he mess with me?" His loud voice that showed his anger reverberated around him. Meanwhile, Akira was running on the back alley with a grim expression. Since he had immediately ran back into the alley without confirming whether his shots got any hit, he was able to distance himself from Darb and his gang. "Alpha. How was that? 3 of them got hit, 2 of them rendered unable to fight. All of them are still alive. I see, that was better than I had expected." Akira was not someone who was skilled in using a gun. Normally, it would be impossible for him to just jump out of an alley and hit 3 shots. An amateur would normally jump out of the alley and take his time aiming before pulling the trigger, then he would stand there to confirm whether his shots got any hit. But if Akira did that, he would definitely get shot back. Who made it possible was Alpha. Alpha went out from the alley before Akira and stood in an efficient shooting position while pointing at Darb and his gang. Akira just followed Alpha's movement. He jumped out of the alley to the position that Alpha showed and pointed his gun to the directions that he already knew beforehand by looking at Alpha, then he shot a predetermined number of bullets in those directions as fast as possible before running back to the alley. It was only because Akira followed Alpha's instructions precisely that he was able to successfully execute the surprise attack. But it was not like his enemy had been defeated. The battle still continued. "We're moving to the next position. This way." "Alright." Akira kept running in the back alley as he was following Alpha. Darb was watching his surroundings with his gun ready as he peeked into the alley where Akira disappeared. He didn't see Akira there, but he thought that Akira might be lurking somewhere nearby. So, he brought his friend, who fortunately didn't get shot, and cautiously walked deeper into the alley. One of the children shouted at Darb with an uneasy look as Darb was moving deeper into the alley. Hey, what are we going to do with them? Are we just going to abandon them?" Darb answered with a stern expression as if he was scolding back. "We'll kill that boy first. Otherwise, we won't even be able to move those guys to a safer place, you know?" What would you do if he starts shooting at us while we're carrying them to the clinic? I see, you're right. It's not like you're planning to abandon them, right? If I was planning to abandon them, I would have been running away by now. I see. Darb was immensely annoyed at his friend who he was talking with. He thought that if only these guys didn't stop him, then they wouldn't be in that situation. Akira took a long detour to avoid encountering Darb and his gang. Finally, he arrived back to where they were. He then carefully took aim at one of the boys' head while keeping watch at the other children who were already injured. The dead kid, the fainted kid and the kid who saw Akira and whispered something, all of them were silenced as Akira pulled the trigger. There were 3 gunshots followed by 3 bodies rolling over the ground with holes in their heads. That's 3, only 2 more left. Get back to hiding now. Roger that. Akira withdrew to another alley and hid himself. As Akira rested his back on the alley's wall and straightened his breathing, Alpha gave him her next instruction. Akira, take out the medicine that you didn't sell and eat it. But I'm not injured, you know? Just take it, take about 10 pills. Akira was puzzled, but he immediately took out the medicine box from the paper bag and opened its seal just like instructed. He took out a few pills into his hand. Since this is also a relic of the old world, then this is the medicine of the old world, right? This might be a super effective medicine. It feels like it's such a waste to take it while I'm not injured at all. But Alpha told me to take it, so. Since it was Alpha's instruction, it must have some kind of reason behind it. As Akira convinced himself, he swallowed the medicine. Hearing the sound of gunshots, Darb and his friends hurriedly ran back to his injured friends. Darb's face twitched in anger looking at their dead bodies. Damn it, he circled around us, huh? Exclamation mark. Darb's friends arrived behind him. Their face turned pale as they saw the dead bodies of their friends. One of them took a few steps back from Darb before shouting at him with grim expression. It's your fault. It's all your fault. It's because you shot that boy. After shouting, he ran as fast as he could, leaving Darb behind. As he ran, another gunshot reverberated. It was Akira who fired that shot. It missed. The boy kept running deeper into the slum while screaming and vanished. Darb was also thinking of running away but he couldn't. The hatred from seeing his friends getting killed and the scorn towards his friend who left him, pushed him forward. He just stood there without running away and shouted. That damn kid. He's screwing with me. There was only one branch road from where Akira could take a shot at the boy who was running. Darb just shoved aside his fear of getting killed and ran towards the branch road. As for Akira, he was getting himself ready for a shootout against Darb. He hid himself in the alley as Alpha was standing in front of him and telling him Darb's position. Akira was planning to shoot Darb's head the moment he peeked into the alley, and for that, Akira was holding his gun with both of his hands and getting himself ready as he waited for that moment. But something unexpected happened. Akira thought that Darb would stop and carefully try to take a peek into the alley. But on the contrary, Darb threw caution out the window and blazed into the alley. Darb thought that Akira would have run deep into the alley, that's why he sprinted full speed and plunged into the alley, but instead, he found Akira standing right beside him. He never expected such scenario. Both of them were surprised. They found themselves in a close distance between each other. They hurriedly pointed their guns at each other and pulled the trigger at the same time. Both of them fell to the ground, the bullet hit each other's arm. Both of them were severely injured. But as they were on the ground and writhing in pain, they thought of the same thing, the opponent was still alive and that shot wasn't enough to kill the enemy. Thus they hurriedly tried to finish their opponent and pointed their guns at each other again while ignoring the pain. When Darb was about to point his gun, he already found himself at the end of Akira's muzzle. Akira pulled his trigger and a bullet flew from his gun and hit Darb in point-blank range. It wasn't a killing shot, but it was enough to rob Darb from his power to fight back. Darb dropped his gun and fell down into the pool of his own blood, thus ending his short life. After killing Darb, Akira immediately looked at his injuries. There was a hole in his dress and quite a lot of blood was flowing out from it. It was a severe wound. But even so, he did not feel his movement dulled, he did not even feel any pain. As he was wondering at what was happening, Alpha suddenly shouted at him with a serious face. "Akira, You have to tend to your wound. Alpha, for some reason, I don't feel much pain. That's the effect of the painkiller, the medicine that you took before. But it doesn't heal the wound. I see, so that's why you told me to take the medicine beforehand, huh? It was all thanks to the painkiller that he could still move just fine. Moreover, since he got shot right after he took the medicine, he could immediately focus on tending his wound. Although the effect was light, it allowed Akira to survive. First of all, swallow 10 pills of the same medicine. Then take another 10 pills, open them up and sprinkle them onto your wound. And finally, dress the wound with a healing tape. Hurry up, if you faint and become unable to tend your wound, then you'll die. Akira was somehow able to move his body that had gone numb. He took the paper bag that he dropped not too far from him and swallowed 10 pills. And then he opened up 10 pills with his still shaking hand and sprinkled them directly into his wound. The very same pain as when he got hit, assaulted him as he sprinkled the painkiller on his wound. He just clenched his teeth and somehow was able to bear the pain. And when he was done, he turned to Alpha while looking worried. "Hey Alpha, is this good enough?" Applying the painkiller directly to the wound would reduce the effectiveness of the painkiller. But on the other hand, that would let the nanomachine in the medicine to work directly on your wound, thus making it more effective. So just bear with it. Then for the final touch, Akira pulled out the object that looked like a bandage from the paper bag and dressed his wound with it. That should be enough. Let's hurry up and move away from this place. It's dangerous if we stay here for long. I don't even know if I can move. But I have to get away from this place no matter what or something bad will happen. Akira was somehow able to bear with the pain when he stood up and started walking. Every time he took a step, he could feel pain stung his whole body. But he managed to keep walking. Looking at how bad his wound was, it was actually a miracle for him to be able to move around like that. It only showed just how amazing the medicine from the old world was. It was able to heal him that much in such a short time. But Akira was in so much pain that he didn't have the leeway to think about that at all. His face was twitching with pain as he kept walking. Alpha looked at Akira, who seemed like he was so close to fainting. To keep him conscious, she cheered him on with a serious face. "Give your best." Yeah, Akira somehow managed to get to a different sleeping place from yesterday. He tried to keep himself awake as he was preparing his sleeping place, while watching his surroundings and being more careful than usual. He thought that he would definitely get killed if someone approached him in that situation. So he hid himself in the back alley in such a way so that no one would be able to find him. And when he finished preparing his sleeping place, he just dove into it and laid on his side. "Alpha, I'm on my limit. I'll sleep now, good night." Alpha replied back with a soft voice while looking worried. "Good night, have a good rest." As Akira closed his eyes while still holding off the pain, his consciousness immediately flew off. "I hope I will still be able to open my eyes again tomorrow morning." Although he just made a wish there, he himself didn't know to whom he was wishing to. Strangely enough, Akira woke up into a refreshing morning. As he was surprised by what happened, he was deeply moved when he found himself still alive. "I'm still alive, huh?" When he checked his arm that was feeling weird, he found something on the place where he got shot yesterday. After looking closer, it was as if something was lodged in between his skin and the healing tape. So he cautiously peeled off the tape and found a malformed bullet. It seemed like the bullet was stuck in his body, and his body had pushed the bullet out. Is this the bullet from yesterday? So it was stuck inside my body, huh? That seems to be the case. It looks like the nanomachine tried to get the bullet out from your body, but then it was obstructed by the tape. It might be a good idea to take the tape off. Akira was a bit surprised to find Alpha right beside him, but he was not as surprised as he was yesterday. This just means that Akira started to get used to having Alpha beside him. After he forcefully pulled out the bullet that was planted on his skin, he put the tape back on the wound but did not feel pain any longer. Alpha smiled again. "Akira. Good morning. You've had a rough day yesterday, but did you sleep well?" Yeah. I really had a good night's sleep. I even overslept for a bit. The sun was already up, so it was way over Akira's usual waking time. His stomach grumbled. He had not eaten anything since the night before, and at this rate he would miss his morning meals too. Oh crap. The food distribution hasn't ended, right? Akira hurriedly went to the food distribution place and he barely made it in time. Originally, he was planning to go to the Kuzuhara City ruins, but he cancelled it due to Alpha's instruction. In the end, he decided to take rest for a whole day to fully recover his condition. It was actually weird that he only needed a day's rest after getting shot at. Akira himself understood that it was indeed weird. But the pain had already gone and the numbness had, for the most part, disappeared. Akira finally realized that it was all thanks to the medicines from the old world. He was feeling odd as he was taking a rest in the alley. The medicines and the tape are both made by the old world civilization. So they are relics from the old world, they should fetch quite a lot of money if I sell them. As I thought, it was such a waste to use them. But then, I would have died otherwise. There are many objects created by the advanced technologies of the old world that can't be reproduced by the current technologies. And that is not only limited to medicines. As an example, once, a certain small knife relic was found in the ruin. It could easily cut anything by only applying a very small amount of force. Forget fish or meat, it could even cut steel and concrete. While at the same time, it couldn't cut human flesh no matter how hard you tried. At a glance, these two functions seems to contradict each other. Moreover, it wouldn't get dull even after you use it to split steel into two, it wouldn't rust even if you get it wet, and it wouldn't corrode even when you dip it in aqua regalia. When the researchers from the companies turned off the safety check of the knife, it cut a tank, that was totally unreachable to it, into two before disintegrating it into nothingness. More than half of the current mathematical knowledge were developed by decoding the mathematical knowledge of the old world. But even for the researchers who had spent their whole life studying, there were still so many relics that they were using without adequate knowledge of its operation. That's exactly why people will pay a lot of money for these relics. Also, the real pleasure of being a hunter is using these relics yourself rather than selling them. His survival was all thanks to that highly effective medicine relics of the old world. Thus even for Akira, who was not really knowledgeable, knew well that the medicines could get him a lot of money if he sold it. But, he hadn't realized yet that something much more amazing than the medicines, was right beside him. Silaven, nothing can replace a waifu, Akira. Nothing. Rebuild World. Chapter 6. The Ghost of the Old World. Once again, Akira came back to the Kuzuhara City ruins. He faithfully followed Alpha's every instruction as he moved deeper into the ruins. This time, they tried to not take the same route as yesterday. Even though he got shot not too long ago, he had to do a lot of physical work like climbing the ruins just like last time. But strangely enough, he did not find any difficulties at all. Alpha gave Akira a smile as she was satisfied with how Akira was behaving and moving around. Look at you, it seems that your body is already fine. Yeah, I don't really understand why, but I'm really in a good condition today. Although I only rested for a day, I'm somehow feeling better than before I was shot. To be honest, this is rather scary. Strangely enough, Akira's condition was abnormally superb. There was not even a single trace of tiredness on his face, and his mind was sharper than usual. He could feel the power that was flowing inside his body right till his fingertips. Akira came to realize his own physical condition and found it unnatural, even a bit creepy. Alpha spoke to him as if there was nothing weird about this. That may be the effect of the medicine that you took yesterday. Medicine? I'm indeed surprised that my wound healed that fast, but does it have anything to do with me feeling better than before I got shot? I told you to take quite a lot of medicine just to be safe. It seems that it didn't just heal your bullet wound, but it even healed your other wounds too. But I shouldn't have any other wounds, except the bullet wound though. In contrast to Akira, who was getting more and more confused, Alpha's smiling face did not change at all. Since we were free yesterday, I had asked you a lot of things about your daily life, remember? This is just a hypothesis made based on that information. I think the hard life that you've been through till now has put your body under huge stress. So, your body was under a condition where it had non-lethal wounds. Well, I agree that my life in the back alley is indeed a harsh one, but aren't you exaggerating? After all, I could move around just fine, you know. The living condition that you think as normal is actually very bad. For example, if you keep living under such malnutrition condition for a long time, then it will greatly deteriorate your body. After all, it's as if you're accumulating countless non-lethal micro wounds on the cellular level. The extra medicines that I told you to take yesterday as a caution, has healed those micro wounds that were accumulated in your body. I bet that's why you're feeling strangely healthier than before. So in short, does that mean that I was actually dying till now? As Akira showed a mix of conflicted and surprised expression to Alpha, she just returned Akira's look with a smile. Well, that is true. Aren't you glad that you're saved now? Akira's face frowned a bit. He realized just how harsh his life had been in Back Alley. But concluding all the hardships that he went through with just I'm glad did not sit well with him. Even though they kept moving deeper into the ruins, they did not run into any monster. Alpha's instructions were normal and Akira did not even feel like he was traversing a place filled with monsters. Following Alpha's orders made him feel safe and helped him to be more relaxed. As such, although he was walking in the middle of a dangerous ruin, he was able to put his mind on something else other than being wary of his surroundings. He was rather disturbed by the amount of leeway that he had, so he started a conversation, although they were in the middle of ruin exploration. Alpha, can I ask you something? Sure, just ask away. Why are you using that appearance? Alpha was using a pure white dress with a lot of frills with both sleeves and its lower body filled with a lot of shiny ornaments. Oh my, doesn't it look good on me? Or do you want me to change to something else? Is this dress not to your taste? Then Alpha playfully spun around while giving a beautiful teasing smile. Her dress fluttered around and her long glossy hair made a full circle. Then in place of her bare back, a boldly exposed chest appeared in front of Akira. Akira was asking about Alpha's dress that did not fit the current condition no matter how you see it. But he was faced by what Alpha did now and forgot about the question that he asked. Instead, he just normally answered Alpha. Well, I do think it looks good on you. But still, if you want to talk about my taste, I actually like the dress that you were wearing when we first met. First of all, it was a unique dress from the old world that you can't get to see every day, not to mention that their meeting left a strong impression on Akira. Thus, he came to like that dress. Alpha just giggled merrily as she knew well about that. The dress that I wore when we met for the first time, huh? So, in short, the birthday suit. Right at the next moment, Alpha's dress vanished. Then once again Akira got to see the beautiful body that was hidden under the glittering dress just a few moments ago. Akira was flustered and said, "That's not what I meant. I meant the dress after that. Don't ever erase your dress like that. Turn it back on now. Why do you always show me your naked body like that?" Exclamation mark. Alpha returned her dress and giggled a bit. To think that you're not interested in this body, which was the result of a highly complex calculation in order to make men's imagination run wild. Akira, you're really a small kid. Are you in that age where you prefer to eat food than a girl? Akira became obstinate and said in a strong tone. Yeah, I am. There's no doubt that I'm just a small kid. If I don't make enough money to buy food, then I'll die. So yeah, I prefer food than a girl. So then, what is with that dress? Exclamation mark. There was a proper reason as to why Alpha was naked when she first met him. As such, he thought that there might also be a proper reason as to why Alpha was using an improper dress in the middle of the ruin. But it was not like he was desperate to know the answer. So if Alpha wouldn't go along with him, then he'll just drop the subject. But then Alpha suddenly stopped teasing Akira. Although she was still smiling, she started to talk in a more serious manner. Did you still remember what I told you at that time? Didn't I say that I needed a dress that would increase the chance of people noticing me and could elicit a reaction from them? Even now, I'm actively sending signals to your brain so that you can perceive me. But there's something that interests me in that signal transferring process, you see. Is there any problem there? Actually, the management system of the Kusajuhara city is still active and I'm hijacking that system to broadcast my image within a wide area. That's why my image can also be seen through the equipment used by the management system of Kusajuhara city. That's also the reason as to why the mechanical monsters could see me the other day. So because of that, people with similar equipment will also be able to see me. Akira's face stiffened as he understood what Alpha was trying to say. So, in short, there's someone who can see you right now, is it? Or that someone with such equipment is around here, right? Alpha's smile vanished as Akira said that. Yeah. Don't look back no matter what. That person is tailing you. He's keeping his distance from you and he's observing you, even right now at this very moment. Akira's face turned grim. Alpha's explanation was simple enough to make him understand the dire situation that he was in. A bit further away from Akira, there were two hunters watching Akira's every movement. A man by the name Kaihimu was watching Akira with his binoculars, while another man by the name Heiya was watching Akira through his artificial eyes that were stuck on his half-cyborg head. With such long-range sight, both of them were tailing Akira from a distance. They were very confident that an amateur like Akira wouldn't be able to notice them. By looking at the equipment that they were using and how they seemed so familiar in using them, it was clear that both of them were not new hunters who would only scourge the outskirts of the Kusajuhara city ruin. Kaihimu had a rather puzzled look on his face as he was looking at Akira through his binoculars. That boy, he's going quite deep into the ruin. Venturing deep with that amount of equipment is the same as suicide. What in the world is that boy thinking? Heiya just shrugged Kaihimu's question with a laugh. He's not even thinking, he's just a stupid boy. Isn't that exactly why he isn't limited by common sense and found those relics? The outskirt area of this place has nothing valuable left, that is the common sense of normal hunters. I say that it's faster if we just attack him and make him cough out information about the place where he found those relics. Kaihimu answered back with an annoyed tone. Oya. Weren't you the one who stopped me from doing that? You stopped me by saying that it would be bad if we kill him by accident before he can't tell us anything. Heiya just laughed at that rather tense exchange and tried to cool down the situation. Don't say that. I never thought a small boy like him would be able to go that deep into the ruin, you see. Even you two thought that boy found those relics inside a building somewhere in the outskirts, right? Well, that's true. No one in their right mind would ever think that a boy from the slums would be able to go this deep all by himself, you know. This place itself is quite dangerous, and if we go deeper than this, it would be dangerous even for us. You can say that again, so don't be angry. It was not like both of them were following Akira because they were interested in making friends with him. Instead it was because they heard that a boy with measly equipment from the slum came to the exchange center with an expensive relic. They were interested to find the place from where Akira found his relics. It was common knowledge among the hunters that the outskirts of Kusajuhara city ruin had nothing valuable left. But it was also not like the outskirts were completely devoid of anything valuable. There was still a good chance that you could find a lot of relics buried deep under the ruins. There were numerous reports in the past where people found the entrance to certain places that should have been impossibly hard to find. As an example, recently there were reports saying something like a blocked access into a warehouse was somehow opened by chance from the monster's attack. But of course, it was not worth the risk to intentionally look for such a thing. Thus such encounters were really rare. But when it did happen, a lot of hunters would once again flood the abandoned ruin. If the first one who found the site could not bring all the relics in one go, then of course the leftover relics would be up for competition. So for that goal, there are people who keep their ears up for such a rumor to appear. Kaihimu and Heiya were among those people. There was a rumor going around saying that a small kid from the slums brought an expensive relic to the exchange center and got himself involved in a shootout against other kids for the money that he received. Kaihamu heard about this rumor, checked it and confirmed it. This also led them to believe that there existed a place which was accessible to a small kid from the slum and was filled with expensive relics. They believed that this place was located in the outskirts of Kusajuhara city ruin. After all, there was no other place around the Kuganyama city other than that site where a small kid could explore safely. They thought that if there were a lot of such relics lying around in the place found out by the kid, then that kid would definitely return to that place to explore again. So, they decided to stand by near the ruins looking for a kid, who met the description in the rumor, in order to get details about the place from him. And so they finally found Akira. Kaihamu was actually planning to capture Akira and make him cough the location of the place. But Heiya stopped him by saying that it would be bad if it turned into a fight and they accidentally killed him. Thus they changed their plan to follow Akira, who would hopefully bring them to the relic's location. But now they started to doubt their plan. Heiya, as I thought, we should just force him to cough up the location. After all, he's just a small boy with poor equipment. We should just be careful not to kill him by accident. You also want to do this the fast way, don't you? Heiya did not reply at all. So Kaihamu became visibly annoyed. Hey, what's wrong? Heiya finally opened his mouth and muttered. The boy. He should be alone, right? Yeah, he should be alone. It doesn't seem like he has a friend hiding around here. Kaihamu was puzzled. He picked up his beloved binocular and looked at Akira one more time. The binocular he was using was a pretty powerful binocular. It can see well from a very long range. It also had the night vision function so he could see clearly during the night as if it was during the day. Moreover, it can detect invisible light or see through simple optical camouflage. Then to top it off, it has the function to highlight monsters and people. Other than this high-tech binocular, there were a lot of other equipment that uses network access, thus allowing them to retrieve the augmented reality information broadcasted from the ruins. But that function wasn't available for this binocular. After all, there was a time when the mechanical monsters used that function for their advantage instead. At that time, they could not see enemies that were visible with naked eyes and almost got killed. Because of that experience, they set the binocular only for local function. He's all alone. I don't see any monsters, it's only him. Heiya's face twisted a bit and replied back in a fashion as if it was something that was hard to say. Well, let me say this first. I'm not under the influence of any drug, I'm not drunk, and I'm not trying to tease you or something. Okay, then what? You're being weird, you know? I can see a girl beside that boy. A girl? Kaihamu decided to recheck and looked back at Akira once again while making a puzzled face. Nope, nothing. It's only him alone. I don't see any girl, you know. I get it, you can't see her, right? But I can see her clearly. A beautiful girl is guiding that boy. If that is so, then tell me how she looks like, down to all the details. She's wearing a white frilly dress that looks super expensive. A frilly dress? Have you gone nuts? Where do you think we are? We are in the middle of the goddamn ruins, you know. It's true. I'm not lying. And I'm not drunk either. It's definitely not an illusion. I know better not to drink any alcohol or take any drugs before going to the ruins, you know. Looking at how he reacted, Kaihamu knew that Heiya was not lying. But it was also true that he could not see the girl. He made a puzzled look as he was confused by what was going on, but then he realized something. Heiya. Both of your eyes parts are connected to the network, right? Yeah, it's equipped with high quality parts and of course I paid a huge sum of money for that. Although it has a network connection function that I'm so proud of, it can easily break in the middle of the ruin. It's a high-tech eye with a lot of functions, but its only downside is that it sometimes receives broadcasted transmission all on its own. That's because you got those parts through illegal means. After all, I bet you got those parts from looting dead corpses in the ruins. I'm sure the reason why those people died was also because of a sudden malfunction in their vision. Shut up. Remodeling it is cheaper, so it's fine, isn't it? It helps a lot when you explore the ruins. But since its control device blew off together with its previous owner's head, it's not easy to change from one function to another. On the other hand, making a new control device will take quite a lot of money, so I'm putting that for later. But why did you ask me that out of the blue? Kaihimo's expression turned serious. I think that girl might be some kind of guide-like feature of the ruin broadcasted by the network. Since you can see her while I can't, then it means that she's not a hologram, but rather, an augmented reality. There might still be an actively functioning system in the ruin that is broadcasting her image. That's why your eye parts are receiving that strange information. So in short, she's a ghost from the old world. Heiji was rather surprised as he looked back at Alpha to confirm what he was seeing. That girl looks very real, you know? That girl is even casting a shadow. There's nothing out of ordinary about her except for her dress. Broadcasted images tend to have some differences compared to reality, like having no shadow, or having strange proportions, or having the ability to pass through walls. Basically, they always have weird features. But that girl, except for her dress, she looks completely normal. Well, that dress itself is really weird though. If it was not for Kaihimo's serious expression, Heiji would have written that off as a joke. That is just how realistic Alpha's body was. Still with his serious expression, Kaihimo said, "If that girl really is a guide-like feature of the ruins, then it means that her image is being broadcasted with the technology of the old world. I wonder what kind of advanced technology they're using to be able to broadcast such a realistic image." I see. So that's the ghost of the old world, huh? This is the first time I have seen it, it's really something. Heiji kept looking at Alpha with curiosity. Since his partner not only believed in the girl that only he himself could see, his partner even came up with a reasonable explanation for that. Thus he couldn't stop himself from getting more interested in her. As if to go along with their conversation or as if he had just remembered something, Kaihimo opened his mouth again. Now that I remember it, there's a ghost story in Kuzuhara City Ruin. If I'm not mistaken. The Beguiling Ghost. I've heard about that too. It's about a ghost that uses relic as bait and lures hunters to go deeper into the ruins before killing them, right? I heard that there were many hunters who followed her into the deeper part of the ruins and never came back. And then the ghost would lure hunters that are still alive by using their dead comrades. Recently I heard that, rather than using human appearance, it even disguises itself as a cat or a dog. After Kaihimo gave a slight nod agreeing to what Heiji had said, he continued livening up the story with his tone and expression. Getting killed in the ruins while looking for relics, that way of dying is really normal for us hunters. The real question is why there's such a ghost story when it says that no one returned alive? Now that you mention it, I wonder why? The answer is because there are people who didn't follow it. The ghost only lures those who can see it and doesn't lure people who can't see it. It's not like everyone can see it, you know. So it must be a story shared by the people who can see it to people who can't see it. And since each person told a different story, there's no way to actually confirm it. That's why it has become a ghost story. Heiji shivered a bit. He realized that following Akira meant that they were also following the ghost. Wait for a second. Then that means that we'll be dead if we keep following that girl, right? To Heiji's question, Kaihimo just laughed. You can also think of it this way. Why do you think that boy was able to find an expensive relic? That's because that boy can see that girl just like you. Then if that girl is a part of the guide function of the old world that is somehow still functioning right now, then she is guiding people who can still see her. That boy must have asked that girl for a place where he can find relics, and so that girl must have guided that boy to such a place while avoiding any monster encounters. So what do you think? That's a good hypothesis, isn't it? I see. Wait a second, if just following her is enough to get relics, then why was that ghost story even created? Following her guide would only lower the chance of meeting the monsters, it's still possible to encounter them. Moreover, the hunters who knew about her guide function might have spread that rumor to keep her for themselves. By repeatedly coming here and following her guide, They would quickly deplete the relics in the outskirts, so they had to go to the more dangerous deeper part of the ruins. And while venturing deep in the ruins, one day they unfortunately encountered strong monsters and got themselves killed. That's why only the "if you go with her, then you will get killed" part was left in the rumor. Basically, it's a ghost story that has been built over a long time. As Heiyu was convinced by Kaihime's explanation, he let out a laugh. "So that's why, huh? Then that means that it's not a problem if we follow her, right?" Not to mention that boy was able to return alive. "We won't get killed as long as we move carefully. There's no guarantee whether that assumption is true. But if it is true, then it will greatly increase our chances of finding relics. But well, the rumor says that it might get us killed, so it's still a dangerous thing." Kaihime was trying to calm Heiyu down. But Heiyu was not able to suppress his excitement. He had found something that could easily find him a safe way to explore the ruins and find expensive relics. There is no hunter who does not know just how valuable that is. "It's fine, isn't it? You worry too much. I won't simply let this chance slip by. Calm down, let's keep watching him for a bit more." Kaihime looked at Heiyu with a calm look and thought. People must have killed their own teammates in order to monopolize it. And the one who survived would tell other people that his friends were killed by the ghost of the old world. Of course, the one who could see that ghost was the one who killed them. There's a good chance that this guy will also do the same. But well, this guy is just too stupid. It will be fine if I can come up with a reason for him to go ahead of me. As he looked back at Akira, Kaihime was being too careful so that Heiyu would not notice his plan. Akira asked Alpha with a grim expression. "Do you know what kind of people are following me?" "Two guys. Judging by their equipment, they must be hunters. They're pretty well armed. Is there any chance for it to be just a coincidence? I mean, maybe it's not like they are really tailing me, but more like they saw a small boy going into the ruins alone and decided to follow him out of curiosity. Or maybe it's just that they are going in the same direction as me by pure coincidence. No, that's highly unlikely. I've been observing them for a while now hoping for such a possibility, but it seems that there's no mistaking it that they're tailing us. They kept their distance from us when we stopped to watch our surroundings earlier. So it's obvious that they're tailing us." As Akira kept his grim expression, he showed a glimmer of hope as he asked. "But why are they following me? Even if they attack me, I don't have any money with me, you know. They should be able to clearly see that, right?" That question was phrased as if Akira was hoping that Alpha's assumption was wrong. She had already thought about his reaction when she revealed the truth out on Akira's face. "My guess is that they want to know how a kid like you were able to bring an excessive number of relics to the exchange center. The real reason why they're tailing you is because they hope that you will lead them to a place filled with relics. And while they are at it, they might as well just kill you and take the relics for themselves. I think that they had someone standing near the exchange center in order to look for hunters who seem to be easy targets, easy enough to kill while also bringing expensive relics to the exchange center. Or they may as well buy that information from someone inside the exchange center. They have a lot of reasons to see you as an enemy. Actually, they have more reasons to be your enemy than your friend. So Akira, if you don't treat them as your enemy, you might get yourself killed, you know?" Akira finally gave up his naive thinking and took a deep breath. He felt even more uneasy after hearing Alpha's explanation. Damn it. It's the hunters this time, huh? 2 days ago, he had a shootout with little kids of the slum who had guns with them. But even so, he almost got himself killed and barely escaped alive. Now this time, he was going to fight with fully equipped hunters. Akira got a headache from this sudden jump of difficulty level. "Akira, just get into that building for now. Just do it as naturally as possible and try to be careful so that you won't be spotted by them." I understand. Akira moved carefully just like he was ordered to. But he was still feeling rather annoyed as he was dragging his heavy feet into the building. Then after he arrived in a room that Alpha guided him to, he rested his back against the wall and sat down. "There's no monster in this building, so you can be at ease. Yeah. Akira's reply was gloomy. He was thinking about how he should fight the hunters who were tailing him, but he could not come up with any good ideas. He had thought up some scenarios, but all of them ended up with him getting killed. Akira. Akira lifted up his face in reaction to that rather strong-toned call. He suddenly saw Alpha's face really close, right in front of him. He let out a small shriek as he jumped back in surprise and hit his head against the wall. That pain and surprise woke him up from all the bad scenarios that were running inside his head. When the pain and the surprise had subsided, Akira returned to his senses and calmed down. With his unfocused gaze, he looked at Alpha. Seeing that he has calmed down, Alpha gave off a strong but gentle smile. Get a hold of yourself. The situation is not as bad as you think it is. I will never let you get killed while I'm providing support. Akira was surprised after hearing that, but it made him more hopeful. Can we run away from them? But Alpha's answer to that question was totally unexpected for Akira. We won't run. We'll fight back. We'll get them instead. Akira's hopeful expression was instantly crushed as he was surprised by that answer. Can we really do that? It's 2 against 1, you know? Not to mention that they are hunters with full equipment. This is not the same as when we were fighting against those kids with guns. Alpha answered back with a confident tone. These two cases are not that different. You have me with you, you know? By having me alone, your total battle power is way above them. Moreover, you were able to defeat that huge weapon dog monster only with your handgun, remember? Everything will be fine as long as you follow my instructions. So don't worry. It will be okay. She gave off a smile saying this. While it is true that she was trying to clear up Akira's worries, it felt as if they had a lot of leeway here. Is that so? Looking at how Alpha was behaving just like usual, Akira was somehow convinced. But it was not like this was enough to fully erase the doubt that he had when facing overwhelming enemies. It could be seen that Akira half doubted her and half believed her. But, there are a lot of differences between monster and human. If you're that confident, then we should be able to run away from them, right? I really feel that it might be a good idea to run away instead. Alpha gave a strict look to Akira, who was being meek. That's a big no-no. They'll be able to shoot you with their weapons while you won't be able to shoot back at them, and it'll be worse if we go to open land. Moreover, until when you want to keep running away? Even if you run away from them today, then how about tomorrow? How about the day after tomorrow? And even if you are able to run back to the city, do you think that they'll suddenly turn nice and stop attacking you? When that happens, are you planning to run away again? Can you really run away from them? Are you planning to keep running away until you get killed? Alpha locked her stare at Akira. Akira stared back at Alpha without turning his eyes away. They kept staring at each other for a few seconds without saying anything. Finally, Akira relaxed his expression as if he had just realized something. It was clear that he had made up his determination right there. I'll only get myself killed even if I run away from here, huh? Alright, I understand now, let's fight them. Akira resolved himself and stood up. There was no trace of doubt that he had just a moment ago. Then Alpha smiled gently at him as if to give him more courage and said, Akira, resolve yourself. If you can't get over something like this, you won't be able to realize your dream, which is to be a great hunter, you know. Akira smiled bitterly, but there was a trace of expectation and joy on his face. You're right. Also, we had agreed that will, motivation and resolve are all my responsibility. Last time when Akira was about to get himself killed for going against Alpha's instruction, he did say that will, motivation and resolve were all his responsibility. He now realized that he had to show that those words were not lies. If he couldn't do that, then someone without money nor skill like him would have nothing of worth to show to Alpha. Else, all his words about piling trust and achievement would also become meaningless. That thought alone strengthened Akira's resolve. Show his willpower, muster his ambition, strengthen his resolve. Akira kept saying these things again and again to make himself feel stronger. Alpha just smiled confidently and said, and things other than those three are my responsibility. It seems that the time has come to show you my wonderful support capabilities. So just leave this to me. Yeah, I'll be counting on you. Alpha seemed satisfied with Akira's reaction as she gave off a smile. After all, they would not even have the leeway to smile until this situation was resolved. That aside, I never thought that this kind of thing would happen so fast. It seems that you really used your lifetime worth of luck when you met me. I think so too. Akira returned Alpha's smile, and then Alpha said in a reassuring tone while still showing a fearless smile. Don't worry. Since I've taken all your luck, I'll have to take good care of you. Well, thanks, that would really help. Akira gave Alpha a light answer while laughing for a bit. Yep, I'm really helpful. Alpha answered back while laughing merrily. Alpha's smile that was produced from high-tech computation was enough to calm and encourage Akira, thus allowing him to regain his fighting spirit. Everything went well according to Alpha's plan. Rebuild World. Chapter 7. The Beguiling Ghost. Kaihimo felt strange when he saw Akira walking into a building. It was a feeling that he got when he knew something fishy was going on. And since he knew that someone invisible to his eyes was accompanying Akira, it only made him more cautious. The boy started moving again. Hey, how about the girl? Doesn't look like she's guiding him there? Yeah. The girl is pointing at the building and leading the boy into it. She entered the building together with the boy. The relics might be inside that building, so what to do now? Should we go into? No, let's wait outside for a while. Are you sure? We might lose sight of the boy, you know? We know that boy's face. Even if we lose him now, we still can find him if we look in the slum. So, there's no problem. That aside, we have to move carefully so that we are not spotted by them. And, if that boy comes out from the building just fine, then that means that the building is safe. Oi, you are really being too careful, you know. Since only Heiya could see Alpha, he was observing them closely. He really did not want to miss this chance, so he was urging Kaihimo to follow them. But as Kaihimo replied back with an unmotivated answer, he started showing his dissatisfaction. Then Kaihimo made an ultimatum. If you don't want to wait, fine, just go ahead by yourself. After all, you're the only one who can see the ghost, and if the ghost story is true, then you can go ahead and die too. Don't say that. Alright, I understand that I was being too hasty. Heiya was sweating a bit as he tried to dodge the suggestion with a laugh. Kaihimo and Heiya stayed there for some time, while observing the building. If it was only a quick search, then Akira should be coming out from the building any time now. But even after waiting for long enough, they still did not see Akira coming out from the building. Thus Kaihimo started getting annoyed. He's not coming out. Is that boy dead or something? Or is he so absorbed in searching for relics that he didn't notice the time? As for Heiya, who had been piling up dissatisfaction, was close to reaching his limit. Say, Kaihimo. Let's just stop playing low and search inside the building. If the boy is dead, then there's no meaning waiting for him here. We'll only be wasting our time, you know? You're right. But there are dangerous monsters around this area, so just because we might find expensive relics, we should not lower our guard, okay? I know. Seeing Heiya acting all excited, Kaihimo made a stern face. Despite all the warnings that he had given, Heiya was still not being careful. Kaihimo stopped in front of the entrance of the abandoned building. Heiya, I'll be staying here so you won't mistake me for the boy. You go ahead and search the building. If you find the boy or the girl, or if anything happens, contact me immediately. Also, come back here after 1 hour, no matter what, okay? Okay. What should I do if I find the boy? Should I just drag him here? You can do that if the situation allows it. If he fights back or if you are suspicious of him, then just kill him. If you find something wrong with him, then just kill him. Don't let him fool you and take advantage from it, kill him when you have the chance. Heiya looked surprised at all the kill him orders from Kaihimo. Kill him, you say? You sure we don't need to interrogate him? We can't be sure whether he would give in without a fight. so we can interrogate him only after shooting his leg or arm at least. And be careful not to get lured by the girl, they might have prepared a surprise attack for you. Why are you being so careful with him? He's just a small kid, you know? Heiya felt rather weird seeing Kahima being really careful with the boy, so he tried to relieve the tension with a laugh. But his laughter died down as Kahima kept staring at him with a serious face. We talked about the beguiling ghost just a moment ago, right? There's a chance that the boy is being tricked and lured here just to get killed by that girl, just like in that ghost story. I'm being careful because I'm worried about you, you know? But it's not like I'm going to force you, so you can do as you like. Wait for a second, if that's true, then are you really going to let me go in alone? You're the only one who can see the girl. So no one but you can do this. Go now. If you think you're in danger, then get back here as soon as possible. I'll wait for you here. She might actually have lured us here, so I have to secure the entrance or it will be bad, you understand now? Why yeah, I understand. Heiya nervously went into the building. Kahima looked at him and thought, I'm sorry, but I'm still suspicious that it's all part of that boy's trap, and not to mention that you might betray me if you were able to find a lot of relics there. Moreover, there were a lot of dead victims in the past, that's why it is a ghost story. So it must be pretty dangerous inside. Just give your best there. As for me, I'll start with watching the current situation before going in. But well, I hope it's just a needless fear though. Kahima made a snicker as he sent Heiya off. Akira was waiting inside getting ready to welcome Kahima and Heiya. He was making a serious face, but nervousness could be clearly seen on it. He was trying to calm himself by taking deep breaths. Alpha had already told him the plan. She assured him with a confident smile that he only needed to follow her plan to be able to win. Akira believed that too, and it was not just her blind faith. After all, in the past, there was a time when he was able to defeat weapon dogs with just his handgun by following Alpha's instruction. Now he was trying to follow his own words about believing in Alpha and building trust between them. Akira. They've entered the building. One of them is on standby near the entrance and the other one is searching the building. They don't seem like they're planning to interrogate you for the relics place, they're planning to kill you. That's why we're also not going to hold ourselves back. Okay. Although he was interested in how Alpha got that information, he quickly dismissed it as a needless thought. If he thought of something needless, then he would make wrong move and it would prevent him from following Alpha's instructions accurately, which in turn would increase the chance of getting himself killed. That is why he would execute Alpha's instruction and plan as fast and as accurately as possible. That was the only thing he should be thinking. And so he made his resolve and refocused himself. In order to encourage Akira even more, Alpha made an invincible smile. We'll start now, are you ready? Yeah. Akira gave a firm nod. There was not even a trace of doubt or fear on his face. All of his fear and doubt were shoved aside by his resolve. Alpha gave a satisfied smile looking at that, then in the next moment, she vanished from Akira's view, just like they had planned. After that, Akira took a deep breath, his face turned serious, and he started running towards the location Alpha mentioned. As Heiya was carefully searching the building, his expression suddenly changed. He saw the white-dressed girl in the hallway, that was Alpha. He saw that girl slowly vanish deep inside the hallways and he did not think twice when he started running towards her direction. But he somehow remembered Kahima's warnings and was able to stop himself and immediately contacted Kahimo. Kahimo, I saw that girl just now. Is she with the boy? No, she is alone. She was deep in the hallway, I'm going to pursue her. The boy might be around, be careful. Yeah, I will. Heiya started pursuing Alpha, but because he was moving slowly while being careful of Akira, he could not catch up with her, but at least, he didn't leave Alpha out of his sight. He moved slowly, confirmed the safety of his surroundings, and then moved again. While he kept doing so, his expression started to loosen up. And together with that, his vigilance also loosened up. Every time he looked at Alpha, he spent more and more time admiring her beautiful figure. As such, He spent less time watching his surroundings. He could see Alpha's fair skin from the big opening on that gorgeous white dress backside. Her silky hair was long enough to almost touch the ground. Every time she took a turn, Heya caught a glance at her well-endowed chest and beautiful face. The combination of her unique beauty and gorgeous dress eluded Heia's heart in no time. He really wanted to see her face closer and feel her soft skin. Alpha's alluring back was right in front of him. He could not stop his desire. He lowered his guard and his steps quickened. As his face twisted into a face of a pervert, he already threw the word cautious out of the window. After following her for some time, Heya was finally able to catch up with Alpha. He grinned at Alpha, who was just standing at the end of the hallway. He saw Alpha opening her mouth as if she was saying something to him. Heya tried to listen to what Alpha was saying, but he could not hear anything. He was a bit puzzled by that, but Alpha just kept moving her lips while smiling. Alpha suddenly looked to her side as if she just noticed something. Heya was baited to follow suit, but he saw nothing out of the ordinary through the glassless window. When his expression got even more puzzled, suddenly sound from gunshots reverberated from his back. He heard 3 gunshots. The first bullet passed through his armpit. The second bullet hit the floor where he was standing, while the third bullet brushed and tore off some flesh from his right ear. The one who shot him was Akira. Akira shot him from the hallway at the opposite direction of where he was facing after he was baited by Alpha. Heya was stunned for a few seconds after what just happened, but then regained his focus because of the pain coming from his ear and started shooting back. The sound of gunshot continued to echo as he kept shooting. Countless bullets landed on the floor, ceiling and wall. But Akira had hidden himself from him when he was stunned. So his counterattack was just him wasting his bullets. Kaihimo's voice burst out from the communication device. "Heya! What happened?" Heya was breathing hard as he shouted. It's that boy. That boy just shot at me. That damn boy. He almost got me. He almost got you? Did you get shot from a close distance although you were being careful? Tell me everything. And keep watching your surroundings. Heya tried to calm himself and began explaining what had happened. Hearing his explanation, Kaihimo got annoyed and started scolding him. Are you saying that you almost got killed because you were chasing that girl? Are you stupid or something? Didn't I repeatedly remind you to be wary of her? Well, it can't be helped, that girl was really beautiful, you know. So you're saying that she's so beautiful that it's worth dying for, huh? No wonder why it turned into a ghost story. Heia's excuse that was made in a hurry was not enough to bring Kaihimo's mood back. Kaihimo also knew well that it was not the right time to start talking about insignificant stuff like that, so he just cut it short and changed the subject. So, is that girl still there now? Yeah, she's just standing here. She seems to be saying something but I can't hear her. Well, that is expected. The only information that your eyes can retrieve from the network are just images. It can retrieve any audio. Just to be safe, check if you can touch her or not. Who knows, maybe it actually is a physical entity that I just can't see. After all, I normally can't see an active autonomous doll with optical camouflage ability, but your eyes should be able to see them. So try touching her. Heya extended his hand towards Alpha's chest. But his hand could not touch that well-endowed chest. Instead, his hand went through Alpha's chest and went inside Alpha's image. Heya was visibly disappointed. I can't touch her. It's just an image. To think that I can't feel this amazing chest right in front of me, this is a type of torture on its own. Wait for a second, but this is an image of such a beautiful girl. This image alone might fetch me a lot of money. Since I can see her, I'll bypass the output from this image and… This is not the time for that. You better get a hold of yourself. Kaihimo scolded and shut Heya down. Next, try telling her to raise her right hand. Heya told Alpha to raise her hand. Alpha stopped moving her mouth and raised her right hand. Ooh? She just raised her right hand like I told her to. Alright then. Tell her to point at the direction of people other than you. And next the direction of that boy near you. What the hell is that order? Just do it. Oh okay. Heya did as he was told, to which, Alpha pointed to the floor. Heya, how was it? Did the girl point at me? Wait for a second. According to my auto map, I'm here and you're there, so. Ooh. She's really pointing at you. This girl is really something. Heya was surprised and pretty much amazed. But then Kahima replied back with a shout. Damn it. What's wrong? It's a trap. That boy already knows our position. He might have asked that girl to point the other people around him and discovered us. That girl is just a bait. The boy must have told her to just wander around inside the building and lure you to a place that is easy for him to launch a surprise attack. Now that girl has lured you to such a place. Heya immediately shouted out angrily. That boy. How dare he look down on me? I left King kill him. That girl might be a guide or something from the ruin. Since it obeyed your order, so I'm sure it obeys just anyone's order. Ask that girl to guide you to where the boy is and kill him. Do you need my help too? It's okay. As long as he doesn't catch me off guard, I can finish a little boy like him all by myself. After all, it seems that he's just an amateur and he only has a handgun with him. Just be careful. If he was an expert, you would have gotten yourself killed in that surprise attack just now, you know? I know. You just look out for that boy and make sure that he doesn't run away. Heya then shouted at Alpha. Show me where the boy is. Heya once again walked behind Alpha. But this time, rather than feeling infatuated by that beautiful figure, he was filled with so much hunger that her seductive figure did not divert his attention at all. Akira, who was running hurriedly to the next planned location, was able to hear Alpha's voice. Unfortunately, that was a failure. Although it would have been great if you could have finished him there, he could not see Alpha, but he could hear her voice. It was the same when he launched that surprise attack on Heya. He listened closely for Alpha's signal for him to jump into the hallway and took shot at Heya. The dead corner where he hid himself, the timing for his surprise attack, the number of shots he took before withdrawing just as fast as he shot, all of these were done as instructed by Alpha. Akira tried his best to follow Alpha's every order as accurate as possible. But even so, he could not defeat the enemy. Akira's expression turned grim as he showed a bit of regret. That didn't work, huh? Maybe I should have taken a better aim. He muttered those words as he could not help but think that if only he took more risk and took a better aim, then his enemy would be dead. Akira did not doubt Alpha's instructions at all. After all, the fact is that he was able to take the shot from behind enemies' defenseless back. In short, it was a perfect surprise attack. But even so, it could not finish the job. If he thought about the reason for that, there would be none except for his bad aim, but then Alpha replied back with a rather harsh scolding. No, you should not. If you had taken more time and stopped even for a moment in order to take a better aim, the chance for you to be killed from the counter-attack would have soared up. What you did was already the best course of action. For preparing Akira's surprise attack on Heya, Alpha considered their respective equipment, skill and their habits. As such, if Akira took an action outside of what he was instructed, then the chance for success of his surprise attack would plummet. And so she gave a strong warning to Akira. I see. As I thought, I'm really weak. It was not enough despite the fact that he had done all he could. He was again reminded of how weak he really was, he was downtrodden. Knowing that, Alpha said to Akira with a strong but gentle voice. Everyone starts as a weak person. Akira, you've done all you could and that's all that matters. Since you just launched a surprise attack on someone far stronger than you and were able to retreat safely, I think that alone was pretty amazing. As for your current lack of skill, later you can train as hard as you can to improve. I'll keep training you even if you say that you already had enough of it, so there's no need to worry about that. Hearing Alpha saying something that was so obvious to him and how she behaved as if surviving this encounter was a certainty, Akira was able to pick himself up and let out a forced smile. You're right, I'll be counting on you. Just leave it to me. And also, from that surprise attack just now, I was able to confirm the enemy's equipment and his line of thinking. I've also completely analyzed his habits. You should be able to kill him next time. Really? You're really something, you know. I've told you before that I have a high level of competency in these areas, haven't I? Now, to get him next time, you'll need to get really close to him, so get yourself ready for that. I understand, don't worry, I'm ready for it. He knew well that all he should do was to give his best for the next move too. He blazed towards his next position. His resolve could be seen on his face. Heii's attention was not distracted by Alpha since he was very angry. He moved deeper into the building while being vigilant of Akira. But with time, his vigilance started to loosen up again. Since nothing out of ordinary happened, he began to calm down and relax. Moreover, as long as Alpha was guiding him, he had to look at Alpha's back. Hence, he was once again lured by that beautiful back. And even if he tried to look away, it only made him more and more bothered by that mesmerizing view. As a result, he stopped being vigilant of his surroundings. Moreover, since he consciously tried not to look at Alpha, he was being careless of what was in front of him. Even he himself started to think that this was getting pretty bad. His attention was divided between the distraction in front of him and watching his surroundings. He did not have the leeway of dividing his attention for something else other than those two things. This time, when he looked back at Alpha after scanning his surroundings, she was already standing near an intersection just ahead of him while pointing at a direction. That boy is over there, huh? Heii made a guess that Alpha was pointing at where Akira was hiding. He ran and stopped right before the intersection as he judged he was safe from that distance. With half of his chest peeking out from the intersection, he pulled the trigger on his finger and kept shooting at Akira's probable location. The sound of the gunshots echoed through the hallway. Most of the high-speed bullets landed on the floor, wall and ceiling. Countless shrapnel ricocheted through the hallway and hit all the blind side of the hallway. When Heii was about to change the cartridge of the gun, which was now empty, Alpha lowered her hand. Heii noticed that and interpreted it as a sign that his target has been eliminated. Alright, he's dead, huh? Thinking that he had won, Heii felt relieved and he stepped into the hallway without changing his gun's cartridge and tried to confirm that he had killed Akira. But he could only see a hallway that was destroyed by the flying bullets. His relieved expression suddenly turned grim. Oya, the boy isn't here, you know? Exclamation mark. Heii walked back to Alpha while he kept shouting at her. But Alpha just smiled and moved her lips. Heii could not hear her voice, so he angrily shouted at her again. The boy. Show me the damn boy. Again Alpha pointed to the direction behind Heii and he looked back without thinking twice, but no one was there. Suddenly, another gunshot echoed. Heii knew that he was hit from the pain coming from his abdomen. He was stunned from the shock. This gave an opening to the assailant, who then fired multiple bullets at him. Although he was wearing only a cheap armor, it was enough to prevent him from getting any fatal wounds as the bullets could not pierce through it. But it was enough to take him down. He fell down on the ground while screaming angrily. Heii tried to make sense of what had happened just now as he was lying down on the ground writhing in pain. I got shot? From where? I didn't see anyone though. There is only that girl. Wait, that girl shot me? Impossible. She is just an image. There's no way she was able to shoot me. Heii was confused by the impossible situation he was in. But his confusion was quickly cleared up as Akira stepped out from inside Alpha. He was right inside her so I couldn't see him, huh? Akira came closer to Heii with both his hands gripping on his gun. He lifted his gun and aimed for Heii's head. Heii gritted his teeth to withstand the incoming pain as he pointed his gun at Akira and pulled the trigger. But nothing happened. He then remembered that the cartridge in his gun was empty. In front of his imminent death, Heii racked all his brain power, that he normally did not use, in order to survive. Then, right before his death, when everything was moving slowly, he realized something. So it was all a trap right from the beginning, huh? Alpha made him look away when Akira launched his surprise attack in order to take his attention away from Akira. She stopped in a strange location and pointed her finger so that he would waste all his bullets. She stopped pointing her finger so that he would stop exchanging the cartridge. She looked and smiled at him in order to lower his guard. Once he realized that, everything about her, her dress, the hallway that she lured him into, her movement speed when she was guiding him, and all the other minor things, all of them were in order to kill him. He kept thinking of all these useless things in the short time that he was still alive. He just wasted his precious time and brain power for these meaningless things right before his death. And like that, Heya had spent all the time he had left. Heya muttered while making a crooked smile out of fear. The beguiling ghost. After that, Akira's bullet pierced through his head and ended his life. The last thing that he saw was Alpha's ruthless smile as she approached and hugged Akira. Kaihimo's voice burst out from Heii's communication device. Heya, what happened? Did you finish that boy? But then Alpha warned Akira. You shouldn't answer that. He would notice the situation if you do. Akira quickly stopped himself from making any sound and nodded. Let's quickly take off his equipment. With this, we'll have more weapons. Akira took Heii's equipment. Although it did not really fit him, at least he had better equipment now compared to before when he had his gun only. Then for the next step, throw his corpse out through that window. Akira was rather surprised to that unexpected order. But Alpha just smiled at him like usual. Kaihimo, who was on the first floor of the abandoned building, more or less understood what was going on and his face turned grim. There's no mistaking it, I heard gunshots. After that, he stopped responding. It means that he's at least in a condition where he can't answer me, or he might even be dead already. Did he do something stupid and was caught off guard again? No, judging from the sound, it was at least a shootout between them, huh? Kaihimo was at a loss as to whether he should go and check the situation or just keep standing there. If I go and check them, I might get lucky and get to monopolize the relics. I can also sell his equipment for money. But, there's a good chance that we were actually lured here. The problem is, how far are we going to get lured in? And what if the fabled relics actually don't exist? What if that boy is actually luring hunters that can see that girl in order to kill them and then take their equipment? What if this building is actually his hunting ground? If that's true, then it's dangerous to assume that boy as a novice. Wait, am I overthinking here? The fabled relics and his dead companion. Both of these factors made Kaihimo more suspicious. His mind was telling him to run away. He involuntarily shifted his gaze towards the exit of the building. But right at that moment, he saw Heii's body falling down. Heii's corpse was stripped off its equipment. It made a huge sound as it landed on the ground. Kaihimo was surprised and approached Heii's corpse. But he stopped right before he stepped outside the building. The boy took Heii's equipment. He is still alive and he deliberately threw his corpse outside. He knows my position. Kaihimo raised his head and looked up with a dreadful expression. He could see the boy who killed Heiya running towards him with his handgun aiming to shoot him. That damn boy. His opponent was just a small kid. The word patience and vigilance had gone from Kaihimo's head. He changed his mind and started moving in order to kill Akira. When he pulled out the information terminal and checked for Heii's location, he could see Heii's indicator was moving. It shows that Akira had Heii's information terminal. I knew it, he's upstairs. It would be great if he misunderstands that he is the only one who knows others' position. I can still outsmart him then. Kaihimo let out a small laugh and rushed inside the building. Akira received another instruction from Alpha for the next place for the surprise attack. Akira, take out the knife that you didn't sell back then. This one? The knife that he took out was a relic of the old world that he found during his first time in Kuzuhara City Ruin. Its blade looked dull and it looked as if it would not be able to cut anything. Yes, that one. There's something prodding out on the bottom of that knife, right? Take your gun and shoot right through it. Akira stuck the knife on the ground and got his gun ready. As he was getting his gun closer to the knife, he asked Alpha. Excuse me for asking this, it will break if I shoot it, right? Yes, it will break. It feels like it's such a waste. This is also a relic of the old world, right? I should be able to get quite a lot of money from selling this. Think of it as a necessary expense and get over it. Or instead, I have another way to get over this situation which is 3 times more dangerous, so which one you would choose? Seeing how Alpha was smiling full of confidence, Akira just shut his mouth and pulled the trigger. Kaihimo checked his terminal again for Heii's location. Heii's indicator was standing in the same place for 10 minutes. Akira might be waiting to jump on him there, or it could be some kind of a trap. Kaihimo thought of both possibilities as he kept moving deeper into the building carefully. Kaihimo found Heii's information terminal discarded in the middle of a hallway. He then took it while looking annoyed. Did he leave it here because he knew that I could track his position using this? If he did not realize that Kaihimo could track his position through that information terminal, then Kaihimo could still set up a surprise attack on him. But if Akira noticed that Heii was moving straight towards his position without taking any wrong turns, then he would have left the information terminal as a bait in order to prepare a surprise attack. If that was the case, Kaihimo was thinking of predicting Akira's surprise attack and taking him by surprise instead. It was rather unexpected for him to be able to think like that in this situation. Kaihimo's face turned grim. He knew that it would not be easy to hide oneself in this place and shoot at him. But even so, he could not clear his bad feeling. Instead, it was only getting worse. The enemy must have set up a surprise attack. His intuition was telling him that he was correct, and in fact, he was actually correct. On the next instance, Kaihimo's body was split into 2. His armor was completely useless. As the upper and the lower part of his body fell and rolled down onto the ground, he could see his blood and organs spilling out. Kaihimo was shocked by the pain. In the short moment of his last remaining life, he noticed that there was a big cut on the wall right beside him. He understood that something cut him in half through the wall. But before he could finish his thought as to what exactly cut him, he drew his last breath. On the other side of the cut wall, Akira was frozen still after he swung his knife sideways. Just like Alpha instructed, he swung the knife sideways right after he destroyed the bottom part of the knife with his gun. And when he did that, a blue light shot out and cut Kaihimo and the wall in front of him. The knife could not reach the wall from where Akira was, but even so, it left a 5 meters wide cut mark on the wall. He could barely see what was on the other side of the wall from the 1 centimeter thick opening on the wall. Smoke came out from the cut mark and there was a burning smell. After that, the knife vibrated and disintegrated into dust. Akira was shocked and stood still while holding what was left of the knife. While on his side, Alpha smiled and nodded. "All right, you've killed him. We're safe for now." Hey, right, I see. Alpha was behaving as if they'd just accomplished something small and minor. Akira's mind could not catch up with what was going as he was standing there perplexed. And then he looked back to the knife which caused that situation, only its handle was left. "Alpha, what exactly is this knife?" "Well, even if you ask me, all I know is that it's just a knife of the old world. It was meant to be used by common people and was sold freely. Did the commoners of the old world need a knife that could even cut open walls? It's not like its main use is to cut walls, you know. It's just that because they kept aiming for better sharpness and durability, they somehow ended up with something that could even cut the wall. If you had not destroyed the safety device, you wouldn't be able to do such a thing. You did destroy its main body, remember? With that, it could muster the maximum cutting power just this once. By doing so, it would be able to ignore its limit and use the maximum stored power, that should normally be used for maintaining its durability, to increase its cutting ability. If we had not done that, then it wouldn't be able to cut open the wall together with the person behind it. But, that in itself is already dangerous enough, isn't it? It's a safe tool as long as you use it properly. But since we used it for such a purpose, that's why it looks dangerous to you. But that is something to be expected, right? Well, you're right, I understand it now." Although he thought what Alpha said was indeed correct, He still could not help but think that the knife was a dangerous tool. And to think that something like that was distributed freely in the old world, it only made him to admire the old world even more. Alpha giggled as if she was teasing Akira. So now, are you satisfied with my support? Although we had to destroy a relic from the old world, we were able to defeat 2 hunters who are way out of your league. You may be feeling really thankful for having me, right? In contrast to Alpha, who said that as if she was joking, Akira nodded with a serious face. Yeah, it's thanks to you that I was able to survive this situation. Thank you. I'm sorry that I did not fully trust you up until now. Alpha returned back to normal and smiled gently. There's no need to worry about that. I'm happy that it was enough to make you trust me. So then, what do you want to do now? Should we return to look for relics like we originally planned? Or instead, should we just go back home? Akira, you're tired, right? It's not efficient to keep pushing forward when you're tired. There's no need to push yourself too hard. Akira made a difficult face. If I am to be honest, I'm really tired right now, so I want to go back home. But we still haven't gotten anything yet. If I want to get the rest of the money from the exchange center, I should bring something home. In that case, how about we only search around this place? If I help you, we should at least be able to find some relics that other hunters have missed. Akira then decided to follow Alpha's suggestion to look only around that place before going home. He was only able to find some handkerchiefs. But these handkerchiefs were in such a bad condition that normal hunters would have ignored them. Even for Akira, if it was not because Alpha told him that they were relics of the old world, he would have ignored them too. But even so, he decided to take them and concluded the search. And then he took as much stuff as he could from Kaihimo and Heiyu's corpses before returning back to the city. The building was left empty except for Kaihimo and Heiyu's corpse. Hunters fighting against each other and not going back home was a common happening in the eastern region. Rebuild World. Chapter 8. Trust. After arriving back to the city safely, Akira went straight to the exchange center and lined up in front of one of the counters. And just like the last time, the Nojima guy was the one standing behind the counter. Nojima remembered Akira vividly. But he did not immediately respond to Akira. Instead, he acted as if Akira was just another stranger to him. Give me your hunter ID if you have one. Wait, it's you, huh? Nojima was rather surprised at how much Akira had changed. The last time he met Akira, he thought that Akira was just another little brat from the slum. But Akira looked so much different now. He actually resembled a hunter with the equipment that he scavenged from Kaihimo and Heiya. But that was not all. The biggest difference was the faint aura that he was giving off. It was an aura of someone who had gone through the baptism of the wasteland. Just registering yourself as a hunter does not make you one. But the person standing in front of Nojima was indeed a hunter, despite being only a newbie. Looking at him, Nojima laughed a bit as he thought that Akira would not die anytime soon. Then he recomposed himself and started moving into his order of business. So, what do you have this time? That's weird. Was that one you brought before due to pure luck alone? Although it did not look expensive whatsoever, it was an item that he brought back after putting his own life on the line. Thus, Akira was a little bit annoyed when Nojima badmouthed the item that he brought. Well, I'm sorry that it looks awful. But even so, it is a relic of the old world that I brought back from the ruin. I should be able to get the rest of the money from the previous relic with this item. And also, what do you mean by pure luck? Akira made a twisted face, which, Nojima just laughed lightly. You'll know soon. Nojima took the same tray that Akira used before from the back shelf and used his other hand to operate the terminal. After that, banknotes came out from the machine beside it. Nojima took that money and put it inside an envelope before extending it to Akira while laughing. We finished checking the relic that you brought before. For this time, your total payment is 200,000 dorm. Akira's mind went blank for a second when he heard that number. He then slowly reached for the envelope and took out the money. After touching and seeing the real thing in front of him, he was dumbfounded. For him, who fought to the death for mere 300 RM yesterday. This 200,000 RM was simply unbelievable. Nojima was satisfied with how Akira reacted and laughed. There are not many kids who got this much money here, you know? Use them wisely, okay? Well then, go now before you start attracting more attention. As Akira regained his composure, he immediately put that envelope into his chest pocket in panic and awkwardly left the exchange center. Looking at how Akira changed back from a newbie hunter to a small boy from the slum, Nojima let out a bitter laugh. Even after leaving the exchange center, Akira kept moving awkwardly, he just could not calm down. Seeing that, Alpha talked to him with a soothing voice. Akira, calm down. If you let yourself shaken by just this much money, it'll only get worse in the future, you know? Hearing these words, Akira, who was speechless after getting the amount of money that he never imagined, inadvertently opened his mouth. Ha! Just this much money, you say? What the heck are you talking about? It's 200,000 dirham, you know? It's a huge amount of money for me. Alpha locked her stare at Akira as she said to him with a strong tone. No, this is just a small amount. It is simply nothing compared to the amount you can earn with my support. Get this inside your head. Well, even if you tell me so. Moreover, you look like a retarded kid talking to himself now, so be more careful. Akira closed his mouth in panic. Because of the huge amount of money that he just got, Akira could become an easy and delicious target. Moreover, he was sticking out like a sore thumb since he was behaving awkwardly. Let's take a rest for today. I'm sure you're pretty tired after returning from the ruin. Moreover, you'll only attract more attention if you're just standing here. Why, you're right. I understand. Akira was calm enough to answer Alpha with a whisper. But he was still looking rather restless on his way to his sleeping place. But then Alpha suddenly stopped him with a serious face. It's not this way. Eh? But my sleeping place is over there. Nope, you're going to sleep in an inn today. You have the money for that now, right? Well, you're right, but... Because he just received an amount that he could never imagine, Akira felt really heavy parting with the money. But then Alpha smiled gently to him as if she was reprimanding a small kid. If you feel really heavy parting with just this amount, it will only lower the worth of your life, you know. And it's not like we're going to use it needlessly. Since you acquired it properly, so you should use it properly too. I'll give you my support on how to efficiently spend money too. So, you trust in my support, right? Akira just could not say no after being told that. Both of them had promised to build trust between them. And so he made a firm nod while trying to calm himself down. Okay. Thank you, so then, shall we go to the inn now? By the way, is it really okay if I pick the inn for you to stay? Yeah, I'll leave it to you. This way then. Alpha giggled as she walked in front of Akira to guide him. As he was following Alpha from behind, he could not help but to worry just how much money he would need to spend for the inn. It was normal for inns to let their customers bring their weapons. But since they would bring strong and destructive weapons, it would cause death victims and huge damage to the inn if they used those weapons to cause a ruckus. As such, all the customers were expected to behave nicely. It was a basic rule that all the customers should adhere to. Now then, even if you cause someone's death or some kind of loss to the inn, you would still be considered as a well-behaved customer if you properly pay the inn enough compensation. But since Alpha picked a cheap inn near the slum city, the rule was not very strict here. The inn would gladly accept an armed kid from the slum as long as that kid paid them. Thus, Akira was able to make a reservation without any problems. Akira reserved an average-priced room. The room was pretty big, and because it was an inn designed for hunters, it had a big empty area for hunters to do maintenance on their equipment or to just keep all the relics that they had on them. The room even had a bath and a bed too. Not to mention, there were also a variety of foods inside the refrigerator. It was definitely safer to sleep here than outside. There was a stark contrast comparing it to Akira's sleeping place in the back alley. 20,000 dirham for a night, huh? That is simply a robbery. Akira fully understood why he had to pay so much money for the room. But, Akira did not look happy, even though he was able to sleep in such a luxurious place that was way better than his sleeping place in the back alley. Instead, he made a rather complicated face. Understanding why he should pay so much money was not the same as actually paying the money. Akira's hand was shaking as he was paying for his room. Alpha was the one who picked that room. If it was up to Akira, then there was no mistaking it that he would opt for a cheaper room. Akira let out a sigh. It was clear that he was rather disappointed since he had to spend his money on some needless expense despite the fact that he was against it. Realizing that, Alpha just laughed awkwardly. "I'm sure there are a lot of things in your mind right now, but how about you relax and take a bath for now?" Bath? A bath? Yeah, I'm going to take a bath now. Akira immediately beaming with happiness the moment he heard the word bath. There were buildings equipped with baths even in the slum city, but there were only certain people who could enjoy such a facility. Unless it was someone who owned the bath or someone with enough money to pay for the bath, it was impossible to have the chance to enjoy one. For a small kid who was living in one corner of the back alley like Akira, the only thing that he was able to do was to wipe off his body with a piece of cloth using the water not good enough for drinking. Akira was only able to vaguely remember the last time he went into a bath. As such, he was happily heading to the bathtub. Akira washed his body while waiting for the bathtub to be filled with hot water. He washed every nook and cranny of his body with a soap that was prepared there and enjoyed the water by using it rather excessively. It was not something that he could do before. He was enjoying such a luxury that was definitely out of his reach when he was living in the back alley. It took some time before he washed mud and dust off his body and started to make bubbles with the soap. Once he completely washed his body, he checked the water in the bathtub. He then immediately dipped himself into the hot water tub until the water was level with his shoulder. He relaxed back as he let out a strange moan. He then let the water take over his body as if the hot water just washed all his tiredness. As his face started to ease off, his consciousness melted into the hot water and he could not help but mumble some words. "How is the water?" Akira immediately turned into the source of that voice. He could see Alpha was already dipping herself in the bathtub together with Akira. She was sitting in a provocative pose right beside Akira, but the mist prevented Akira from seeing her figure clearly. Water droplets formed on her skin and were sucked into the valley in her chest. The only thing that hid that wonderful body was the mirage and the mist produced by the hot water. Silaven, god damn it! Bloody mist of censorship! The enemy of mankind. Of course, since Alpha had no real body, she could not really dip herself into the water. She was only showing such an image to him. But since it was an image produced through high-level calculation, there was not even a shred of strangeness coming from that image. It was an image produced by calculating the distortion coming from the refraction of the hot water. As long as Akira did not reach his hand for her, she would look perfectly normal. The only thing that showed that her beautiful body was not real was the hot water vapor coming through her body. Akira's mind was still numbed from the pleasure as he answered back. "It's heavenly. Why are you naked by the way?" Alpha giggled mischievously. "You can't get into the bath with your clothes on, right?" Well, that's true. He was convinced by Alpha's answer and gave a slight nod without expressing much reaction in seeing her naked. He turned his head and continued enjoying the bath. Alpha kept staring at Akira and kept giggling. She made sure to remember Akira's lack of reaction. "Akira, don't you have anything to say after seeing my body?" Akira looked rather puzzled as he slanted his head. He tried to use his brain, but most of his consciousness had already been melted into the hot water, so he could only answer back in fragmented words. Well, you did say something about computer graphics or something. So that's fake, right? Yep, you're correct. But that is not the main point here. It's more like, do you have a comment, or impression or something after seeing my beautiful body? Akira slanted his head again while looking puzzled. After trying to rack his now shut down brain, he finally opened his mouth. "You have huge chest." Alpha giggled awkwardly. "Well, It's indeed true. But I was asking for your opinion about my body, or like your preferences and type. But your answer just now feels rather bland. Although he was just a small boy, it did not change the fact that he was in a bath together with a beautiful girl. But Akira's reaction there was really weak. It was as if he had no interest in her well-endowed chest, or her glossy skin, or her soft and smooth back. But for Akira, who already let the hot water take over him, his eyes were saying that he had no interest at all in Alpha's naked body. Before the hot water lulled Akira to sleep, Alpha gave him a warning while giggling. "You'll get yourself drowned to death if you sleep here, you know. Like hell. I would let myself die here. What should I do? Get up from the bath, wipe your body dry, go to your bed and sleep. Okay." Akira got himself up while wobbling from side to side and slowly dragged himself out of the bathtub. Then he wiped off his body, changed to a pajama and dove onto his bed. He was then immediately assaulted by heavy sleepiness. Good night. Good night. The good night that Alpha always said in a soft and sweet voice, Akira could only answer back vaguely due to his sleepiness. And then he went straight to his dreamland. On the next day, Akira woke up not too long after sunrise. Compared to his usual schedule, he woke up really late. All the tiredness that had built up in the bed that was way better than his usual place in the back alley were at fault for making him wake up so late. And even after he opened his eyes, Akira was more disoriented than usual. The comfy bed dulled his brain. But then Alpha spoke to him while smiling. "Good morning, Akira. Did you sleep well?" Good morning, Alpha. Wait. Where am I? As Alpha spoke to him, his consciousness returned back, but then Akira immediately jumped in surprise as he found himself waking up in an unknown place. He then looked around him in panic. If he was in the back alley and not wary of his surroundings, then it would be a fatal mistake and he would be dead by now. His face turned really pale as he was panicking. Alpha answered Akira's question in a gentle voice in order to calm Akira down. "This is the room inside the inn that you're staying, don't you remember?" Akira finally remembered what happened yesterday as he let out a sigh of relief. Right, I slept in an inn yesterday, huh? Alpha then pointed her finger in a calm manner. "For now, how about you get something for breakfast? You don't need to go to the food distribution place today, so you can take it easy." The food was included in the rent and there would not be any refund if he didn't consume the food. With a happy mood, Akira started preparing his breakfast with the food that he usually would not be able to eat. The food and the utensils were warm and the drinking water was soothing cold. This was enough to make the food here so special compared to the usually distributed food. Not to mention that he was able to savor such food in a private where there was no danger of anyone robbing food from him. Akira could not help but relax as he was enjoying the food that he could not even imagine he would be able to enjoy. As expected of the 200,000 orim that I got yesterday, Alpha smiled meaningfully to Akira as if she knew what was Akira thinking. "Aren't you glad that you were able to spend a night in such an inn?" "Yeah, it is nice." The cynical side inside Akira was feeling ticklish as he answered so honestly, but he just could not come up with an argument to refute it. He did feel thankful for it, that was why he fixed his behavior toward Alpha and decided to answer her properly. Alpha laughed satisfiedly and continued their conversation. "I'll tell you my plan for the future as you eat. First of all, we'll go to the ruins looking for relic only once per week. We will spend the rest of the week training and studying. You're not allowed to complain even if you want to spend more time looking for more relics, okay? Alright, oh my. You're so obedient today." Alpha was rather surprised to the obedient answer coming from such a cynical boy. Akira then made a serious face as he said, "Well, after all, I've decided to trust you." Trust, Akira uttered that word so lightly. But for Alpha, that word was really important. "I see. Once you're done, we'll start right away. So just enjoy your food for now." Akira nodded lightly and continued his meal while Alpha kept staring at him. Once Akira finished his meal, Alpha floated in front of him and made a serious face. "Akira, I'll tell you something really important. So listen closely, okay? Akira nodded with a serious look. The last time he had seen such a serious face from Alpha was when he was in danger of getting killed. Akira remembered the nervousness that he had from back then and his face naturally turned stiff. Alpha gave him an understanding nod. Immediately after that, her face made a very formal expression as if she was an office worker. The change made Akira a bit surprised. Alpha? Alpha made a slight shift in response when her name was called. She then started explaining in a formal tone that matched her formal expression. This unit will proceed to give high-level support to the subject Akira. Warning. Are you sure you want to execute all kinds of functions regarding Akira without approval? This action will also include extracting and using level 5 private information. It's recommended to request for extra explanation on the information that will be extracted. Akira was confused as to what Alpha was saying and why she was speaking like that. What do you mean by that? According to the preliminary approximation, it would take at least 120 years of oral explanation for the subject to fully understand the requested information. The more accurate approximation for the time needed cannot be calculated at the moment. Referencing back to the rules of priority calculation, there's a method to bypass the cognition process rules A887. As such, the time needed to explain such that the subject understands all the points is estimated as I don't really understand, but I just need to say yes here, right? It is assumed that the subject agrees with all the items that do not violate the agreement. This includes narrow sense mind adjustment and broad range free will interference. Regarding the preservation of the subject's life, the unit will follow the stand-alone self-sufficient Article 213,873. This will also include the areas outside the special unit and at the same time. Akira did not understand anything, but he still tried to listen closely to the explanation. But it only ended up with him being more confused. Even if he tried to ask Alpha some questions, Alpha would just ignore that question as she continued giving that long and complicated explanation. In the end, Akira gave up on trying to understand her monologue. Akira did not fully understand the details, but he knew that Alpha was asking for some kind of approval and that going against her instruction will bring her immense danger. Akira promised in the past that he would build up trust between them. As such, according to the decision that he made back then, his past experience, and his resolve, he finally made a decision after he hesitated for a bit. He answered back with a serious face. My answer to your first question is yes. Reconfirming. This unit will proceed to give high-level support to the subject Akira. Warning. Are you sure you want to execute all kinds of functions regarding Akira without approval? Yes. Once Akira gave an assertive answer, Alpha's behavior turned back to normal. And then she gave Akira a happy smile. Thank you. It's okay, I won't do anything bad. So you don't need to worry. Akira felt relieved when he saw Alpha was back to normal. But then Akira showed a bit of dissatisfaction. You could have said that right from the start, you know? There was some annoying stuff to take care. I had to say all of those things in order to say that I won't do anything bad to you. You'll need to do some annoying stuff to avoid more annoying stuff, it's something common in this world. By the way, Akira, about what we discussed yesterday, what do you really think about my chest? Alpha asked that question while making a meaningful smile. But then Akira answered back in panic. What the heck are you asking me out of the blue? Yesterday, when I asked about your opinion of my naked body, you said that my chest is huge, you know. Did I really say that? Yep, you did. Although, you answered back as if you just gave a random answer to my question. But you did vaguely answer me. So as I thought, you really do have some interest in women's chest. Want to have a touch? Alpha giggled mischievously as she was teasing Akira. He was a bit annoyed by that, so he had no intention of answering seriously. But he remembered that he had made a promise to build trust with Alpha, so it was not like he could lie. As such, he decided to neither deny it nor approve it. But, I can't do that, right? That's only for now. But you know, Akira, if you want it, you would be able to do it once you finish exploring the ruin that I asked you to explore when we first met. So what do you think? Does that interest you? Do you want to try touching it? Why can I only touch it if I finish exploring that ruin? It's rather complicated to explain. But do you want to try? Akira was visibly annoyed with Alpha, who was pestering him. What the heck are you trying to say, huh? Alpha just giggled mischievously. I'm just offering a concrete reward to motivate you. So in short, a honey trap, huh? Yep, you can say that. After all, it seems that rewarding you with wonderful scenes is not that effective. So I was wondering, how about rewarding you with something that you can touch and feel? You only blush a little even when you look at my body up close. That in itself is a rather serious condition, you know? Hearing such a silly answer to his question, Akira let out a big sigh. Can you do that after I grow up? Once I grow up, I'll see them and touch them a lot. So is that okay with you? You're right. After all, I'm planning to get along with you for a long time. So I'll be sure to enjoy it when the time comes. Alpha answered back with such confidence. And then their conversation just stopped there. Akira had no wish to dig deeper into the subject. As such, all the questions that he had about when Alpha gave him some explanations in a formal manner all just slid away. The checkout is at 10, Akira did not have much time until then since he woke up rather late. But Alpha suggested him to stay another night here. Akira was a bit surprised when Alpha told him that the training would be done here. So, Akira contacted the staff and completed the booking for another day. With this, it means that you can take a bath again today. It also meant that he had used 40,000 orim out of 200,000 orim that he got yesterday. Akira let out a sigh, trying to hide his regret. But he could not skillfully hide it as he ended up making an awkward forced laugh. Alpha let out a light laugh, and made a serious face. Well then, let's start the training. Are you ready? Akira immediately changed his mood and replied back with a serious nod. I'm ready, Alpha nodded back satisfiedly. First of all, I want you to learn to communicate telepathically. Communicate telepathically? For now, I'll have you learn to talk without making any sound, or at least you can think of it as that. Let's start our training. After all, accurate and high-speed information exchange is very important in the middle of a fight. Moreover, it will stop making you look like a retarded person talking to himself. Akira was planning to do all kinds of training without saying any complaint. But he was rather puzzled to that strange instruction. Even if you say so. What should I do exactly? Well, it's hard to orally explain exactly what you should do. After all, there's a big difference between each person. For now, rather than listening with your ear and speak with your mouth, think of it like you listen and speak with your heart. I can't help you with this, so there's no other way but for you to learn to do it by yourself. For the first trial, how about you try calling me using telepathy? You may come up with anything. You can even try giving me easy order like look to your right or something. I'll react to whatever you come up with. So let's check whether the message is properly sent or not. You can start now. Although he was rather confused, Akira still started the training just like he was told to do. For the time being, the training did not show any results. Alpha told Akira that there was no meaning in their training if he continues to whisper to her. So, Akira kept trying to speak telepathically through his mind. He concentrated strongly and strained his mind. He locked his gaze at Alpha while strongly wishing for his message to be set. He then closed his eyes trying to call for her in his heart. He kept doing his training seriously. Although there was no reaction at all from Alpha, Akira kept giving his all in his training, in which Alpha instructed only in vague words. Only after 1 hour of no results, despite Akira desperately trying to tell Alpha to look to her right, Alpha suddenly turned her face to the right. Akira was surprised by that while Alpha just giggled. Yep, just like that. Let's continue with the training. Why yeah. Akira inadvertently replied back using telepathic communication, and then he continued his training just like that. Since he was able to do it once, it was easier for him to redo it. He then kept exchanging words with Alpha through telepathic communication in order to increase its accuracy. You're getting pretty good. You also became able to receive my message clearly. With this, you would be able to clearly catch my voice no matter the situation you are in. If I talk with my voice like before, sounds from outside would make it harder for you to hear it, like sounds from the battle and the gunshot would interfere with my voice. But with this, we have nothing to worry about. Oh, I see. That is indeed nice. It is, right? This is included as a battle training. But we can do this even outside the M2. So there's no need to stay in an inn like this, right? Well, a person who's desperately trying to talk with nothingness would stick out like a sore thumb after all. Well, that's true. Although Alpha answered back laughing, Akira only replied back while making an awkward smile. After a while, Akira was able to talk with Alpha through telepathy without any problem. And so Alpha moved the telepathy training into the next step. That should be enough for normal communication. Next is transferring picture. I'll have you learn how to send an image even if it's only a vague image. After all, a picture is worth 1,000 words. If you can communicate something that is hard to communicate with words only with a single picture, we would be able to communicate easily in the middle of a battle with pictures. As the first step of the training, go ahead and try to send me the image of myself that you want to see. I'll change my clothes to the one you pick. If my appearance matches the image that you send, then it means that it's a success. Alright then, go ahead. Just like he was told to, Akira imagined Alpha's dress and tried sending it through telepathy. Alpha's dress immediately changed. But the dress that she changed into was a really bad dress. It looked like a mismatch of cloth pieces. Looking at that, Akira's face twitched a bit, then Alpha's dress vanished immediately. Akira panicked a bit, but Alpha, who was naked at that time, just giggled mischievously. That one was a failure. The image was not perfectly transferred. Or is it that you wanted to see me naked? Gee, that's not it. Just put something on. Nope, this is a training. If you want me to put on something, you should work hard and properly send me the image. Akira immediately tried to communicate the image again in panic. And again, Alpha's dress started to vaguely come together. But since Akira was in a panic, the accuracy of his message was worst. As such, Alpha's dress immediately vanished again. Akira's trial and error continued. All kinds of strange dresses came together on Alpha before vanishing again and again. It was actually possible to prevent Alpha from being naked by imagining underwear on her, but Akira was so panicked that he did not even think of that method. Alpha knew it, but she just kept it a secret. Even after that, Akira just kept scoring failures after failures. At last, he was only able to make Alpha put on a single-piece white dress without any decoration whatsoever. After that, he took her late dinner. That will be all for today. I think you did pretty well for your first day. Even though I did not step outside this room at all, I'm feeling so tired right now. In that case, you should just take a bath and sleep. You're right, I'll do that. Although he was tired inside, it was not like he was as tired as yesterday. Akira took a nice long bath and then he just went to bed. He let his body taken by the sleepiness into dreamland. As for Alpha, unlike yesterday, she properly got an approval from Akira to stay beside him and keep staring at him. Today, Alpha asked for Akira's permission. But Akira, who trusted Alpha, just gave her his yes without even knowing what she was asking. Alpha would never lie. Akira's training was indeed designed to increase his basic ability and survival rate. In order to be able to fully explore the ruin that Alpha asked, high-level support would be indispensable to him. But that was not the only thing that he would need. For Akira, who did not even know what kind of permission that he had given to Alpha at that time, he could not realize that fact. Sci-fi, it is interesting to see how this will develop. Since this is sorta real life, that means that the approval stuff might have some caveats, like how Google does their TNC. Just a thought. Rebuild World. Chapter 9. Akira and Shizuka. The next morning, while having his breakfast, Akira asked Alpha about their schedule for the day. He thought that he would do telepathic communication training again. But to his surprise, Alpha told him to renew his equipment and do training outside. It was not that he hated to stay in a comfortable inn like this, rather, it was more like he felt it was wasteful to spend all his money this way. Once Akira finished his breakfast, he immediately prepared himself and moved out from the inn. He still had some time left before the checkout time, but he thought that it was another luxury that he did not need now. A lot of hunters made Kugumiyama City as their base of operation since there were a lot of ruins around it. As such, there were a lot of shops aimed for hunters in the lower district. Among all of these shops, there was a general shop called Cartridge Freak. It sold all kinds of things like guns, ammo, etc. for new and veteran hunters. The shop was not bad for it to go down anytime soon, but at the same time it was not prosperous enough to open a second shop. It was common to find such a shop in the lower district. Shizuka was the manager and the only person running the whole Cartridge Freak. Thanks to the hard work from the management and a good collection of weapons, there were many new hunters who bought their first equipment there and continued to be its patron. Then some of these hunters would stop coming to the shop not too long after. There were two main reasons for it. First of all, some of them continued raising their rank as a hunter until the weapons from Cartridge Freak could no longer satisfy them, thus they would become a regular for other bigger shop looking for better weapons. As for the second reason, some of them went to the wasteland and lost their lives there. If you ask which one was more dominant, the latter case was more dominant. Shizuka is a beautiful girl. There were a lot of people becoming a regular of that shop for wooing her. In her line of business, it was common for her to hear things like the guy who flirted with her the other day to be found dead the next day. Since it was something unavoidable to her as long as she was doing that business, she would just forget it and continue working. But she had decided to never date a hunter. Just like always, that day she was sitting alone in the counter watching the outside while waiting for customers. And then someone that she never saw before came in. It was just a boy. Although he looked like a hunter, he was wearing a dress mostly worn by people from the slums and he did not look that strong. Judging from his outer appearance, Shizuka was not sure if she should serve him as a precious customer or not. The boy looked around him as if he found himself in an unknown place. Looking at that, Shizuka just observed him carefully. Only after she decided that the boy was not there to steal anything from her shop that she lowered her guard and gave a friendly look. That boy was Akira. After he entered the shop, he was only looking at the exhibited weapons. Only after he was sure that a small kid from the slum like him would not be kicked out, did he start to look for other weapons more seriously. There were all kinds of weapons lined up inside the shop. There was also a catalog spec placed just beside the racks that contained the weapons. But for Akira, forget common knowledge, he could not even read and write. The only thing that he could understand was just numbers written on the catalog, thus he could not understand what the catalogs were explaining at all. What is the difference between this one and this one? Is it only their prices? Both guns looked the same for beginners. But for Akira, after seriously comparing both guns, he could only tell that they had a small difference in price. It was visible that Akira was really anxious as he hung his head low. After all, he was about to buy a gun that he would use to bet his life in the future with the money that he got from risking his very own life. If he ended up buying a bad gun, not only would it make his work as a hunter more difficult, it would also make him regret it to no end. Alpha then calmed Akira down while smiling gently. They have a lot of differences, I don't mind explaining it to you in detail, but let's do that later. Don't worry, even if you don't really understand, I'll properly pick a good gun for you. So leave this to me. Okay, I'm counting on you then. Thanks to the telepathic communication, Akira did not like a retard talking to himself, but his eyes still inadvertently moved toward Alpha. Shizuka realized that strange behavior as she tilted her head. He's looking to a direction where no one is there. Or is it someone there? An optical camouflage? But it should be deactivated once you entered the shop. Is it just my imagination? I wonder if it's just him shifting his eyes when thinking. The shop had a contract with a security company, Thus all kinds of security devices were installed inside the shop. The device for nullifying optical camouflage was one of the devices installed there. Just to be safe, Shizuka checked the log for that device, but the log showed no reaction at all. And so Shizuka stopped worrying about it. As Akira approached the counter, Shizuka changed to a friendly smile and welcomed Akira. "Welcome, this is your first time here, right? Welcome to the Cartridge Freak. I'm the manager Shizuka, how can I help you? Can I please get a maintenance kit, a assault rifle and some bullets? And also, I want to sell a few things." Then Akira put 2 guns on the counter. Those were the guns that he took from Heiya and his friend. Shizuka checked the condition of those 2 guns. After that, she asked Akira for a confirmation. "One of the guns is an assault rifle though? Are you sure you want to buy a new one? It is indeed in a bad shape, but rather than selling it and buying a new one, you can still fix it with a maintenance kit. Moreover, this assault rifle is of higher quality. Are you sure you want to sell it?" Just shutting up and continuing with the business as usual would give Shizuka more profit, but she asked for a confirmation out of her kind nature. Alpha then explained to Akira. "It's okay. Sell it and buy a new one. After all, rather than quality and power, it's more important to get a gun that you'll have no problem using. As for the assault rifle, I'll train you to use it from now on. So it's better to buy a brand new one compared to a gun that someone has used before. It's okay, please proceed with the selling." "Alright then, in that case. Deducting from the guns that you sold, the total will be 100,000 dorm." After he finished the payment, Akira looked at the remaining money inside his envelope while looking rather conflicted. His hands were shaking when he was handing over the money, and now his balance was already down to 60,000 dorm. 200,000 dorm was a small amount of money. He made a bitter laugh as he now understood the meaning of Alpha's words. Shizuka put all the stuff that Akira bought on the counter. She then made a smile which was a mix of a seller smile and a smile of confidence on her own goods. "These are the goods that you requested. If you want, I can give you explanations too. There are unexpectedly many people out there who are using these weapons with half-baked knowledge, you know. It's not like you'll lose anything by hearing my explanation, and not to mention that I have nothing to do right now, so I can give you a detailed explanation if you want." Even if that was just a formality toward a customer, Akira was taken aback by the kindness that was shown to him. And then Akira told himself an excuse by saying that it might be helpful and decided to take that offer. "Well, yes please. Alright then, assault rifle is the favorite rifle for the hunters. Among all the guns circulating in the Eastern District, it's the oldest gun." Shizuka smiled happily as she started her explanation. Whether it was because she was so bored or because it was a subject that she was an expert with, she continued giving her explanation skillfully. The assault rifle was a famous rifle that had more than 100 years of history. It was regarded as a masterpiece of its time when it was released. It was used as a basic model. It is being improved continuously till now, and it was a gun that is circulating widely in the Eastern District. It had a lot of functions like automatic mode and semi-automatic mode. Moreover, it had good accuracy for long-range shooting too. Continuous improvement for 100 years was able to erase almost all design flaws. It was a cheap gun for fighting a monster. It had good reliability, durability, maintainability, and it rarely had any failure. As such, many people liked this type of weapon. Many companies expanded the model individually from each other, and many people who liked that gun made so many modifications so that the gun did not look like its original form at all. All of these guns were called collectively as assault rifle. Even for hunters who brought tanks, weapons, or all kinds of personal weapons to fight monsters, they always had at least one assault rifle with them as some kind of good luck charm. That is just how much the hunters loved the assault gun. Shizuka was really satisfied when she finished her explanation. Although it was something that most hunters already knew, Akira listened very closely to that explanation. Thus, Shizuka felt that it was worth the time explaining it to Akira. She then happily continued their conversation. "Do you need anything else? How about recovery potion? You can never bring too much of it. I recommend you to always have surplus potions. It's okay too if you want to bring more ammo and equipment instead, but you better plan to get back here sooner if you do that. There are many people who could not get back home just because injuries that they thought to be only light wounds. Fast and adequate healing is very important. This made Akira think for a bit. If it was about the healing potion, he still had some medicine that he had found in the ruin. He then guessed how much such medicine would cost judging from its effectivity and decided that it was not something that he could buy with the amount of money that he had at that moment. But then he started thinking of things that he might need and could buy here. In that case then, do you have clothes for a hunter? Do you need armor? Or augmented clothes? I'm sorry. Equipment like that usually need a body measurement of each hunter, that's why we don't sell ready-mades. But you can order one here if you want. When it comes to clothes for hunters, it usually means armor for battle. It includes armor with particular functions like slash resistant, pressure resistant or bulletproof armor. As for the augmented clothes, these were clothes that augment their user's physical strength by artificial muscles. Since Shizuka looked like she was feeling sorry, Akira was flustered a bit as he immediately shook his head. Ah, that's not what I meant. I mean clothes that look sturdy and easy to move with. And also I would take a rucksack too if you have one. Oh, that's what you meant, huh? I do have some but it's not for children's size. I think it will be alright after I modify it a bit. Wait for a second, okay? Shizuka went inside the shop and returned with the goods that Akira asked, clothes and a rucksack. It was just a coat with armor pieces spread in some places. Although it had no worth as an armor, he only had nothing but that to use at the moment. While the rucksack was an old dusty rucksack that you cannot put out as an item to sell. Shizuka included the payment for the cloth and the rucksack in the payment from before. So in short, Akira got them for free. Akira was rather surprised by that. Are you really sure? Yep, I don't mind. It's just some kind of extra service. If you like them, then please frequent this shop and buy a lot of things. I understand, thank you very much for everything. Since Shizuka was smiling gently at him, Akira smiled back and bowed. Shizuka kept waving her hand at Akira as he was leaving the shop. But once she could not see Akira's figure anymore, her expression turned worried. A kid hunter, huh? I wonder how long he will survive. Working as a hunter was really dangerous. You could be killed anytime, even more so when you are a kid. And not to mention that Akira did not seem like he had any experience in using anti-monster guns. Shizuka could see that through her experience. Seriously though, I really hope he can be a regular to my shop. The cloth and the rucksack that she gave were some kinds of send-off gift for Akira. Athena 13. Send-off gift you give to people that will be buried. Akira went straight to the wasteland to prepare himself for training right after he left Shizuka's shop. He changed to the dress that he bought, took out his brand new assault rifle and loaded it with the ammo that he bought together with the gun. Guns made to fight monsters were heavier than Akira thought and it got heavier with the ammo loaded inside it. It reminded him of what was in store for him as a hunter, that is fighting monsters. And so, he strongly squeezed the gun that he would be trusting his life to with a serious face. Looking at that, Alpha's face turned serious. She then asked a question to Akira, ignoring what he was feeling at that moment. Akira, was that girl from before your type? Girl from before? The manager of that gun shop. Her name is Shizuka, isn't it? You were flustered and all over the place, you know? I was flustered. I was only buying weapon like usual, was I not? Of course, I was happy that she gave the dress and the rucksack for free, but that was all, you know? No, something is different, I know it. Even if you told me so, I can't really say for sure. Leaving that aside, I finished my preparations here. It was not like Akira was trying to avoid the subject. He only had a faint feeling and he did not realize it himself, so he really did not understand. As such, he only let the conversation slide away while looking puzzled. As for Alpha, the girl type that Akira liked was important information for her. but she judged that it was useless to pursue that subject further, so she changed the subject. I understand. Let's start, Akira, get your gun ready. Akira's expression turned solemn, but since he had no training in using a gun, he did not know how to properly ready his gun. As such, he could only imitate vague images from his memories. Alpha told Akira that it was no good while smiling. Yep, that's no good at all. You should stabilize the gun with your body, like this. Alpha made an image of an assault rifle on her hand and showed a pose on how to hold it. Akira was rather surprised since he never thought that Alpha could make other images beside her cloth. But then he realized it was not that strange after all, and he fixed his pose by looking at Alpha. After that, Alpha pointed out the important places that were not satisfactory. From adjusting Akira's arm and hip position, explaining where he should put his power and weight. Then she moved to a more detailed explanation on how much power he should put on his thumb. Akira was so focused on his training that he did not realize something strange. How in the world did Alpha know where he put his strength in his body by only looking at him? That post-training took 1 hour, even though Akira did not even shoot a bullet, he already felt so tired. But that was not for nothing, thanks to the detailed explanation from Alpha, Akira's pose was surprisingly better compared to before. Seeing that Akira no longer looking like a beginner, Alpha nodded with satisfaction. Nice, that's good. Remember your pose just now, okay? Next, you will shoot that small boulder over there. Alpha pointed her finger to the front of Akira. Akira focused his eyes trying to look at what was in front of him. Alpha was actually pointing at a small boulder 100 meters in front of him, but there was no way Akira could see that. That small boulder. Which one exactly? Alpha just smiled when Akira protested and looked at her. You'll see it soon enough. I'll remind you again just how great my support is. I guarantee that you'll be surprised. Now look at where I'm pointing at again. Akira was a bit puzzled as he looked back to where Alpha was pointing. But when he did that, suddenly a box frame appeared and there was a circle inside that frame. And when he inadvertently focused his gaze on that circle, his vision zoomed into that point as if he was using a long-range vision device. Akira was so surprised and stopped focusing, thus his vision immediately turned back to normal. Alpha? Something strange happened to my eyes, did you do something? Alpha laughed with satisfaction seeing how Akira was reacting. I added long-range vision support to your vision. So use it to find the small boulder. A red point appeared in Akira's vision. When he focused on that point, his vision zoomed in again like before and he could see the red circle around a small boulder, but it was still blurred. There's a limit on how much you can zoom in with naked eyes. Try to do it again with the rifle's aiming device. Akira then tried to look for the small boulder from before through the aiming device of his rifle. But his line of vision through the aiming device was really narrow and the small boulder was outside its range. It was impossibly hard to find that boulder. But then suddenly an indicator appeared in his vision. When he moved his aim slowly to that indicator, he found the small boulder from before. Moreover, a blue line extended from the gun's muzzle. That blue line is the approximation of the bullet's path that I calculated. If you align that line with your target and pull the trigger, there's a good chance that it will hit perfectly. The blue line was shaking randomly. Akira tried hard to align that line with the small boulder and pulled the trigger. A gunshot echoed, the kickback from the gun threw Akira's small body into disarray. The bullet spewed out from the muzzle, flew at high speed tearing through the air. But then it passed beside the targeted boulder and vanished far into the wasteland. I missed. It was only an approximation after all, not a prediction. So the bullet path would change greatly from external factors. Just now, the biggest external factor was change in your pose. Remember to keep your pose, take a good aim, then pull the trigger. At a real battle, you will take aim on a monster rather than on a small boulder. Do your best to hit your target and kill it in one shot if it's possible. In the worst case scenario, at least you should neutralize enemies' movement with that shot or they will shoot you back and kill you. You'll die if you miss. You should keep that in mind when you shoot. Akira kept shooting at his target while putting all his focus on aiming. but it did not seem like any of his shots would hit the target anytime soon, or more like, none of his shots landed near his target. Most of his shots missed the target badly. Every time his pose was broken, Alpha would tell him to fix his pose and shoot again. Only after he was doing that for 1 hour did he start to see bullets land in his field of vision through the aiming device. And also, all the tiredness piled up until that point started to disrupt his focus. Then from all the built-up stress, a question came up in Akira. "Say Alpha, I've been thinking, things like these telepathic communication and zoom vision, you could have done it sooner, right?" For Akira, it was just a random question that came up in his mind. But Alpha judged that depending on her answer, it could be a seed of distrust between them. And so she chose her words carefully while still smiling. "To put it simply, I would have done it if it was possible. I would have done it if it was a better course of action. I guess that's all there is to it. In the case of when we fought those two, I had to ask for your permission first, that's why it was impossible. I think I would have given you my approval if you had asked, It's that thing, right? About whether it's okay to give me support thingy. Originally, I did not even have the permission to ask for your approval. It is all because of a particular rule that is too long to explain. But, even if I had the permission, I would still not do it. If your vision changed in the middle of a battle, it would instead confuse you and hinder you from maneuvering normally. For example, that approximation line for the bullet's path, if you could see that, you would have taken more time for your aim, which would have given a chance for Heiyu to shoot back at you." "Oh, you are right." Akira was convinced by that answer as he nodded. After confirming that, Alpha continued her explanation. "From now on, every time you think that there's something that I should be able to do easily but intentionally not doing, then this is the reason for it, either because it is physically impossible, or technologically impossible, or it doesn't agree with the rule, or it will only make the condition worse. It will always be one of these reasons. Even for me, it's not like I can do everything. If I could do everything, then I would have explored the ruin myself rather than asking for your help. I'm bound by a lot of things, that's why I'm asking for your help." "Well, what can I say? It seems that you're also having it hard, huh? But again, it was thanks to that condition that I was able to meet you. I do feel bad for you for saying this, but I'm thankful for that condition that you're in." Akira said all of those things without thinking too much, but when he realized it, he thought that he just said something rather rude to Alpha. When Alpha saw that, she smiled mischievously as if she just found another thing to tease Akira. Then she got closer to Akira's face and said in an inviting voice, "No need to hold back, you can be more thankful, You may even express it with real action. For example, you can work hard to increase your accuracy, or you can take the bait better when I seduce you, I'll try my hard doing the former one." Akira pulled the trigger, but again the bullet missed the target so bad. His training continued until the sunset. Akira had gotten better at shooting. With the help from Alpha's support, he could at least hit 1 out of 100 shots when aiming for a medium-sized boulder 100 meters away from him. When Akira finished his training and went back to the city, it was already dark. He then stayed in the inn that he previously stayed. When he finished his payment and looked back at his mostly gone money, it reminded him again just how meager his 200,000 oren was. But he just pushed that subject aside as he entered the bath and let the water wash away all his tiredness. As such, all his tiredness was exchanged for sleepiness. After he finished his bath, he just crashed into the bed and fell asleep. On the next day, Akira did some maintenance on his assault rifle inside his room. This was also a kind of training for him. Since he did not know how to properly do gun maintenance, he did the maintenance with Alpha's instruction. At the moment, this gun is your lifeline. If you take maintenance of this gun lightly, it means that you're taking your own life lightly. You should keep that in mind and take good care of this gun. I understand that very well. Akira was giving his best doing maintenance with a serious look while getting a lot of warnings from Alpha. He disassembled the gun and individually did maintenance for all the small components. But when he assembled the gun that was in pieces, he was left with some leftover pieces. As such, Akira reassembled the gun again in panic. Although the piece that was left last time was properly assembled into the gun, there was another different piece left over in the end. As Akira let out a sigh seeing the leftover piece, Alpha just smiled at him and gave him a warning. "I don't recommend using this gun in this condition." "Oh, okay." Akira then disassembled the gun one more time and reassembled it. This time, he had no leftover piece, but the gun was not functioning. Of course, Alpha gave him some hints after that. Akira then continued his hard battle, and when he finally finished his maintenance, it was already afternoon. At this rate, if I get a spare gun, I would take one whole day just to do maintenance on them. About that, you have no other choice but to keep training so that you can do the maintenance with higher accuracy and speed. After all, we don't have any money to spare for maintenance. Alright then, we'll conclude today's training with this. Akira gave a puzzled look. That's all for today? So we're not going to have a shooting exercise today? Since we met, you've done nothing but exploring the ruin and training, after all. A change of pace is important. Do you have anything you want to do, Akira? Something I want to do, huh? Akira tried to think of something, but nothing came up. When he was in the slum, he used his free time for collecting metal pieces and sold them for money. For his current condition, they would be equal to exploring the ruin. Up until this point, Akira used all his personal time for surviving. As such, he was rather unfamiliar with the concept of entertainment. Because of that, no matter how hard he thought, he could not come up with anything except for the countless sighs. Alpha just kept looking at Akira without saying anything. She knew well why Akira could not come up with anything. In that case, how about we use your free time for learning to read and write? After all, those are important skills both for studying or for leisure. It is very inconvenient that you can't read or write, so it might be a good idea to learn them as fast as possible. Akira then bought a notebook and writing tools from the Int's general shop and used them for learning how to read and write from Alpha. Alpha's teaching was very effective. It did not take long before Akira became able to write his own name. Akira then remembered that his name was written wrongly on his hunter's ID. So he pulled out his hunter's ID and took a close look at it. His name was written as Ajira there. Akira was finally able to recognize that his name was written wrongly. So I got a little bit smarter, huh? Though Akira was being cynical when he said that, he also gave out a hearty laugh. Rebuild World. Chapter 10. Elena and Sara. Akira was engaged in his shooting training in the wasteland near the Kuzuhara city ruin. He was holding his gun close while trying to keep the correct pose. Looking through the aiming device, he was trying to align the trajectory prediction line, in short the TP line, with a small boulder. But the blue TP line, that appeared because of Alpha's support, was swaying lightly due to Akira's breathing. Akira took a deep breath, held it in, and gathered his focus. When the blue TP line stopped swaying, he pulled the trigger. The bullet that launched from the gun's muzzle tore through the space in one straight line before hitting the boulder. It blasted the boulder into pieces and threw them into the air. Oh! You're doing well, aren't you? After hitting his target 3 times consecutively, Akira felt that his shooting skill had leveled up and laughed happily. He understood that he was still completely relying on Alpha's support and it would be impossible to hit his target all by himself. But it was also obvious that his skill had gotten better compared to when he was only a total amateur. Alpha smiled back happily. It seems that you've fully graduated from being an amateur hunter. You're doing well and your improvement is pretty amazing. If someone gets praised after working so hard for so long, obviously that person would feel happy, and even someone as cynical as Akira was no exception. As Akira smiled at Alpha, she smiled back with a deeper meaning. Just like this, let's work hard for the next training too. Since you're able to hit the target now, let's move on to the next one. We're going to change the target, but you only need to do what you've been doing up until now. Try to shoot it while thinking that you're going to be killed if you miss. Alpha then pointed at Akira's next target. He showed a little bit of annoyance as he moved his line of sight to it. But his face immediately turned pale as his sight fell on his next target. It was a weapon dog that almost killed him the other day. The weapon dog was 2 meters long. It was a monstrously big weapon dog with a Gatling gun growing on its back. Its appearance was very intimidating that it would be impossible for it to sneak around. But even so, Akira did not notice its presence until now. Akira was stunned for a bit, but he immediately regained his composure and was about to run away when Alpha smiled and said, "Don't panic, it's just an image." Akira inadvertently looked at Alpha. As he saw her smile saying there was no danger, he was able to calm down. While being suspicious, he still aimed his gun at the weapon dog. His heart was palpitating at breakneck pace. The weapon dog looked real no matter how he sliced it. But since it was standing perfectly still and did not show any reaction, he aimed the TP line at it. He finally understood that it was not real and let out a sigh of relief. "Don't surprise me like that." Although Akira was looking at Alpha with an angry face, Alpha just kept smiling shamelessly at him. "You'll fight a lot of those monsters from now on. So you need to get used to them and know how to react when one of those monsters appears suddenly. If you get stunned just like now, you'll be killed." Alpha gave Akira the signal to continue the training. As such, he got his gun ready without any hesitation. Its weakness is the area between its eyes. Kill it in one shot. Akira looked at his target through the aiming device. His target was framed in red box with an indicator placed on its weak point. Akira was trying to align the blue TP line with that weak point, but his hand was trembling, thus making the TP line shake inconsistently. Calm down, it's just an image. It's just another target like that small boulder. Even if he understood that, scary things were still scary to him. It was a monster that almost killed him. Apart from the fact that it was not moving at all, the image looked surreal. Moreover, since he had to take aim, he had to keep looking at it. It was really hard for him to keep his cool. Akira took deep breaths a few times and tried to calm himself bit by bit. He put more power in his still quivering arms to suppress the swaying of the TP line. As he tried to keep his calm, he halted his breathing, gathered his focus, and pulled the trigger. Akira did all he could, but the bullet didn't hit the weapon dog's weak point. It did not even hit the weapon dog at all. Instead, it landed on the ground not too far from the weapon dog. Right after that, the weapon dog made its move. It shifted its huge body very quickly as if it was reacting to his shot and pointed its Gatling gun towards him. Akira, who was looking at it from the aiming device on his gun, was frozen in place. The Gatling gun then started to rotate and made a huge muzzle flash. "I'm dead," that was what Akira thought as he stood there frozen. But to his surprise, the bullets did not come raining at him and he was far from dead. He was not even hurt. He was very confused until he remembered that it was only an image. If it was not draining, he would have been dead just now. Akira finally understood why Alpha showed him that scene. He let out a sigh as he supported his limp body from collapsing. "Do tell me beforehand next time." When Akira gave a protesting look to Alpha while being meek, Alpha pointed her finger toward the ground. There was a corpse riddled with bullets lying there. And when Akira noticed the face on that corpse, he went pale. It was an image of his dead body. If you can't aim properly at its weak point and kill it in one shot, at the very least, your shot should weaken it to a state where it can't move anymore. Otherwise, it will counterattack and you'll end up like this. You'll be dead if you miss. Didn't I tell you to take aim while keeping that in your mind? Take your training seriously so you won't end up like this in a real fight. Roger that. Akira's face twitched as he saw Alpha, who was laughing as usual, and the image of his corpse. Alpha reset the monster image and the training continued with it as a target. The target was one of those monsters that Akira could defeat given his equipment. But Akira could not land any hit and kept seeing himself getting killed in so many different ways, thus leaving many images of his corpses scattered around his surroundings. As Akira looked at those corpses, he desperately continued his training so that he would not end up like them in real life. Thanks to the corpses that kept piling up, Akira started to get the hang of it. He kept his calm, aimed carefully, and pulled the trigger while reassuring himself that this one would definitely hit the target. And suddenly, the target monster vanished. Akira was rather surprised as he put his gun down. All the corpse images also vanished from his surrounding. Alpha, are we going to end the training for today? That's not the reason, Akira, someone is coming here. Akira looked puzzled as he pulled out his binoculars. Thanks to the binocular that was enhanced with Alpha's support, he was able to find the aforementioned people immediately. There were 2 hunters riding a vehicle designed for traversing the wasteland. Akira's face turned grim the moment he saw them. He remembered the time when he was attacked by a pair of hunters the other day, so he could not help but be on his guard. Although these 2 hunters were girls, there was no reason for him to lower his guard. Don't tell me that they're here to attack me just like last time. I think they're there for a different reason. They might just simply on their way to the Kuzuhara City ruins. But just in case, let's go to the ruins too. Since they're riding a car, if they really want to attack you, you won't be able to run away from them in this place. It was not a rare thing for hunters to meet other hunters in the wasteland, and it was equally not a rare thing for the other hunters to not have goodwill. As such, both sides would put up their guard and created a tense atmosphere between them, but then this tense atmosphere frequently sparked a fight just because of trivial things. Akira was already hyper-aware of them. So half of the trigger for a fight had been set. Thinking about how the other hunters would react to him, Alpha decided to tell him to withdraw from the place. I understand, let's go. Akira immediately pulled up his rucksack and ran to Kuzuhara City ruins. Both of the female hunters were riding a vehicle specially made for exploring the ruins. They were also heading towards the Kuzuhara ruins. Their equipment was inadequate for exploring the inner part of the ruin, but they were clearly too well equipped for exploring the outskirts of the ruin. Putting aside the special group of hunters who could kill monsters with their bare hands, most of the hunters were equipped with the equipment proportional to their skill. After all, it was an indicator that they had the skill to acquire and operate those equipments. So in short, the hunters who worked by exploring the Kuzuhara ruins, they were not fully amateurs but at the same time, not fully professionals either. Elena, who was driving the car, spoke to Sarah, who was sitting beside her. Sarah, we'll arrive soon, get yourself ready. Sarah, who was looking at the ruin through her binoculars, made a puzzled look. Elena, are you sure this is the place? We already discussed about this yesterday, didn't we? This is the only ruin that a small kid can reach by foot from Kuzuhara City. Isn't it also possible for him to go to other ruins by using the regular service? Other than this Kuzuhara City ruins, the other ruins that the regular service can bring you to are dangerous ruins. The rumor says that there was a small amateur boy who came to the exchange center with a very expensive relic. If that boy was also frequenting other ruins, then such a rumor won't spread, you know. It's not strange for a small boy from the slums to go as far as to the outskirts of Kuzuhara City ruins and find an expensive relic by pure chance. So it must be this place. There was a rumor spreading among the hunters in the Kuzuhara City about a ruin near the city where even a small boy could reach, and a lot of expensive relics were left untouched. Obviously, you have a better chance to come back alive from ruins that are not dangerous. As such, hunters who could not go to dangerous ruins thought that it was a better choice to spend their time sweeping the ruins rather than fighting dangerous monsters. That was why places that might have relics left untouched would get fully explored in no time. There were no more places with low danger level left unexplored near the city. At least, most of the hunters thought so. But that was completely refuted. After all, a small boy with poor equipment brought expensive relics to the exchange center. They did see this boy, and not only once. He was even regularly bringing back relics to the exchange center and had a fight in the slums for the money that he acquired. The rumor was even more exaggerated by saying that hunters who told that boy found an unexplored place and acquired a huge amount of money. Such a rumor was already spreading in the city. As such, a lot of hunters started sweeping the area with low danger level once again. Elena and Sarah were among those hunters who heard about that rumor and decided to sweep the ruins again. For them, the outskirts of the Kuzuhara city ruins was not worth their time anymore. But if the rumor turned out to be true, then they thought that they might hit the jackpot themselves. And even if the rumor was not true, it was not like it was going too dangerous for them. That was what Elena thought as she decided to search around the ruins again, and Sarah agreed with her. But unlike Elena, Sarah was not as optimistic. "Didn't you thoroughly search that place before?" And the result from that search was not really great either. "To be honest, I'm not expecting much from that place." "Well, there's no harm in doing this, right? Let's just search that place again. Something might have changed since the last time we came here." After Elena said that in an upbeat tone, her gaze moved to Sarah's chest and her expression changed to worry. "And also, about your nanomachine, it might be a good idea to replenish it soon. I know that you've been cutting your portion since we did not get much money lately, but are you really okay?" Sarah looked at her own chest, which lacked contours like when it was in its glorious days. Elena and Sarah both very well knew what it meant. That was exactly why Sarah smiled as to not make Elena worry. "It's okay, there's nothing to worry about." Sarah was one of those people who actively enhance their body using consumption-type nanomachine, and her chest was where she was saving her nanomachine stock. Working as a hunter and fighting monsters are two sides of the same coin. Their enemies were either descendants of the biological weapons made by the old world or the machines that functioned as defensive mechanisms. It was not easy to fight those enemies using human body. In order to fight those monsters, some hunters looked for a way to enhance their physical strength, augmented clothes, prosthetics, turning into a cyborg, and so on. The people from the Eastern District studied the technology from the old world to fight against those monsters of the old world and came up with a lot of different ways to enhance one's physical ability. One of those ways was to use nanomachines. It had a lot of different effects, like using force field to strengthen the muscle, enhancing cells, or even genetic modification. And when it came to highly advanced nanomachines, they could even replace one's cells with cells made by nanomachines and turn their body similar to a cyborg. They might look exactly the same like normal people, but these people would be able to flip a car or become impervious to bullets without using augmented clothes. Actually, Sarah almost died because of a certain circumstance and received treatment using the nanomachines. The treatment itself was a success. She was able to escape death and even acquired an enhanced body. But because of that, she could not survive without the nanomachines. Her body was actively consuming the nanomachines on her daily life, and the consumption increased as she was working as a hunter. But replenishing nanomachines needed quite a lot of money. She could actually take treatment to get rid of the dependence with nanomachines, but she would need a huge amount of money and she would be left with a weak body. It would also require even more money to treat her weakened body. In short, they were problems that could only be solved with money. And because she did not have an abundance of wealth, she could only maintain the status quo. One of the reasons why Elena put her bet on the rumor was because Sarah needed money to maintain her life. Not to mention that Sarah, who was their main firepower, will be less burdened if they explored an area with weak monsters. The nanomachines that Sarah consumed when she fought were replenished by distributing the nanomachine stock in her chest, and now her chest had already shrunk. Since Elena knew how it looked when Sarah had full stock of nanomachines, she could not help but worry looking at Sarah's current condition. Elena looked intensely at Sarah and said, "You know your own body the best, so I won't say too much about it. But if you keep going on like this, I'll sell my own equipment and force feed you nanomachines, you know." Sarah looked back at Elena with an equally intense gaze. "Please don't do that. If you do that, we will have less equipment and it will be harder to earn money. How long do you think we took to earn all of these equipments? It is nothing compared to your life. When the push comes to shove, I'll do that and let's raise up again together. If today's expedition goes well, we will spend our money first to replenish your nanomachines, okay?" She would not accept any objections. That was what her eyes were saying. They had been friends since before they started working as hunters. Their conversation had led to a situation where one of them should back off or they would not reach any compromise, so Sarah just accepted it and made a light smile. "Alright, I understand. Seriously though, we really can live without money." Elena smiled back at Sarah. "Isn't it too late for that? Hunters are just like that, aren't they?" "Well, that's true too." With a lot of things in their mind, Elena and Sarah headed to the Kuzyazhihara city ruins while smiling. Akira was still moving around the outskirts of the Kuzyazhihara city ruins. He did think of searching for relics since he had come to the ruins, but there were a lot of other hunters in the ruins. As such, he had to keep moving to avoid bumping into them. Thanks to the Alpha's advanced enemy detection ability, Akira was able to avoid bumping with any monsters or hunters. But there was no way for him to either search for relics or continue his shooting training, so Akira was a bit disappointed. "Akira, we need to move again." "Again? Why, this place is filled with people. And also, is it really that common for a ruin to be this crowded?" "It depends on the ruins, but this ruin should be already abandoned though. When I met you, there was not even a single hunter other than you. Even after that, the only other hunters that I saw around this place were those two that you killed the other day." Akira's expression turned grim. Then, doesn't that mean that they're tailing me? Are they looking for me?" Akira was rather worried. He could not help but think that these hunters were looking for him for the exact same reason that those hunters were tailing him the other day. But this time, they brought a lot of other hunters with them. Alpha then smiled and tried to calm Akira. "Don't worry. Even if that is the case, you'll be fine since you have me." "Well, I'm counting on you for that part, but moreover, I think those hunters are not specifically aiming for you. I have some inkling on the purpose they are here for. That's why I'm saying, there's nothing to worry about." Then Alpha proceeded to explain Akira about the rumor that Elena and other hunters had heard, the source of that rumor, and the things that the other hunters were looking for after hearing that rumor. After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira understood that he was the main reason for everything that was happening, and so his face went pale. "So that's what's happening, huh? This is getting troublesome." "Well, since it was just a rumor, I'm sure only half of the people who heard it actually believe it. It'll immediately die down once they know they can't find any relics. That's why I think there's no need for you to worry about it. Let's go." Akira was feeling rather complicated about these people who flooded the ruin because of what he did, but he did not have the leeway to think about that, so he just shoved that feeling aside. He continued to traverse the ruin by following Alpha. As for Elena and Sarah, they still did not get any results yet. Although Sarah expected that, she still felt disappointed as she let out a sigh. "Although I did not expect much, I never thought that it would be this fruitless." Elena made a bitter laugh and tried to cheer up Sarah. "If it was that easy, then someone would have discovered it first, you know. Let's just keep looking patiently." "Even if you say so, I don't feel like we'll find anything if we keep looking blindly like this. Elena, do you have any leads or something? I'm actually looking for that kid's footprints. If it's true that a kid found an unexplored area just like the rumor said, then there might be some small footprints that would lead us there. As expected of you, you always have a unique viewpoint." The jobs in Elena's team were clearly distributed. Elena's job was to gather information, while Sarah's job was fighting. And they were well equipped for their respective jobs. The main equipment for Elena was the information collection device. It was a high-tech device for reconnaissance consisting motion detectors, sonar map, and advanced scope. She used it for wide-range information collection such as mapping the ruin or scanning and locating enemy hideouts. She also had a gun with her, but compared to Sarah's equipment, her gun was just a light gun. Sarah's main equipment was a powerful gun. Normally, one would need to use augmented clothes to handle the weight and the kickback from the gun, but she was able to swing it around like nothing thanks to her strength and body. As for her armor, she was equipped with a sturdy armor to handle the situation when she needed to become Elena's shield. Elena would find the enemy, then Sarah would take care of it. Sometimes Sarah would also go alone without Elena, that was how their team explored the ruin. Elena, who was responsible for gathering information, did all she could to answer Sarah's expectations. It was because of Elena's superb skills that she was able to find footprints in the ruin that was filled with dust flying around. But the result wasn't as expected. So Elena could only reply back to Sarah with a bitter laugh. "Well, I still could not find any small footprints, but I did find so many adults' footprints though. It's still way better than looking blindly. So where do we look next? Let's look for places where small kid might go." "Ah, right, let me tell you this when I still have the chance, Sarah. The colorless mist is getting thicker, so be careful." "Roger that. If it gets worse, let's just return back. It will be your call to decide when to return, Elena." Elena and Sarah then moved deeper into the ruins while keeping their guard up. Akira was moving carefully inside the ruins. In order to avoid bumping into other hunters, he was hiding inside an abandoned building. He was watching the situation outside the building with a binocular. Every time Akira found another hunter through his binoculars, he would wonder if that hunter would go back home soon. Alpha was watching his action and spoke to him. "Akira, since this is a good chance, I'll explain to you about the colorless mist." "Colorless mist?" "Yep. It started to get thicker. Look at that direction." Alpha then got into the field of view of Akira's binocular and pointed her finger. "Look in that direction and this direction, can you find the difference?" "I don't see any difference, they look the same." "Are you sure?" Alpha was smiling at Akira as if she was urging Akira to look again. So Akira took another look but more carefully this time. But he could only see buildings lining in both directions, a common sight in the ruins. They were exactly the same to him. But since Alpha seemed like she was expecting an answer, Akira tried his best to look for their differences. "If I'm to be strict, I think the one on the right is somehow more blurred." Alpha then smiled and gave a strong nod. "That's right. The colorless mist on the right is thicker." Is that it? This is the most important part. It is fatal for an Eastern hunter to not know this, so listen well. To Akira, who looked confused, Alpha smiled as if to encourage him and started her explanation. The colorless mist was the name that the people of the Eastern District gave for a certain phenomenon. Unlike usual mist that looked white from light scattering, this colorless mist's range and thickness could only be observed from the blurring of the field of view. All the area inside the colorless mist would blur. If it only hindered the view up to a certain extent, it might pose some problems, but hunters could easily cope with it by using high-tech information gathering devices, but the effects of colorless mist did not stop there. There were a lot of unexplainable phenomena that come together with the colorless mist. Radio wave, electromagnetic signals, even sound and smell too would be affected in the colorless mist. Both living organisms and machines would have problem in acquiring information about their surroundings. It was as if all kinds of powerful jamming devices were active at the same time. The performance of thermo-optical camouflage would greatly reduce to a point that it became almost useless. Then starting from optical lock, all kinds of locks would be rendered unusable. Wireless communication would be filled with noise, and the mist could even affect wired communication sometimes. Moreover, all guns would lose their power and range. The trajectory would deviate greatly, which worsened the accuracy. And when the colorless mist was thick enough, even the path that the bullet took would be visible. This phenomenon greatly affected the hunter's activities in the Eastern District. An inexperienced hunter like Akira could not fully understand the dangers of this phenomenon even after listening to Alpha's explanation. "I, at least, understand that it will be bad once the mist thickens." Alpha could clearly see just how badly Akira understood the situation, so she shook her head and explained seriously. "You don't seem to understand it completely, so I'll only explain the part where it affects you then. First of all, the reason why monsters can't easily attack people in the Eastern District is because of this colorless mist. The monsters are also affected by the mist. Thanks to that, these monsters are having a hard time finding people, thus allowing humans to live here. If the mist was not there, even the monsters on the other side of the ruins would be able to detect your presence. The detection function installed in their weapons made by the old world is simply that powerful. Leaving aside whether Akira really understood the significance of the monster's detection ability, he at least understood just how important it is to avoid the enemy's detection. He nodded as if he was amazed. I see now, it is indeed important. And one more thing. Once it gets extremely thick, it would affect monsters, humans, and machines, thus lower their ability to detect enemy. In the worst case scenario, you might even be able to find enemy faster than me, you know. That's why for now, if the mist gets thicker, then you'll need to cancel the ruin expedition and go back to the city. Akira, who was amazed, listened closely to Alpha. He finally understood the danger of the mist. Wait, doesn't that mean that when the mist is thick enough, there's still a high chance for me to encounter monster even with your support? Yep, that's right. If I meet a monster, what do you think the possibility of the current me to win? In the case where the mist is thick enough, and my support is hindered to the point of uselessness, all your encounters would likely be a close range encounter. At that point, it will be pretty hopeless for you. Just now you said that the mist is getting thicker, right? Yep. Akira suddenly stopped talking and used his binoculars to watch for enemies around him. Of course, it was very rare for the mist to even get that thick. But Alpha, who knew that, just kept it a secret while smiling mischievously. Rebuild World. Chapter 11. All kinds of prey. In the ruins, Elena and Sarah kept searching for footprints and finally found footprints of a child. The footprint that they found was so light that it would have easily erased if the air blew over it. The reason why they were able to find that slight trace was because of Elena's tenacity and skill. And it definitely was Akira's footprint. So they continued their search in good mood, expecting to find the rumored unexplored area. But it was fruitless. They followed the footprints into an abandoned building and searched the whole place to find nothing of value inside it. Even so, they continued their search since they found similar footprints in the building. While on the other hand, the colorless mist was getting thicker. After some time, Sarah realized that the colorless mist had gotten pretty thick and her vision blurred when she looked through her binoculars. Just to be safe, she asked Elena. Elena, the colorless mist is getting thicker. Is it okay to continue here? Elena answered Sarah's question after an unnoticeable pause. It's okay. Although it started to affect the information gathering device. It's not so bad that we have to withdraw from our search. Is that so? Well, I guess it's fine if you say so. Elena then asked Sarah in a worried tone. How about you? Are you okay? If the colorless mist starts negatively affecting your nanomachines, we'll withdraw immediately. So do tell me if it does and don't hide it, okay? I'm fine. Although I can't say that it doesn't affect me at all, I'm still alright for now. Well, if you say so. But don't push yourself too hard, okay? Sarah laughed mischievously at Elena to make her stop worrying. I'm telling you, I'm fine. When the push comes to shove, I'll carry you and run away. So I still have a lot of spare power, you know. Elena then replied back while smiling teasingly. Oh my, are you trying to say that I'm fat? No. I was talking about your equipment. There's no other deeper meaning than that. That's really all. I'm telling you, that's all. Elena and Sarah were laughing as they were teasing each other. At least they were able to confirm that they were really okay. Elena did not lie. Although the mist affected the information gathering device, the effect was not that bad. But it would be unfavorable if the mist got any thicker, and by the looks of it, the possibility was very high. If it were any other day, Elena would have decided to withdraw due to the danger. But she couldn't do that today. They would not get any money if they went back empty-handed. And if their financial situation got any worse, there was a good chance that Sarah would postpone replenishing her nanomachines, which would be life-threatening for Sarah in her present condition. Elena wanted to avoid such a situation no matter what, and she unconsciously pushed their search longer. And Sarah did not lie either. Her situation was the same as Elena's information gathering device, it was manageable for now. But if Sarah suggested Elena to stop the search because of her little discomfort, Elena would definitely go against it. And she feared that if it was handled badly, Elena might even go to the ruins alone without her, who was the primary firepower in the team. And that was not something that she wished to happen. As such, Sarah pushed herself so that Elena would not worry about her. Elena and Sarah were actually having a hard time working as hunters. Some time ago, they were able to explore more dangerous ruins to earn money, but after going through some difficult circumstances during which they couldn't earn much, their financial condition rapidly declined. As such, they had less money to prepare for expeditions, which in turn reduced their efficiency when searching in the ruins. They had fallen into a vicious cycle, that instead of earning money, they were actually losing money with each subsequent expedition. It was also the reason as to why Sarah limited her nanomachine replenishment. It was also because they were in such a hardship that they believed in the rumor. Hunters who had fallen to such a vicious cycle would need to either hit a jackpot or push themselves for a gamble, in order to escape from it. If they were to win their gamble, they would be able to raise up again as skilled hunters who get rich. But if they lose their gamble, they would fall into deeper hardship due to the backlash from pushing themselves too hard. Elena and Sarah were betting on the rumor in order to turn their condition for the better. But due to their desire to get out from their situation, they unconsciously became careless. The fact that they put their bet on a baseless rumor was the proof of that. Normally, they would have stopped here, but Elena and Sarah were already committed in their bet that they forgot to be wary of their surroundings. There were a lot of hunters other than Elena and Sarah who came to Kuzajuhara city ruins chasing after the rumor. But most of them already abandoned the search and returned back. While most of them who stayed also decided to return back due to the thickening colorless mist. But a small part of these hunters didn't leave. They were the declining hunters who were lured by the rumor. Since the danger was comparatively minimal and this was also a chance for them to turn their situation around in one shot, these hunters remained obsessed in their search. But they could not find the rumored ruin no matter how much they searched. As such, they were getting annoyed and irritated. Since such a ruin did not exist in the first place, they would only get more and more annoyed. They could not just go back empty-handed even after reaching their limit. They started looking for another way to obtain something so that their trip won't be in vain. Rather continuing the search for this rumored ruin and wasting their efforts and time, they began diverting their attention onto other prey. Elena was traversing the ruin with a grim face. The colorless mist had gotten thicker faster than she expected and its effect on her information gathering device had become severe. The device's detection range had considerably reduced and hence the chance for them to encounter a surprise attack had increased. This is bad. To think that the mist would get this thick in such a short time. What a blunder. Then Elena said to Sarah while regretting her poor decision to continue their search. Sarah, we can't go further. We should head back now. I understand. Sorry, the detection range is already very small, we should have returned sooner. It's alright. There shouldn't be that many monsters in the outskirts. It'll be alright as long as we head back carefully. Seeing Elena blaming herself, Sarah just returned a smile that showed no trace of blame. Elena smiled in return and changed her mood since she understood that there was no meaning in regretting now. Elena and Sarah decided to head back. They were moving through the outskirts of the ruins looking for the vehicle that they parked there. Normally, the outskirts were a relatively safe place, but now that it was blanketed with the colorless mist, it had become a dangerous place. Since their vision got worse because of the mist, the probability of close encounter with the monsters increased. It greatly lowered the survival rate of the hunters who relied on ranged attack. If they met a monster, which boast of great vitality, inside this fog, they would be forced to fight with it in close range. And that would be a very dangerous situation. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed as Elena and Sarah were moving inside the mist. Considering the sound distortion factor due to the mist, they knew that the source of that gunshot was pretty close to them, behind a crumbled ruin. Sarah readied her gun while Elena operated her information gathering device and put all its resources on enemy detection. Elena, did you find anything? Wait for a second. I got some signals from where the gunshot was fired. It seems that 8 hunters are fighting against one monster and they are headed our way. They could see hunters running from the source of the gunshot, and these hunters were chased by a giant monster. Although they did shoot back while running away, there was no sign of the monster getting killed anytime soon. Elena analyzed the situation. Looking at them, it seems that these hunters have no close-range firepower. And also, the monster seems to be pretty strong that those hunters won't be able to defeat it with their equipment. We'll get involved if we leave it be, and it seems that it will be able to catch up with us even if we run away. There's no helping it, we should defeat it in their place instead. Roger that. Sarah aimed her huge gun towards the monster, then Elena shouted at the hunters who were approaching her. Get out of the way. The hunters who heard her words acknowledged and stopped shooting back at the monster and kept running toward her. The monster was so huge that Elena could see it easily even under the thick mist. It was a big carnivorous monster, its muscle line was visible even when it was covered by its thick fur. It opened his big mouth showing its huge fangs as it was trying to devour those hunters. Sarah, who was aiming at that monster, found something strange. Through her aiming device, she could see that the monster was mostly unharmed, even when the hunters were shooting at the monsters as they were running away from it. She thought that it might be because of its superb vitality that the monster was able to chase the hunters while ignoring their gunshots. But that did not seem to be the case. Did the thick fur protect it from the bullets? Or is it that these hunters only have weak guns with them? Or is it that most of their shot missed since they were shooting while running away? Well, not that it really matters now, I'll take care of it myself. Sarah just pushed the question aside and pulled the trigger. The huge bullet that shot out from her big gun hit the monster right on its head. Fresh blood splattered from its head and it fell down to the ground. While that happened, the hunters kept running while ignoring what happened to the monster behind them. Elena saw something strange about these hunters. They should be showing desperation trying to run away from their certain death situation. But instead, they were lacking any expressions showing their fear of death or happiness that they found someone who would help them. But she did not have the time to think about the reason. Due to the thick colorless mist, she had allowed a monster and a group of hunters approach them. And because she prioritized in taking out the monster, she was late in reacting to these hunters. These hunters kept running past Elena and Sarah without even saying a single word of gratitude. And then one of them threw something towards Elena's feet. Elena and Sarah were so shocked when they realized that it was a type of hand grenade. Sarah, who was quick to react, immediately grabbed Elena and tried to run away from that place. But they were a bit late and the grenade exploded and threw their bodies into the air. Sarah covered Elena from the explosion and was able to protect her. But the explosion threw her away from Elena before landing hard on the ground. After that, she was in confusion for a bit, but she immediately regained her composure and realized that she was lying on the ground defenseless. She reflexively hid behind wreckage as she got up. She then immediately tried to confirm Elena's safety, but she could not find Elena around her. She was about to call for Elena when she heard a guy's voice. That other girl. Throw down your weapon if you don't want your friend to die. Sarah then heard Elena's voice from the same direction. Sarah. Don't mind me. You can freely run away or shoot these bastards. Sarah was showing a pained face when she understood how bad the situation was. Elena was captured by those guys. A lot of hunters went to the ruins daily looking for valuable relics, and then they would fight against the monsters living in the ruins. As such, many hunters were killed in the ruins and left their equipment scattered around the ruins. Normally, the next person who found these equipments would be their new owner. Although sometimes the dead hunter would leave a letter asking to accept their equipment as a payment to take care of his or her burial or to send a certain belonging to his or her family, no one would follow through. The finder would keep all the equipment left behind. But some of these hunters who had bad personality would change from being a hunter into being a robber inside the ruins. Rather than looting a dead hunter, they would kill other hunters, and take their belongings. Then a bounty would be put on their head and some of them would die as prey of some other hunters. These were the kind of hunters who attacked Elena and Sarah. They already coveted for Elena and Sarah's equipment. This was the day when they changed their profession from skilled hunters to ruthless robbers. It was just bad luck on Elena and Sarah's side. They did not kill that monster on purpose, and all these were their elaborate play to trick Elena and Sarah to lower their guard. Guns were pointed at Elena from her back, but Elena looked back and glared at the hunters behind her. But the sensation of the gun muzzle pressed on the back of her head prevented her from doing anything further. The hunter pressed his gun's muzzle harder on Elena's head and shouted, "You just shut up. Do you want to die?" But Elena did not show any fear and shouted back, "Just pull the trigger and you all will be dead. Sarah. Don't listen to them. Didn't I tell you to shut up?" The hunter behind Elena violently smacked his gun onto Elena's head, and Elena could not help but let out a scream. Sarah, who was still hiding behind the ruins, clenched her teeth hard while making a grim face. If she followed Elena's order to just forget about her, she might be able to kill all the hunters, but in exchange, Elena would definitely get killed. But if she obeyed the hunter's order and threw down her weapon, she might be able to save Elena. But on the other hand, it would worsen their situation. They would definitely rape her and Elena, and there was no guarantee what they would do after that. Sarah could not pick either choice. Then another hunter shouted as if he was letting Sarah hear him, "Just kill her already. Then we can just move on and kill the other girl afterwards." "Wait!" Sarah shouted back in reflex and made her decision. She threw down her weapon and stepped out from the ruin with both her hands up. Elena shook his head. But Sarah smiled at Elena. There was a slight trace of bitterness in that smile. Sarah then moved slowly toward the hunter while making a serious face as to not alert him. Seeing Sarah approaching them unarmed, the hunters were making a nasty laugh. Since it seemed that Sarah would listen to them obediently, some of them lowered their guns. But the gun behind Elena's back remained in its position. Sarah moved slowly while measuring the distance between them. "It's okay. They're off guard right now. It's still too far. But it's okay. If I can get close enough to them, I could beat them with bare hands." If she ignored the nanomachine consumption and raised her physical ability to its limit, she would be able to boost her physical ability, and it would be enough to counterattack those hunters despite the fact that Sarah had no previous training in martial arts. But on the other hand, the nanomachine consumption would also be enormous. In the worst case scenario, she would spend all her nanomachines and die. And even if she could take care of those hunters without dying, she would only be left with a short time awaiting her death. If Sarah had ignored Elena's safety and shot back with her gun, it would cut her nanomachine consumption to a minimum. Elena's glare at Sarah was saying that she wanted Sarah to take that option. But Sarah could not do that. Sarah had made her resolve and moved forward. It was only a few steps until a chance to retaliate would come to her. "Stop there. Stop there and take off your augmented clothes and armor." The hunter who shouted, laughed as he saw Sarah stop just like she was ordered to. "After all, even without a gun, I don't want to be beaten to death with the physical enhancement from that augmented clothes. We did lower the firepower of the grenade so that your equipment won't sustain any damage, but to think that you would be able to survive that unscathed and even didn't fall unconscious, it seems that you have quite a good equipment on you. Don't worry, we'll use them with care. So you hear me, right? Remove it slowly. I understand." Sarah did like what she was told to. She removed her own clothes and armor. She was also glaring at them while trembling in order to make them lower their guard even more. Soon she was only left with her undergarments. Seeing this, the hunters' laughter only got nastier. Sarah had to bear with their stare while reassessing her chance. "Since they mistook my armor as enhanced armor, it means that they don't know that I used nanomachine to enhance my physical power. It's okay, this will work well." Sarah kept glaring at them. "I've removed them. Is that so?" Then suddenly bullets tore through Sarah's both thighs and Sarah fell down to the ground. Elena screamed and ran towards Sarah, forgetting the fact that she also had a gun pointed at her head. The one who shot Sarah was the leader of this hunter group, Bubaha. Bubaha looked at Sarah, who was on the ground, and confirmed their safety. He then looked at his subordinates and pointed at Sarah while saying, "This girl is a nanomachine enhanced girl. She should be a few times stronger than a normal human. The cloth that she removed is just a normal armor, not an augmented one. If you don't want to get twisted and torn apart, you might want to stay away from that girl. How do you know that? You can tell that from her movements and equipment. It's because you can't recognize something like this. You guys are stuck as amateurs. When nanomachine enhanced person is severely wounded, the nanomachine will prioritize in healing the wound. As such, their movement would be affected during that time. But they're still stronger than a normal human. So if you guys want to toy with them, then just use the other girl. Bubaha then pointed at Elena, so everyone's attention gathered at her. Elena, who ran to Sarah, hugged her close as she was writhing in pain on the ground. Sarah smiled meekly. The nanomachines inside her body prioritized in healing her wound and life support, thus she was in no condition for combat. She was in a condition where it was impossible to turn the situation around with her own power. I'm sorry, I made a blunder. Why didn't you run away? Elena's voice was trembling as she asked a question that she wasn't expecting an answer for. She thought that if Sarah had ran away, then at least Sarah would be safe. Sorry. In contrast to her answer, Sarah smiled at Elena. That sorry was filled with so many meanings in it. Sarah and Elena looked at the hunters who were laughing nastily while approaching them. But in the next moment, Bubaha was shot right through his forehead and dropped dead. The gunshot's sound kept reverberating through the air. The other hunters were so shocked by the sudden turn of events. And before they could even put up their guard, 10 bullets were already fired at them. Those who got hit dropped into the ground and screamed in pain. As for those who got lucky, started cursing at Elena and Sarah, thinking that they had other friends with them. But with that meaningless action, their luck ran out as well. Damn you. You still have other friends with you, huh? Elena and Sarah were also surprised by the sudden turn of events. But Elena was able to immediately compose herself. She then took the gun from the hunter who was on the ground near her and shot at the other hunters who were still able to fight. After that, she looked for anyone who was still breathing and nested 2 shots into their heads each, thus stopping their breath. The other hunters, of course, were also thinking of killing Elena, but since bullets were flying toward them, they could not do that and focused more on hiding themselves from the enemy's line of sight. And so in the middle of the confusion, they focused more on looking for ruin and wreckage to hide. While the hunters were trying to hide, Elena dragged Sarah, trying to escape. Sarah. Can you walk? I can't. Elena. It's okay, just run from here. I won't. Don't you joke with me. Some of the hunters noticed them and tried to shoot at Elena and Sarah, but they were also stopped by the gunshots that came from nowhere. Sarah, who was dragged by Elena, picked up the gun that she dropped, while Elena, who was dragging Sarah together with her, went towards a building. All the while, the echo from the gunshots did not stop. Elena and Sarah were somehow able to run toward an abandoned building near them. Elena then pointed her gun's muzzle outside and was watching her surroundings carefully. Elena, what do you think just happened? I don't know. Someone who is not from their side suddenly opened fire at them. That's all I know at the moment. I want to think that person did that to help us, but there's a chance that person is actually trying to steal those hunters' prey. Sarah, how's your wound? It'll take about an hour before I can walk on my own. I see. Just don't move too much for now and prioritize your nanomachine on healing your wounds. Let's analyze our current situation from this place. It's not like we're already safe, after all. And so Elena and Sarah bunkered themselves inside the abandoned building while making a grim face. Rebuild World. Chapter 12. Reason to Kill. Akira was moving between the ruins' shadow as he was shooting at those hunters. The colorless mist dampened the sound of the gunshot, so the hunters who were attacking Elena and Sarah could not pinpoint his location. Their screams echoed through the wasteland as he opened fire at them. Alpha, how many of them left? 3 of them are dead. Only 5 people left. By the way, you only killed 1 of them, the other 2 were killed by those girls. They were able to kill 2 of them in that condition, huh? Those girls are amazing. Indeed. Akira's face constricted after hearing Alpha's answer. Alpha did not hide the fact that she was in a bad mood, and it was obvious from her expression and tone. Do you really hate that we're helping those girls? Akira awkwardly asked Alpha, trying not to worsen her mood. Alpha only replied with a smile as if she was trying to evade answering. But Akira could feel that she was pouting. I'm not, you know? I do think that helping other people is a good thing. Since you took my request while you're actually not strong, you can't die until you accomplish it. I wonder if you really should put yourself in danger for helping some strangers. I'm not fully convinced by your action. It will be troublesome for me if you were to die. I did tell you about this before, didn't I? Alpha's support was not free, it was a deposit payment for accomplishing her request. So if Akira died here without even completing her request, then it would be the same as him running away with her deposit payment. He thought this was the reason why she was in a bad mood. Realizing that he was being glared on by Alpha, he made an awkward excuse. Well, about that, you see. I was thinking as long as I have your wonderful support, then it was an easy thing to help these girls. So it would be great if you can think of it as proof of how much I trust your support. To think that you believe in my support this much, I'm so happy, I really am. Akira could feel a great pressure coming from Alpha's smile, as such, he could only smile back awkwardly. When the monster that was lured by those hunters was still away from them, Alpha already detected its presence. Then she judged that it was not a monster that Akira could defeat. And so she was planning to make Elena and the other hunters face it and lead Akira to safety. She also informed that to Akira. She thought that by telling him about their real situation, would make him move faster to avoid getting himself involved, in case a battle really started. But then Akira did something that she did not expect. Rather than moving away from the area, Akira decided to go towards Elena and the other hunters instead. And when Elena and Sara's situation worsened, Akira's mood was also affected and he was really agitated. He asked Alpha something that she never expected. Alpha, if I have your support, is it possible for me to eliminate all of those hunters? Are you planning to save them? Is it not possible? Alpha could see that Akira was planning to do that if it was possible, so she answered that question while being puzzled about it. If you ask me whether it's possible or not, I would say that it is indeed possible. But it doesn't change the fact that it's dangerous. I think there's no need to get ourselves involved in their matters, you know? Is it because there's a good chance that I'll get killed even with your support? It depends on the situation. If you prioritize your own safety, I think you'll have a better chance at survival. But of course, the safest choice is for you to not get involved with them at all. So in short, it will somehow work out, right? If she denied, then Akira would question the usefulness of her support. It would be bad if that happened. That was why Alpha had no choice but to approve it. Since she could not understand why Akira was so persistent about helping them, she asked him with a puzzled look. It will. But can you at least tell me your reason? Since there's a need for me to tailor my support actions accordingly. But Akira just shut his mouth, he was hesitating to tell her his reason. Alpha could clearly see a trace of hatred, irritation, disgust, and anger from his expression. But she could not understand why. Moreover, Akira's expression was grimmer than the time when he was assaulted in the middle of the ruins. But now, it was not like he himself was getting assaulted, and the people that got assaulted here were total strangers to him. Despite all of these facts, his expression was really grim. He was lacking in both equipment and skill at that time when he was attacked by two hunters. But he just did not have the leeway of realizing that since he was so desperate. Compared to that time, he was relatively safe here. He was better equipped and more skilled than before. The leeway created from that difference might be the reason why Akira was making this expression. At least Alpha understood as such. But Alpha analyzed that there was no real reason as to why Akira's psychological condition was so disturbed now. The silence continued. Akira took that as a sign that Alpha would not help him if he did not answer her, and so he stated his reason. If those guys stayed in the ruins, they might attack me one day. Since I'll frequent this ruin from now on, It might be a good idea to use this chance and kill them all, right? Moreover, you did say that I used my life worth of luck, remember? So if I help those girls, I might get back some of my luck. After all, luck is something that is affected by what you do, right? So isn't it fine if we help them? After hearing that answer, Alpha contemplated deeply for a while. The reason that Akira worded out was only an excuse for him to kill those guys. Akira was not looking for a reason to help those girls, but a reason to kill the guys. He did not say that he should kill the guys to help the girls, but more like he wanted to help the girls in order to kill the guys. It was possible that Akira was following the vague moral values inside him, and that moral value judged that those people needed to be killed. Alpha was able to understand that far, but she still could not understand why Akira was willing to risk his life to stick to his moral values. The silence continued and Akira's expression slowly turned pale as if there was no hope for him. If it's really something difficult to achieve even with your support, then we can just give up though. Alpha felt that if she continued the interrogation, then Akira would consider her to be the same as those hunters. Moreover, there was a danger that Akira might lose trust in her support. For Alpha, the life of those guys was of no value at all, so she decided that those guys would die in order to get back Akira's trust. Alpha replied back as if she was a bit insulted by Akira's remark while hiding the cold decision that she made. What are you talking about? It's easy as long as you have my support, you know. I see, in that case, I'll be counting on you. Sure. Let's finish this. We need to move first, come this way. Alpha had decided to accept Akira's request. With this, Bubaha and his friend's fate had been sealed by someone that had nothing to do with them or with Elena and Sarah. Akira reached a safe place and launched a surprise attack at Bubaha and his friends with Alpha's support. Akira aimed the TP line at Bubaha's forehead and pulled the trigger without even a shred of hesitation. He kept shooting to cover for Elena and Sarah's retreat. Even after he saw Elena and Sarah had safely retreated into an abandoned building, Akira's expression did not loosen up. He only felt that he was able to accomplish the false excuse that he made. Akira, we have to move, now. Roger that. He moved through the ruins, passed through a building and dove into wreckage before reaching to his next vantage point. He then directed his gun towards the guys who were not even shooting at him, aligned his aim to their head and pulled the trigger with a cold face while feeling a little discomfort. As Akira aimed at them through his aiming device, his eyes shows that he was feeling disgusted more than hatred towards those guys. The bullet spewed out from his gun, hit the guy right on his head. The bullet, originally made for fighting the monsters that had huge vitality compared to a human, blasted the guy's head into small pieces. Akira, we need to move again. Roger that. Akira kept moving from one shooting spot to next to avoid getting discovered by those guys. Alpha's instructions were perfect, those guys did not even have an inkling as to where Akira was shooting from. While he was moving around, Akira felt something weird and inadvertently opened up his mouth. But still, it's weird that they don't know my position although I've been shooting at them from a pretty close range. It's because you've been shooting from their blind spot. It's for the best if you can choose positions that will give you a ground advantage. Moreover, the colorless mist is making it harder for them to spot you. If it is about the effect of the colorless mist, then we're in the same condition, aren't we? No, not even close. There's a great difference between my detection ability inside this Kuzuhara city ruins and the detection ability of their cheap information gathering device. For them, it's as if they're fighting with their eyes closed. If it was not because of that, it would be impossible for you to win against them with your current ability. That's why it's important for you to not misunderstand this situation and assume it is because of your ability that you are able to fight against them. They're not weak opponents. So don't ever think that you can take them out easily. I understand. Alpha gave Akira a strong warning while smiling. It's good as long as you understand. So you really shouldn't misunderstand, okay? Oh okay. Akira nervously answered back. Although he answered that honestly, he was a bit worried that Alpha thought he was getting ahead of himself. so he refocused himself and rushed forward. Alpha actually knew that when she gave Akira the stern warning. A guy was trembling in fear. He was the only person who was still alive. All of his friends were already turned into mutilated corpses scattered around the area. He feared that at this rate, he would also join those corpses, and it made him tremble. Damn it. What's going on here? How can they shoot so accurately inside this mist? Why someone so good is roaming in this place? Isn't that just unfair? The Kuzuhara city ruins should already be abandoned. The relics in its outskirts were all exhausted, and the inner part of the ruins was filled with monsters that it was not worth exploring. If not for the rumor, no skilled hunters would visit this place. Or at least, the outskirts should not be a place visited by someone with enough skill to easily kill his friends. That damn Bubaha, didn't he say that there were only incompetent hunters around this area? That damn bastard spouting such a lie. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. Damn it. It was actually his decision that he took Bubaha's invitation to rob other hunters. Now that they failed, he was blaming Bubaha and spewing out curses. The colorless mist was getting clearer. But the guy did not think that it was anything good for him. He thought that the one who was shooting at him and his friends was someone with superior skills, who could shoot accurately even under the effect of the mist. That was why, now that the mist was getting cleared, he thought that person should be able to shoot at him more accurately than before. Since the effect from the mist had weakened, the guy's information gathering device picked up a signal of Akira's position. But he could not rely on that information to seek and kill Akira. The anger from the fact his friends were killed was already completely overwhelmed by the fear of losing his life. His spirit was completely crushed. The guy thought he would only get killed if he continued. After thinking hard, he made a difficult decision in order to stay alive. His face twitched, then he threw his weapon down and slowly came out from behind wreckage while raising both of his hands. He then shouted, "You win. I give up. So please spare me." He walked into an open street defenseless and looked around. I was coerced to help that bastard Bubaha. He would kill me if I did not help him. It's not like I willing to help him. I had no choice. He looked around nervously. I'm sorry, okay. I won't do it again, ever. If you want my money, I still have some. I'll also give all the money that the others have too. I also have some savings. I'll also give that too. If you kill me, you won't be able to get that money, you know? His face was distorted by fear as he was waiting for a reply, but there was no one, no voice, no bullet, no reply at all. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying. Why, you haven't shot at me, so you're still thinking about what to do, right? Are you doubting me? Do you think that I had some kind of weapon with me? Or do you think that I'm using an enhancing cloth and that I'm dangerous even when I'm unarmed? Alright then. I just need to remove my cloth, right? I'll remove my cloth. So please don't shoot. After he then took off his cheap enhancing cloth, Akira came out from the shadow behind an alley. The guy was so surprised when he saw Akira. He never imagined that it would be a small boy, so he felt relieved. The fact that Akira showed himself meant that there was still a chance for him to negotiate with Akira. His fear of death lessened and his tense face loosened up. I'm saved. I'm saved at the moment, now I just need to make a deal with this boy. Then the next second, Akira shot that man. A bullet tore through the middle part of his torso. Inside the head of that confused man, he remembered a similar scene not too long back when Bubaha shot Sara. On the very last second of his life, he wondered if Akira mistook him for a nanomachine enhanced person as his life and consciousness started fading away. I'm not. In his last moment before his death, he only murmured Akira's wrong assumption. Akira kept looking at that man while confirming with Alpha. Did I get everyone? Yes. It's done. By the way, why did you shoot him? Akira made a puzzled face. As such, Alpha gave more context to her question. If you wanted to kill him, you could have killed him sooner, right? But since you didn't immediately shoot him, I thought that you wanted to spare him. you know. So I'm asking you, why did you suddenly decide to shoot him? Oh, so that's what you meant, huh? I was planning to kill him right from the start, but since it seemed that I could kill him more safely if I waited, I decided to wait. Wasn't you the one who told me that they're not weak and I shouldn't misunderstand this part? I indeed said that. You have convinced me now. Anyway, it's good to be careful. There are dangers that come as you give more time to your opponent, so you should be careful about that too. I understand. Akira obediently nodded. Akira, Elena, Sara and Bubaha's party. All these unlucky people gathered in this area. All these people were trying to rise up from ashes. All these people pushed themselves past their limit and gambled their life in this ruins, in order to turn over their bad living condition. Some of them lost their bets, suffered the backlash from pushing themselves past their limit and their wrong decision. And these people already paid in full for their actions. The mutilated corpses of hunters were scattered in the ruins. This was one of the common scenes in the Eastern District and had repeated again to no end. It was just one of the common happenings in that place. Some time had already passed since Elena and Sara bunkered themselves in one of the abandoned buildings. The sound of the sporadic gunshot from the outside had already stopped for a while and there was no sign of it returning anytime soon. Sara lowered her guard for a bit. Is it over? Elena used her information gathering device to confirm it. Most of the signals from the outside are already gone. There's only one signal other than ours. Maybe it's a signal from the one who was fighting against those guys a while ago. Elena's information gathering device had already recovered fully from the effect of the colorless mist. So there was no way for Elena to mistakenly identify the signal between those who attacked them and the signal from other people. But there was no guarantee that the signal came from someone friendly. Elena, is the signal from that person moving towards us? It doesn't seem to be so. But still, what do you think just happened there? If we were to think optimistically, it must be someone who passed there by chance and decided to help us. After all, it was 8 against 3. If we don't count ourselves, then it was 8 against 1. But even so, that person saved us. That person must be a very nice person. Or so I hope. After Sara spoke her optimistic assumption of what just happened, she just stopped talking without telling Elena her pessimistic assumption. There's a limit for how nice a person can be. I do feel thankful to that person, but we don't know what that person might ask from us as a reward. In case if it was a man and he asked for our body as a reward, Elena might be against it, but I hope he would be satisfied with my body alone. Elena kept watching the signal of that person from her information gathering device. Then she realized that the signal was moving away from them. So that person won't come here, huh? If he wanted to demand a reward, he would come here as soon as he could. It doesn't even seem he wants to confirm our safety. That might because he wants to avoid having another fight, or he just simply lost interest in us. Or maybe he prioritizes taking those guys' equipment first. The signal kept moving away from them as she was thinking. Elena was hesitating for some time, but she then decided to chase after that signal. I'll be back in a moment, Sara, you wait here. Are you sure? The colorless mist has gotten lighter and looking from its signal, it doesn't seem like that person is hostile to us. So it'll be fine. I will be careful too. After all, I should at least say my gratitude to that person. Elena smiled in order to reassure Sara. She then packed her stuff and went out alone. Since her information gathering device detected no other hostile signals, she immediately ran towards Akira. As Elena approached Akira, the signal of her savior in her information gathering device suddenly started moving faster away from her. It seemed that Akira was trying to run away from her, but Elena already remembered Akira's position. It was behind a cover. Her voice might reach him, but she could not see Akira. As such, she hurriedly called Akira in order to stop him. Wait for a second. You're the one who saved us, right? I want to say my thanks and I want to talk to you for a bit. Can you come here for a second? Please. But then, suddenly a crumpled paper flew from Akira's direction and rolled to Elena's feet. Elena took that paper and opened it. There was a bullet inside that paper and a short message saying "Don't come over here" written illegibly. She could not understand whether Akira put in a bullet inside the crumpled paper to make it easier for him to throw, or was it a kind of warning to her. But at least, she understood that the person who saved her did not want her to come close to him, although she did not really understand the reason. So she stopped chasing Akira and instead shouted at him. "My friend was shot and she can't move. I have a vehicle parked in the outskirts of the ruin, so can you please protect us while I carry my friend to that vehicle? I'll give you another reward in addition to the reward for saving us from those guys. I know that I'm just burdening you more, but can you please help us?" But of course, Elena actually did not have anything to offer as a reward. Especially, she had no money to give at all. Or more like, she came to the ruins because she wanted to earn some money in the first place. She also needed the money for replenishing Sara's nanomachine. Elena knew that she would need to negotiate with him and find what he would want as payment. She already resolved herself in case he asked for her body as payment. But then another thing flew from Akira's direction to Elena. This time it was a box. When Elena took it and checked the box, she recognized from the words printed on the box that it was a medicine box. There was a piece of paper inside it with instructions on how to use the medicine written in crooked letters. Elena assumed that the message must be saying something like "Use this medicine to heal your friend" or something like that. She also came to understand that the one who saved them had no wish of accepting her request. Elena decided to return back to Sara, but before heading back, she added some note on the paper that Akira threw at her and left it on the ground. "Okay. Thank you for the medicine. I'll return back. I have written my hunter code on this paper, so contact me when you have time, okay?" Elena then bowed towards Akira's direction before running back to Sara. Akira waited until Elena was quite a distance away from him before picking up the paper left by her. There was a series of characters written on the paper. It was Elena's hunter code, but Akira did not understand it. What is this hunter code thingy? It's unimportant until you have your own information terminal. For now, you can think of it as something convenient that allows you to contact other hunters. So she even has something like this, huh? By the way, do I have a hunter code? Nope. But you should be able to get one after buying your own information terminal and submitting an application in the hunter office. By the way, Akira, are you okay with that? Yeah, it's fine. It's not like we have any particular reason to meet her anyway. Let's just go back home. You're not going to loot them before returning home? I'll just leave them be. It's not like they came attacking me after all. I see. Akira took all the equipment of the two hunters that attacked him the other day. Alpha just could not understand what was the difference between those two hunters and the hunters that he killed just now. So Alpha concluded that it must be because of Akira's moral values. Akira put himself in danger without even expecting any reward, and he even gave away his precious medicine box. But then he refused to protect them as if he did not care about them at all. He did not even think of meeting the people that he just saved. In order to give correct guidance to Akira, Alpha was trying to understand Akira's moral values on which he made his decisions. But she understood well from the time when Akira decided to help Elena and Sara, it would be pointless to pressure Akira for an answer. As such, she decided not to question Akira at all. Akira kept running as he got out from the Kuzuhara city ruins. When Elena went back to Sara and told her everything, Sara smiled mischievously. He saved us even though we're just total strangers to him. He even gave us medicines and left us without asking for any reward or telling us his name. To think that he would leave all the good parts, it's not even strange if you fall in love with him, but when Sara put everything on like that, it indeed sounded like he was such a wonderful person. Sara then continued while making a bitter smile. You didn't see him and you don't know his voice as well. He won't let you approach him and his handwriting is bad. I wonder if he did this intentionally so we won't be able to investigate his identity from his handwriting. He completely turned into a suspicious person now. Elena smiled bitterly after hearing about the sudden change of image of the person who just helped her. Should we stop using the medicine that we just received? It won't take too long before your wound is healed, right? It was not like Elena wanted to make her savior bad. But the one who would use it was Sarah, so she did not want to coerce her into taking the medicine. But Sarah lightly shook her head. No, I'll use it. After all, it's bad for us if I stay injured like this. The one who would be using the medicine was her and not Elena, so there was no need for her to worry, but Sarah could not say that as she decided to take the medicine. Even so, she took a capsule from the medicine box and held it on her palm. The common way of using it was to swallow it as it is. Sarah kept staring at the capsule on her palm as she remembered the piece of paper in which the instruction on how to use the medicine was written. It was not a manual that came with the box, but it was a cheap-looking piece of paper with the instruction written on it in bad handwriting. In case of emergency or if you need immediate healing, don't use it normally, but instead apply the content of the capsule directly over your wound. And be careful since it might cause severe pain. This was the instruction written on the paper. It was not the usual way to take medicine. In the worst case scenario, it might even make her wound worse. Sarah was a bit confused, but she eventually decided to take the medicine as the paper instructed. She opened multiple capsules and applied the content directly onto her wounded legs. Intense pain immediately assaulted Sarah just like the paper warned. She could feel something forcefully healing the open wounds on her legs along with the pain. Elena was worried as she looked at Sarah's pained expression. The pain slowly faded and eventually was gone after a minute. Although she could feel slight pain as she stood up, she was able to stand up without any problem. Elena was surprised when she saw that. Sarah, are you sure you're okay standing up? I'm fine, it seems that medicine is really effective. It healed me to the point that I feel I can fight normally now. Elena, how about you try using it too? Sarah then took some extra capsules and swallowed them. Since she was no longer in emergency and in no need of immediate effect, she chose to take the medicine normally. Elena decided to follow Sarah's suggestion and took the medicine too. Although Elena was not gravely wounded, she had some injuries and she was severely exhausted, so she was in need of healing too. Not too long after she took the medicine, she could no longer feel pain in her head. From her experience working as a hunter, Elena understood that it was not simply an effect from painkiller, but it was because the injury on her head was rapidly healing. Due to the effectiveness of the medicines, Elena and Sarah's evaluation of Akira changed back from a suspicious person to a savior with a certain circumstance. Although it was reasonable, Sarah and Elena looked at each other and smiled bitterly to the fact that they were doubting their savior just a moment ago. Sarah then smiled as to change the mood. Well, putting everything aside, we at least know that the person who saved us is a very nice person. I don't know where he got this medicine, but since it's very effective, it must be pretty expensive, right? Although he helped us this much, it's regrettable that we could not say our thanks. I left him with my hunter code, but I don't know if he will even read it or if he will actually contact us. It's fully up to him whether he'll do that or not. But let's work hard so that we would be able to return this favor in case we ever meet him again. Elena also smiled in order to change the mood. You do have a point. We can't do anything about it no matter how much we think for now. So then, how about we loot those dead hunters as a start for preparing to return this favor? Since it seems that the person who saved us isn't interested in their equipment at all, so we can sell them for money and use it for replenishing your nano machine. Geez, that stranger really helped us with a lot of things today. You can say that again. Elena and Sarah laughed as they were having that conversation. After that, Elena and Sarah looted the corpses of the dead hunters and safely returned back to the city. They went to the ruins chasing an unconfirmed rumor and placed their bet on that rumor. Then because of their blunder, they almost lost their lives and something more important than that. But the money that they got from selling the equipment they looted from the dead hunters was more than enough for Elena and Sarah to turn over their condition for the better. In short, Elena and Sarah won their bet. Rebuild World. Chapter 13. A Proper Hunter. Akira spent his days by training and exploring the ruins. The rumor of the unexplored territory filled with priceless relics where even a small kid could go, had already died down. After all, Alpha analyzed the market price of the relics and adjusted the quality and quantity of the relics that Akira brought to the exchange center. Akira also got better equipment for himself. He no longer looked like an unarmed amateur kid bringing relics into the exchange center. So the rumor died down quickly and the hunters immediately stopped coming to the Kuzuhara ruin, which was the source of the rumor. Thanks to that, Akira was able to go relics hunting without any problem. But in contrast, he was not able to earn enough money. After all, in order to avoid the spreading of similar rumors, he was only able to sell half of the relics that he gathered and had to hide the other half. In order to adjust to his worsened financial condition, he moved from 20,000 dorm per night into a 4,000 dorm per night inn. He was staying in Fort Atami Mat's wide room with no other amenities other than a shower. Even so, it was way more comfortable than sleeping in the slum city's alley. But Akira could not deny that he was also missing the lifestyle where he could take a bath in a bathtub every day. It was not easy to lower his life standard when he had experienced a better one before. As such, Akira frequently wondered when he would be able to get back to that lifestyle. Alpha only smiled like usual, trying to soothe Akira. She also told Akira that once he got enough skill and position, no one would doubt him if he brought expensive relics to the exchange center. Then he would be able to quickly return back to the lifestyle where he could take a bath in a bathtub every day. Behind her ever-present smiling face, Alpha kept a close watch on Akira. Akira's daily chores of training and exploring the ruins changed after Akira brought relics to the exchange center for the 10th time. After he finished the transaction as usual and was about to go back home, Nojima suddenly called him. "Wait for a second. Take this with you." Nojima gave Akira a map drawn on a piece of paper and a plastic card. It was a map of the city boundary and there was a marker on it. "There's just a little bit of something that you need to do, but you only need to show this card to whoever is there." "Well then, good luck out there, Ajira." My name is Akira." Ajira was the name that was mistakenly written on his hunter ID. Nojima laughed when he saw Akira was annoyed. "Your name was submitted as such in the database, you know. Did you mistakenly submit the wrong name? Who the heck is the guy who did your application? That damn guy. Anyway, you can correct your name there, so get going." After saying that, Nojima just cheerfully sent Akira off. The outer wall that surrounded the middle district of Kuganyama City was frequently boasted for its durability. It could keep the inner part safe and sound even if it was assaulted. That thick and tall wall, which physically, economically and socially separated the inner and the outer side, was brimming with power, so much that it would awe anyone who saw it up close. There was a big tall building along the wall called Kugama Building. It was a checkpoint that connected the inner and the outer part of the city, and it was a very important building for the city. There was a hunter office inside that building, and it handled a different kind of function compared to the hunter office where Akira applied as a hunter. It was an office that managed all the hunter activities around Kuganyama City. Akira looked at the building. Its intimidating appearance showcased the authority, financial power and military power that it held. It was just simply too much for a small kid from the slum. The marker on the map led to the corner where the hunter office was located. "This is the place, right? Yep, let's go in." Yeah." Akira nervously followed Alpha, who already entered the building. If Akira was alone, he would have hesitated and it would have taken some time before he could enter the building. But it was thanks to Alpha's presence that he could muster little courage to immediately enter the building. Akira was frozen in awe by the appearance of the huge hall filled with decorations and the hunters who were present there. Some of them were carrying a gun bigger than their own body, some of them were using high-grade enhancing clothes, and some of them even had metallic skin, a common trait of cyborgs. All of them looked so much different compared to Akira, a small boy who just finished his hunter application. "Akira, they're not your enemies. It's not like they're going to attack you, so calm down." "Oh okay. There's nothing you can get from just standing there, let's finish what we came here for. You do know what you should do, right?" "No. This way then. Akira, who grew up in the slum, had no idea what he should do here. It was thanks to Alpha's support that he was able to proceed without any trouble. The reception counters of the Hunter office were located on the first floor. He headed to an unmanned reception machine that functioned as a ticket printer. He used the card that he received from Nojima to register his name on the waiting list. He then moved to a corner to wait for his turn so as to not bother anyone else. When his name was called, he moved to the counter and showed his ticket and card to the girl who was working behind that counter. "I was told to show this, but..." The girl showed a formal smile. Her expression and fake smile were suddenly shaken when she saw the card that Akira was showing. But she immediately remembered her position as an office worker and regained her composure. She then took the card and used her terminal to read the card. "Please let me confirm it, are you Ajira-sama?" Akira answered back nervously. "Ah, yes. Wait, no. My name is Akira, the name submitted into the database was a wrong name." The girl then bowed and apologized. "I apologize. Well then, Akira-sama, congratulations on your promotion to a rank 10 hunter. Please allow me to reconfirm the registered information and reprint the card. Shall I give you a guide for the reissuance of your hunter ID and the steps to correct the wrong information?" Yes, please. With pleasure." Looking at how Akira was behaving, the receptionist thought that he was not really knowledgeable about the process. As such, following her duty as a receptionist, she politely offered her help to Akira and continued to give an explanation about what he should do. The hunter office sorted the hunters by their ranks. The lowest was rank 1. People would regard hunters with a high rank in high regard. In order to climb the rank, you would need to do business in the exchange center affiliated with the hunter office or accept quests from the hunter office or the companies affiliated with it. In short, the more contributions you offer to the Eastern District corporate government, the higher your rank would be. If you climb to a high enough rank, you would be able to access and gather relics from ruins that were restricted under the authority of the corporate government. The higher your rank, the more priority you will be given in the waiting list. You would also be able to get your hands on high-tech weapons, those that normally would not be offered for sale to low-rank hunters due to its cost, size and firepower. You might even be allowed to handle forbidden guns. There were some quests issued by the hunter office and the companies affiliated to it also had a rank restriction. Only high-ranking hunters were able to take quests with a high level of privacy and restriction. After all, lower-rank hunters would not even know the existence of these quests. Other than these benefits, many hunters were climbing the rank for popularity and honor. Akira was at rank 10. It was the starter rank for those hunters who registered their name with their company employee ID or citizenship ID. In short, it was an amateur rank for commoners. Slum citizens who did not even have a personal ID would start as rank 1 hunter when registering themselves as a hunter. They usually registered their name using a piece of paper with their name written on it. Then after they brought relics to the exchange center for a certain number of times and earned a certain amount of money from those relics, they would start getting recognized as someone who was motivated and had the skill to be a hunter. Then eventually the hunter office would recognize them as someone with potential and rank them up. And after reaching rank 10, the hunter office would finally recognize them as a hunter. The card that Nojima gave to Akira in the exchange center was a proof that Akira was already raised up from rank 1. Not many people could get that since most of the people would just give up or get killed midway. Then among those who were ranked up, some were seen as very potential hunters and got special treatment. One of them was a free first reissuance for their hunter ID. After finishing her explanation, the receptionist gave Akira a small booklet. It was made with high-quality paper with the logos of the Eastern corporate government and the hunter office printed on its cover. It was filled with all kinds of information about hunters and everything related to it. She then continued Akira's registration process. "Akira-sama, since your request was to fix your registered name, can you please tell me your correct name again?" "It's Akira." Akira answered back with a puzzled look. The girl asked again with a serious face. "Akira-sama, the registration today is different compared to the temporary registration that you did before. the information registered today will be forwarded as a full registration and basically added as a complement to the missing information. Moreover, we will accept today's change in the registered data, taking into account the fact that we had mistakenly registered your name. From now on, any request for change will need a thorough inspection, and depending on your reason, your request might even be rejected, so please remember it. The name registered in your Hunter ID will be the name used to identify you and anything related to you, such as your family, land, country, class, etc. With that in mind, are you sure you want to change your registered name to Akira? Akira could not immediately answer that question. Akira had no relatives at all. He had no family and not even a record about his family. When he first began understanding the world around him, he already found himself in the slums of the Kuganyama city. He even had no love for the slums. He stayed there just because he had no ability to get out from the slum, so it was not like he felt any sense of belonging or anything. He also did not belong to any faction inside the slum city. He was always alone. If someone asked him to identify himself, he could not say anything else than his name. That was why, when he thought that he could change his name here, he realized that he actually had no restriction whatsoever in changing his identity. Changing his name now would not cause him any kind of inconvenience. After all, there was no one who was using his name for calling him, of course save for Alpha, who was a special case. After a short silence, Akira said with a serious look, "Akira, my name is Akira. Please register me with this name. If I want to change it, I'll just change it later. But if my request is refused, then it might mean that I should not change my name after all." "Certainly." After operating the terminal, the receptionist handed over a new Hunter ID to Akira. Akira kept staring at his Hunter ID that he just received. It changed from a cheap-looking piece of paper into a card made of hard plastic. There was a deep meaning in the change of material. Please be careful not to lose it. Another reissuance would require more money and another inspection. And in the worst-case scenario, all of your past achievements might even get erased and your rank might be revoked back to amateur. Then the girl smiled and bowed. "That will conclude your registration. I sincerely pray for your success ahead." Her politeness was just a formality. But it also meant that he was finally regarded as a real hunter. Akira smiled back and left the place. He exited the Kugama building while happily looking at his new Hunter ID. Looking at his action, Alpha smiled and congratulated him. "Akira, you finally became a hunter. Congratulations." "Thank you. So I wasn't a hunter all this time, huh? You were just a self-proclaimed hunter all along." "Sadly enough, you'll only get laughed at if you showed that piece of paper and say that you're a hunter." As Akira was looking at his new Hunter ID, he made an expression as if he just realized something. "You're right. The name written in this Hunter ID was his correct name." Akira smiled when he read it. "This means that I finally can actually call myself a hunter, huh?" This Hunter ID also functioned as Akira's ID. Although if he showed that card to the shops, they would only regard him as an amateur. Even so, this card was more useful as his ID. Akira felt that it was a huge improvement. At least, he was no longer a denizen of the slum city with no identification. People would say that one was able to reach success as a hunter only after they piled up achievements and made their Hunter ID a revered Hunter ID. Having a revered Hunter ID would carry a lot of meaning. And on this day, Akira finally took his first step to reach success. Noticing Akira, who might just spend all his time staring at his Hunter ID if left alone, Alpha made a bitter smile and warned him. "How long are you going to keep looking at it? Just put it away already, you'll look suspicious if you keep doing that." The area around the Kugama building was well maintained compared to the other places inside the lower district. If Akira got caught here because he looked suspicious, it would be far more troublesome compared to if he was arrested in other places. As such, Akira immediately put away his Hunter ID in panic. "Now then, you have registered as a common hunter. So let's immediately go buy the thing that a common hunter like you must have." "A thing that I must have? What am I going to buy?" "An information terminal." Hunters usually bought, sold, shared and exchanged useful information such as the location of ruins, the map of ruins and the details about the monsters who live in the ruins on the internet. It helped them to effectively work as hunters, bring back a lot of relics and make the Eastern District prosper. The widely available information terminal was the foundation of the information network. When the Samurai Manufacturing finally completed their cheap but advanced product for the livelihood of the hunters, the information terminal quickly spread among the hunters. Even now, the market for hunters' specialized goods was monopolized by Samurai Manufacturing. As such, the Samurai Manufacturing had risen up in power and now is one of the companies in the corporate government. Moreover, the information terminal produced by Samurai Manufacturing is regarded as an important product in the Eastern District because of its influence. As such, for the benefit of the Eastern District, the information terminal was mass-produced and sold cheaply. So even someone like Akira is able to buy one for himself. Since the information terminal had completely assimilated in the hunter's life, companies and the hunter office usually sent their requests through the information terminal. Even now, they said that the information terminal was an absolute necessity for hunters. Akira then went to an information terminal specialist shop near the hunter office and bought an information terminal by following Alpha's instructions. Akira spent almost all the money he earned for buying the information terminal. And also, the terminal was actually a simple information terminal made especially for amateurs. Akira had no idea to set up the terminal, so he had the shop clerk set it up for him. While the shop clerk was setting up his information terminal, he said to Akira that he would need Hunter ID to finish the setup. Akira thought that a chance to use his new Hunter ID had finally come and happily showed his Hunter ID. After returning back to his narrow room, Akira started thinking seriously. He had calmed down after getting his new Hunter ID and information terminal. So, he started thinking that he would work hard in the future since he had become a common hunter now, but then he suddenly realized something and got worried about his current condition. Alpha. I've used all my money to buy the information terminal, so I don't even have any money to pay for the room tomorrow. Are we going to be okay? Akira thought that Alpha must have thought of something and expected a reassuring answer from Alpha. But Alpha just smiled and said, "Nope, we're not, that's why we'll go hunt for relics tomorrow." Akira was a bit shocked and looked at Alpha, but she returned back with a smile and they just kept staring at each other for some time. Akira then let out a sigh and ended the silence. Akira knew that he could not win if he argued against Alpha. Since he spent almost all of his money on the information terminal, he could only assume that the information terminal was worthy of that money. He thought that he would be able to accept her argument if he decided to ask Alpha the reason anyway. Moreover, exploring the ruin took a lot of stamina. As such, rather than spending his energy trying to argue with Alpha, Akira thought that he should quickly get rest instead. And so, although he had a lot of questions, he just decided not to ask them. "You still have some ammo left from before, so I think you're alright for the ammo." You're right. Starting from tomorrow, you'll use the information terminal for exploring the ruin. So give me a hand in setting the terminal. Didn't we finish that in the shop before? It's the setting frequently used by a common hunter. Now we're going to set it to suit your need, Akira. We need to completely overwrite the settings so that it's easier for you to receive my support. But I can't operate the terminal, so you'll have to help me with it. So basically, the information terminal will be set such that it's easier for me to use, right? I understand. It might take at least until midnight, so give your best, okay? Eh? Akira was surprised and looked at Alpha. He could see that Alpha just smiled as usual, but she was not joking. As such, he suddenly felt so tired and his face loosened. Akira kept working on the terminal setting by following Alpha's instructions. What he did actually was only operating the buttons on the panel that also functioned as a monitor, inputting information and choosing options. Akira actually knew nothing about what he was doing. When Akira put in symbols, characters and numbers that he did not understand, other unknown symbols, characters and numbers were displayed. Akira just kept choosing options following Alpha's instruction as if he was a robot. It was a series of mundane actions that Akira did not know the meaning behind. It was torturous enough to make people lose their minds. All of these repeated meaningless mundane actions made Akira's mind wander into strange directions. He had no idea what he was doing. Was he really setting the terminal? Or was it one of the rumored magic from the Western District? Or was it some kind of ritual for calling an unknown entity? Just like what Alpha said, the setting was not finished even after midnight. But Akira just kept doing it with a blank mind. And finally, it was finished. Akira, it's done. It's finally over, huh? Actually, there are still some parts that need adjustment. But it doesn't look like you can do it now. I'll do the rest so you can just go ahead and sleep. The date had already changed. Realizing that, Akira suddenly felt more tired. He just dove into his bed while leaving his information terminal lying on the floor. Then he let tiredness lead him to sleep. The information terminal kept working on its own while Akira was sleeping. The next morning, Akira woke up from Alpha's voice just like usual. But when he turned towards the source of the voice, he did not see Alpha. Alpha? Over here. With a puzzled look, Akira turned to the source of the voice that was somehow different from usual. He saw an image of Alpha smiling and waving at him from inside the terminal that was lying on the floor. He realized that Alpha's voice came out from the terminal rather than sent directly into him. There was also a limit on the sound that an information terminal could produce. That was why it felt rather strange for Akira. Akira took the terminal and held it in front of him. He could see Alpha smiling at him. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I put myself inside the information terminal, you know. Yes. Akira was still disoriented just after waking up, so his reaction was rather dull. Seeing his reaction, Alpha looked rather dissatisfied. That was a weak reaction. Are you not surprised? Compared to the sudden appearance of a girl who I can see but not touch, which really gave me a paradigm shift, this is nothing. By the way, are we going to communicate with each other through this terminal from now on? I don't mind if you prefer either way. So which one do you prefer? After taking his time thinking for a bit, Akira answered back casually. Let's communicate like before. It's too much work if I have to take out my terminal every time I want to talk with you. Okay. Alpha suddenly vanished from the terminal and appeared beside Akira just like usual. With a presence and voice which felt so real that they could not be compared to the one from the terminal, Alpha happily made a mischievous smile while coming closer to Akira's face and said in such a provocative voice. As I thought, compared to the small monitor of the terminal. You would rather have me beside you like this, right? Yeah, right, you're not wrong. Akira was flustered and turned his face away as he just blurted out a random answer. Alpha smiled satisfied looking at how Akira's face turned beet red. Akira was heading to the Kuzuhara ruin for relics hunting again. He was very excited as he was traversing the wasteland near the Kuzuhara ruin. The reason why he was excited was not because this was his first relics hunting after he became a real hunter, but it was because he was expecting to make money on this trip. He almost ran out of money after spending it on the information terminal. If he returned back from this relics hunt with empty hands, then it would mean that he would go back to sleeping in the slums alley again. He who had already gotten used to living in a small cramped room of the inn, which was way better than sleeping in the back alley of the slum city, would have to return back to the days when he was sleeping in the middle of the road inside the alley. Akira really wanted to avoid that. As such, he took a deep breath and pumped himself up as he was heading to the ruins. Alright then, let's go. Wait for a second. What? Alpha was making a dissatisfied look at Akira, who was brimming with excitement. It could be taken that he was able to make that expression since they had that leeway, but it was only until Alpha opened her mouth. Since you got better in using guns, we'll change the difficulty of your training starting from today. To be more precise, I want you to be able to move around without my enemy detection support. We will still keep diving into the ruin, but you should take actions assuming as if you have no enemy detection support from me." Akira was visibly shocked. Alpha's enemy detection was Akira's lifeline. He could not even imagine what would happen to him if he did not have it. Am I going to be okay? Alpha smiled naturally toward Akira, who was filled with anxiety and hesitation. "You're not going to be okay. That's why you have to train yourself." Well, you're right, but... Akira was thinking of insisting, but he was in so much shock that he could not say anything. Alpha suddenly made a serious face. "If you get better as a hunter, you'll be able to explore other ruins too. After all, you can't expect to keep looking for relics in Kuzuhara ruins only. Also, my enemy detection is significantly weakened outside Kuzuhara ruins. Be more precise, how far it's weakened. In the worst case scenario, it won't even work at all." Akira's face inadvertently puckered. For Akira, that would be simply lethal. Of course, even in that condition, I'll still give my utmost support. But it will be limited. That's why I want you to get used to moving around the ruin while we still have the chance, you understand? I understand. This is only a training though, so do tell me if danger approaches me, okay? Alpha smiled as she nodded to Akira. Of course, but you should properly move around the ruins carefully. Otherwise, it won't be training. Yeah. Basically, you just need to move around as you like. If you do anything dangerous or do something that you should not do, I'll give you a warning. So then, let's start. Akira took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Although it was only a training and Alpha's detection was still working, but he had to think he had no enemy detection support as he was going to explore the ruins. Now suddenly the ruins became a very dangerous place in Akira's mind. Moreover, in reality, the ruins were more dangerous than he thought. It was just that Alpha's existence made it look safer before. It made Akira realize that he was actually spoiled up until now, as he was not used to the feeling that he is feeling now. But even so, he steeled his resolve and stepped forward. Stop. He got a warning right on his first step. Right off the bat. Huh? You should confirm the safety of the ruins from here using your binoculars first. Confirm whether there are monsters or not. And if you spot a monster, think whether you can win against that monster or you should withdraw. Think carefully before you make any decisions. It was ultimately correct. So Akira could only smile bitterly, remembering that he was about to step into the ruins carelessly. So then he took out his binoculars and looked at the ruin. He did not spot any monster. They might be just hiding, but it was way better than stepping forward without checking anything. It looks alright to me. Before moving forward, look at your information terminal. Akira then looked at the information terminal that was attached to his arm. Since it was a product especially made for hunters, it came with a strong belt that Akira used to fit the terminal in a place where he could easily look at. There was a chibi alpha displayed on the terminal monitor and it was giving an instruction to Akira. After Akira followed that instruction, a map popped out in the monitor. This is the map of the Kuzuhara ruins. Even if you are only going to hunt for relics, rather than searching aimlessly, you should decide where you want to search and which route you want to take. Although it is important to choose places where the probability of finding relics are more, it is even more important for you to think of an escape route in case you encounter a monster. So plan carefully and adjust your action according to the situation around you. Even if you tell me so much, I still don't know what exactly I should do. It's also a form of training for you to think about it. Akira kept staring at the map with a grim face. There was a lot of information written on the map, but for Akira or even for other people too, it was hard to analyze that information and plan on a route. But even so, Akira racked his brain and tried his best before moving towards the ruins. The outskirts of the Kuzuhara ruins were filled with abandoned buildings. Akira had some memories of calmly walking through this place, but the place was very different from what he remembered. As such, Akira was making a grim face as he walked through it. He walked slowly and carefully, trying to watch his surroundings as much as he could. Although he watched his surroundings very carefully, it did not have much effect on Akira's survivability. Akira, who was moving around without enemy detection, was like a total amateur. There were so many different places around him where enemies could lay waiting for him, like from the windows of the abandoned buildings or from behind the wreckage around him. But if he kept worrying about his enemy's existence, there would be no end to it, and he had no time to check all the nook and cranny around him. And if he failed to check and there were actually enemies hiding, then during a real fight it would spell the end of Akira's life. The ruins were simply such a dangerous place. But even so, many hunters put their life at stake diving into the ruins looking for relics. They would either end up reaping profits in exchange for risking their lives, or lose the bet and their lives in the ruins. The training continued. Akira got a warning every time he took a few steps forward. How to move without making any sound, how to check whether a route was prone to surprise attack or not, the posture that would allow him to immediately make a counterattack, and how to keep that posture in places with difficult footings, the priority of things that he should check from around him. Akira was lacking all these skills. Because of that, Akira took about an hour to pass through the place that usually took him just a few minutes. Although he did not encounter any monster, the strain that he got from surveying his surroundings greatly exhausted him. Compared to Akira, Alpha knew better just how exhausted Akira was. So she decided that it would be dangerous if they continued and stopped the training there. "Let's stop your training here today. There's no danger around, so you can rest easy." Akira loosened up a bit and let out a big sigh from the exhaustion. He then looked back to see just how far he had come. He could see that he just passed the border between the ruins and the wasteland. He then let out a sigh, realizing just how incompetent he was. So I only went this far, huh? It seems that I have a lot of things to work on in the future. You'll be able to move faster with more experience. Moreover, once you get a better information terminal, it would be able to greatly help you in detecting enemies. Keep up with your training, get better equipment, and let's become a capable hunter. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Looking at how Alpha was smiling brightly and gently at him, Akira was able to reassure himself. You're right, I just can't rush this kind of thing. That's right. Now then, we should go looking for relics. So let's continue forward with my enemy detection support. Let's go. Akira just left the enemy detection to Alpha as he delved deep into the ruins. He was able to traverse through the same distance that he took an hour alone, in just a few minutes. As he moved deeper into the ruins, the road that was actually designed for easy access, turned into a labyrinth due to the wreckages from the buildings that were blocking the roads. Akira kept comparing his surroundings with the map as he was walking. And then he made a puzzled look. Alpha, about this map though, isn't this map wrong in many places? Of course, it is. Akira was surprised when he heard just how casually Alpha answered that. So it is indeed incorrect, huh? And it's to be expected, huh? That map is downloaded for free from the internet after all. So it was an inaccurate map. As for a more accurate map, you would need to pay money and get it from a source that you can't trust. Moreover, the map displayed is from the time when the terminal was produced, so there's no guarantee in its accuracy. There are cases when powerful monsters went on a rampage and completely changed the contours of the place. There are also cases where hunters who were trying to destroy a wall for searching relics but ended up destroying the whole building too. There are many other things that happened and changed the condition of the ruins. So with that in mind, you should also train yourself so that you can use the map as much as possible despite all of this. Among the hunters, there were those who were known as map brokers. They used all kinds of methods to make a map of ruins and earn their living from selling those maps. Their maps were filled with useful information containing a detailed map of the inner part of a dangerous ruin, the type and number of monsters that roamed the ruin, and the list of relics that were found in that ruin. Sometimes, the value of the map of ruin could even go beyond the value of the relics that you could find in that ruin. Akira was listening closely to Alpha. He only had a shallow knowledge of hunters. He had thought that hunters were people who only explore the ruins, killed monsters and earned money from collecting relics. So he was a bit surprised when he heard that some hunters earn money through selling maps. So you can earn money from doing such a thing, huh? Is it really that profitable that you can make a business out of it? Rather than charging into a ruin carelessly, your survivability rate will be way higher if you go inside a ruin with a detailed plan. If you can buy your safety with money, then there are a lot of hunters out there who are willing to buy it, even if they have to pay a big amount for it. So the ability to collect information about a ruin is also an important skill for a hunter, huh? Yep, that's right. I'm sure you know it yourself just how dangerous it is to get into a ruin without having any information beforehand, right? Akira smiled bitterly as he remembered the time when he hadn't met Alpha. Well, it's true that I would have died if I didn't meet you back then. So thank you once again. Alpha smiled with invincibly. Please show your gratitude with action. To be more precise, work hard so you can fulfill my request. I'm not rushing you or anything though. Please be patient about that. I have a high expectation from you. Akira replied back casually, but there were no lies in his words. And it was the same for Alpha, who was smiling at Akira. But it was a different problem as to how sincere it was deep inside their hearts. After finishing the relics hunt for the day, Akira reconfirmed the relics that he was bringing back. Alpha, is it just me or did we really bring more relics than usual today? You're a real hunter now, so I thought it might be a good idea to increase the relics. I'll keep increasing the quantity from now on, but of course, I'll adjust it according to your ability. So let's work hard earning money for buying better equipment, ammo, training, study, and for taking breaks too. Even for you too, I'm sure that you want to stay in a room with a bathtub. Akira nodded strongly. Yes, I want to. So should we get more relics? Alpha just smiled to Akira, who got motivated so easily. Nope. Okay. Alpha smiled mischievously as Akira hung his head low, disappointed. Silaven. Their hearts are different, eh? Seriously. I wonder what her request is. Doesn't seem to be something good for him. Rebuild world. Chapter 14. A Lost Wallet. Akira just returned from the ruins and went straight to the slum. The rucksack on his back was filled with more relics than usual. People with good eyes could easily discern that Akira was a hunter who just came back with a lot of relics from the ruins. The safety of the slum city normally got better closer to the wall and worse closer to the wasteland, especially for the slum area that was bordering the wasteland. The safety in the slum area was really bad. Hunters who wanted to avoid any troubles would take a detour and enter the lower district without passing through the slum city. After all, there were people who were blinded by their greed for relics and immediately turned violent. Most of them ended up as a new addition to countless dead bodies in a particular area in the slum city. It showed the inhabitants of the slum city the difference between those people who regularly fought against monsters and those who did not. Akira did not even bat an eyelash and just went straight to the slum city. After all, it was faster for him to go to the exchange center through the slum city. Not to mention that since he grew up in the slum city, he was already used with the public order here. After all, nothing happened so far when he passed through the slum city so many times since he became a hunter. But something was not normal today. Alpha suddenly told Akira to keep his guard up. Akira, we're surrounded. Akira stopped and confirmed his surroundings. It did not look like he was surrounded. There were more people around him than usual, and that was all. But Akira did not question Alpha's detection ability and kept his guard up. Is it possible for me to win? Even if it was true that he was surrounded, there were many possibilities as to why he was surrounded. It might be just a form of greeting or just light intimidation, or maybe he just got caught himself when they were aiming for someone else. But then, Akira immediately understood that he was the target. As such, he immediately took a pose by which he could quickly shoot back if he was suddenly attacked. Alpha remembered the time when Akira decided to kill everyone when he was saving Elena and her friend in the Kuzuhara city ruins. As such, she asked Akira, "Are you thinking of fighting them? How far do you want to go this time? If it doesn't seem like I can win, Then I'll just run and think about the next course of action depending on the enemies. They surrounded Akira and intimidated him. But if the intimidation did not work and it was not worth it, they would just withdraw. Akira did not mind if that happened. But if they tried to extort relics from him, Akira had no wish to give them many. He had become a real hunter. He was no longer a small boy from the slum who would just throw his money that he had desperately collected so that they would spare him. That was the last thing he would do. That was why, it depended on his enemies. If he had to choose to kill them all or not, Akira had already decided he would kill them if he had a chance. Alpha then gave a suggestion. It was true that he did kill those hunters down to the last man at that time, although they were not even attacking him. But their enemies this time seemed to be willing to talk with him. It was rather strange considering the situation, but it did not affect his winning chance. If you want to do that, then I won't stop you. But if I decide that it's getting dangerous, then obey my order and run away, okay? Alright. I too don't want to die after all. As Akira was standing still and was watching his surroundings, the encirclement was completed. All the alleys and escape routes around him were blocked by the slum people. Then 3 men came out from among the people surrounding him. Those 3 men looked different from the other people around him. They were wearing armor that was a bit dirty and damaged, and they were carrying an anti-monster gun rather than a simple handgun. Basically, they were hunters who fell from grace. Akira knew immediately that these men were the leaders of the people who were surrounding him. Then, in order to show that he was not scared, Akira shouted at them casually. "Unfortunately, I'm not rich to be able to pay the toll, so just go and hit someone else instead, okay?" Those men laughed. Among them, a man called Saibi shook his head. "Stop lying. You're carrying a lot of relics on your back, aren't you? I don't know where you got them, but I'm sure I can find more from where you found them, right?" Akira tensed up and it was visible from his expression. Looking at that, Saibi just laughed as if he expected that would happen. Saibi aiming for Akira was half coincidence. He was spreading his net since he started gathering information about his next prey. There were countless gangs in the slum city and many of them were led by fallen hunters. These were hunters who did not have the skill and equipment to earn money in the wasteland, but enough to use in the narrow space of the slum city and a touch of violence to earn money there. These hunters would gather minions and form a gang. Saibi was one of those hunters. Although he was not one of the big fish here, his gang was pretty powerful and they had a base in the slum city. Akira was caught in the net that they were spreading. Saibi imagined just how much Akira had in his rucksack and mocked him. "You're a boy from the slum too, right? Then we should help each other, right? I have a lot of people under me, so we're having a hard time surviving here, you see." Saibi looked around to the people who were surrounding Akira as if to say that they were his minions and threaten Akira that he could not escape. "Don't worry. As long as you give me all your money, belongings and all the information you have, we won't kill you." The 2 people beside Saibi readied their guns and pointed them at Akira. They were laughing, indicating that they thought Akira was weaker than them and had no ability to win against their number. But Saibi could see that there was not even a trace of fear from Akira's expression. Akira looked at Saibi with a grim face. "If I refuse, are you going to kill me? If you kill me, you won't get any information, you know. That depends on you. You can just tell us before we kill you." Akira knew that Saibi and his friends had no plans on letting him live. Akira let out a big sigh and hung his head. Looking at that, Saibi thought that Akira had surrendered, so he lowered his guard as well. Behind the weakness that he was showing to those people, Akira actually already made up his mind. Alright, I don't want to die anyway." Hearing those words, they lowered their guard further as they unconsciously took off their finger from the trigger and lowered their guns. "Alpha. Ready when you are." With that short telepathic conversation, Saibi and his friend's fate were sealed. Akira suddenly turned to his side. Saibi and the other men were baited by that and looked to the direction where Akira was looking. The next moment, Akira pulled out his assault gun and started shooting while running as fast as he could toward the direction that Alpha instructed. Those who had bad luck got shot and screamed in pain. Since they had already lowered their guard, they were late to react. Not to mention that they were surrounding Akira, any shot that they missed would hit their friends on the other side of the encirclement instead, so they ended up aiming more carefully, which made their reaction much slower. There were those who tried to shoot Akira with reflex, but none hit their mark. Alpha had already calculated the safest path in case they started shooting at Akira, and he was running through that very path. Alpha's calculation was perfect. Despite all the bullets that were shot at him, not even a single bullet hit him. Akira followed Alpha's instruction and dove into an alley. Of course, the men who were blocking that alley were thinking of shooting at Akira, but they were so surprised that their reaction was delayed. Thus Akira was able to shoot them freely in close range. Those men were only using a simple cloth rather than an armor, so the anti-monster bullet penetrated them without any resistance. The alley was decorated by corpses and the ground was flooded with blood in an instant. But Akira did not even bat an eyelash on that terrible scene as he ran further and further away without looking back at the people who were trying to kill him. Shouts and screams echoed in the area. Majority of Saibi's minions thought that Akira was only a small boy who would give away everything with a little intimidation. They did not even imagine that it would turn into a shootout. The people who were coerced to come with Saibi started to fear for their own lives and ran away. Saibi and his two friends were only lightly wounded, thanks to their armor. Saibi was shot, but it did not hinder him in the fight, but even so, the pain from the hit was immense, as it was visible from his expression. He screamed in anger because of the pain he suffered. That damn boy, looking down on us. You guys go and chase him. I'll take another route and circle him. You guys. Stop standing there and chase that boy. We'll surround him. The two men beside Saibi immediately set off chasing Akira, but the other people were only standing there, scared for their own life. Looking at that, Saibi clicked his tongue and pointed his gun at them. Get going. Else forfeit your lives here. Finally, the rest of Saibi's gang started moving. He clicked his tongue and went to another alley chasing after Akira. Akira took a turn not too deep into the alley and stopped. He immediately turned back and pointed his gun to the alley that he just passed. The corner worked like a shield that blocked the view. But he could precisely aim at the people who were chasing him because of the detection support that Alpha added into his vision. To make it easier for Akira to see, Alpha even outlined the enemy with a red border. Saibi even intimidated his gang members with his gun to make them chase after Akira. They still thought that Akira was desperately trying to run away from them. Due to this, they did not notice Akira as they just blazed through the alley without confirming their surroundings. Akira remained hidden and silently readied his gun. The moment they ran into the alley defenselessly, Akira showered them with bullets. The few people who ran into the alley directly took the bullet and fell into the ground, while the people behind them indirectly took the bullet and screamed in agony, which was followed by the people behind them. The ground was painted red with their blood. Alpha, how many people left? Most of the people that surrounded you already started running away. So you just need to kill the leader and his aides, which means at least 3 more people left. Hide there. Akira hid in one side of the alley. It did not take long before the rest of the gang who were still alive arrived there and shot a few shots to check the corner before carefully moving forward. Because Akira precisely followed Alpha's instruction, he did not get hit by their bullets. Moreover, thanks to his long history of living in the back alley of the slum city, he could hide so well that a small peek would not be enough to discover him. The guy who stepped into the alley thought that Akira was not there and stood there exposing his whole body. The moment he did that, Akira's bullet went through his forehead. 2 more left. Refill your magazine while you have the chance. Roger that. Akira calmed down and changed his gun's magazine while his downed enemies were still screaming in pain. Saibi was trying to circle Akira. At first, he was running in anger, but he calmed down with time and his anger started to change into confusion. Guys? What's going on over there? He tried to contact his subordinates through wireless communication, but there was no connection at all. He was getting irritated, but he tried to fit courage to replace the anxiety in his heart. Damn it. The gunshot that echoed from the distance had already stopped. Saibi could only think of two possibilities: either his minions had a shootout with Akira and finished him, or the exact opposite of that. He hoped that the former had happened. And as to the reason why he could not contact his minions, it was either because the communication device was destroyed during the shootout or they were injured and could not reply back. Both of these were possible scenarios. But Saibi also imagined about what would happen to him if the actual situation was outside his expectation. What the heck is with that boy? He isn't just a normal boy, huh? Saibi thought that Akira was only a lucky boy. It was a conclusion that he made after hearing a rumor about a small boy who accidentally found a hidden place filled with relics left by some dead hunters. If that was true, then even a child with no power would be able to bring back expensive relics. It also fits the fact that no one found any unexplored area despite so many hunters went looking for it after hearing that rumor. He thought that it must be an amateur who brought back relics knowing nothing about the worth of the relics that he carried. Then a rumor spread after the relics that he brought back was bought by Exchange Center for a surprisingly high price. Shocked by that, he must have stayed low until the rumor died down. And if there were still relics left in that place, then he must have bought some equipment while trying not to raise any suspicion using the money that he received from his first expedition. He would be planning to go back to that place once the rumor had died down. Saibi thought that it was around the time for that to happen and ordered his subordinates to watch out for someone that looked like the child from that rumor. Then he really found such a boy, thus he felt more confident in himself. Not to mention that the boy looked way weaker than he thought. That boy did not look like someone who could survive in the ruins in the wasteland that he himself could not. But he had lost his confidence now. He thought that he would get killed if he stepped forward, so he was just frozen in place and could not step forward. Is it better if I just run away? If that boy really killed my men, I can just come up with some kind of excuse later on. Saibi could not decide what to do and it became a fatal mistake. Whether he would run away or fight back, he should have made the decision faster. After all, if he decided to fight back, then he would have more time to prepare himself, and if he decided to run, then he would have more time to escape. The time was of the essence for his survivability. Gunshots suddenly echoed in the air. Saibi was hit by several bullets. The high-quality armor that he was wearing saved his life. But the impact from the shots made him drop his gun. Then another round of shots echoed, the gun that he dropped was destroyed and he was incapacitated by his injuries. He lost all his ability to fight back and could only lie on the ground. He could see Akira coming out from an alley near him while looking disappointed. Akira was disappointed because Saibi was still alive although he shot at him with the aim of killing him. Alpha smiled while looking amazed. Good grief, you missed too many shots. You should take a better aim before going for the kill. I'll give my best in my next training. Akira let out a light sigh and walked to Saibi. He then aimed his gun at Saibi's head to finish him off. Saibi panicked. He thought hard for a way to stop Akira from killing him. Wait. It's your win. I'm sorry. I'll give you my money. I have a lot of money, you know. So please just stop. Why are you aiming for me? It's because I heard that there's a boy who is not that strong but has a lot of money. But I was mistaken. You're strong. So please spare me. If you spare me, I'll even be your minion. I'll let you replace my position as the gang leader. I have influence even on the other gangs too, you know. You will definitely get more profit if you let me live. I have a lot of useful information about the slum city too. It'll be useful for your survival. I can help you too. You don't want to get attacked like this again in the future, right? I can talk to other gangs so they won't attack you ever again. So spare me, okay? Akira just stood there staring at Saibi who was pleading for his life. Alpha just kept observing Akira while smiling. I understand that, after all, I don't want to die too. Saibi smiled after hearing those words. But suddenly his face turned pale. Or so I said back then, right? But you didn't stop, that's why, you're going to die here. Akira pulled the trigger and shot Saibi's head from a close distance, which instantly killed him. Alpha. How about the others? The rest ran away already. Good work out there. Akira looked at Alpha, who was smiling, and confirmed that he won. He then let out a sigh of relief and made a troubled face. For some reason, I feel like I've been killing only people lately since I became a hunter. And here I thought I would start fighting against monsters more often. Well, if you look from your perspective, they were trying to kill you without any good reason. So I don't think they're any different from those monsters. If you want to start fighting monsters, you should work harder to get stronger. I can't exactly recommend fighting monsters with your current ability. It's not like I want to fight monsters. It's the same with these guys. They thought that it's better to fight me rather than fighting against those monsters. That's why they decided to attack me. In their eyes, I look like a lost wallet that they found lying on the ground. I have to make them stop looking at me like that, otherwise, this kind of thing will just happen again and again, huh? Good grief. And remember that wallet gets thicker every time you sell relics to the exchange center, so let's be more careful now onwards. Akira looked like he did not want to kill any more humans, but Alpha ignored it and just kept smiling like usual. Bandits would not just go attacking people indiscriminately. Even for those who attack people for money at random, they would refrain from attacking others if they think that they might get shot back instead. So for people in the slum city who wanted to pile up money, they at least had to have the ability to protect themselves. The thicker the wallet got or the more money that Akira had, then stronger and stronger people would come attacking him for that money, at least until the list of dead people who tried to attack Akira outweighed the money that Akira was carrying. Akira then left the area and took a big detour, avoiding the slum city as he was heading to the exchange center. All the dead bodies that scattered around were added to the list of foolish people who met their ends that day. A few days after that fight, a young girl by the name of Cheryl was standing in the middle of an alley in the slum city. She looked confused. Cheryl was a member of Saibi's gang. But after Saibi and his friends were killed, the gang was disbanded and some of the leftover members joined other gangs. But there were also people who could not transfer to other gangs. They were those who helped Saibi attack Akira. But even if they helped Saibi, they did nothing much except for just blocking the way. So it was not like they actually attacked Akira, and Akira might not have even looked at them at all. Those people who were able to skillfully make such excuse were able to get accepted into a different gang. But Cheryl was not able to get accepted to a different gang. Although she was just a little girl, she had a nice figure. And despite her life in the slum city, which cast a shadow on her beauty, she was still a beautiful girl. Thinking that she would grow up into a more beautiful girl in the future, Saibi took her in, or if you put in bad words, he had his eye on her. That was why when he was attacking Akira, he put her in a relatively safe position. No one knew how far the hunters that got attacked in the slum city would go for their revenge. Saibi might have been killed and the gang might have been disbanded, but no one could guarantee that it was the end of Akira's revenge. There were hunters who were concerned about their safety and decided to thoroughly finish off their revenge targets. Cheryl's position was actually pretty close to Saibi both in the gang and during the attack on Akira. As such, there was a fear that she might be included in Akira's revenge list, thus no gangs were willing to let her join them. Cheryl meekly murmured, "What should I do from now on?" It was really hard for a child to survive in the slum. It was not impossible, but it needed a certain level of skills. As for Cheryl, rather than learning how to survive in the slum city on her own, she was more knowledgeable about how to survive in a group. She knew how to get along and put the right distance with the other people. She was also able to skillfully ascertain and adjust her relationship with other people. If she could not do that, she would get attacked by another gang or be used as an expendable pawn for the benefit of her own gang. And it could be said that compared to her, Akira's skill in that department was simply disastrous. Cheryl knew that nothing would change if she just stood there in confusion, but she just could not come up with a way to fix her situation either. Eventually, the sun had set and the day turned to night. She spent all her time thinking, but no good idea came up in her mind. The desperation that mixed with sleepiness drove her mad. All the ideas that she would not normally consider started to pop up inside her mind, but she immediately rejected them and tried not to think of those ideas ever again. This cycle kept happening inside her mind, which had been dulled by fatigue and sleepiness. The next morning, Cheryl woke up on the side of an alley inside the slum city. Her mind was clear after having a good night's sleep, and so she remembered what had happened the previous day. Since she kept thinking of stupid ideas right until she fell asleep, she already had some kind of plan in her mind. I'll be lying if I say that I'm not pushing this too far, and the chance for success is not that high either. If I fail, I might even get killed. And even if it is a success, I don't know how long I can stay safe. Cheryl was hesitating. To be more precise, she was lost as to why the stupid things that she thought last night looked like a valid choice to her now. It had become a choice that she was willing to do and put her bet on. But if she did not gamble with her fate, she would be forced to stay in her current situation, which was worsening each day, waiting for her death. I have no choice but to do this. Cheryl made up her mind and stood up with a serious look. She then set off to find the person that she put her bet on, the person who destroyed the gang to which she was affiliated with, Akira. Akira had visited Shizuka's shop for a few times already. So much so that Shizuka had already remembered his face. Akira visited the shop again to buy some ammo. When he stepped in, he saw Shizuka talking with two customers at the counter. Akira was about to talk to Shizuka, but he stopped when he saw that the two customers talking to her were someone that he knew. They were Elena and Sarah. Elena was adjusting the armor that she was using and tightening the belt that locked her information terminal in its place. Although she was a bit skinny, she had a pretty good body contour that was unique only for girls. She was tightening the belts that wrapped her good figure to keep the heavy equipment she was carrying in place, which made the contour of her figure more prominent and displayed the beauty of her figure. As for Sarah, she was using a black armor made of an elastic material. She chose that armor since her body would frequently change depending on her nanomachine consumption used for her physical strengthening. It really highlighted her body that had already returned to its glorious state. Her armor tempted anyone who sought to imagine what lies underneath that armor. Moreover, she had already given up stuffing her voluptuous chest in her armor. Now her chest was peeking through the big opening in the front zipper of her armor. A pendant was hanging above her skin. It was made of a reprocessed bullet designed for decoration, and half of that bullet was buried inside her chest. Shizuka was smiling at Sarah. It was both a formal smile to a customer and a friendly smile to a friend. Then she said in a voice as if she was somehow already fed up, I already heard that story multiple times. About that mysterious person that saved you girls, and how that person just left the equipment of the people that attacked you lying on the ground so that you girls were able to collect all of them and bring them back. Then you girls sold them and earned a lot of money, that you girls are still left with even after using it to replenish Sarah's nanomachine. After all, this is the 5th time you are telling me that story. Is that so? Then, I've told you about the medicine that person gave us, right? Thinking of what just happened back then, I consumed a lot of nanomachines for replenishment just to be safe, but since I used the medicine, my nanomachine consumption rate is strangely low. According to Elena, there's a good chance that it was a medicine from the old world. That's why my chest that I thought would quickly flatten stayed big like this, so the guy's gaze is just. Sarah just kept talking on and on. Shizuka was a person who loved to talk, but she did not like talking about something multiple times. Even more so if the other person was boasting. When Shizuka was trying to find a way to make Sarah stop, or at least to change the subject, she noticed Akira. Ah, a customer just came. Let's continue some other time, okay? Welcome, Akira. Akira then walked to the counter and gave Shizuka a bow. Hello there, Shizuka-san. Can you sell me some ammo again? The usual one is okay with you, right? Yes, and also, I'm sorry that I'm always only buying ammo when I'm here. Please wait for a bit before I can buy a new gun. It's fine. You'll be able to gather a lot of money bit by bit if you keep selling small goods consistently. Better be sure to come back alive rather than carelessly trying to earn a lot of money at once. Shizuka then introduced Akira to Elena and Sara. This is Akira. He's a hunter just like you girls. Don't you have something to teach him as a senior hunter? Nice to meet you. I'm Akira. I'm working as a hunter. Akira pretended that it was their first meeting and bowed his head. Well, it was not like they had actually met before, so it was technically their first time meeting. Shizuka had been friends with Elena and Sara for a long time. Elena trusted her both as a friend and as the manager of the shop that she was frequenting. Since Shizuka was the one who introduced Akira to her, Elena thought that he must be a good boy and smiled back at Akira. I'm Elena. And this is Sara. We're frequent customers of this shop and we're working as hunters too. Wait, doesn't that make us your senior in both senses, huh? Although we look like this, we're actually pretty strong hunters. Or so I want to say, but Elena made a bitter smile and just stopped midway. Sara also made a bitter smile and continued. We were so close to getting killed recently, but we somehow got lucky and came out alive. You should be careful out there, being a hunter you may get killed anytime after all. Elena and Sara's bitter smiles showed how bad was their experience on that day. It was indeed a dangerous situation. But there was a bit of happiness in that smile. After all, they were able to somehow overcome it in the end. Akira nodded. I understand, I'll be careful out there. Elena looked somehow satisfied with how honest Akira was and replied back with a nod. She then turned to Shizuka and spoke in a tone as if she was teasing Shizuka. It seems that you have a customer, so we'll head back. After all, I feel bad making you hear Sara's story all the time. Well, if you're going to say that, then you should listen to all her story instead of me. There's a limit of how much special service I can give to a frequent customer, you know? Shizuka replied back with a joke that was mixed with a complaint, to which Elena returned back with a joke too. Maybe Sara won't have much fun talking with someone who is there too. And also, I'm always listening to her story, you know? Not to mention that we also contribute to your shop's sales. So can you just listen to her story in my place from time to time? Then Sara joined in their conversation. Oh my, in that case then, I'll have you listen to my story when we get back. Elena returned back with another joke while making a scared face. Sure. Let's talk about it so you won't ever try doing that again. Shizuka, see you later. Sara smiled and immediately ran away from there. Shizuka made a bitter laugh. So that's it. Huh. That explains why Sara would rather talk to me instead. I only use that if it seems that it's going to be a long story. Later then. Alright then, do come again. Shizuka waved at Elena and Sara as they were left the shop. After that, she immediately turned to Akira. Sorry for the wait. Ows, right? I'll bring them right away, just wait for a bit. Shizuka went to the back room and brought back the order demo. After Akira put it inside his rucksack, he realized that Shizuka was looking closely at him. Anything wrong? Shizuka did not answer Akira immediately. She kept looking at Akira as if she was confirming something. She then unexpectedly asked. Say, Akira. Why are you keeping secret that you were the one who saved Elena and Sara? Akira was about to cough but he was able to hold it in. He then tried to regain his composure as much as possible and said. I don't understand what you are talking about. It's not like you have surplus money, right? From Elena and Sara's story, it seems that the equipment from the bandits that you defeated earned them a big sum of money. Since you were the one who killed them, there's nothing wrong if you take a portion of it, you know? Well, you have some kind of circumstance, right? If you're not sure whether you can trust them or not, don't worry, I can guarantee you that they're trustworthy. Well, you see. Since being a hunter is a dangerous job, it's important to find a fellow hunter that you can trust, you know? I think this is a good chance for you. Akira's face stiffened as Shizuka was smiling at him as if she was trying to persuade him. Akira thought that Shizuka was talking under the assumption that he was the one who saved Elena and Sara. But she had no real proof. so as long as he did not say anything, he might have a chance to dodge it. That was why Akira kept quiet. But then Shizuka continued. I heard it from Elena and Sara. Akira, you threw a bullet to Elena, right? That bullet, it was among the batch that I sold to you, right? Bullets from my shop have a manufacturing number carved on their shells. It's for the purpose of tracing back the selling route or returning it back to the manufacturer if a defective product is found. After hearing Shizuka's evidence, Akira decided to give up. I'm sorry, can you please keep it a secret? Ah. So it was really you, huh? I had no real proof, that's why I was actually asking leading questions, sorry. Akira could not hold his cough. He then asked back in panic. Gee, then about that bullet? They do have manufacturing numbers carved on their shells, but it's not enough as proof. After Shizuka answered back while laughing, she looked at Akira with an expression that said she was sorry. I'm sorry. I know you must have a circumstance that you can just talk to others. So I promise I'll keep it a secret. But still, about the thing that I said, it's still important for you to find fellow hunters that you can't trust. After all, there are many bad hunters out there who are also working as bandits. You'll also have a better chance of survival by working together with people that you can trust. You, Elena, Sara and other hunters. You guys look like rushing toward your death in my eyes. It's not like I want to criticize other people's way of life. But I at least want to give some advice to my friends so that they can survive longer. I know I've been saying this again and again, but you can trust those girls, you know. I can guarantee it. If you ever change your mind and want to contact Elena and Sara, you can just tell me anytime, okay? I understand. And also, thank you for worrying about me. Akira was happy at how nice Shizuka was to him as he smiled and bowed to Shizuka. But, if the bullet is not good enough as proof, how did you know it was me? Call it intuition. I did not have any definite proof. But if I have to say, then it's from that bullet that we were talking about. You saw that Sara was wearing a pendant, right? I heard it's made from the bullet that Elena received from their savior. They said that it's some kind of a lucky charm for them. I somehow had a feeling that it was a bullet from this shop, you see. Moreover, when I introduced you to them, it seems like you were pretending as if it was your first time meeting them. They were talking about their savior whose face, name and voice were unknown, then there was you pretending as if it was your first meeting with them. So I just connected the dots. Akira looked surprised, he never thought that he would be discovered only because of this. After that, Shizuka seemed hesitant as she said. And also, in case you want to talk to them, you might want to do it soon. After all. Shizuka hesitated a bit, but then she continued while making a bitter smile. It seems that they're so happy that they were saved, so they keep telling me about that story, you know. And looking from their faces when they talk about that story. Those are the faces of girls in love. Although Akira was listening silently to Shizuka, he felt that their conversation was heading in a weird direction. But then it turned into a more disturbing direction. Every time I heard the story, it keeps changing for some reason. They started calling that person as him, a mysterious person with unknown age and gender. At this rate, it will only get worse, then in the end. Well, this is only my imagination, so there's no need to take it too seriously, but it might turn into something serious. It might turn into a certain son of a rich billionaire who is working as a hunter out of hobby save Sara and Elena by chance. The reason why he won't tell anything about himself is that he doesn't want any girls stalking him. And the reason why he won't accept any reward and was able to just give a powerful medicine like it was nothing because he is a rich boy. It might even turn into something like that. Or maybe I'm just too worried, huh? The current Akira had no shred of similarities with that rumored man, but it did fit the rumor well. So Akira started to get worried. I'm just a boy from the slum. I don't have any money. That image is far from reality. So as I said, please keep it a secret. Akira and Shizuka just smiled awkwardly at each other and their conversation just stopped there. Rebuild World. Chapter 15. Akira and Cheryl. Akira was having a chat with Alpha on their way back to the inn from Shizuka's shop. Without making any noticeable change in their conversation, Alpha casually said to Akira, "Akira, someone is following us." Again? Since Akira just got attacked the other day, he was clearly irritated now. But his face turned puzzled in the next moment. Wait, it's not like he's planning to attack me in this place, right? The safety of a city depended on the power of the organization responsible for maintaining security there. The security of the area outside and inside of the wall was maintained by private security companies, and they solved most problems that might disturb the safety using force. Although the inn was located near the slum city, this area should be pretty safe. Causing trouble, just like the one that happened to Akira the other day, would mean making enemies with all the people who were reaping benefit from the safety of the place. Safety was an expensive good in the Eastern District, as such, people in the area were strict against those who might disturb their safety. One should carefully choose the place and time to cause a ruckus. Causing a problem here was a completely different matter compared to causing a problem in the slum city. Remembering that he was attacked not too long ago, Akira thought that the one stalking him was planning to attack him too. But even so, he also thought no one was fool enough to cause a ruckus here, since it was just simply unthinkable. As Akira tensed up and became more cautious of his surroundings, Alpha said to him, "Don't worry, it doesn't seem like she's planning to attack you. She isn't even armed. She's just following you. Looking at it, rather than simply stalking you, it seems that she wants to talk with you but is hesitating right now. Akira, you should approach her yourself." Akira turned back and searched for the person stalking him. The aforementioned person was clearly marked in Akira's vision by Alpha's support, thus he was able to immediately find that person. Akira's vision zoomed right to the small girl, who was flustered since the person that she was stalking suddenly turned back and stared at her. It was Cheryl. After taking a glance at that girl, Akira judged that she posed no danger. And since he did not feel right if he just dashed and left the girl, he lowered his guard and approached her instead. While on the other hand, Cheryl was getting more and more nervous as Akira approached her. She desperately tried her best to keep calm, although she really wanted to run away as soon as possible from this place. Calm down. This just means that he saved me the trouble of calling at him first. Just think like that. I can't just turn back now that I've come this far. Although Saibi was one of those fallen hunters, he had the ability to manage a small gang. But the boy approaching Cheryl was able to kill them all. Moreover, he fought back without any hesitation, although he was surrounded by enemies. It would not be strange if Akira realized that she was one of the people that tried to kill him and decided to kill her immediately without letting her say anything, since he was not able to do that last time. Cheryl thought that Akira would not even hesitate to kill her, so she clasped her hand hard in fear. Cheryl was betting on the chance that Akira would not remember her. Akira stood beside Cheryl. Cheryl tried to smile, but she ended up making a weird smile since she was so nervous and scared of Akira. "What business do you have with me?" Cheryl was more nervous than before. With Akira standing right beside her, she was able to clearly see Akira's equipment. The assault rifle that caused that tragedy the other day was a rifle for fighting monsters with firepower that could not even be compared to the handgun designed for fighting people. If Akira used that gun to shoot at her, there would be no mistaking that she would be blown to smithereens. She could not help but remember what happened on that shootout and imagined herself ending up as one of those corpses. As such, she could not talk properly. I just want to talk." "Talk? About what?" Akira was puzzled. Cheryl was so scared that she could not talk at all. But even so, she tried her best to calm down and continue the conversation as not to worsen Akira's mood. But before she could do that, Alpha talked to Akira. "Akira, let me tell you something. She was one of the people that attacked you the other day, you know. She was one of those people who surrounded you. Although, she immediately ran away the moment you started shooting. Is that so? So what does this girl have to talk to me?" "No idea. I don't know that far." Akira had lowered his guard even more since Cheryl looked genuinely scared. But after Alpha said that, Akira put his guard back up. Moreover, although it was only for a bit, Akira showed hostility and antagonism towards Cheryl, as it could be seen from his face and voice. "So what does a girl that tried to kill me the other day want to talk with me?" Cheryl's mind became blank the moment she heard that. Her brain just could not follow what just happened as her vision started to blur. She started to tremble so hard that it would not be strange if she fainted right there. As she was filled with fear, she imagined what would Akira do next. Would he pull out his gun, point it at her, pull the trigger without any hesitation, then blow her head and scatter her flesh around that area? As that image ran through her mind, she was trembling even more. She was feeling like puking out of fear and nervousness, but there was nothing inside her stomach except her stomach juice. Akira was dumbfounded, looking at the girl in front of him who was trembling and sweating like crazy. She completely went pale like someone who was just given a death sentence. She was in no condition to talk as she started crying profusely. As such, Akira's hostility and antagonism immediately vanished and replaced with bewilderment. Alpha then teased Akira, who was panicking. "Oh no. Is that my fault? No idea. I don't know what's exactly going on here. Although this sounds cruel, I don't care what's going on with the people that tried to kill you. But we have to think about the people around you though, right?" It was as Alpha said. No matter what the truth was, it looked like Akira was bullying Cheryl here. If there was someone with a good heart, they would immediately step up to save Cheryl from Akira. And if the people who were maintaining security in that area misunderstood what was happening there, Akira would definitely get roped into something troublesome. Akira panicked and tried his best to calm Cheryl down when he realized this. Well, just calm down for now. I'm not planning to do anything to you, and it's not like you plan to do anything bad to me, right? So let's calm down and have a talk, okay? You have something you want to talk to me, right? So take a breath slowly and calm down, alright? But Akira's effort was futile. Cheryl just kept crying without saying anything. Why did this happen to me? Akira cursed his fate in secret. Akira was somehow able to bring Cheryl back to his room with him. He did not just run away and leave her behind because he was interested in what she wanted to talk about with him. After all, she was trying to talk to him despite the fact that she was so scared. Cheryl did not fight back when Akira dragged her by her hand. Although she was still trembling hard even after arriving in the room, she looked a little bit calmer than before. She already stopped crying, but her tears left a mess on her face. At least now Akira did not see Cheryl as an enemy. If he had, he would have taken care of her in a much more calm and cold manner. He would have shot her without hesitation even if she begged for her life. But the girl who was not his enemy was trembling badly beside him, not to mention that she was trembling out of fear of him. It was a situation that was outside of Akira's social ability. As such, Akira could only awkwardly make a suggestion to Cheryl, hoping that it would make the mood better. Well, how about you go take a bath? It would help you calm down. Cheryl made a small nod and went to the bath. The suggestion that Akira made while looking confused could actually be motivated by malice or other ulterior motives, but Cheryl did not have the leeway to notice it. And even if Akira actually tried to do something to her, it was not like she could fight back anyway. After Cheryl disappeared behind the bathroom, Akira let out a big sigh as if he was trying to push out all his tiredness. Alpha, what do you think about this? I can come up with some hypothesis, but it's faster if you ask her directly. That aside, today's training will be cancelled. Just calm down and have a talk with her once she finished her bath, okay? You're right. And so Akira decided to calm himself down while waiting for Cheryl to finish her bath. Cheryl just let the water take over her body since her mind was still blank. She thought that she was dead meat the moment her very first step of his gamble was turned into a disaster, but she started to calm down. As she enjoyed her bath, all of her tiredness, fear, nervousness and other unnecessary feelings melted into the warm bath water. It was quite a while since the last time she took a bath, so it really calmed her down. Although it was a failure, I'm still alive at the moment. But I don't know if it's because I'm lucky or not. No, let's think of it as luck. It was because of my pitiful state that he did not decide to kill me on sight. And about him bringing me to his room. Well, it's not unexpected. I don't like that idea, but let's use it. I can only hope that it'll work though. She had resolved herself beforehand. But once she stepped in, she realized that she was lacking resolve. So, she could not help but show her pitiful state to Akira. But after she was able to take a rest, her brain started working again and she realized that it was thanks to the pitiful state that she showed, that Akira lowered his guard and did not kill her. It was the reason why she was still alive now. Moreover, it would have the opposite result if she pretended poorly back there. So she wrapped everything that happened to her as good luck. She had to immediately tell Akira about her request once she finished her bath. But no one knew if he would accept her request or not. So she thought that she had to increase the chance of him accepting it with whatever she had. Cheryl looked at the reflection of herself on the water surface. She had a beautiful girly body that would entice any man. The only downside of it was the small plumps on her chest that couldn't grow any bigger. Cheryl understood that she had a good figure. If she offered it for negotiation, it would definitely possess high value. Although Akira did not show any interest when he was looking at her as she walked to the bath, she thought that it was entirely possible for him to change his mind. She did not like the idea, but she had no choice but to give it if it was asked. After all, that was the only thing that she had other than her cloth at that moment, and she should increase its value as much as possible. Cheryl had decided to use everything that she could use to protect her life. So she diligently cleaned up her body and her hair. She did all she could to polish her appearance. When Cheryl finished her bath and headed back to the room, it was right when Akira just finished heating up some frozen food and was about to eat. Right at that moment, Cheryl's stomach grumbled loudly, showing that she was hungrier than she would admit. Akira then turned to Cheryl and their eyes met each other. After a short silence, Akira decided to give the food that he was about to eat to Cheryl and went to reheat another frozen food. The silence continued as Akira was reheating his frozen food. Cheryl just stood there waiting for Akira without helping him or saying anything. When Akira finished warming up his meal, he took a seat in front of Cheryl. He looked at how Cheryl was doing. And once he confirmed that she had calmed down, Akira looked relieved as he thought that it was possible to talk with her in her present condition. So he said to Cheryl, we can talk while we eat, you nuts." Cheryl's stomach suddenly grumbled again and there was an awkward silence between them. "Well, let's talk once we finish eating." And so Cheryl and Akira started eating their food. Once they filled their stomach to the point that it would not disturb their talk, Akira decided to start a conversation with Cheryl. First of all, my name is Akira. My name is Cheryl and please just call me Cheryl. Akira-san, thank you very much for the bath and the meal. And also, I'm really sorry to have troubled you. Athena 13, she meant to tell Akira to call her without any honorific. Cheryl gracefully bowed to Akira. But Akira just ignored it and said, "Just call me Akira. We're both just children after all. So then, what do you want to talk to me?" Akira made a serious face, so Cheryl also made her resolve and answered back with a serious face. "I'll be honest here. Actually, we want Akira to be our boss." Akira did not expect this at all, so he made a very puzzled look. Looking at that, Cheryl was becoming more nervous as she continued with her explanation. There were a lot of people in the slum city who formed gangs in order to survive the hard environment of the slum city. A safe place to sleep and food that you can get regularly helps to overcome the money problem. And there are many other things that one could get from working together with other people. Normally, all of these benefits outweigh the disadvantages of living in a group, even if you are just an underling in a group. The fact that you would be able to help each other out would make your hardest days way easier compared to if you were all by yourself. Not to mention that the number was power in the slum city. If a gang was doing well, there would be a lot of people wanting to join in to acquire protection and other benefits. And if that gang continued to grow big enough to affect the safety of the area around it, The people who sat on the top of that gang would be able to enjoy a good life. As such, there would be more people seeking to join the gang, chasing after a comfortable life and making the gang grow bigger and bigger. There were cases where the person who stood on top of such a gang was someone who was not from the slum city. Some of them were working as the gang leader in secret while having another job. Some were people who wanted to do illegal work in safe areas. Some were people with particular circumstances. These were the kind of people who created a gang wanting to get power and a lot of money. It was also equally common for gangs to be led by hunters or fallen hunters. Their ability to fight monsters could be used in the slum city too. If an experienced hunter joined a gang and that news went out to the public, that alone would be enough to increase the safety of the members of that gang. And if it was someone with connection with an exchange center, even if you sell scrap metals or any other things that you found around the slum city, it would be less likely for them to think of you as someone from the slum city and try to take advantage from you. As such, these kinds of people were allowed to have a high position in the gang even if they had a personality problem. There were a lot of reasons why these hunters joined a gang in the slum city. Some of them gave up working in the wasteland and decided to chase for success in the gang. Some of them were doing that for gathering people to use as expendable pawns to reach success in the wasteland. Some of them were only looking for a secret place to store their goods and money. Some of them wanted to leave a legacy by creating a huge successful gang. And there were a lot of other reasons that drove hunters to get involved with the gangs in the slum city. Cheryl explained to Akira all the benefits that Akira could get from being a boss and told Akira that Saibi's position as the gang leader was vacant. Saibi's gang was not constructed by leadership, it was a gang made with violence. As such, it would be easy for Akira, who killed Saibi, to be its leader. Not to mention that Akira was already famous for destroying Saibi's gang as revenge for trying to kill him. There would not be any problem and there were a lot of benefits to reap. That was what Cheryl said to Akira as she eagerly explained everything to Akira, but Akira made a gesture saying he was not interested at all. I get what you're trying to say, but it sounds like it's a pain in the ass. I'm not interested. I'm sorry, but I already have my hands full with taking care of myself, so just go and ask someone else. Wait. Cheryl desperately said that word as Akira tried to cut their conversation short, but she had no idea what to say next. After all, it was clear that Akira had no interest in it at all. She could not come up with anything more enticing than what she had explained to Akira. If she kept talking about that, it would only worsen Akira's mood. It would be really bad if Cheryl annoyed Akira here. Akira had already known that she was one of the people who attacked him, so he was only letting her alive at the moment. So if she annoyed Akira here, it would not be strange if Akira changed his mind and just killed her. Cheryl, who was afraid of making Akira angry, finally decided to use the option that she was saving. She really did not want to do it if it can be helped. She used her last option in order to entice Akira and fix his mood. If you accept my request, you may do anything you want to me. Akira stared at Cheryl's body, from her chest to her hip then to her arm. It was as if Akira was assessing the value of Cheryl's body. To be honest, Cheryl was not comfortable with it, but she had resolved herself and this was well under the range of her resolve. She even felt thankful to her alluring figure since it saved her from getting killed. That was what Cheryl thought and what she kept telling herself. After he finished scanning her, Akira's gaze shifted back to Cheryl's eyes. He then replied back with a tone saying that he was not interested. Even if you told me so. You don't look that strong. I do feel bad for saying this, but it doesn't even seem like you're going to be useful as a decoy or as an underling. You'll just slow me down if I take you with me. I'm sorry to say this, although you think that bringing someone like you to the wasteland might help. I understand that's why you tried to offer yourself for pleading your life. Cheryl was a little bit puzzled after hearing that answer. She was dumbfounded as she understood why Akira misunderstood her offer. Akira did not look at her body as the body of a member of the opposite gender. When Akira scanned her body, Akira was actually only judging her strength and her ability to fight. And he judged that she would be useless to him. As Cheryl noticed that, she was surprised at Akira's unexpected reaction. Alpha smiled bitterly as she spoke to Akira. Akira. Cheryl didn't mean it that way, you know? What was she talking about then? Well, she's talking about that, you know. That gender-related thing. Oh, so that was it, huh? In that case, I really don't need it then. Alpha looked surprised when Akira did not change his answer even after he understood what Cheryl was talking about. Are you sure? She's quite a cute girl, you know. She'll definitely grow up to a beautiful woman. Although she won't be as beautiful as me, she won't be as beautiful as me, she won't be as beautiful as me. I can understand your point if you repeat it twice, so there's no need to repeat it thrice. If you're talking about a woman who would remove her cloth and push herself on me, I had more than enough. Alpha smiled invincibly at Akira as if she was unbeatable. So in short, all my efforts of training you against Honey Trap were not all for vain, yep. Akira's face was saying as if he said something that he should not. And so he immediately tried to change the subject. Yeah, you're right. Not to mention that I don't want her to get a grip on any of my weakness. I think you both would reap some benefits though. Akira, although you're just a child, you're quite a romanticist, huh? Or maybe it's exactly because you're just a child? Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, who looked a bit annoyed. Her expression then returned to normal and said to Akira. Akira. Back to the subject, putting aside whether you'll do anything to Cheryl or not, how about you go and help her? Why? You said this before, right? That your luck for the day might get better by helping others. You always get attacked both by people and monsters no matter whether you're in the ruins or in the city. Not to mention that you're in this condition right now. As I thought, you used all of your life worth of luck for meeting me. That's why, you might want to help that beautiful young girl that unfortunately ended up in the slum city. After all, you might be able to fix your luck by doing that. So this is a good chance for you, right? Akira was hesitating. It was true that he did say that. It was when he decided to save Elena and Sarah, or to be more precise, it was when he decided to kill all the guys who attacked Elena and Sarah. He remembered that he did say that random excuse since Alpha was not interested in helping those girls at that time. Akira was not sure whether Alpha said that because she was still holding a grudge against him for that time, or was that a roundabout way of Alpha warning him so that he would never ask Alpha to do that again. As such, Akira's face stiffened. While at the same time, Akira was at loss for words after Alpha clearly pointed out his bad luck. After all, he knew well that he indeed had a lot of bad luck. But even so, it was not like that was enough as a reason to help her. Well, but still. Helping, looking over her. It's not on the same scale as when I helped Sarah and Elena, right? And it isn't like you were actually against it at that time too, right? I went against it since it was related to your safety. Moreover, it's not like I'm telling you to take care of everything, and I'm not saying that you should take responsibility for her whole life either. You just need to give her a little push, just a little help, just giving her a little bit of good luck, just that. If she ended up meeting bad luck even after you help her, it's not like it would be on you. You don't need to worry about it. While on the other hand, if her condition gets better because of your little help, you can even expect some kind of return as her savior. And if it's too much work for you, you can just go ahead and cut her off too. It's something that simple. Akira's expression changed as he heard that answer that he did not expect. Something that he thought as too much pain in the ass sounded so simple to him now. The image that he had of helping Cheryl changed to a much smaller scale, both for the better and for the worse. It also strengthened Akira's hope, or more like wish, that this would make his luck better. Luck, huh? Akira mumbled that word as if it was something meaningful to him. After all, whether it was bad luck or good luck, both were indeed meaningful words to him. To other people, Akira talking telepathically with Alpha looked like a silent, suspicious boy who changed his face from one to another. But Cheryl did not have the leeway to think about that. It did not work even after she offered her own body. So she could not come up with anything else that she could add to her offer. and she felt like it was meaningless even if she cried and begged. She was on her wits' end now. As she started to think if she should prostrate in front of Akira, she accidentally heard what Akira mumbled. Luck? She tried to think the meaning behind that mumble as she thought it might help her get out from her predicament, but she just could not understand anything. Then in front of Cheryl, who was so confused and nervous, Akira took out a coin. It was one of the 3 100 Dorum coins that Akira earned from his first job as a hunter. Akira flipped that coin as it flew and spun in the air before it fell down naturally. Cheryl could not help but follow that coin until Akira caught it with both of his hands. Head or tail, pick one. Cheryl looked shocked as she stared at Akira, and Akira just stared back at her. She thought that Akira would decide on helping her depending on whether she could correctly guess which side of the coin came up. She was at a loss whether she should be happy since it might give her a chance although she was rejected once, or she should feel sad instead since he planned to decide it using such a manner. She was at a loss whether she should pick head or tail, but it would not help her no matter how hard she thought. So she just prayed and decided on an answer. Head. Cheryl made up her mind and answered back. Akira peeked at the coin in a manner so that Cheryl could not see the coin. Cheryl's face tensed up. Akira then closed his hands and put the coin inside his pocket. I'll help you, but with some strings attached. I won't be the leader of your gang. But I'll help you to some extent. After that, you should work hard and try to help yourself. In other words, I'm telling you to be the leader of your own gang. I don't mind if you want to be the leader of another gang too. After all, the one that I'm helping is you as an individual and not your gang. So even if you become the boss of any other gang, I still won't help your gang. If you can accept this rule, then I'll help you. So what is your answer? Of course, there was no way Cheryl would not accept it. She happily bowed to Akira and said, I understand, I'll be in your care, thank you very much. With this, she acquired Akira as her shield. But on the other hand, she had to be the gang's boss now. She did not know whether it was a good thing. Akira did not even tell her the result of the coin flip or whether her guess was correct or not. Cheryl was simply filled with worries, and so she nervously asked Akira. I don't mind you asking me questions, but if I tell you not to ask me something, then never ever ask me that question again. Why yes. The reason why Akira gave Cheryl that warning was so that Cheryl, who saw his expression change from one to another while looking at nothing, would not ask about what he was doing or where he got the medicine that he carried. And Cheryl did not want to worsen Akira's mood, so she only replied back with a nod. So then, what is it? Did I get it correct? Akira immediately answered back with those words right away. Don't ask me that. Yes. But something stuck on Cheryl's heart. She did not know whether she won the gamble or she lost a gamble. Even for Akira, who knew the result of the coin toss, he did not know whether it was a good result or not. After all, the result would only show itself in the future. All that Akira said to Alpha were actually only excuses. He did not even think for a bit that it would help his luck. But those were not excuses that he made to help Cheryl. Akira was ruthless when it came to killing people, but his moral bass was still unclear to Alpha. To understand the principles that Akira abided to, she pushed Akira to offer his help to Cheryl, and so Akira would make more contact with Cheryl. It was a perfect setting to observe Akira as how far he would go to help someone who tried to kill him once in the past. It was all for the sake of Alpha's objective, that was all there was to it. Silaven, wow. Damn. Harem? Possible. But he is still a kid, so. Rebuild World. Chapter 16. Cheryl's Gang. Akira walked through the slum city with Cheryl as she asked him to. She was wearing a dress that was above the standard of the slum city. As such, Akira looked like an amateur hunter walking together with his follower. It was not a rare scene in the slum city. But even so, a lot of people were attracted by them, and some of those people looked at them with meaningful stares. Cheryl guided Akira around the city. At first, they started to walk around the old territory owned by Sci-fi, then from there, they kept walking further away. The slum city was quite a wide area with big and small gangs scattered around. Each gang had their own rules in their territory. Thus it was dangerous for people who did not know those rules to wander into other gangs' territory. Akira's sleeping place in the back alley was actually within a gang's territory. The reason why he was left alone was because he was in a region where there was no need for the gang to maintain order. Akira also had a certain level of knowledge about this kind of thing. And since he was always steering clear from the places that he did not know, there were a lot of unfamiliar places in the slum city, although he had been living there for a long time. "I've never been in this place before, it's quite clean around this area, although it's still inside the slum city." The area was filled with buildings that looked relatively strong. There were stalls filled with all kinds of stuff like a poorly maintained pistol, rusted knife, simple accessories and so many other things. There were all kinds of people roaming the area as well. That scene was proof of how well the economy, safety and public order of that area was. It was also proof of just how powerful the gang that owned that territory had. As Akira looking around excitedly at the unfamiliar place, Cheryl just smiled and said to Akira, "The buildings around this area were originally a part of the extension plan of the lower district. But it came to a halt and so the buildings ended up abandoned as the managers of the area left this place." Oh. It was not a knowledge that a little boy who always slept in the back alley of the slum city would know. So Akira was a bit amazed at Cheryl's knowledge. He then asked Alpha, "That thing just now, did you know that too, Alpha?" "No, I didn't know." "Is that so? So there are things that you don't know, huh?" Akira thought that Alpha knew everything. As such, he was shocked when Alpha gave him that answer and it was shown on his face too. But his face then changed as Alpha continued. "I don't know about what she said just now. By the way, it was expected that they would abandon this place after the expansion. The city actually had no wish to seriously develop this area right from the start. But even so, it's an easy thing for the head of government to push the development. So I bet someone took the money for the development and it ended up being abandoned like this. You do know, huh? What I don't know is what kind of story that was spread among the people. Although someone owns the place now, I'm sure they're doing something in the shadows. And even if some of those people who are related to this problem are discovered later, they're in a position that would let them go unpunished." Akira was actually a bit curious as to why Alpha knew things that common people would not know. But he decided not to ask her since he knew that it would be pointless. Alpha was indeed a special case. Other than the fact that Akira was the only person who could interact with her for some reason, there were still a lot of things about her that Akira did not know. But he intentionally ignored those points. For him, the important point was that Alpha was not his enemy. There was no doubt that she was a totally unknown entity for him. But for him, it was far more important that she was not his enemy. No one would extend their hand to a dirty child from the slum city. He always knew that no one would help someone like him. Even after Alpha helped him, he understood that it was a rare exception, so his views about the world did not change at all. But that was also exactly why he did not dig too deep about Alpha. He would rather choose not to ask if it meant that Alpha would stay as his ally. Or at least that's what he thought for the moment. Alpha suddenly smiled mischievously at Akira. "But still, when you walk side by side with Cheryl, it looks like you're having a date." Akira coughed and turned to Alpha. Of course, it was really suspicious since from the outside, he looked like he just coughed and then looked toward the direction where no one was there. But even so, Cheryl did not react to that at all. It was because Akira already told her not to ask. And if it meant that she would be able to gain safety by ignoring it, Cheryl would definitely choose to just ignore it without any hesitation. "A date? You know that this isn't a date, right?" "Nope, it's a date. You can go ahead and argue otherwise, but you do know that arguing with me is futile, right?" Looking at how Akira was making a conflicted face and gave up on arguing, Alpha smiled as she was enjoying it. "So with that being said, since it's a date, let's buy something for Cheryl." Alright, I just have to buy something, right?" Akira was also thinking that it would be useless if he argued back. And it was not like buying a present was dangerous anyway. Although it was something unplanned, If it meant that he could satisfy Alpha by sacrificing a small bit of his money, then he would not mind. Moreover, if he prioritized his ego and made a bad argument, Alpha would explain in detail all the benefits that he could get from buying Cheryl a present. Akira thought that it would not be worth it as he headed to one of the stalls. As for Cheryl, she just followed behind Akira. There were all kinds of goods exhibited in front of the stall, but Akira's eyes stopped on a row of broken guns lined up in front of the stall. Guns were indeed an important possession in the dangerous slum city. Nope, not guns. Akira lightly shook his head. It would just be bullying if he gave Cheryl a broken gun that might accidentally discharge its bullet. Not to mention that it was not something that normal people would give in the middle of a date. As such, he continued to look for something safer. But since he had no experience in giving someone else a present, he did not know what kind of present he should get. As he was confused and could not decide on any present, he looked toward Alpha for help. Alpha, which one should I take? Think for yourself. As Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, he replied back with a grumble. You did say that you would tell me anything if I ask, didn't you? But I did answer you, right? You should pick what you want to give, that's an answer, right? So that's it? That was your answer? That's what you meant? Yep, that's it. That was my answer. That's what I meant. It would also be a lesson for you if you give her something strange and make her give you a weird look. So give it your best. Alpha smiled as if she was having the time of her life. As for Akira, he just gave up and quietly grumbled inside his heart as he continued looking for something to buy. What are you looking for? Cheryl feebly asked. Akira hesitated for a moment before replying back with a troubled face. Is there anything that you might want in the stall? Well, you see, from the explanation yesterday, you're my patron. No, acquaintance. What's the right word, again? Ally? Yep, that's it. You might need something as a proof, right? We're in a close enough relationship to give each other present after all. So yep, I'm planning to give you something that you can use as proof for establishing our relationship. But I don't know what might be a good present. Alpha told Akira to pick something by himself, but since he ended up asking the person that he intended to give his present, he decided to use that as an excuse. After all, Akira wanted to avoid giving something strange and making Cheryl look at him weirdly. Cheryl was surprised, she never thought that she would be able to pick her own present. After all, Akira did not look like someone who would do that at all. Although in reality, Akira only did that because Alpha told him to, Cheryl could not notice that. As such, it was a very surprising for her. So, which one do you want? Hearing how Akira was pressing for an answer, Cheryl smiled happily. If I may, I would like to receive a present that you pick. After all, I believe that it's better that way. If she had to be honest, she actually wanted to answer back that the more expensive his present was, the better. After all, the more expensive the present she received meant more important Akira thought of her. And it would also make a better proof of their relationship. Not to mention that she would be able to sell it for money if she needed to. But she understood that in her condition, it would only make Akira angry if she asked for something expensive. Moreover, she did not know just how expensive the most expensive thing in that stall. As such, Cheryl decided to attack from the other direction. Cheryl's face and words meant to say she would be happy for whatever Akira picked for her as long as Akira gave a serious thought for her present. But Akira did not catch her subtleties. Even after a beautiful girl spoke to him and looked at him with affection, Akira could not calm down, he was instead even more confused. Alright then. In that case, don't complain if I buy you something strange, okay? This is your chance if you want to pick anything, you know? Cheryl was a bit surprised by a reply that she did not expect at all, but she just kept it inside her heart. Being that persistent asking for confirmation was something that was expected for Akira to do, it was a normal thing for him, so it was not like Akira being nice to Cheryl. But even so, looking at how Akira seemed to be a bit desperate, It shows that he really wanted to avoid the situation where he had to rely on his sense to pick Cheryl's present. But Cheryl kept that for herself and made a gesture as if she was thinking before she smiled and said to Akira, "I won't complain no matter which one you pick. But well, if you insist, can you please pick an accessory? After all, I think accessories would work the best in this case." "I see, okay then." It was obvious that Akira looked a bit relieved. As I thought, a gun was a no-go, huh? Akira was relieved since he knew what he needed to look for. As such, he started looking again with a calmer expression. After a moment of hesitation, he finally picked a rather expensive pendant and gave it to Cheryl. He picked that pendant because of two considerations. First, because it was an accessory, and second, it could be sold for quite a sum of money in the exchange center. "Thank you very much, I'll treasure it." "Ah, right, just go ahead and do whatever you want with it." Cheryl showed as much as gratitude toward Akira, but Akira replied back with such a cold reaction. They kept walking around the slum city for a bit after that and returned back when the sun set. Cheryl bowed deeply toward Akira as they went to different directions. "Akira, thank you very much. And also, please take a good care of me." "Yeah, you should be careful on your way back home." "Yes, you too, please be careful." Cheryl looked so reluctant as she said her goodbye and left. She thought that it was really unfortunate she could not score more points from Akira today. But she was satisfied that she was able to get a small token of their good relationship. The moment she turned back, her face changed to a serious expression as she was thinking of her next plan. Akira just stood there for a while as he was seeing Cheryl off. Seeing how Akira just stood there even after Cheryl had gone from his views, Alpha was a bit puzzled and asked Akira, "Akira, you're not going back home?" "Just for a bit. It's her first day, after all, so just to be safe." After saying that, Akira turned and headed back to the inn that was located in the opposite direction. After Saibi's gang was destroyed, its former territory was open for anyone to take. But it was not like other gangs would immediately use force to capture that territory. If any of them made a bad move, it might instead cause a fight between gangs and incur a big loss to them. It was more important for them to negotiate with other gangs and divide the open territory in such a way that everyone would be satisfied with it. A fight would break if they could not reach a consensus during the negotiation, and they would eventually try to kill each other after that. The building that was used as the headquarters by Saibi's gang was the center of that open territory. All the money and resources that Saibi's gang had were gathered in that building, but almost half of it was already gone as the former members of the gang brought some of them as souvenirs to their new gang. So anything that was left there at that time did not worth that much. But the building itself is still worth quite a lot. It was a very strategic building for anyone from the slum city who took that building. But it was not a well-known building and it was deserted at the moment. If anyone took that building, the other gangs would think that a certain gang had made its move and occupied the building, which would be a trigger for war. It was a dangerous place even for someone who was not affiliated with any gang to use it as a sleeping place. Cheryl was standing in front of that deserted building waiting for someone. It was not like she had a promise to meet there, and it was not like she called anyone to meet her there. But it was because there was a good chance that the people she was waiting for would pass through that place. That was what she thought as she was waiting nervously. After waiting for a bit, the people that she was waiting for finally came. So she buried her nervousness and uneasiness deep inside her heart and said in such a confident manner as if she was invincible, "Hello there, welcome to my base." They were the members that were left of Saibi's gang. It was not like all of them had smooth sailing even for those who joined other gangs. Some of them could not get along in their new gang. Some of them were treated badly. Some of them were banished after the souvenirs they brought with them were taken from them. And some of them were not even accepted by any gangs. To put it simply, those people were the members who were stuck in those conditions and having a hard time. So if those people saw Cheryl walking with Akira, they would definitely come to ask her, "Your base? What do you mean? Wait, that aside, why were you with that boy? That was the boy who killed Saibi, right?" As the other person asked her while making a puzzled look, Cheryl just laughed and answered back. You heard what I said, it's my base now starting from today. The reason why I was with Akira was because we had a talk. And from there, we concluded that I'll be the boss of this place starting from today. That's why this building is my base now. Akira? Is it the name of that boy? Yep, it's a good name, right? So then, why are you guys here? Are you here to take something that you forgot? It was clear that Cheryl was teasing them. Although she knew that it would only antagonize them, it did not stop her from taking that stance. After all, she did that in order to show them that she had a powerful support that allowed her to do so. It was pretty effective as the other members started to put up their guard. We're here to ask you that since we saw you together with that boy. So then, what do you mean by, you had a talk with him? Do I really have to explain everything to you? I did say that I'm the new boss of this place, right? So I had a talk with that Akira and he said that he'll help us. But you see, since he's working as a hunter, he's so busy that he doesn't have the time to take the lead, that's why I'll be the one taking the command. You should think of me as his proxy. But since Akira has an image that he should keep, so I'll be the boss in public. But again, since I'm also the one giving orders, that would make me the boss for real, you get that? But then one of them shouted. But he's the boy who killed Sci-fi. If only he didn't kill Sci-fi, we wouldn't be in this state now. That guy gathered that many people just to kill one boy but got shot back and killed instead, so what are you talking about? Are you stupid? Oi Cheryl, don't get ahead of yourself. No matter how strong that boy is, you're alone right now. Huh? Are you seriously saying that? Although the guys were threatening her, Cheryl returned it with a mock instead. Thus the guys started looking around their surrounding thinking that Akira was around. It's no use even if you look for him. Like I said, he's busy with his hunter job. You bitch. The guy then walked to Cheryl, but her next word stopped him middle way. Do you really think I didn't tell Akira about you guys? I was waiting here because I predicted that you guys would come here, you know? So do you think I wouldn't ask him to kill you all if I get killed? There's no real reason why he would go that far for you, you know. I bet he'll just laugh when he knows that we kill you. The guys thought that half of it was only bluff, so half of the guys started to threaten her. But Cheryl's smile stayed the same. He has a particular reason to do that, you know? I'm his favorite after all. See this? I got this present from him. So, do you really think he'll just laugh it off after knowing his favorite girl got killed? Cheryl pointed her finger on the pendant that was hanging on his neck and wiggled it a bit as if to show it off to the other guys. Since she was showing it while smiling with confidence, the guys could not tell that it was a lie. It was not like they completely believed Cheryl's words. But thinking about the possibility that Akira might take revenge on them was scary enough to convince them. After the guys debating with each other, half of them clicked their tongue and left the place while the other half followed them not too long after. The only people left there were the small children. Those children looked at Cheryl with a grim face, but then Cheryl intentionally intimidated them. If you have no business here, can you guys just leave? You do know why we're staying, right? Let us join your gang, so you accept me as your boss? And will obey my orders? Yeah, you're the boss and we'll obey you. Cheryl's lips made a slight upwards curve. If that's the case, I'll welcome you guys. But just go back home for now. I'm busy with a lot of things too. I'll introduce you to Akira later, so come here again tomorrow night. The small children there prefer to sleep in a safe place inside the base rather in the wilderness outside, but it's not like they could go against the words of their boss. As such, they did not have any other choice but to obediently leave the place. After everyone left that place, Cheryl went into the base and carefully checked her surroundings to make sure that she was really alone there. After 10 minutes, she finally convinced that no one was around. Cheryl's expression immediately changed. All the nervousness and uneasiness that she was hiding came out on her face. She felt like she wanted to scream there, but she was barely able to hold it in as she took a deep breath, trying to calm down. That was close. That was really dangerous. I almost got myself killed back there. but I was somehow able to survive that. Cheryl received Akira's protection, but it was not like Akira could always stay beside her. Thus Cheryl needed something that could protect her even when Akira was not around. It was her first step to be able to acquire it, and she was finally able to complete that risky first step. With that being done, she thought that everything would be okay. After all, she did all she could there. The only thing left was the bed. That was what she thought as she crawled up on her bed. Her nervousness and tiredness drifted her to sleep as she was lying on her bed. I was able to take a bath yesterday, I really want to get one today too. That was her last thought before she fell asleep. As for the outside of the base, some of the guys that did not go back decided to stay there. Hey! Are you sure we're going to do this? If Cheryl's words were true, this is a terrible idea, you know? The other guy is a hunter, someone who usually spends his days killing monsters, you know? Is this really going to be alright? Even if that's true, are we really going to give up this place to that girl? If we could get this base for ourselves, it'll increase our standing too, you know. Moreover, I bet that all her words there were only bluffs. It's also possible that the hunter kid just said random promises to her too. And although she was showing that pendant, it looked like a cheap accessory that you can buy in the stall over there. I'm sure she's just getting ahead of herself after being told that he likes her or something. If we can kill her now, no one would give a care, but still. The guys there were planning to kill Cheryl, but there were gaps between their individual opinions. The uneasiness of their own future and their desperations. They were hiding all of those feelings by showing them as anger and scorn. Although all of them had the same goal, they could not coordinate with each other. After Cheryl had a talk with Akira, they decided to let Cheryl build up her destroyed gang. As such, their base and the area around that base did not become an open territory. By the common sense of the slum city, a lot of people thought that Akira took Saibi's gang and its territory as revenge. And when it came to whether it would be worth fighting for that place against a hunter, the current consensus between gangs in the slum city was to keep their eyes on him for the time being. But depending on how far they believed Cheryl's words, they had another choice, which was to kill Cheryl and take the base for themselves. And even if what Cheryl said was true, it was still doubtful that Akira would seriously help to build up the gang. There was a good chance that it would cause confusion if they killed Cheryl now. If they could take over that base, they would be able to get a huge profit. After all, they could get a good position in their gang if they could acquire that base and that territory and handed it over to their new gang. Considering that benefit and the danger from Akira's revenge, half of them were convinced while half of them were against it. Shijima-san also wants this territory. We can get a good position if we give this area to him. So there's no way I would let a small girl like her take it from me. Don't you think so too? But if Cheryl was telling the truth and that hunter discovered what we did, it would be the end for us. If that hunter was around, Cheryl would have brought him with her back there. So this is our only chance to do this, but he might be hiding somewhere. No way he is. Not to mention, that I actually doubt if Cheryl really had a talk with him. It might be just a random promise that boy gave her when he slept with Cheryl. There's no way a hunter without any money like him can keep that promise. Well, they might be so. But still. They could not reach any conclusion. But it was enough to clearly divide them into two different groups, those who support the idea and those who were against it. Then, the representative of the group that supported killing Cheryl clicked his tongue. Alright, we'll do this ourselves. You guys just stand by here and watch this place. You're good with that, right? Just stay here, at least do that. Well, if that's all, then sure, alright, let's go. The people who were going to enter the base nodded to each other and readied their gun before entering the building. Then on the next moment, they were shot. Some of them got hit on their heads and immediately died there. Some of them got hit on their bodies and escaped death. While some of them got lucky and escaped the building without any injuries at all. All of these people were limping on the ground. Those who were able to escape from the building quickly looked around while screaming. Then they saw Akira holding his gun under the shadow of one of the alleys. Akira then walked to them and stopped right before them. Akira looked emotionless although he just killed people. That scene caused the guys who were still alive to start trembling. Why you? Akira immediately replied back. I'm the hunter that Cheryl had a talk with. I don't think I need to tell you this, but just in case it isn't clear enough to you, don't you dare lay your hand on Cheryl, you get that? Oh okay, Akira then nodded and left the area. Some of those who were still lying on the ground and screaming in pain used their last power to aim their gun to Akira. As such, Akira just walked, pointed his gun back at them, pulled the trigger, and nested a few bullets at them to kill them for good. Looking at such a scene, those who made the right choice and survived without any injuries could not help but screamed a bit. As Akira walked away from those guys, one of them asked Akira, Hey, if you did really have a talk with Cheryl, why weren't you there at that time? Akira turned back and pointed at one of the corpse's face. His expression did not change at all. You do understand the answer by looking at this, right? Akira then stood up and left that place after saying that. The people that were left alive winced and then mumbled. So he intentionally didn't show himself back then, huh? What a wicked boy. Akira intentionally did not show himself beside Cheryl in order to flush out people who were thinking of killing Cheryl. That was what those people thought. Their faces winced even more as they looked at the pile of corpses of their friends. They were trembling in fear, thinking that if they followed their friends and entered the building too, they would have joined that pile of corpses. They could not help but to mumble those words, thinking that if their dead boss was a bad ex-hunter who could aim his gun at other people, then his replacement was a worse hunter who could kill people without feeling anything. He just went and killed everyone like that. As I thought, hunters are just scum. As the guy inadvertently mumbled those words, he looked around in panic and let out a sigh of relief as he could see that Akira was no longer around. Akira just showed his face to those people and immediately left the place. What was left in that place was only the corpses of those who made the wrong choice. Alpha asked Akira about what just happened back there as Akira was on his way back to the inn. Akira, was that really okay? Yeah, I don't have the time to be Cheryl's bodyguard in the first place. If that works well, Cheryl would be safe at least for the time being. As for her future, it depends on her luck. Was that not good enough for you, Alpha? From that answer, Alpha thought that Akira would not do anything dangerous with Cheryl as a reason. And so Alpha was able to understand a bit about the person called Akira. No. If that was okay for you, then I don't have any problem with it. That aside, you'll need to do today's worth training too tomorrow. Alright, Alpha smiled invincibly as if she was enjoying teasing Akira. As for Akira, his face stiffened as he could imagine just how hard his tomorrow's training would be. Cheryl, who did not know anything, was so surprised when she found corpses scattered in front of her base the next morning. Rebuild World. Chapter 17. The Unlucky People. Akira finished packing his stuff in the inn. He was about to head to the wasteland when he saw Cheryl waiting for him outside. Akira, good morning. Morning, why are you here this early? I'm going to the ruins after this, so make it short. Ah, yes. Cheryl was actually trying to make a friendly smile towards Akira, but his reaction was very cold and her smile did not have any effect on him. Akira was a hard nut to crack, that was what she thought as she was dumbfounded by his reaction. But she immediately regained her composure and proceeded with explaining about her business with him. It was about the current condition of the gang's territory, the location of the base and how to get in contact with him. And also, Cheryl wanted to introduce the new members of the gang to Akira. She asked him to come to the base tonight. After she finished explaining everything, she casually made a gesture showing that she really wanted him to come. At the same time, she was trying to butter up with him. Ah, and also, if possible, can you come to the base from time to time? It's okay even if you come only when you have some spare time. Even if you ask me to come only during my spare time, I'm so poor that I can't afford to have any free time. Cheryl's smile faded as she understood that Akira was not joking when he said that. To be honest, Akira actually did not want to lose his already scarce free time by adding an extra schedule to go to the base regularly. Not to mention that he was working as a hunter, which meant no one knew what would happen to him on the next day. As such, it was fully possible that he would end up breaking his promise. Thus he did not want to make any promise that he might not be able to keep right from the start. Although he did not realize it himself, he was very concerned about keeping his promise. But Cheryl could not read his reason, so she bowed and begged in panic. "See, can you please spare your time somehow?" Akira refused her request, although she did not give any detailed time and date as to when Akira had to visit the base. Cheryl would be in big trouble if the people of the slum thought that Akira abandoned her, and she would be in great danger if Akira would not come to the base at all. As such, Cheryl understood that his absence might cause a big problem for her gang in the future. She had to do something about it. She gathered all of her experience to make her best expression for begging him. But even so, Akira's reaction was very cold. He even tried to cut their conversation short as if he was annoyed. "I'll talk to you about that later." "Well, I might pay a visit tonight if I have the time, then we can continue this conversation." Cheryl was relieved since she at least got Akira's word for tonight's visit. So she ended their conversation in order not to annoy Akira. I understand. Let's talk about the details later in the base tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Is that all?" "Yes. Ah, by the way, I found a pile of corpses in front of my base though." "Corpses? It's a common thing in the slum city anyway." "Ah, I didn't mean it that way. The corpses were quite a lot, so I thought that the area is pretty dangerous right now." "I'm sure you'll be fine, but just to be safe, please be careful when you come tonight." "I see, alright then. See you later. Please be careful out there." Cheryl saw Akira off with a friendly smile. But once Akira's figure was gone from her views, her expression immediately changed to puzzlement. I asked Akira since I thought that he was the one who did it, but did I make a wrong guess? But it also felt like he was lying to me. So is it really him? But I don't think he has any reason to hide it from me if he was the one who killed those people who tried to attack me. And if that was really what happened, he should have come to tell me to let me know that I owe him a favor. I really don't understand. Well, those might also be people who got killed in some random fight. Cheryl then looked at the pendant that she was wearing. It was something that she got from Akira. As I thought, this is a cheap pendant. Although I got the feeling that Akira liked this pendant, but I guess it's really too cheap. Maybe I should have asked for something more expensive yesterday, even if it meant that I had to help in paying too, huh? Although she already received Akira's words that he would help her, it seemed that there were still a lot of difficulties in stock for her in the future. Cheryl walked back home while thinking about what she should do next. Akira was continuing his shooting practice using images of monsters produced in his vision support. His target changed from monsters that were standing still to monsters that were roaming around. Moreover, these monsters would attack if they noticed him. They would shoot at him using the guns growing on their backs and ran towards him trying to eat him. This training was for him to practice being level-headed and calm even during such a situation. With his current ability, it was actually a very difficult task for Akira to accurately aim at those monsters' weak points, even though he was allowed to calmly take his aims. In the end, Akira could not shoot those monsters accurately most of the time and ended up getting killed from the monsters' counterattack. As such, the images of him getting killed kept piling around him. Some of the corpses had Akira's upper half or lower half completely disintegrated. Some of them were the remains of Akira's minced body after being showered by hundreds of bullets. The images of him getting killed in all kinds of gory manners kept piling up. Akira looked at the pile of corpses and mumbled with a bewildered face. "Although this is just training and these are fakes, I just can't get used to seeing my own corpses like this." Alpha then replied with a serious face. "It'll be troubling if you get used to this. Just because this is a training, don't take this lightly and do this seriously so the same thing won't happen to you during a real fight." "Yeah, I know. But that aside, There are a lot of those monsters in the Eastern District and most of the hunters can kill those monsters while humming, right? Ah, but that level of ability is normal for hunters, huh? I was actually happy after registering myself as a hunter, but I wonder how long it will take for me to have the ability of a real hunter. Akira's training continued and it was clear that his ability was growing. But it was also clear that his current ability was still far away from his goal. Even if the goal was so far away, there were people who thought they would reach their goal as long as they did not stop training. But half of these people gave up midway thinking that the goal was too far off or just simply because of the frustration of not reaching it. It would be troublesome for Alpha if Akira also stopped because of the frustration. As such, Alpha smiled to cheer him up and change the mood. There's also the differences from the equipment that you use, so there's no need to be so pessimistic. If you can earn enough money and buy good equipment, they'll help you a lot, you know? Is that so? Yep. If I have to give you an example, Sarah and Elena whom we met the other day can defeat those monsters that you just fought even if there were dozens of them. Although, I'm not sure if they can do that while humming though. Akira was shocked. Although he received Alpha's support, he never thought that those people who would have died if he did not save them would actually be very capable. Those two are that strong, huh? So why were they losing that time? The wrong perception of their skill showed Akira's lack of experience and how bad he thought his ability was. Alpha understood that, but she replied back while trying to avoid the subject. There are differences in fighting monsters and fighting people. There's also the effect from the colorless mist too. But if I have to say, it was mainly because of their bad luck. But again, since they were following your footprints, I wonder if they got caught in some of your bad luck. Alpha said that while joking, but Akira looked a bit disturbed by that. Can you please stop saying that? Oh my apologies. Alpha apologized while smiling as Akira was back doing his shooting training without saying anything. He too thought that they were really affected by his bad luck, but he hid this thought behind his silence. He also put more focus on his training in order to hide the fact. As such, he ended up forgetting his goal that he was still far away from. Looking at that, Alpha smiled with satisfaction. After finishing his shooting training, Akira headed to the ruins to search for relics as well as for his ruin exploration training. First of all, he pulled out his binoculars and watched his surroundings as usual. If there was no problem, he would start moving into the ruin cautiously. But something unexpected happened. As Akira confirmed the safety and picked a route to explore the ruin, Alpha, who usually would not disturb his training, said to Akira, "Akira, connect your binocular to your information terminal." Okay. Akira pulled out a cable from his binocular and connected it to his information terminal like he was told. Alpha then started operating the binocular through the terminal. The image zoomed in and zoomed out rapidly as the lens moved rapidly up, down, left, right. Since Alpha could only move the lens, Akira had to help Alpha move the rest while following Alpha's instructions. The image from the binocular rapidly changed from one to another. Akira did not understand what Alpha was actually looking for. Alpha properly confirmed all the images that the binocular captured. She then suddenly shouted to Akira with a grim look. "Akira! Get into the ruin! Quickly!" It would be fatal to ask for the reason. Akira understood by experiencing it firsthand, and Alpha already warned him about that before. So Akira immediately started running. What did you find? Originally, they would not be able to talk while running since it would mess up with his breathing. But thanks to the telepathic communication, they were able to have a conversation while running too. There's a trailer inside the ruin that's being attacked by monsters. Wait for a second. So why are we running to the ruin instead? Shouldn't we avoid it instead? Akira, you can ask all you want, but don't stop running. There are a lot of monsters there. The people inside the trailer are fighting back, but it's only a matter of time before they get killed. Akira was puzzled, but he did not slow down at all, or else his life would be at risk too. What I'm saying here is that shouldn't I be running in the opposite direction? I don't have the duty to risk my life in order to help people whom I don't even know, you know? Although it was out of his own reason, Akira had helped Elena and Sara in the past, although he did not know them at that time. But Akira completely ignored that fact, and Alpha would have pointed that out normally, but she also ignored it this time. Of course your safety is a top priority, so I'm picking the safest route. Wait a second, so how in the world it ended up with me having to run toward those monsters? That question was very logical, but Alpha replied back with a tone that showed how bad their situation was. Unfortunately, the monsters already encircled you. Even if you start running back to the city now, they'll eventually catch up and kill you. If you try fighting against those monsters in the wasteland where there's no hiding place for you, your chance of winning is basically zero. Those monsters might be focused on those people in the trailer right now, but once they're done with them, it'll be your turn next. Akira's face twitched as he was making a grim face. So if I don't meet up with them and help them fight back before they get killed, then we're all goners, huh? Yep, that's it. And in the worst case scenario where you're the only one still alive, you'll have to go to the deeper part of the ruin. I can give you better support when you're in the deeper part of the Kuzuhara City ruins, and it'll give you a better chance to survive. But that'll be our next plan if our plan to meet up with the people in the trailer fails. After all, you have a better survival chance if you meet up and fight together with them. So that's why you need to hurry up. If you're too late, you'll be fighting all of those monsters alone. You guys in the trailer, give your best until I'm there. God damn it. Is this because of my bad luck too? Because I used all of my luck? I don't know whose bad luck it is. I would say that those people in the trailer are helping to shoulder some of your bad luck. As I thought, Akira, you used your lifetime worth of luck when you met me. Well, I'll give you my utmost support in exchange though. So you do your best too, okay? Alpha smiled bitterly and her serious face relaxed a bit. As Akira saw that, he more or less was able to understand his current condition. He was making a bewildered face after hearing that cheering from Alpha as he kept running as fast as he could in order to survive. A trailer was heading to the Kuzuhara ruin through the eastern wasteland when Akira was in his shooting training. It was a trailer made to traverse the harsh environment of the wasteland and designed for a long journey. It was even equipped with a machine gun on its roof. There were two men in the trailer, Katsuragi and Darius. Katsuragi was a weapon dealer who frequently sold his goods to hunters. He had been working as a merchant using this trailer, which also functioned as a moving shop for years. As for Darius, he's the main fighting power of the duo. He worked as a shopkeeper helping Katsuragi as well as his bodyguard. If you go further east from the region ruled by the corporate government, there was a vast unexplored wasteland. Monsters as huge as mountains roamed freely inside that unexplored wasteland. Because of the harsh condition in that region, the eastern government could not explore the area even after exerting all of its power. The region was simply that dangerous. But ruins with advanced technology, enough to even produce those monsters, were located in that region. It was a region filled with knowledge and treasures from the old world that was worth exploring despite all the dangers. The border that separated the territory owned by the corporate government from the dangerous unexplored wasteland was known as the front line. The corporate government kept pouring a huge amount of money to Frontline in order to get a piece of some treasure and knowledge of the old world. Of course, only high-level hunters were there, and to work there was the highest point in the hunter profession. Powerful hunters were living in that place. Some of them formed groups that would even scare big corporations, while some of them were lone wolves who could pick a fight against the government all by themselves. Katsuragi and Darius were on their way back to the Kuganyama city from the front line. Of course, the road from the front line was very dangerous, thus a huge amount of money was offered to transport goods. Normally, goods transported by big companies would be accompanied by a lot of bodyguards. The people who did not care about the danger and risked their lives in transporting the goods by themselves could get a lot of money. Of course, they would only do that if they already had a patron who would buy their goods. The equipment used in the front line were of course of the highest quality suitable for the dangers there. Hunters who only operated around the Kuganyama city could not afford this equipment, and few of this equipment were just simply too powerful for the hunters here. As such, This equipment just would not sell around Kugumyama City. Being a talented merchant that he was, Katsuragi was somehow able to get a deal. Thus he used his own personal trailer, filled it with high-quality goods and started transporting goods through a long journey from the front line. They only needed to go a little further before they reached Kugumyama City, thus their bet was on the verge of succeeding. But right now, they were driving as fast as they could, trying to escape from the danger that was approaching them from behind. So they prioritized driving fast rather than driving safely. Thus the car was shaking violently. Darius shouted to Katsuragi. "Katsuragi! This is why I keep telling you to get yourself a better escort." Katsuragi shouted back at Darius. "Just shut it. We didn't get ourselves a good escort because we don't have enough money. You two know that, don't you? Not to mention that it was your fault for changing our route out of the blue, that's why we're in this situation. You shut up. The contract for the bodyguard was too short. If I stayed on the original route, we wouldn't be able to arrive on time, you know. If only you had more money, we could have taken a better route than this one. So it's money, huh? As I thought, it's money's fault, huh? Yeah, it's money. This world runs on money after all." Katsuragi laughed loudly from the driver's seat, laughing at their own hopeless situation. The reason why Katsuragi and Darius were feeling hopeless was because of the monsters following their trailer. Those monsters were chasing them with their powerful vigor while letting out howls that reverberated through the air and stomps that shook the earth. They already used the machine gun on the top roof of the trailer to shoot at those monsters until it ran out of bullets. Although it turned countless monsters into minced meat, it was eventually futile. Those monsters did not even care about their companions' corpses as they ran over them while chasing Katsuragi and Darius. Not to mention that other monsters along the way joined them on their chase. Thus, the monsters' count was snowballing. The hunters whom Katsuragi and Darius employed to escort their trailer had already abandoned them when they saw that the number of monsters chasing them were much larger than they could engage. From the perspective of the escorts, it was because Katsuragi took a route outside of what was decided in their contract, they met those monsters. So, their current situation was a consequence of the employer not upholding the contract, thus the escorts had a good reason to abandon them. Half of the monsters even detached from the main group and started chasing the escorts. As such, it can be said that their escorts had done their job. And it could even be said that Katsuragi and Darius should even be thankful for their escorts, but it was a different story whether they actually felt thankful or not. Katsuragi's and Darius' laughs slowly died down. They were fully pumped with adrenaline because of the danger that they were facing. But the effect of adrenaline faded away with their laughs. Darius, who already regained his composure, kept telling himself to calm down while making a serious face. After forcing himself to calm down, he recognized how dear their condition was and let out a sigh. "So, what should we do? We'll be dead at this rate, you know?" Katsuragi then replied with a grim face. "I know. We should change our location first, that's why we're heading to Kuzuhara ruins right now." "To the ruins? But why? If we keep heading to Kugumyama City, we'll definitely be dead." If they were thinking of running away from the monsters by heading to the city and ended up bringing those monsters with them, then the city would definitely use its firepower to kill the monsters together with them. That would be more or less guaranteed to kill them, and even in the unlikely case if they survived that, the city would arrest them for disturbing the safety and have them reimburse the repair from the damage and the resource that it used for the defense. Even with all the money and wealth that they had now, they would not be able to pay the fine. Thus the city would make them pay the fine by working them hard. It would be much worse that they would wish they had died. But even after knowing that, there were people in similar situations who drove straight for the city looking for a slim chance in surviving. Most of the monster attacks on the slum city that Akira had gone through were because of this. "Katsuragi, I know that much. I was asking, why are we heading to Kuzuhara ruins? The ruin is the territory of other monsters. Those monsters that are chasing us know that too. So they might stop chasing us if we get deep into the ruins. Not to mention that place is very dangerous, So we might even be able to meet a strong hunter who can clean up all of those monsters in one go. You've sent the SOS, right? Yeah, I hope someone accepts our SOS request. Normally, any request submitted in the hunter office would be checked and evaluated first, thus it would take some time before it would get accepted. But in the case of an SOS request, it would be processed as fast as possible and immediately broadcasted. SOS request was frequently used by hunters who found themselves in a pinch in the middle of the wasteland. Since the one requesting the SOS would the person endanger himself, the reward would also be relatively big. As such, many hunters would take such high reward low risk request. Even if the requester lied about the reward out of desperation, the Hunter Guild would still give a suitable amount as a reward in their place. Thus the hunters did not need to worry about anything. As such, it was better for them to send SOS rather than making a random wireless broadcast. Katsuragi clicked his tongue while still making a serious face. Well, there's no chance we can go to the city, so the ruin is the place with the best survival chance for us. We can only leave everything to luck after that. Let's go. After that, Katsuragi and Darius just dove into the ruin. They chose a route that was wide enough for the trailer to pass through as they kept moving deeper into the run. They did not have the detailed map of the inner part of the ruins. The map that they randomly acquired from their network had a lot of mistakes, thus it was fully up to their luck as to how far they could keep running away. Unfortunately, Katsuragi bumped into a wreckage that threw their trailer into a small alley, thus they had no other choice but to stop their trailer. But it did not end there. The monsters chasing them ignored the fact that they were entering other monsters' territory and kept running towards Katsuragi and Darius. Darius made his decision and shouted, "Katsuragi! We'll shoot them back. Quickly load the machine gun with new ammo. Once you're done, get back to your driver's seat and give me support with the machine gun. Given our situation, you wouldn't complain about the money that we would spend for the ammo, right? I know. Be careful out there." Darius then jumped off the trailer and readied his gun as Katsuragi started loading ammo as fast as he could. Akira was already deep into the ruin for him to be able to directly see the monsters. Some of the monsters noticed him and changed their target from Katsuragi and Darius to Akira. Akira kept running while holding his rifle. He was making a grim face. "Alpha, they noticed me. Are you sure it's okay if I keep going like this?" Akira looked at Alpha with a very worried look, but Alpha did not change her command. "It's okay. Just keep running. I'll guide you. And also, take the medicine while you still have the chance. Am I going to get injured again in this fight? That medicine could also relieve your fatigue. Just keep this in your mind, we won't get any rest from now on. You just need to follow my orders and shoot just like you practiced and it'll be alright. I got killed so many times during the practice though. Remember the times when you didn't get killed, you just need to do it like those times. Hurry up. They're coming." Akira took some medicines while running. He kept his eyes on the monsters in front of him as he swallowed the medicine. He made his resolve to face the upcoming fight for which he even needed to take the medicine beforehand. He followed Alpha's order as he stopped and took aim with his gun. His vision was further augmented for battle by Alpha's support. It showed the priority order to kill the monsters that were heading their way and it put on markers on their weak points. It also put TP line from the muzzle of Akira's gun. Akira took aim on the monster with the highest kill priority and lined the TP line to its weak point before pulling the trigger. A gunshot echoed through the wasteland. The bullet flew from Akira's gun and hit its target right on. Although it did not hit its weak point, the anti-monster bullet was able to tear off its meat, crush its bones and caused enough injuries in its inner organs that made it a fatal wound. Those monsters that got hit on their legs were significantly slowed down while those that got hit right on their weak points just rolled dead on the ground. The bullseye target on Akira's vision changed into a line and Akira followed that line with his gun as he held its trigger. The bullets that spewed out from its muzzle showered the monsters and those monsters fell down into the ground one by one. Some of the monsters were shocked and stopped moving. Akira used this chance to run to his next shooting position following the route given by Alpha and started shooting again after he reached that position. Alpha kept dashing out unusually strict orders. She considered everything inside those orders, like the movement range of the monsters and Akira's amateur maneuverability. She tailored her order for maximum efficiency. Akira tried as hard as he could to follow those orders. As such, from other points of view, it seemed as if Akira was performing above his original ability. He himself was surprised at how he was performing. As he kept fighting through the monsters, he finally arrived in the deeper part of the ruin, but then he thought, "Alpha, can I ask you a question? This is a good time, so go on. About those monsters that I shot just before, although I remember fighting some of those monsters during my training, aren't they way too weak?" "Nope, that's just how powerful they are." If that's true, then why did I get killed a lot of times during the training against those monsters? It's because monsters in your training don't get surprised, shocked, confused, or try to escape. I set them so they would chase and target you like a machine as long as they can. If I make the monsters in the training so easy to defeat, it might make you less careful when fighting those monsters for real, right? So I did that just to be safe. But thanks to that, you can fight without dying and perform really well just like now. So the training was really useful, wasn't it? Alpha said that while smiling confidently. Well, you do have a point. He was in the middle of a battle and the training was useful. That was what Akira told himself as he changed gear and rushed forward. Katsuragi and Darius tried their hardest to fight back. Their trailer was already surrounded by heaps of monsters' corpses. Blood was pouring out from the corpses that were half destroyed after getting showered in the bullets from their machine gun. The corpses were piling up like a hill and made a pool of blood and soaked the area around it in red. They had to finish their fight before the pool of blood attracted more monsters. If that happened, they would be attacked by monsters from the ruins in the wasteland. They had killed so many monsters, that they started to hope that those monsters would start running away. But those monsters did not even bat an eyelash on the piled up dead corpses of their kin as they kept charging forward as if to laugh over Katsuragi and Darius's wish. They trampled on the meat of their dead kin and turned the ground into bloody mush as they were running toward Katsuragi and Darius. Katsuragi used his machine gun to kill any monster that approached the trailer while Darius kept shooting at those monsters aiming to immobilize them. If they stopped even only for a moment, they would join the corpses littered around. As such, they were fighting as hard as they could to survive. In case of firepower, Katsuragi and Darius definitely had the upper hand. It was obvious from the corpses that kept piling up around them. But even so, it looked like the end was nowhere near. Katsuragi and Darius' faces started to turn pale. Katsuragi screamed as he cursed the monsters that kept coming at them. Damn it! There's no end to them. Even if they eat us, they would not even get a sausage worth of meat for each one of them, you know. So why the heck don't they just go eat those piles of meat on the ground? There are just mountains of meat sitting there, aren't there? Darius. I ran out of ammo. Can you handle them for a while until I finish reloading? Darius made a grim face. If the machine gun stopped shooting even for a second, they would definitely get swarmed in no time. But he could not say to Katsuragi that it was an impossible request. After all, there was nothing he could do if he lost the support from the machine gun. So Darius shouted back. Don't make it quick. The machine gun stopped for a moment. The monsters that were held back by the machine gun immediately rushed in. As Darius was looking at the number of monsters charging towards him, the rational part of him telling him that it was futile and there was no way he could handle them all alone. Darius had already given up all hope. But the next moment, the monster that should have delivered him his death rolled over and stopped moving. A bullet had torn through its forehead. Then its corpse became an obstacle to the monsters behind it. As such, the other monsters stopped for a moment. But during that small opening, those monsters were showered by countless bullets and fell limp to the ground. Darius then snapped back to reality. He started shooting back while looking at the source of that gunshot. There he saw Akira shooting from a window of a building near them. The tide of the battle changed towards Katsuragi as Akira was providing them with support. Normally, it was not a situation where a single law could change the tide of the battle, but as Akira kept targeting those monsters while following Alpha's instruction, He was able to buy enough time for Katsuragi to finish reloading. Since Alpha kept dashing out orders that maximize his efficiency, and with Akira strictly following it, his overall shooting efficiency was greatly increased. Akira's face twitched when he saw the monsters' corpses that already piled up in that area, but even so, he himself kept shooting and adding more corpses to that pile of dead monsters. That's just freaking lot of monsters. Was I about to get attacked by those monsters back then? Alpha smiled as she gave a confirmation and proceeded with giving Akira a warning. The possibility of that is still not zero, you know. So you can't stop providing them with your support. There's no need to tell me. No way in hell I would let myself be attacked by those monsters. Akira squeezed everything that he learned from his training. He put everything he had for providing support while thinking that it would be fatal if he let go even a single monster. It did not take long before Katsuragi noticed Akira's help. He mumbled while smiling as he was preparing his machine gun. So the SO's request is already broadcasted, huh? Alright. The future looks bright, we just need to keep at it a bit longer. With the machine gun back up, their overwhelming firepower returned. And with the help from Darius and Akira, they laid waste on those monsters. Then after 2 more machine gun reloads, they finally eradicated all the monsters in that area. After they finished, Darius and Katsuragi were so surprised as they came to know that it was a small boy who was helping them, but even so, they did not belittle him at all. After all, they witnessed Akira's ability just a few moments ago. Katsuragi smiled in relief and opened up a conversation with a friendly tone. Thanks for the help, are you a hunter who accepted our SO's request? Akira looked puzzled as he answered back. SO's request? Nope, I was actually about to get attacked and was running away from those monsters. Is that so? It seems that both of us are not blessed by Lady Luck today. Katsuragi did not say anything about the fact that they were actually the ones who brought that monsters. It was because Akira did not ask them about that. After all, it felt like they involved Akira in their bad luck. Katsuragi then smiled to relieve the awkwardness between them. I'm Katsuragi and that guy over there is Darius. We're merchants and this trailer doubles as our moving shop. We're actually in the middle of our way returning to Kuganyama City. I'm Akira, a hunter. I was just passing through the area by chance. Oh. A hunter. Then you're a customer. This must be some kind of fate. Since you saved us, I'll give you a big discount if you want to buy anything, you know? Darius. At least say your thanks to our savior. Darius, who was doing maintenance on his gun not too far, shouted back. I know. I'm Darius. Thanks for the help you provided. Once we're done doing maintenance on our guns, we'll be heading back to Kuganyama City. Want to come with us? Since we just faced such a scale of monster attack, you're not thinking of continuing your ruin exploration, right? Akira also thought that he had enough for a day, so he was not thinking of going back to training now. Alpha, it's okay if we go back today, right? No, we'll go back, I take no objection. Looking at how desperate Akira was, Alpha smiled as if she was enjoying. Sure, let's go back for today. Although he knew that Alpha would approve it, he still felt relieved after hearing that. Yes please. Oh. He said yes. Katsuragi let out a big laugh and let Akira get on the trailer. He then helped Darius in finishing maintenance of the gun and then happily started driving the trailer. Although there were a lot of monster corpses in front of them, it was not a problem to the engine power of a trailer specially made for traversing the wasteland. Looking at how the trailer was crushing the corpses below it, Akira looked a bit perturbed. But Katsuragi just ignored it, or more like, it seemed that he was enjoying crushing monster corpses with his trailer. Silaven. Chance for Akira to get a weapon upgrade. The bad luck thing seems to getting to Akira. I wonder how it will affect his psyche down the line. Rebuild World. Chapter 18. A chance meeting between lucky people and unlucky people. Akira, Darius and Katsuragi were traversing the wasteland in Katsuragi's trailer. Kuzuhara Ruin was not that far from Kuganyama City, but it would still take them some time to reach Kuganyama City. Akira usually covered the distance by running, but most people would prefer riding a car. Darius and Katsuragi were in a really good mood after their victory in the last battle. They were zealous since they dealt with all the monsters that had been chasing them for most of their journey. They could not help but smile jubilantly as they were talking to Akira about all the problems that they faced on their journey and the situation on the front line. Akira, who spent most of his time in the slum city, had almost no chance of listening to this kind of story, so he listened closely. Oh. So that's what it's like in the eastern region, huh? Yep. After all, we're talking about the front line here, the boundaries separating the unknown territory. It's normal for hunters in that place to own tanks, you know. They bring their tank around like us carrying our guns. But well, it's also because the monsters there are so strong that you would have no chance against them without a tank. So you're transporting goods from such a dangerous place, huh? I can't even imagine how dangerous it would be to stock up goods. Being a merchant is not easy, right? Well, you can say that. And not just stocking, there are a lot of things that we need to do, like making connections, finding business deals. All of them are just as hard as stocking goods. I see, you are really amazing. There's no way I would be able to do what you are doing. Looking at Akira, who was genuinely amazed, Katsuragi could only smile bitterly. But well, I can't deny that today's stocking was way harder than usual. So don't think that it's normal for us to face something this hard. If you try, you might find that it's not really hard, you know? Akira tried to imagine himself working as a merchant, but he could not see himself being a successful merchant. His thoughts were visible on his face. Katsuragi laughed as he noticed it. There are a lot of ways to be successful. You can just be a successful hunter while we'll be successful merchants. That's all there is to it. I might be going around selling goods in a trailer like this at the moment, but I'll use today's revenue as a stepping stone and make my business bigger. Then one day, I'll join the corporate government and be one of the 5 greatest companies. Akira was very surprised. Even with his limited knowledge as a slum city boy, he knew just how big Katsuragi's dream was. One of the 5 greatest companies, huh? That's a pretty big dream. Once I join the corporate government, I'll issue money coins and its name will be Katsuragi coins. Then I'll make people update their catalog using Katsuragi currency. After Katsuragi laughed as he talked about his dream, his face changed to a more serious expression. And this job is my first step towards my dream. That's why I'm really thankful to you, you know? It's because of you that we're able to survive without abandoning my goods. Is that so? In that case, just consider that you owe me a favor. After all, you can help me in a lot of ways if your work goes well. Of course, but go easy on me on the discounts, okay? Just like I said, I really need money right now. Although they were taking different routes, both of them were aiming to achieve success in the Eastern District. They were having a good time talking to each other. In the middle of their talk, Alpha, who was also enjoying their chat, suddenly made a serious face and said to Akira, "Akira, quickly look through the right window with your binocular." Looking at how Alpha's mood changed so suddenly, Akira immediately tensed up. He quickly grabbed his binoculars and connected it to his information terminal. He then checked his surroundings with Alpha's vision support. In that direction, he could see a dust cloud in the middle of the vast wasteland. Katsuragi, you're the one who brought those monsters here, right? Katsuragi smiled bitterly and tried to evade the question. Well, about that, you see. I don't care who brought those monsters here. But tell me something, were those monsters just a fraction of a bigger group? Katsuragi immediately understood what was going on from Akira's behavior. As such, his face immediately turned grim. Darius, put the searching device on the trailer to the maximum area search setting. If we do that, its sensitivity in detecting monsters will reduce, you know? Just do it. Darius noticed that Akira and Katsuragi looked disturbed, so he quickly changed the setting of the detection device just like he was told to. Katsuragi's face turned grimmer as he looked at the information shown on the detection device. focus it to the 2 o'clock direction and zoom in 60 times. Darius was confused after hearing that order. If he did that, it would make it impossible for the device to cover other directions, thus it would increase the chance of them getting ambushed. But he immediately followed the order nonetheless. Once he did, Darius and Katsuragi's face turned stiff after checking the result. Akira then pressed them for an answer while making a very serious face. "Sorry to ask you this while you're busy, but answer me. How many more monsters are left from that group that was chasing you?" The dust cloud that he saw from his binocular was caused by another group of monsters. The result from the searching device shows that monsters were swarming towards them from afar. The swarm of monsters that were chasing Katsuragi from the eastern wasteland was naturally divided into several groups depending on their type and moving speed, and those groups were moving separately from each other. The group that attacked Akira and Katsuragi some time ago were the frontrunners of the main group. As for the groups that consisted of slow monsters, they gave up midway and returned to their original territory. Now, the group with moderate speed finally caught up with them. Katsuragi and Darius looked very tense as they talked to each other. "Katsuragi, can we reach the city at this rate? Can we make it?" Katsuragi shook his head. "Nope, we won't make it. They'll think that we brought the monsters and the city's defense force will kill us together with all those monsters. Looking at how fast that group is moving, we might be a little bit faster if I push the trailer to its maximum speed. So how about buying time until we can run from them? We'll head to the city once we put some distance from them." This time, Darius was the one who shook his head. "That's impossible. We only have little energy left inside the trailer from the long journey. The trailer will run out of energy if we take a detour." They rejected each other's suggestions and let out a sigh, not talking anymore. Silence prevailed. Since no one was giving any more suggestion, Akira gave his. "How about heading back to the ruins? I'll guide you through the ruins this time. I'm pretty knowledgeable about this area. I think we might be able to survive if we go there. And even if the trailer runs out of energy, it's easier to evade those monsters or break up that monster group in the ruins rather in the wasteland." In reality, Alpha would be the one guiding them. He hid this fact as he gave his suggestion. But Katsuragi flat out rejected his suggestion. "No, we can't." Looking at how Akira was shocked by his reply, Katsuragi regained his composure. He then told Akira his reason. "We just left piles of monsters' corpses in the ruin. The blood, meat and bones there should have attracted other monsters by now. In the worst case scenario, it might even attract strong monsters from the deeper part of the ruins. There's no way we can win against those monsters." Akira doubted that reason as he looked at Alpha, asking for a confirmation. Alpha then answered back with a serious face. While his reasoning is true, he also doesn't want to leave the jailer behind. Also, the situation will only worsen if you go back to the ruins now. After hearing this, Akira dejectedly let out a sigh. "Do we have no other choice but to fight in this place? Alright, can't we use the weapon that you carried from the front line? It's some kind of super powerful weapon, right?" Katsuragi shook his head. "No, you can't use those weapons unless you're using an augmented cloth adjusted for handling those weapons, and it'll take at least 4 hours to make preparations. We'll also need the corresponding special ammo that we don't have right now. We normally procure ammo from a different route after all. Damn it. Fighting back in this place was their only option." Everyone in the trailer understood this. They accepted this fact on different levels, which was shown on their face. None of them looked relaxed at all. Akira prepared his gun while Katsuragi drove the trailer to a more advantageous position and parked the trailer. He readied the machine gun ammo for easy and fast reload. Akira and Darius stood ready not too far from the trailer. They would make contact with a group of monsters in just a few minutes. Akira rushed to finish his preparation just like Alpha told him to. He reloaded a new cartridge into his rifle, took out all the cartridges inside his rucksack and put it out in the open so that it is easy for him to find them. He also prepared medicines in case he needed it in an emergency. He had already put some of them inside his mouth in case if the effect from the last one weakened. With that, Akira finished all the preparation that he needed except for his own resolve. Alpha was standing beside Akira just like usual. He was feeling nervous, but he had a sense of reassurance from making all the necessary preparations. He then asked Alpha, "Alpha, answer me honestly. Can I win? Or more like, do I even have any chance to win?" He felt like Alpha would say that there was a good chance he would lose if he asked whether he could win. Thus he changed his question midway. Alpha just smiled like usual as she answered back, "You do have a chance to win since I'm giving you my support. So give it your best too, okay?" Alpha was not lying. But she did not reveal how much chance he had in surviving this monster horde attack. She thought that revealing it would only lower his already small chances, thus, she did not give an accurate number. "I see. So I can win, huh?" Akira also did not ask any further. It was better to not know things that were better left alone. Both of them seemed to agree on this point. Akira readied his gun and looked at Alpha. He was about to say something but stopped midway, seeing that Alpha just smiled back. "Akira, I did say this to you before, but I'm repeating once again. Since you spent all your luck to meet me, I'll take responsibility and properly assist you. That's why you can't give up no matter what, okay? I give my support assuming that you have resolved yourself, you know. So don't forget that. If you give up, then I'll also stop providing my support." Alpha smiled while teasing Akira, and he could only smile bitterly in return. "You're right, motivation and resolve, both are my responsibility. So then, well, since we're in this situation, I'll be relying on your help." Alpha smiled proudly and answered back with full confidence. "Just leave it to me." Akira laughed lightly. He already threw out the feeling of wanting to give up, and his will to fight back started growing. Akira resolved himself. With this, he was finally truly ready. The monsters were already within the shooting range of Katsuragi's machine gun, but he did not start shooting. After all, there was no point in making a preemptive attack in this situation. He also wanted to save his ammo, thus he waited till those monsters were close enough for the machine gun to inflict maximum damage. There was a need to draw the enemy close enough. Akira and Dars also understood that. Thus they only held their guns ready while waiting for the monsters to get close range. Since monsters that could attack from long range were already killed by Katsuragi and Dars before, this group only consisted of monsters that could only attack from close range. Thanks to that, the three of them were able to stand their ground while waiting for the monsters to approach them. Once they got close enough for the machine gun to inflict mortal wounds on them, the machine gun started spewing bullets. Those bullets tore the monsters on the front of the flock and splattered their blood and meat onto the monsters behind them. Although the monsters behind them were showering under their companions' blood and meat, they kept charging at Akira and others without even slowing down. Akira took his aim and pulled the trigger on his gun. The bullet that came out from his gun tore right through his target's forehead and instantly killed the monster. Then he shot the monsters that jumped over that corpse and killed those monsters too. Then the next one, and the next one and the next one. With the help of Alpha's support, Akira was able to perform way better than his original ability as he kept reaping the life of those monsters. But that only caused a small dent considering the total number of monsters. The monsters just kept pouring at him with no end in sight, and so the hopeless endurance battle had started. They desperately fought a fierce battle. They already lost count of how many monsters they had killed since the battle started. Akira did not care about anything else other than shooting those monsters and following Alpha's instruction. Due to the power of the anti-monster bullets, it also had a strong kickback. The powerful kickback scrapped Akira's stamina bit by bit every time he pulled the trigger of his gun. But thanks to the medicines he prepared beforehand, he was able to maintain his fighting strength. He swiftly reloaded a new cartridge every time he ran out of ammo. And when all the cartridges that he prepared on his suit were exhausted, he grabbed cartridges that he prepared on the ground near him as he ejected the empty cartridge and immediately loaded it into his gun. Although he got more and more worried as the number of leftover cartridges kept decreasing, he ignored it and just kept shooting. After all, Hesitating now would spell his death. Every time he felt pain in the arm that supported his gun, Akira would swallow the medicine in his mouth bit by bit. The medicine would recover his body. Without it, he would have already lay limp on the ground by now. He paced himself so he would not run out of medicine quickly while maintaining his optimal fighting strength. He gritted his teeth and kept shooting as he adjusted the dosage of the medicine he was taking. Alpha's orders were near perfect. She considered the speed of each monster as she gave out orders. She tried to prevent the monsters from approaching Akira by telling him to target the front row so that its corpse would block the monsters behind it. She gave out orders to maximize everything that might help Akira. But it was a completely different matter as to whether Akira was able to follow her orders. Not only was his ability still amateurish, but he was also nervous, agitated and tired. Thus his movements were becoming duller as time passed. He could not perfectly follow half of the orders that Alpha gave him. But she would immediately adjust her instructions depending on the previous result. Then there was a twist of event. A monster that was faster than any other suddenly jumped towards Akira. Of course, Akira focused his shots at that monster. After unleashing a barrage of bullets and confirming that they hit that monster, he thought that the monster was already dead and shifted his focus towards another monsters. Because he was in a panicked state and tired, and had seen monsters dying after getting shot like that, he made a wrong assumption. It's not dead yet. Hearing Alpha scream at him, Akira aimed back to where the monster was in a panic. But it was too late. Although it was badly injured, the monster was already too close to Akira. Its speed didn't reduce after being showered in countless bullets as it charged toward him. It then jumped trying to bite him, but it could only push him down while taking bullets from his gun. The reason why it missed to bite Akira was because it had lost its original form after getting shot several times. Thanks to that, Akira was able to narrowly escape death. But it did not change the fact that his life was hanging by a thread as that monster opened its jaw again and was getting ready to take another bite. The death that was approaching Akira distorted his sense of time. It felt like everything around him was happening in slow motion. The same thing happened the other day as he remembered when monsters attacked the slum city and he almost got killed. So he did what he did back then as a reflex. He thrusted his rifle into the gaping jaw together with his arm. As the gun reached the deepest part of the monster, it stopped for a second due to the pain. During that opening, right before its fangs sunk into Akira's arm, Akira grinned and pulled the trigger. The bullets that spewed out from the gun destroyed its head. It then fell down to the ground with bullets flowing out from behind its head. Akira shoved the corpse aside. The excitement of his victory was dampened by the stinging pain on his right arm. His right arm was injured when that monster jumped on him. Alpha immediately shouted at Akira while making an unusually grim face. It helped Akira to stay awake as he almost fainted from the pain after narrowly escaping death. Quickly take some medicine. You should still have some in your pocket. Akira immediately reached out to the capsules inside his pocket while trying to withstand the pain and spread the contents of the capsule directly onto his wound. Thus another intense pain assaulted him immediately. You can't faint here. You will definitely die if you faint here. Get a hold of yourself. The medicine that he applied to his wound caused severe pain, but Akira was barely able to bear the pain without fainting. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He then took the rest of the medicine orally. The healing nanomachines inside the medicine detected that Akira was in pain as it immediately gathered on his wound and started healing it. Since Akira pushed himself to keep moving, his open wound only got worse, which was immediately healed by the nanomachines. This cycle continued as he started shooting again while enduring the pain. Most of the monsters were able to come close to Akira while he was lying on the ground. One misstep was enough to turn the situation worse. Akira, Katsuragi and Darius were trying hard to fight back. But the situation was getting worse. The monsters were already close enough that it would be nigh impossible to fix the situation. Katsuragi then mumbled from the driver's seat. The machine gun is running out of ammo. Damn it, this is the end, huh? His words leaked out through the mic in the trailer, hearing which Darius also complained. So this is as far as we go, huh? Akira did not say anything because he did not have the time to join them. But inside his heart, he was actually agreeing with them. Eventually, his gun ran out of ammo too. Alpha then smiled at Akira and said, "This is the end." Seeing how Alpha smiled gently as if it was really the end, Akira could only smile back bitterly. "You're right. We're saved." Akira was surprised after hearing what Alpha said. Then the next moment, explosive projectiles rained down on the monsters around them. Explosions turned most of the monsters into minced meat as blood and meat splattered around the area. Then the area near Akira and the trailer were swarmed with anti-monster bullets, thus further making sure of their safety. The sudden change of events left Akira confused as Alpha pointed her finger towards the wasteland while still smiling. He tried to stand as fast as he could and look towards the direction Alpha was pointing. There he saw familiar faces of two female hunters riding a vehicle while unleashing countless bullets on the monsters in the area. They were Elena and Sarah. Sarah was standing on the vehicle while carrying a huge gun that did not suit her size. The gun on her hand kept launching explosive projectiles from its muzzle. Elena. The location is a bit different from the request, but those people are from the SO's request, right? Elena was also shooting at the monsters using a machine gun from the vehicle. It looked like she was enjoying it. That's correct. The SO's request said that they're in the Kuzujuhara ruins, but I bet they arrived in this place after running away from those monsters. Let's eliminate them all. Roger that. The requester will pay for the bullets. So let's not hold anything back. From there on, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Sarah and Elena, who had surplus money from the last time, brought expensive but powerful ammo with them for cleaning the monsters. And their ammo seemed to be working splendidly, worthy of their cost. The explosive bullets that kept spouting out from her gun were like a storm that rained down on those monsters and left the ground clean. Akira was looking at this scene with his jaw dropped on the ground. After suffering such an intensive attack, the monsters that were troubling Akira and the other two merchants just a moment ago were completely annihilated. The insides of the trailer that also functioned as a moving shop was wider than it looked. Elena and Sarah then met up with Katsuragi and finished processing the SO's request without heading back to Kuganyama City. As Katsuragi and Elena were negotiating with each other, Akira talked to Sarah, who was not too far. He bowed deeply to Sarah while saying his thanks. "Thank you very much for your help. You really helped us in escaping death back there. Don't mention it. It's also one of our jobs. It was also thanks to you fighting back desperately and cutting their numbers down, that it was not hard cleaning them up." Sarah laughed in a good mood. It was obvious that her plum chest did not weigh too much as they jingled when she laughed. "But I was so surprised to find you here too. To think that you would get involved in fighting those monsters. You do have quite a bad luck, you know. You can say that again. I honestly think the same too. I wonder if I should get myself some kind of charm to increase my luck." Akira smiled bitterly while mixing a joke. Sarah laughed a bit and followed his joke. "Well, it's true that things like that might work. After all, no matter how much information you gathered beforehand, things outside your predictions will still happen. I also had a close call not too long ago." "A charm, huh? You can also buy one, but I think it's better if you keep something that you already had when you got lucky as a talisman. In my case, I have this." As she said that, Sarah opened the front fastener of her armor and took out a pendant. It was a bullet that was repurposed into a decorative pendant. "When I almost got killed, someone came and saved us by pure coincidence and gave us this bullet. Then I remade it into a pendant like this. It's to remind me of our gratitude and good luck from back then." I see. Akira was somehow able to keep himself calm. Sarah noticed that Akira was behaving weirdly, but she thought that it was because Akira was still nervous after narrowly escaping death, so she just ignored it. As for Alpha, who was always beside Akira, she smiled teasingly toward him. "Aren't you glad? The person that you helped not too long ago just came and saved you this time. What's wrong? Aren't you happy?" "No, of course, I'm happy. So like I told you, it was the right choice helping them that day, right? You were right. Not only you were able to escape death, you got to see a beautiful girl's plump breast after all. Akira was barely able to stay calm when he heard that. Alpha giggled as she was teasing him. If you have no plan of groping one, you can also look at mine though. Or is it important for you to know that you can't touch them if you extend your hand although you don't really want to do it? Just shut up. Akira stiffened his face as to not change his expression as he said that to Alpha through telepathy. But then he suddenly heard Elena's voice. No money? Are you kidding me? Katsuragi nervously replied back as he was overwhelmed by Elena's pressure. Well, it's not like I don't have money, it's a big misunderstanding. I do plan to pay you. But I can't pay you right now at this moment. Elena kept putting pressure while glaring at Katsuragi. Isn't it normal to pay us with cash when you don't write any particular reward on your request? We even used expensive ammo back there, you know. I know. But, it wasn't so's request, right? It was an emergency. We were in a dangerous situation that we didn't have the time to write a detailed request, you know. It's not like we're planning to trick you. I swear. Beautiful girls are scary when they are angry. Moreover, if that girl killed a mountain of monsters not too long ago. As Katsuragi thought that, he tried to calm Elena down. Look at this. The trailer is packed with a lot of equipments. If I can sell all of them, I'll get a lot of money. You do understand me, right? Just for a bit, can you wait just for a bit? Of course I'll also give you more money for waiting too. Okay? Katsuragi then showed all the goods that he carried inside the trailer. Seeing at how Katsuragi was saying the truth, Elena regained her mood back. She then enthusiastically looked at those goods as Katsuragi squeezed every single cell in his brain for anything that might let him break through his situation. Akira and Sara then joined them as they looked at Katsuragi's goods. It was given for Akira, but for Sara too, it was a rare chance to see equipment used in the front line. As such, both of them looked really interested in those goods. Not to mention that Alpha also looked a bit amazed. I really wish you can start using these kinds of equipment soon, Akira. Please wait patiently if it's about that thing. By the way, which one that you wish for me to be able to use? If I have to pick one from this place, then it will be this one. Alpha was pointing at a huge gun that in no way a normal human would be able to use. It was made of black metal and was as big as a person with the manufacturer's logo carved on its body. No way I can carry something like this. Of course you can once you get an augmented cloth. So you should get one of those first. But well, no need to hurry, we'll get there eventually. Looking at how Akira was staring at that gun, Sara could not help but look at that gun too. But then she shouted in surprise. Elena! Look at this. It's amazing. They have Ragnarok too. Elena, who was called by Sara, then came there, looked at that gun, and was also surprised. Whoa, they really have one. This is the gun that can shoot Annihilator warhead, right? Yeah, that's one of my best goods. It was really hard to get my hands on one, you see. Wait, what are you thinking? Katsuragi started having a bad feeling as he saw Elena's expression when she was looking at that gun. Elena was smiling since she found something that she could use for negotiation as she mumbled. I wonder if Sara can use this gun. Katsuragi immediately went into panic mode. Wait. No. You can't have that. But you can't pay us with cash, right? In that case, you have no choice but to pay us with your goods. No matter how you look at it, it's way above your reward money, right? Please don't make me do this. I wonder which one of us is asking for the impossible. You can't even pay our rewards and ammo from that so's request, and you don't even know when you might be able to pay us. Are you telling us to wait for the reward that we don't even know if you would even really pay us or not? We also need money to live, you know? Elena's expression turned intimidating as she glared to Katsuragi. That was also a gamble. Katsuragi understood that, but he could not say anything. Katsuragi was a merchant. He could not deny the fact that he could not pay them with cash. Even Katsuragi himself was actually carrying goods that he had not paid yet. Katsuragi, who in trouble, then guessed that Akira and Elena knew each other as he looked at Akira, seeking for his help. But since Akira was also saved by Elena and Sara, it was more like he was in Sara and Elena's side. As such, he could only look away when Katsuragi stared at him. After that, Katsuragi begged all he could, and somehow the negotiation came to a conclusion. Elena and Sara would be employed as Katsuragi's escorts, which of course increased the amount of the reward that Katsuragi owed to them. Then, in case if Katsuragi could not pay that money until the deadline, Elena and Sara would take Ragnarok with them. It was also for keeping their eye on Katsuragi that Elena and Sara took the job. As Elena and Katsuragi were talking about the details of their contract, Akira's vision suddenly blurred and he lost all of his power in his body as he fell to the ground. He did not even have the power to get up. As his vision went dark, he could see Elena and Katsuragi ran to him. It looked like they were saying something, but Akira could not hear it. But he understood that they looked panic-stricken. Although everything looked blurred in his vision, he could see Alpha clearly. She was smiling like usual as she looked down at Akira, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Well, I guess you hit your limit. But it'll be okay, just take a good rest." Akira could hear that in his haze and felt a bit relieved as he lost his consciousness. Rebuild World. Chapter 19. Gratitude and Debt. When he regained consciousness, Akira found himself confined in a white space. Everything was filled with white nothingness no matter how far he looked. It was as if the maker of this world gave up midway. But surprisingly, he did not find it strange or uneasy to be standing inside such a world. Inside his hazy mind, Akira somehow understood that he was in a dream. He saw Alpha standing not too far from him. She was emotionlessly staring forward. It did not look like she noticed him. As he looked at her, it felt like she was just a frozen humanoid doll standing there. Suddenly, this Alpha spoke. "First try, failed. Didn't reach the target. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Searching for methods to provide support." She then continued as if she was reading a record from her memories. "Second try, failed. Didn't reach the target. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Searching for methods to provide support in battle." She continued giving the same report without any emotional fluctuations. 15th try, failed. Didn't reach the target. Unable to continue due to the subject's withdrawal from the request. The subject is alive. The subject withdrew from the request due to fatal injuries. Adjusting the guidance method. 16th try, failed. Reached Area 1. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Reevaluating methods to provide support in battle. Alpha just kept continuing to report the status. Akira couldn't understand what she was reporting about. 87th try, failed. Reached Area 7. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Reevaluating methods to provide support in battle. 88th try, failed. Reached Area 4. Unable to continue due to the subject's withdrawal from the request. The subject is alive. The subject withdrew from the request due to the loss of motivation. Adjusting the guidance method. She kept continuing for some time. 497th try, failed. Reached Area 9. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Reevaluating methods to provide support in battle. 498th try, failed. Reached the final area. Unable to continue due to the subject's withdrawal from the request. The subject has turned completely hostile. Already dealt with the situation. Current location, unknown. Completely readjusting the guidance method. 499th try, in progress. Haven't reached the target area. Confirming the current condition. Finish. Once Alpha was done reporting, the white world suddenly turned pitch black. Akira could see Alpha floating alone in the middle of the darkness before slowly blurring and vanishing into nothingness. Akira's consciousness faded away together with it. Eventually, everything vanished into nothingness and the dream ended. Akira opened his eyes. He was still dazed after that strange dream, but he had forgotten most of the details of the dream. He then realized that he was lying on a bed inside a room that he did not recognize. He was so surprised that he completely forgot about the dream that he just had. If it was Akira from the past, he would have definitely jumped off and confirmed his surroundings the moment he found himself in an unfamiliar place. But now, although he was surprised, he did not put up his guard. He was only dazed after waking up. The reason why he lost his sharpness was because he was now used to waking up in a safe place compared to the dangerous back alley. He now woke up in a room that felt safer and looked more expensive than his usual room. But the main reason he didn't put up his guard was because he saw Alpha smiling at him. "Morning, Akira. Were you able to take a good rest?" Akira looked around and confirmed his surroundings. It seemed like he was staying in someone's place since it did not look like a hotel room. The blood and mud that stuck on his body were already cleaned. He was also changed into a white t-shirt and a long pant. He had fully recovered from the tiredness. Having woke up feeling refreshed, he did not feel pain anymore. He was completely recovered physically. After he noticed this fact, he completely shook off the haziness from when he woke up. But it was visible from his expression that he was confused. "Morning, Alpha. Where am I?" Alpha then pointed her finger to the door to answer Akira's question. Sarah then entered through the door. She looked a bit surprised as she saw Akira. "Akira, you've woken up, huh?" Sarah was only wearing a baggy t-shirt and undies. It was a set of clothes that showed a lot of openings. Her wearing such dress also shows that it was a safe place. Thus Akira was able to relax too. But on the other hand, he was also more confused than before. "How do you feel? If it's still hard for you to wake up, you can lay back, you know?" I'm fine." Although he was still confused about what was going on, he was physically fine. And in order to show that, he answered back confidently. Sarah smiled back knowing that Akira was really fine. "I see. Thank goodness. This is our place, Elena's and mine. Therefore, you don't have to worry, we have kept your stuff in another room. We've also washed your clothes and left them there. I'll bring it to you if you want to change." "I'll take them myself. Don't worry, you're our guest, after all. I'll bring them to you, just wait here for a bit." Akira was swept away by the flow. But once Sarah went outside the room and closed the door, Akira immediately went into panic mode. "Alpha, what's going on here? For now, you just need to know that this is a safe place. If you can understand, then calm down. Even if you ask me so. Wouldn't Sarah feel weird if you suddenly understood what's going on although you have just woke up in an unfamiliar place? So just ask Sarah first, I'll give you my explanation after that, okay?" Right." Akira then nervously waited for Sarah to come back. He was feeling strange to not be able to relax although he knew that he was in a safe room. He understood that he should calm down to think clearly but he was unable to do so, and as he continued to wait for Sarah, it became harder for him to calm down. As such, he looked nervous when Sarah came back and handed him his clothes. Adding to the fact that Sarah was looking at him, Akira awkwardly tried changing his clothes. But Sarah thought that it was because Akira just recovered that he was moving awkwardly, so then she gently asked Akira. "Akira, should I help you?" It's okay. I can manage." "Is that so? You just recovered, so don't push yourself too hard, okay?" Since Akira was not used to getting such a gentle treatment, he could not help but feel more nervous. But he realized that Alpha looked amused as she was looking at him who was flustered. So he quickly finished changing his clothes before Alpha could comment on him getting flustered. After that, Sarah started explaining to Akira of what was going on. "I'll tell you this first. It has been 3 days since you fainted." Akira was very surprised, but then Sarah calmly continued her explanation. When Akira fainted, Elena, Sarah and Katsuragi immediately checked his condition. Akira suffered no fatal injuries. Since he had consumed a lot of medicine in a short duration, all his wounds were forcefully and rapidly healed. All the healed areas had strange scars. These scars would have vanished if his wounds were healed naturally. But all his wounds were already completely healed by medicine, so these scars were left behind. Although his clothes were drenched in blood, thanks to the medicine that he took, his breathing and pulse were stable. In the worst case scenario, he simply fainted and was far from any fatal condition. As such, Elena and the others were relieved after confirming Akira's condition. So, she immediately told Katsuragi to head to the city, and Katsuragi completely agreed with her. After that, Elena and Sara brought Akira, who was still unconscious, to their home and laid him on a bed. Although he was in no danger, Akira did not wake up for a few days. Elena and Sara thought that it was because of the overdose from medicine. The medicine distributed in the Eastern District were mostly a mix of nanomachines and all kinds of different chemical compounds. It was basically like a DIY set to close a hole in the wall. The advanced nanomachines in the medicine could act as substitutes to the cells and close the wound. Although it was convenient, this medicine also had some drawbacks and side effects. Repeated healing through induced regeneration might cause premature aging. Or the nanomachines sometimes misunderstood the injured state as a normal state and stopped healing altogether. Akira fainted because of a similar reason. It was an indication of medicine overdose after taking a lot of medicine in a short span of time to heal his wounds and rejuvenating his fatigue. It was by no means fatal, but he would stay unconscious until the nanomachines inside his body calmed down. Then, as Elena and Sara predicted, Akira woke up after sleeping for 3 days. After Akira heard everything from Sara, he bowed politely. "Thank you very much for saving and nursing me. It's fine, don't mention it." Akira was happy at how Sara was being considerate to him. He was smiling slightly. But his expression immediately changed to be apologetic. Well, technically, you accepted Enso's request. Right? It's kinda hard to say this when you have saved me, but to be honest, I don't have any money at all. So how should I repay you? Akira wanted to pay them back for their help. But even if he wanted to do that, he couldn't. After all, he could not earn any money for the last few days. He was just stating the truth. But as he finished speaking, he wished he could take it back. Akira was ashamed of himself as he hung his head low. But Sara just casually shook her head. "As I said, it's something that we did because we wanted to. You don't need to worry about it. I and Elena have no wish to ask for any compensation." "Are you sure?" I mean, that is. That would be really helpful to Akira, but he could not just accept it. Akira hesitated. But even if he hesitated, it was not like he had the money to pay them back. As such, he looked really thankful. Then Sara's face turned serious. "Well then, in exchange for the reward, I have something to ask you. So can you answer it honestly? If that's all, then of course." "What is it?" Sara was a bit surprised as Akira answered back casually with a smile. Sara then stared at Akira with a serious face. She then let out a sigh and asked him a question. "You were the one who saved me and Elena in Kuzuhara ruin the other day, right?" Akira froze. When Akira was still unconscious, Sara went to Shizuka's shop by herself. And when she started talking about Akira, Shizuka smiled bitterly. Fighting against those mini monsters, that must have been really hard for Akira. Moreover, he had to do it twice in a day, you know? Isn't that a very rare experience? Is it because he has bad luck, or was it Katsuragi who brought bad luck to him? Or even maybe both of them have bad luck? Since they were able to survive it, we can just laugh it off now. But that Katsuragi and his friend, it seems that Elena squeezed them for rewards. They just can't stop grumbling. Although they were able to transport their goods from the front line, they were complaining that more than half of their profit was used to fight back those group of monsters. But even so, they were able to survive without any grave injuries. So I don't know if they actually have good luck or bad luck. By the way, where's Elena? Elena is working as Katsuragi's escort not too far from here. I came here alone today. Is that so? So then, why are you here today? Shizuka, who was listening to Sara, changed the mood as she made a serious face. She more or less understood why Sara came to her today. Sara made a bitter smile and was surprised since Shizuka was able to guess the real reason why she came. She then made a serious face. I did tell you before that we were saved by someone in the Kuzuhara ruin, right? Yep. You told me that story so many times. I even remember all the details, you know? By any chance, do you know who it was? Sara stared closely at Shizuka. But Shizuka did not make any noticeable reaction to her strong gaze. Shizuka looked at Sara and thought for a bit before answering her question. Why do you ask me? You have a good intuition, after all. Is that so? Well, in that case, my answer is no. Shizuka. Sara called her name with a strong tone as she kept staring at Shizuka. She was unconsciously leaking her intimidating aura as a hunter. But Shizuka did not budge at all. After all, she was working as a merchant who faced hunters on a regular basis. Moreover, she knew well about the friend in front of her right now. There was no need for her to panic, she knew that well as she calmly answered back. I really don't know, and I have no one that I'm suspicious of being that person either. And even if I have a guess, if my guess is wrong, it'll definitely cause trouble for you and that person. I may have some inklings, but the person asked me not to say anything to anyone. So if I tell you, then I'll be betraying that person's trust, thus I won't say anything. That person didn't threaten me, but since that person told me to keep a secret, I don't think it's a good idea for me to say anything. After all, it would be big trouble for the shop if I do something that might annoy my customers. So I can't say, no matter what, my answer is I don't know. Sara did not say anything, she just locked her gaze on Shizuka. But Shizuka's expression did not change as she continued. Moreover, it's not the main problem here, right? You already have a guess as to who that person is and you're almost certain of your guess. But since it was logically impossible, you're trying to clear your doubt by relying on my intuition, right? After being told so, Sara finally realized that her guess was correct. The words written on that paper were illegible as if they were written by a small kid. Akira's reaction when she showed him her bullet pendant. And finally, the medicines that Akira was carrying on him. When she found the same medicine that she had received inside Akira's belongings while she was organizing his stuff, it confirmed her suspicion that Akira was the one who saved her. But even then, she had no definitive proof. Moreover, according to her experience as a hunter, she made a conjecture that even someone with as much fighting power as Akira, would not be able to save her in that situation. Sara, who was not sure of her own guess, then went to Shizuka to rely on her intuition. Even Elena admitted the sharpness of Shizuka's intuition, which was so good that even irrational possibility turned into reality. She believed in Shizuka's intuition to give the final verdict that Akira was the person who had saved her. Sara was taken aback as she realized this, but then Shizuka continued. By the way, how much do you want to know, Sara? Do you just want to know who saved you? Or do you still have a lot of questions that you want answers for? Well. Sara could not answer. There were indeed a lot of questions that she wanted to ask and a lot of things that she wanted to know. But the thing that she really wanted to ask, the thing that she really wanted to know, it was just a small part of it. Think carefully before you ask. Decide between what you want to know and what you don't need to know, and then ask your question. Ask your question with utmost sincerity. If that person lies to you after that, then that's what it is. Shizuka said that she did not know. If that was true, then Sara's guess was mistaken. But if it was a lie, then it meant that he did not want to reveal it no matter what, or that he wanted to have nothing to do with Sara. Sara understood that and could not reply. In the end, she could just ask Akira after he woke up. But for some reason, she was hesitating. The moment she realized that she was hesitating, she immediately realized the reason. Sara did not want to be denied of answer by Akira. That was all. She finally understood that. Sara, who just came to realize a lot of things, stared at Shizuka and thought that Shizuka must have understood everything way before herself. Shizuka might have even understood the reason why Sara was hesitating, which she herself did not realize. But Sara decided not to ask Shizuka any further. It was not something that should be asked to NY others. It was something that she should find herself. That was her thought as she smiled to change her mood. Alright then, I'll ask him myself when the time comes. Thank you, Shizuka. Shizuka replied back with a relieved smile. But it then changed into a teasing smile. You're welcome. So then, just a piece of additional information, I'll tell you my guess. Sara, do you know about the people who are connected to the old domain? People who are connected to the old domain? I've heard about them before, but go ask Elena for more detail. She should know more than you. But if I have to give you a simple explanation, they are people who are connected to the old network for some unknown reason. I heard that there are even people among them who can pinpoint the locations of individual people, monsters, ruins and buildings. It might sound very convenient, but I heard they also face a lot of problems because of their ability. I'm talking about those people. Sara then imagined Akira to be one of those people. If that was true, then someone like Akira would have the ability to save them. If Akira could pinpoint locations of each people inside the thick colorless mist, then he would be the only person who could see clearly, whereas everyone else were helpless. It would give him a boost to his winning rate. It would also explain why he wanted to hide his identity. If the people that he saved wondered as to why he could save them, there was a good chance that those people would notice he was a person who is connected to the old domain. And if it were to spread, it might even endanger his life. Sara kept staring at Shizuka. You do have a very good intuition, couldn't you just say that from the start? Shizuka smiled as if she was teasing Sara. It won't be right if I tell that to someone who hadn't resolved herself, right? So do your best out there. Sara accepted her answer as she nodded while looking a little bit annoyed. On the same day Sara heard about the people who were connected to the old domain. She asked Elena about it just after Elena finished her night bath. Elena, do you know about the people who are connected to the old domain? Elena then just wiped her body enough to not make any mess before operating the information terminal that was attached to her hand. She wrapped herself in a bath towel without bothering to wear her undies. She was looking so unladylike. Sara had repeatedly reminded her about this, but Elena would never listen and answer back that it was only necessary to keep everything around her dry. So Sara started ignoring her when she looked like that. Elena then replied back in such a way that was unexpected to Sara. People who are connected to the old domain? It's rare for you to ask something like that. Well, Shizuka told me that you should know better than her, you see. To be more precise, what do you want to know? Since you have come to ask me, it means that you want to know something that you won't be able to know from a simple search on the net, right? As for Sara, she actually wanted to know everything right from the most basic knowledge, but she could not say that as it would annoy Elena. So she changed the way she asked Elena. There are benefits and dangers, both to the people around them and to themselves as well. That's an interesting question. Well then, let's start from the benefits that they can get themselves. Elena then started explaining happily. The benefits coming from being a person who is connected to the old domain extends on a very wide range. The biggest benefit is being able to connect to the network that was built during the time of the old world called the old domain network. Even at the moment, the old domain network was still filled with a lot of invaluable knowledge. But the current technology could not connect to that network. Normally, one would need a terminal that could only be found in the ruins to connect to the old domain network. But the people who are connected to the old domain did not need such a device to access the old domain network. Their method of connecting to the old domain network was unknown even after rigorous research was conducted by the government. Moreover, it was thought that such a connection was not affected by the colorless mist at all. Is it really something that amazing? Looking at Sara, who looked like she could not believe it, Elena's expression changed to one that was saying that this girl did not get it at all. This is something really amazing, you know? The Eastern District is constantly blanketed in colorless mist with a certain level of thickness. The only reason why we could use the long-range communication to contact the capital is because it's using the old domain network. But isn't that true for your information terminal too? And it's useless in thick colorless mist, right? That works through a different network. It's using the same network used by the relay station in the city, basically, it's a short-range connection. That's why they stopped working in the colorless mist. If a normal terminal can keep its connection even inside the colorless mist, it would be really convenient. That would be really helpful for exploring ruins that are always blanketed in thick colorless mist. The old domain was built using old world's technologies in the communication facilities, but now only a few of these communication facilities are still functioning in the old ruins. Countless invaluable technologies of the old world were saved inside the DB or database in these facilities. If one could connect to the old domain and extract these technologies and recreate them, it would bring a huge amount of fortune. Or at least that was what people thought. But there was a worry that a human brain would not be able to withstand the burden of connecting to the old domain. There were records of people getting killed out of the blue in the ruins, leaving a corpse without any injury. It was thought that these people have got the ability to connect to the old domain because of some unknown reason. Their brain was flooded with information as they could not control the connection. Finally, they got killed because their brain could not handle the burden. Brain dead? Is that even possible? Are we in danger too? Looking at Sarah, who suddenly got flustered, Elena smiled to calm her down. Not just because it only happens inside the ruins, also because the possibility of such a thing happening is simply very small. We'll be fine anyways. Compared to this, there's a higher chance that we'll get killed by monsters. Not to mention that if such a thing happens frequently, then no one would dare to explore the ruins, right? Well, you have a point there. Moreover, I heard that people who can connect to the old domain can pinpoint the location of relics and warehouses inside a ruin, you know. There was a rumor saying that the maps sold to the map brokers were made by people who can connect to the old domain. And so big companies would kidnap these people. So those people who can connect to the old world are less likely to get killed, but they're more likely to face a fate that is worse than dying. Is that so? Well, I guess it's true if you say so. After feeling relieved, Sarah's face turned serious. So being connected to the old domain is not always a good thing, huh? To be more precise, it comes with a lot of benefits, so there are many people who have their eyes on them. They might be able to seek a safe haven under the government, but that would mean that they'll exchange their freedom for safety. But if they get caught by people who do shady work, they'll face a worse fate. But if one of the big companies discovers them, it might dispatch a lot of soldiers to capture them in the name of rescue. Elena was happy that Sarah was really interested in her speciality, which was a very rare thing for her. As such, she was more fired up than usual. Thanks to that, Sarah was able to understand well about the people who could connect to the old domain. It also made her understand why it was hard to get someone who could connect to the old domain to trust her. She hesitated a bit whether it was the right thing to ask Akira when he woke up. Akira was having a headache now. It was because Sarah realized that it was he who saved her and Elena. But to be honest, he did not think that it was that big of a problem. The reason why he was hiding that fact was simply because it was too much of a trouble if he had to explain his motivation and methods. He had only thought about it thus far. Akira was one of the people who could connect to the old domain, but he did not realize it himself. He did not even know the meaning of those words. The only thing that he knew was that there were some other people who also could see Alpha, and he was just one among them. There was no way Akira could tell them about Alpha. When he was thinking hard of any possible ways to dodge Sarah's question, he realized that Sarah was locking her stare on him with a serious face. He was so intimidated by that look that he stopped thinking. Sarah thought that Akira still could not trust them. That was why she was desperately begging with that serious face. I'm sure you have your own reason. That's why I won't press you with more questions. What I want to know is whether you're the one who saved us or not. That is all. I won't ask you why and how you saved us or any other questions. And I won't tell anyone about anything that you say to me. Akira, who was pressured by Sarah, was actually panicking inside his heart, but he stiffened his face and stayed silent. Sarah could feel rejection from him, so her serious face started to turn sad. If you won't answer me no matter what, then I'll just give up. I won't ask this again, so please let me ask you once again for the last time. In the Kuzuhara ruin, you were the one who saved me and Elena, right?" Sara sounded like she was begging. She was desperately wanting to know the person who saved them. Akira was able to get her attention. "Yes, that's correct, it was me." The mood suddenly got way lighter. Sara's face loosened. Akira then said his sorry. "Sorry that I kept it a secret. Well, I had my own reason, you see. It's really fine. As I promised, I won't ask further. But that aside." Sara then shook her head and held Akira's hands. "Thank you for saving me and Elena. Finally, I can say my thanks. I'm sorry for pressuring you. It was hard for me to be unable to say thanks to the one who saved me. I know that was selfish of me and it's not something that I should do to someone who saved me." After Sara said her gratitude with a smile, her expression changed to an apologetic one. As for Akira, he was a bit surprised as he answered back in panic. "Please don't mind about me. You saved me too. So both of us were just lucky. Shouldn't that be enough? Is that so? Well, you're right. If you say so, then let's settle on that. Thank you, we're really thankful to you." Well, you're welcome." Sara felt very relieved. She smiled brightly. Akira then returned with his smile. But in his smile, there was a little bit of gloom that Sara did not notice. Akira, who heard those words of gratitude from Sara, felt like something just gouged deep inside his heart, something other than pain. But Akira did all he could to not show that on his face. Akira then had a long talk with Sara over a meal. After all, Akira's stomach grumbled loudly after they had that talk. It was because Akira was sleeping for a few days without eating anything. Hearing that, Sara just smiled and prepared some meals. It was something offered by the one who saved him, so it was not like he could refuse her. The foods that were lined up on the table were on a different level compared to the frozen food that Akira usually ate. Sara took some time preparing those foods and Akira remembered hearing her prepare them. But he simply ignored it. His concentration was focused on the foods that looked so appetizing lined up in front of his eyes. And of course, those meals were indeed delicious. In the middle of the conversation, Sara brought up the topic about when Akira saved her and Elena. She also told Akira that the loot that they got from those people who attacked them earned them quite a sum of money. Hunters who could not stay in a hotel or other permanent sleeping place would have to travel around while bringing all of their money with them. There were hunters who got their money legally seized by the bank for paying off their debt. Without any money to equip themselves, some would turn into bandits. The people who attacked Sara and Elena were those kinds of people. The money problem that Sara and Elena were facing was easily resolved by the compensation that they got from selling those loots. They then used the leftover money to get equipment, thus they had an easier time exploring the ruins, which increased their income. From then on, they used the extra money that they got to get better equipment and further increased their income from exploring the ruins. Thanks to the positive cycle, they were able to completely bounce back from being fallen hunters. They even had a better income than ever before. After telling Akira all of these things and saying her thanks, she said that she wanted to give back the money that she got from selling the loot to Akira, but Akira unexpectedly refused it. Sara, who was surprised by that, asked him again for confirmation. "But you're the one who killed them, are you really sure? It's quite a lot of money, you know?" "Yes, after all, I decided to leave without looting them, so I have no plans to ask them back now. But even if you say so, not only did you save us, it was also thanks to you that we were able to solve our money problems. So it's kind of frustrating that we could not repay you with anything." Looking at Akira's reaction, there was no sign that he would accept the money. So if Sara pushed the money to Akira, it would defeat its meaning. But even so, Sara wanted to offer something to Akira for saving her, even if it was just a little. That's what Sara thought as she mumbled, but then Akira came up with another idea. "In that case then, please take that money as your reward for responding to our So's request. I don't know how much a normal reward is, So I don't know whether that would be enough, but it's also frustrating for me not being able to give you anything after saving me. So please accept it and think that we're even now." "Well, if you said so, alright then." Both of them then looked at each other as their savior and smiled bitterly. Their next topic after that was how they spent their loot money, how she immediately suggested strengthening her nanomachines likewise. Following the momentum, their conversation shifted to about Sari's body, a body strengthened with nanomachine. "So then, people who use nanomachine to strengthen their bodies will always stock their nanomachine in one part of their body. In my case, that would be my chest. There are also people who save their stock on external cartridges, but it would be a disaster if they lose those cartridges. There's also a choice to stock a small amount of nanomachine throughout all of my body, but there's a limit on that too." Sara then pointed on her own chest. It was quite a wonderful asset even for a beautiful girl like her, and she had quite a stock of nanomachines in there. Those people will have their body shape change according to the quantity of nanomachines stocked inside their body. Because of that, the size of their clothes would also change. So I'm sorry if I do not look presentable. Sara's clothing was very revealing. Her bra was modified to be able to change its size through some simple cords, and the baggy shirt she was wearing was unable to hide it. It was because she modified her clothes to its limit to fit her changing body size. She was very used to wearing such clothes that she could casually wear them in front of Akira without feeling shy. But there were people who misunderstood and tried to tease Sara just to end up getting beaten up by Sara's nanomachine-enhanced body. There were already a lot of victims. It was proof of the great body Sara had, but even so, Akira was not affected at all. "Ah, I don't really mind." But Sara noticed Akira's strange eyes movement. She then smiled teasingly. "If you're interested. Well, you did save me, so I might be willing to give you some service. Can you please stop teasing me?" Seeing how Akira's face turned red, Sara laughed as if she was enjoying. Alpha did not even try to hide her displeasure as she immediately complained. "For some reason, your reaction is different compared to when I do that. I think I have a better body, So what's wrong with you? Are you more interested in erotic clothes? Is that what makes you aroused? Shut up. If your body size changes, then what would you do about your armor before going to the ruins? They are augmented clothes that need to be adjusted before using, right? Do you adjust yours every time you want to use it? In my case, I always prefer armor that is elastic and stretchable. Then I'll put on more armor on top of it after that." "Akira, that thing is your armor, right?" "Well, yeah." Akira then changed the subject of their conversation by talking about when he got his armor from Shizuka. Their conversation then shifted to the reason why they would use their armor, then a discussion about the monsters. The monsters roaming in the eastern district were weaker the further you go west and stronger the further you go east. So the monsters that roamed the far east in the front line were monsters that could not be defeated without tanks or enhanced bodies. But on the other hand, most monsters in the western part could be defeated easily using a handgun. There were many kinds of monsters sprawling from the far east to the west end. Sometimes, it felt like someone intentionally did that for a prank. Akira, who was listening to Sara, looked like he did not completely believe her story. Do those monsters really exist? Polytanks with legs. Is that even a monster? It is. They're filled with flammable liquid fuel and they'll come near tanks and people before blowing themselves up. That's why they're categorized as monsters. But if you can neutralize them before they blow up, the liquid fuel inside them can get you quite a lot of money, We used to hunt for them before. Sara was reminiscing about her past while telling her story to Akira. It made Akira realize the truth, which surprised him. I wonder why they even made that kind of monsters. Some people say that it was because the factories built during the Old World era malfunctioned after they were abandoned for years. Some say that those monsters would aim for cars trying to refuel them. Well, in that case, I wonder why they would chase humans too? Do they want the humans to take them to a car or something? There were also stories where hunters who got stuck in the middle of the wasteland survived by harvesting fuels from those monsters too. Although, I don't know how much of that story is true. Then after that, they kept chatting about their work as hunters. It was a scene where a new green hunter consulting with a senior and talkative hunter. Both of them were having a good time with each other. After he finished packing up his things, Akira stood at the entrance and bowed his head to Sara. "Thank you very much, I'm leaving. You just woke up, so please be careful, okay?" "Yes." But then Sara hesitated for a bit before she asked Akira, who was about to leave. "Akira, may I tell Elena about what we talked about today?" "Of course, I'll tell her to keep it a secret too. I don't mind as long as it doesn't spread. After all, Shizuka-san already knows about it too." As I thought, Shizuka knew it, huh? Well, things happened and she discovered it. As Sara smiled bitterly, Akira returned it with another bitter smile. "That's right, let me tell you something, Shizuka has really good intuition. That's why, if you ever get lost about which equipment you want to get, you should go ask her. After all, it seems that her good intuition also works on objects too." "I understand. Sara-san, thank you very much. Please tell Elena-san that I said hello." Akira casually ended their conversation and left Sara's place. After returning back to his room in an inn, Akira hung his head low. It was because he unconsciously compared his own equipment with all the equipment that he saw in Sara's place, and it was also because his room looked miserable when compared to Sara's place. But that was not all. Akira, who was so excited when he was talking to Sara, returned back to normal, thus all of the feeling that he was holding back immediately resurfaced. Alpha looked worried as she asked Akira, "Are you okay?" "Yeah." Akira replied back with a tone and expression contrary to what he said. So Alpha asked him again with a stronger tone. "Let me tell you one thing beforehand, you can't keep a secret from me, you know? After all, I'm always beside you, so I'll definitely discover your secret. That's why just give up and confess it to me. That'll make you feel better, you know. Moreover, I think that's not something worth locking inside your heart." Akira just looked at Alpha without saying anything while Alpha was smiling gently at him. After some time passed, Akira mumbled in low voice. "This is my first time feeling bad after hearing someone thank me." Akira did not mean to save Elena and Sara. His main motivation was to only kill the people who attacked them. But that was what saved Elena and Sara, and they were really thankful to him for saving them. Akira was thanked for a good deed that he did not even remember, or to be more precise, he felt guilty for being thanked by the people whom he used in accomplishing his own objective. Alpha understood something. Akira actually had some kind of moral standards inside him. But it was not very distinct. At least with his moral standards, Akira could not accept their help as them repaying his favor. Instead, it even made Akira depressed. It was really hard to understand, but in order to know how Akira would react to things, there was a need to understand his moral standards. Moreover, it would also allow Alpha to give more customized support to Akira. Alpha tried to understand Akira more than anyone else, and it was all for her own sake than anything. Alpha then gently spoke to Akira. "I see, in that case, you should help them next time. I think that'll be good enough. Is that so?" "Yep, it is. By doing that, you can think of yourself as being even with them, right? It'll make you feel less guilty too. That's why I don't think there's any problem with that idea, right?" Akira did not say anything, he gave her idea a deep thought. He then smiled a bit and came up with a conclusion. "You're right, you're actually correct." Akira then nodded strongly as if to reassure himself. "Thank you, that does make me feel better." Seeing how Akira got back to his usual self, Alpha smiled brightly. "That's good then. Now, to make sure that you can help them the next time you meet them, you'll need to get stronger. You at least understand that, right?" "Why yeah. Good, you look eager now. Don't worry, I'll increase the difficulty of your training progressively. You'll get stronger in no time, you know. So you give your best too, okay?" "Oh, of course. Akira did not lie there. He was serious when he said that. But looking at Alpha's smile, Akira was a bit taken aback by fear. Alpha noticed it and smiled teasingly at him. Akira, who regained his mood, suddenly remembered something. Alpha, am I not forgetting something here? Something like a few words of thanks to me who gives you support every day? Thank you for all the help. So then, do you have any other guess? Now that I think about it, it has been 3 days since that day. I wonder how Cheryl is doing. Akira was asked by Cheryl to visit her base and he promised that he would at least pay her a visit. Although he could not go because of the things that were outside his control, he also remembered that Cheryl desperately asked for him to come and he did plan to visit her. Although he could not keep his promise, a lot of things happened to him, so it really could not be helped. That's what Akira prepared as his reason as he went to Cheryl's base. Rebuild World. Chapter 20. A Hunter Backup. Cheryl was standing in front of her base with a stern face. She was in a bad mood and was trying to calm herself, but she could not, causing her to get more irritated. No one except those that knew her well could see a trace of panic on her face, which she was trying to cover up with her best facade. An expression that would hide her irritation, bad mood, worries and nervousness that filled her heart. A boy named Ario came to her. It was obvious that he was suspicious of Cheryl. Cheryl, what the heck is going on with that hunter Akira? He doesn't visit us at all. Just shut up and wait for him, didn't I tell you that already? But yesterday too, we waited a whole night for him and he didn't come at all. Cheryl interrupted Ario with a sharp look. Just stop yapping. I'm the boss here. So you should obey me. You did promise me that, didn't you? That sharp gaze was actually an act to hide the panic inside Cheryl's heart since Akira did not visit this place at all. Her feelings also caused her gaze to turn even more intimidating. Ariel could not help but to stay shut. He then let out a sigh before mumbling. All right, I know, boss. The people who decided to stay in the gang had already approved Cheryl as their boss. So Ariel just stopped his complaint there. But it could be seen from his expression that his suspicion and displeasure did not go away. Cheryl let out a big sigh, half of it was just acting. She then continued by uttering some words in order to further intimidate Ario. A hunter is a very busy person, so I'm sure that's why he can't come here. Even if I did talk directly to him, it's not like I'm in any position to order him to come here as soon as possible. You can't even understand that, huh? You're right, I'm sorry. If you can understand me, then get back on your job. Roger that, boss. Although Ario answered back in a way that raised some questions, he obediently left Cheryl alone. But after he put some distance from her, he mumbled. But like, aren't you his favorite? Cheryl heard that mumble as her face immediately leaked a bit of her nervousness that she was hiding, but she was able to quickly place back her annoyed expression. Only after she looked around and made sure that no one was near, did she take off her annoyed expression. Her real expression showed that she was filled with panic and nervousness. It's bad if this goes on. What should I do? Should I go look for Akira once more? No, I should not do that. They'll definitely be suspicious of me if I keep doing that. That day when Akira said to Cheryl that he would visit her base, she and all her gang members waited for him. But in the end, Akira did not come. He did not come the day after that and also the next consecutive days too. Now her position in the gang was in peril. The children who were in Cybee's gang were already operating in the newly revived gang with Cheryl as its head. They searched the area around their territory and the wasteland near them for scrap steel and anything that can be exchanged for money. Since they would group up and go to the food distribution place together, the other gangs already knew about Cheryl's gang. At the moment, the other gangs had not started messing with her gang yet. That was because the other gangs believed that Akira was behind Cheryl. But Akira had not visited their base yet. So the members of her gang could not help but feel displeased and insecure. Cheryl was able to keep her gang members under control by explaining to them that being a hunter was a very busy job. But of course, there was a limit on how long she could keep that up. Soon, her gang members noticed her nervousness and started to distrust her. She became even more insecure because of that. There were a lot of people talking behind Cheryl's back. Some of them were saying she was lying, some of them were saying that she was not lying but Akira was actually tricking her, and some of them were saying that Akira had already abandoned her. Her gang members started to look at her with suspicion and displeasure. They also started to display their feelings in front of Cheryl. It was not as bad that they would stab her on her back, but it was only a matter of time. Cheryl already noticed about the feelings of her gang's members. But she could do nothing about it. She had no means of contacting Akira and she could not find him even after waiting near his inn. She could not even come up with any good ideas to appease her gang members. She was basically at her wit's end. But right at that critical time, Akira appeared in front of her. "Is Cheryl around?" "Ah, there you are. Akira." Cheryl, who was at her wit's end, involuntarily called Akira's name in a loud voice, thus her voice was heard by everyone in her base. And so all the other children came out from their rooms to see what was going on. Cheryl regained her composure as she dragged Akira to a private room and immediately closed the door the moment they got in. She wanted to just shout at him and ask why he did not come on the day he promised her. But she knew if she did that, it would be the end of her. Thus she desperately tried to hold herself back as she smiled at Akira. "Thank you very much for visiting our base. I've been waiting for you. By the way, we waited for you that night, you promised you would come. But you never turned up. Did something happen to you?" Cheryl's smile showed that she did not mind him being late, or at least that was what she was trying to express with her smile. "Sorry, I did plan to come, but I almost got killed that day." "Almost got killed?" Cheryl could not help but scream. Akira was a bit taken aback to see Cheryl surprised. But he then calmed down and answered back. "No need to be so surprised. It's a normal thing in this line of work." Cheryl was lost for words. She did think that something must have happened, but she did not imagine that he was almost killed. She then regained her composure and showed that she was worried. Are you alright?" "Yeah, I'm not injured and I'm in good shape right now." I see. May I ask what happened?" "I got attacked by 2 groups of monsters on the same day. I was too tired after the battle, or more like, I fainted out of exhaustion, that's why I couldn't come." "Sorry about that." Akira calmly replied that he was sorry. He decided not to say anything about the fact that he forgot his promise since there was no particular reason to tell her that. Cheryl let out a sigh of relief. She then changed gear and smiled at Akira. "I see. In that case, it can't be helped. It must have been hard on you, but I'm glad that you're alright now. I dragged you to a private room because I wanted to have a private talk with you. But since everyone is waiting for you, we can talk afterwards. I want to introduce you to everyone, are you okay with that?" "Sure." Cheryl grabbed Akira by his hand as she led him out of the room. She then quietly complained. Good grief. I don't mind as to why he was late, but that was really surprising. I'm sure he was only exaggerating, but I really hope he would stop joking like that." Although Cheryl was only able to achieve her current position because of Akira's support, a made-up story like that still rubbed her the wrong way. But of course, she was not in a position to say anything about that. In order not to worsen her own mood any further, she suggested getting everyone introduced. Her face twitched out of irritation whenever she thought of the made-up story. It was because Akira told her that story in such a casual way that he sounded less believable. The children gathered in the hall inside the base. Murmurs could be heard in the hall as those children saw Cheryl standing next to Akira in a pleasant mood. "So he finally really came, huh? I was doubting her, but it turned out to be true, huh? Is that really the hunter who killed Sci-fi? Doesn't he look like a small boy just like us? Thank goodness it's real. I feel much safer now. I know that she said he'll help us, but I wonder how far he's willing to go? I'm really worried. Say, he doesn't look that strong though, are we really going to be okay?" Although there were still a lot of questions, all the doubts about Cheryl talking to Akira were cleared. Cheryl smiled as she confidently introduced Akira. "This is Akira. I think you already know him. Sci-fi took some of our members to get him, but he was able to fight back. But even so, he decided to help us, so be sure not to be rude to him, okay?" When Cheryl turned her gaze towards Akira, he unwilling started to speak up. "I'm Akira. I'm just helping Cheryl, and I'm only helping Cheryl alone. I have no plans to get involved with any of you. Cheryl is the boss here. If you have any questions, just ask her. Don't ask me about unnecessary things. And when I say not to ask something, then never ever ask about it for a second time. That's all from me." It was obvious that the children were flabbergasted and confused. It was because although Cheryl was their boss, the person who was backing her and virtually the person who had reign over their gang and was responsible for taking care of them showed very little interest in them. Cheryl frowned, but Akira did not care. "Cheryl, I have something to talk about with you, so come with me for a bit." "Eh? Ah, okay." Seeing Cheryl was about to leave the hall with Akira, Ariel suddenly stopped them. "Whoa, wait for a second. Are you really Akira?" Akira stopped, he turned back and looked annoyed. "Yeah. What have you been doing up until now, abandoning us? And what do you mean when you said that you're not going to join our gang? Aren't you supposed to look over us? Didn't I say that you should ask that to Cheryl just now? So stop asking that to me." Akira's way of speaking really shocked Ario. When he heard that the hunter who killed Saibi would help them out, he was feeling hopeful but also insecure at the same time. But when that person never showed himself, doubts and displeasure were piling inside his heart. And right when that person showed himself in front of him, he did not look capable at all, even when he was armed. It was a huge letdown for Irio. Adding those words that Akira just said to Irio, Irio's doubt toward Cheryl and Akira peaked. "This boy might even be weaker than me, you know? Are we seriously going to trust our lives to this boy? Saibi and his friends might be hunters who had fallen off grace. But even so, they were strong. Thus the person who killed Saibi and caused his gang to dissolve must be someone stronger than Saibi. But the boy who was standing in front of Irio did not look like he even had a chance against Saibi. Is Cheryl tricking us? No, it might be him who is tricking Cheryl, right?" Irio could not help but think that if he charged at Akira, took his gun and pointed it at him, Akira would not have any other choice but to confess the truth. The view of Akira turning his back at him and heading outside looked so full of openings for some reason. And the way Akira looked so annoyed when he was questioned, it felt like he was mocking Irio. His life was really hard after Saibi's gang was destroyed. And when the gang started operating again, he thought that this hard time had finally come to pass. But then this happened, he was utterly disappointed, which gave Irio the final push. "Damn you!" Irio shouted as he rushed towards Akira. When Akira was only a few steps away, he clenched his fist, pulled back and threw it, aiming at the back of Akira's head. It did not seem like Akira noticed his intention, it was a surprise attack from his behind. Irio was sure that it would hit Akira. But then Akira casually stepped to the side and evaded his fist without even turning back. Way. Akira then sent a fist straight to Irio's surprised face and dropped him to the ground. Akira's fighting ability received a huge boost in such a short time due to Alpha's training and all the experiences he piled up. He was already strong enough that a normal boy like Irio would not even stand a chance against him. Of course, a surprise attack from an amateur might be able to take him down, but Akira was very cautious of such a thing due to his experience living in the back alley of the slum city for years. In a normal condition, a surprise attack would not work on him now. Moreover, it was almost near impossible to launch a surprise attack against Alpha. Even for the attack just now, Alpha already forewarned Akira about it. Thus Akira was able to evade it without turning back. So in short, Irio's winning chance was zero right from the start. Irio was lying on the ground trying to suppress the stinging pain on his face. But when he glanced at Akira, who was looking down on him, he found the muzzle of Akira's gun was already pointing at him. Irio's face turned pale as he was trembling in terror. The other kids took some distance between them in panic. Akira's expression did not change as he pulled the trigger. Right after that, a hole was opened on the floor. but Tyrio was unscathed. Akira missed his shot on purpose, but Tyrio froze up as if he was shot. He even stopped shivering. Cheryl and the other kids could not even let out their voice. After that, Akira looked angry as he spoke to Cheryl. "Cheryl, I don't mind whomever you want to add into your gang. To be honest, I don't even give a damn FCK. But since you're the boss, at least be sure to keep your leash on them. You better fix this situation before I misunderstand that the people are acting on your order. If that happens, no one will have a good end." Akira then left the hall as Cheryl followed behind him, and while being flustered, only Irio, who still could not stand up, and other kids who were trembling in fear of Akira were left in the hall. Cheryl walked beside Akira as she cursed Tyrio in her heart, but she did not dare voice it out. She just kept following Akira silently as he took her out of the base and into the slum city. Cheryl did not know where Akira was leading her, as she did not have the leeway of asking that question. She kept cursing Irio in silence as she was following Akira. Akira suddenly spoke to her. "Was that good enough? Cheryl was so surprised that she could not give a proper answer. She could only answer that question with a confused face. Akira thought that Cheryl actually was not able to understand what he meant due to her shock, and added an explanation to his question. "Oh, didn't you call me to do something like that? Was I mistaken?" Cheryl was finally able to regain her composure as she looked at Akira. The anger that she saw in the base was gone without a trace. Akira was completely calm. She noticed that Akira's behavior in the base was only acting. She then smiled at Akira as she was relieved. "Well, it's true that I asked you, but I think what you did now was an overkill. I see, I'm sorry, but can you take care of the aftermath? I'm not good with handling that after all." "I understand. So then, where are we heading right now?" "You'll see, we'll be arrived there soon." After some time, Akira stopped and pointed at a trailer. It was Katsuragi's trailer, which also functioned as his movable shop. As Akira arrived there, Doris, who was watching the trailer, noticed him and Cheryl. "Akira, are you alright?" "Yeah, I'm okay. Although, it was a big surprise to know that 3 days have already passed when I woke up." "I see, I'm glad that you're alright." Akira and Doris laughed lightly to each other. Although there were gaps in their age, ability and social status, both of them were close to each other after facing a life and death battle together. "So then, do you need anything? If you have come to buy something, you can go ahead and take a look." "Well, I just need to discuss something with Katsuragi, so can you please call him over?" "Wait for a bit here then. Katsuragi. Akira is here. I don't know what's going on, but he said he wants to talk with you." Katsuragi then popped out from deep inside the trailer and smiled at Akira as soon as he saw him. "Akira, huh? I heard that you fainted out of exhaustion, but it seems that you're doing very well since you have come here with a girl. So, what do you need?" "You came here to have a talk with a businessman, so I won't listen to anything that won't bring me money, you know?" Akira replied a bit provocatively. "That would depend on your ability as a merchant. Then it'll definitely be a profitable talk." Katsuragi smiled back at Akira. Katsuragi listened closely and seriously to Akira's talk. Akira's suggestion was, in exchange for bringing relics to his shop, Katsuragi had to help out Cheryl's gang. Katsuragi and Akira proceeded to calculate the possible benefit and loss that it could bring them. There were many other places that would accept relics other than the Hunter office. It was because the demand for relics was high and the profit that people can get from it was huge. Although it was only a side job for him, Katsuragi also bought relics. As for the help for Cheryl's gang, it would be alright as long as they used his name. Most of the merchants would look down on the people of the slum city and raise their price to a crazy level. So it would be a big help for Cheryl and her gang to find a merchant that would not do that. Even for people from the slum city who had zero trustability, a small word from someone like Katsuragi would help them a lot. Katsuragi knew well about Akira's fighting ability. He then predicted the quantity and quality of relics that Akira would be able to bring back from the ruins. and then he subtracted it with the amount of money that he would need to help out Cheryl and her gang. After all the calculations in his brain, he still ended up with a profit. After that, he looked at Akira with an inquisitive look. I still owe you some. Moreover, selling and buying relics can bring me money. It's true that it would bring a profit. So do we have a deal here? Well, wait for a second before we decide on that. I have some questions. First of all, what is your relationship with that girl? Katsuragi then looked at Cheryl as if he was trying to evaluate her. Cheryl started getting nervous while Akira made an honest puzzled look. Why did you ask that? Why, you ask? She's someone that makes you strike a deal with me. So, of course, it makes me want to know. Moreover, you even asked me to help her out, and this might become a long-term deal between us, you see? So then, what's she to you? Just an acquaintance? A friend? Relative? Lover? Or maybe even wifey? Let's just say that she and I grew up in the slum city and were close enough for me to bring this deal to you. But if she slows me down, I'll abandon her anytime. That's all there is to it. I see. Katsuragi tried to figure out Akira's relation with Cheryl through his behavior, then he just shelved that topic away for now. The next problem is about relics. You do know that even if you bring relics to my shop, you won't be able to get a rank up, right? After all, it means that you're not selling your relics to the hunter office. Is that okay with you? One could only rank up by bringing relics to the hunter office and other shops affiliated with them. There were hunters who tried to get a rank up by only selling cheap and bad quality relics or even fake relics. There were also cases where a fight broke because hunters who assumed the shop where they sold their relics to be affiliated to the hunter office. Hunter rank is something that is used to decide the value of a hunter. Even if he could earn profit from this deal, it was not worth that much to cause a problem with his hunter rank. At least that what Katsuragi though, since he knew well just how good of a hunter Akira was. That was exactly why he needed to make sure that Akira understood this point. Akira then answered back calmly. I don't mind as long as you'll buy expensive relics from me. At the moment, I need money more than a hunter rank. If I find your price is not high enough, I'll sell my relics back at the hunter office just like usual. I see. Well then, we have a deal here. Katsuragi then smiled befitting of a merchant and sealed their deal by shaking Akira's hand. He then turned to Cheryl and extended his hand for a handshake. But Cheryl was at a loss and did not reach for his hand. What's wrong? Won't even shake my hand, huh? I'm sorry. Cheryl reached Katsuragi's hand in panic and shook it. But suddenly Katsuragi gripped her hand strongly. Cheryl was so surprised that she shifted her gaze to Katsuragi. The moment she saw Katsuragi's face, Cheryl froze up. He might be smiling but his eyes were glaring at her. Don't you dare betray me. It was clear that Katsuragi was threatening Cheryl through his tone, glare, expression and his strong grip. It was as if he was indicating Cheryl what would happen to her if she did not heed his warning. People got corrupted by riches. As a merchant, Katsuragi knew that very well. Only economic distress could lower the threshold for such a thing to happen. That was exactly why the price of one's life in the slum city was abnormally cheap. With only the price of a single bullet, one could trample over the life and trust of the other person in the slum city. When making a deal with someone from the slum city, this much of intimidation was very much necessary. That was what Katsuragi thought. But he went too far there. Katsuragi usually made such a deal with hunters who regularly fight monsters in the wasteland. So this level of intimidation usually shown to those hunters was simply too much to handle for a little girl from the slum. As such, Cheryl was left trembling in fear, unable to even answer back. Katsuragi understood that he overdid it as he lowered his intimidation. But then Akira suddenly said, if she gives you too much trouble, then just tell me, I'll take care of her myself. Oh, what would you do? Be more precise. I'll kill her and throw her somewhere in the wasteland. Cheryl shivered while Katsuragi was surprised by those words since it did not sound like Akira was joking. Whoa, you're really a straightforward person, huh? We risk our lives by working in the wasteland, so the people in the slum city should also put their lives at stake in order to live. She should understand this. And she is not a fool who thinks she can go against me. You think? There's nothing for sure in this world. If that's not true, I won't accept getting attacked by two groups of monsters on the same day. You can say that again. Katsuragi laughed merrily. He then released Cheryl's hand and showed a friendly smile to her. Sorry that I intimidated you, after all, there are all kinds of people in this world. So I have to be careful. Putting that aside, I hope we can get along well. Why yes. Cheryl tried her best to make a friendly smile, but she only ended up with a crooked smile. Akira did not bat an eyelash on that as he continued by asking a question to Katsuragi. Ah, by the way, do you sell information terminal? I need something cheap that can be used without complicated setting, and I'm fine with the most basic one. Even if you say the most basic one, every person has a different interpretation of that, you know? It's fine as long as it can be used to contact me. It's for Cheryl so that she can keep in touch with me. In that case, that'll be 20,000 dorm. Akira handed 20,000 dorm to Katsuragi and received the information terminal. He then connected it to his own information terminal to finish the essential settings before giving it to Cheryl. You can contact me with this if anything happens. If you can't contact me for an extended period of time, just assume me to be dead. Remember that I'll assume the same in case I'm unable to contact you too. I understand, thank you. And also, about showing up in the base regularly, as I thought it's not a good idea to decide the time now. After all, I always spend my time doing what I want to do, so it would be too much trouble if I book my schedule beforehand. I don't mind if you call me to show up in the base, and if I'm in the mood, then I'll show up. But that doesn't mean that you can call me every day, okay? Why yes. Well then, I have work to do, so I'm going back home. As for you, you should discuss with Katsuragi about what kind of help that you need from him. But Katsuragi then called Akira with a displeased tone. Whoa, you came here after all, so why don't you buy something before leaving? Sorry, I'm a bit tight on money right now, but I'll buy next time. After saying that, Akira left. Katsuragi then turned to Cheryl. Well now, Akira did say that too, so let's finish up on the details, shall we? Do you have some time? Yes. I'm okay, I'll be in your care. Cheryl regained her composure as she politely bowed to Katsuragi. Katsuragi took a scan of her again, trying to evaluate her before he laughed lightly and asked her. Well, Akira is gone now, so I want to ask you this again. What is your relationship with that boy? It's as he said before. I see. Let me rephrase my question then. What do you want your relationship to be? Are you aiming to be his lover or even wife perhaps? Cheryl knew that it might cause trouble if she gave Katsuragi a bad answer. So instead, she answered back with a question. That is. He's helping my gang, is there anything more than that? Katsuragi smiled, still with his merchant expression. There are a lot of things other than that. You see, I'm planning to get along with Akira for a long time, which means that I might need to get along with you too. But that depends on what your relationship with him is, right? So I should at least confirm whether you want to get into a closer relationship with him or will he abandon you instead. So then, what is it? Looking at how he behaved just now, do you think it's possible for you? Cheryl knew well that she was being appraised there, so she laughed confidently and said. Of course that's my plan. Not to mention that I believe Akira likes me, you know? After all, he even did something like this for me, right? I believe that his behavior just now was to show Katsuragi-san not to think lightly of us, although we're just small children from the slum city. After all, Akira is also a hunter. She knew that if she pulled back now, then she would be looked down upon. Although she knew that she was saying too much, she still tried her hardest to make an expression full of confidence. But Katsuragi kept staring at Cheryl while trying to look deeper into her words. He then let out a sigh. That sounds like you tried to seduce him with your body only to get rejected. Cheryl froze up. Looking at that, Katsuragi just smiled invincibly. Ah, that face is saying how in the world do you know that? Huh? It's not that rare for hunters who have a high income to bring their girls to my shop. In due time, I became able to see whether those hunters are genuinely interested in the girls that they're bringing or if they're thinking of abandoning those girls anytime soon. After all, it's one of the essential skills for a merchant, you see. If it's the former, then it's a good chance to sell expensive equipment. After all, they would want to flaunt in front of the girls that they are interested in. To be honest, your situation seems more inclined to the latter, you know? Actually, it was a bet to draw out the truth from Cheryl. Katsuragi actually did not have any evidence to say that far. But after seeing how Cheryl reacted, he at least knew that Cheryl did try to seduce Akira only to get rejected. But still, I think it can't be helped, you know? Sorry to say this, but someone like you is just... it's not like I'm mocking you here. It's more like I'm talking about the standards. I think Akira's standards are higher. What do you mean? Cheryl could not help but to make a confused expression. Normally, Cheryl would be able to hold herself back, but now it only showed how much she was shocked by Katsuragi's words. She was also very interested in knowing about Akira's standards. She thought that she may be able to reap some benefits from it in future. Katsuragi smiled as if he found her reaction amusing to him. This is only my theory, but there's a lot of beautiful hunters out there. When I say hunters, I mean like hunters who properly earn their money from working as a hunter and not like those who are hunters in name only. Of course, each person has a different basis on what kind of beauty that would make them think a girl is beautiful. But there's at least a common ground there for everyone. And I believe that would be their health. Health? Huh? Yes, the complexity of the skin, the shine on the hairs, the amount of meat in one's body. I think most of the people think that a healthy girl is a beautiful girl. So if you use this point of view, then many of the female hunters are beautiful girls. After all, an unhealthy girl will have problems with maneuvering around. In order to survive in the wasteland, a hunter should keep his or her body in tip-top shape. That's exactly why they would stock powerful medicine to heal their wounds and recover their fatigue. The healing medicines always heal wounds on the cellular level. Thus it would also heal damaged skin. Not to mention that exploring the wasteland is hard work, so it's impossible for them to get fat. Moreover, some of the medicines would instantly convert any excess fat into energy. Thus I think that health and natural look are the basis of beauty. Cheryl listened closely to what Katsuragi said. And at the same time, she also cursed the things that she could not do anything about. The cellular level of healing from the medicines can also be thought of as an anti-aging process. That's why some of the hunters stay beautiful past their prime. But well, you can also say that it's due to all kinds of beauty products that they can buy from the money that they earn. So then, if we have to compare you with those girls, well, you know, the female hunters that Akira is acquainted with are all beautiful girls. Katsuragi then remembered about Elena and Sara, both of them were beautiful girls. Not to mention that they brought Akira to their home when Akira fainted. So he thought that those two girls must be in a good term with Akira. Katsuragi thought that it would not be strange if Akira already got used to seeing such beautiful girls, thus his standard for beautiful girls would have been pulled higher. Cheryl's voice trembled a bit as she said, "So, what do you want me to do? Is there any meaning in telling me all this?" Seeing that there was a shred of frustration in Cheryl's behavior, Katsuragi just gave her a meaningful smile. "What I'm going to tell you after this is for your sake so that you understand this better. I'll give you something good, so just wait here for a bit." After saying that, Katsuragi went back to his trailer. Cheryl could hear his voice from outside the trailer. "Doris, do you know where those prototypes weapons are kept? You stuffed them back while saying that it won't sell at all and you're going to return them back, didn't you?" You were right." Not too long after that, Katsuragi returned to Cheryl with a big rucksack and then he just put that rucksack in front of Cheryl. "Sorry for the wait, I'll give this to you, it's a souvenir from me, take it home with you. That bag was stuffed with foods that were near their expiration date, guns that did not sell, and many other things. All of them were valuable things to Cheryl. Thus Cheryl bowed while being flustered. Thank you very much. From inside that bag, Katsuragi took out a few things and showed it to Cheryl. There are soaps, makeup kits, and many other things inside this bag. Although they're just trial products, there are also medicines that were produced for hunters' use, so it should be better than those cheap medicines. Remember, you should be at least beautiful enough to make Akira think that he's lucky when you try to seduce him. Let me tell you this up front though, this is just an investment. I'm not sure why Akira helps you, but for now, you're the reason why he'll come to me to sell his relics. So you should work hard so that Akira would not abandon you, and so that he'll keep selling relics to me. You get that? Cheryl still tried to smile even though she could not make a perfect smile. Why yes. I'm looking forward to us working together for a long term. Katsuragi then laughed loudly with a shred of expectation in his gaze. Before going back to his inn, Akira decided to visit Shizuka's shop to replenish his ammo. The moment he entered the shop, Shizuka immediately noticed him and waved at him. Akira found it strange for the person at the counter to take initiative like that, but even so, he just obediently walked to the counter and went on with his order just like usual. Shizuka-san, I have come to buy some ammo again, this time I spent a lot of them. So I'll be buying more than usual? Shizuka stopped Akira's words and hugged him tightly. Akira was flustered when Shizuka hugged him. He could feel Shizuka's body temperature and there was a soft sensation hitting him from the front. He was so embarrassed and confused as he tried to break off Shizuka's hug. But Shizuka kept her arms tight even after knowing that. I heard about everything from Elena and Sarah. I know well that being a hunter is a dangerous job and I understand that you need to go above your own limit from time to time. That's why I can't say don't do anything dangerous or don't push yourself too hard. So at least please let me say this, I'm glad that you're fine. Shizuka tightened her embrace for once more before letting off. Akira smiled while looking a bit surprised, but his expression immediately changed to contentment as he bowed to Shizuka. I'm sorry to have made you worry, but I'm okay now. Akira's reply was so well composed that it was not something that would come out from someone who was unconscious for a few days. Shizuka smiled, feeling relieved since it looked like it was not just a facade and Akira was really fine. It's all good as long as you're fine. Ammo replenishment, right? I'll bring it right away, just wait here. While Akira was waiting for Shizuka, Elena suddenly entered the shop. She noticed Akira as she smiled at him and walked to his side. Akira, so you've woken up, huh? I never thought to meet you here. Although I already told Sarah to contact me as soon as you wake up. Elena stopped her words mid-sentence as she noticed a notification came up on her information terminal. She then checked the notification and smiled bitterly. It just came. That's Sarah, she must have forgotten about it. Akira then bowed to Elena. Elena-san, I'm sorry to have caused you a lot of trouble and thank you very much for taking care of me. And also, sorry for occupying the bed for a few days. Don't worry about that. It's big enough for us to sleep together, after all. But that aside, Sarah used to unconsciously hug you like a pillow though, so are you okay? That girl is an augmented human, you know. Although she looks like that, she's actually very strong. She didn't break any of your bones, right? Elena smiled teasingly, to which, Akira could only return it with an awkward smile. I am fine. I bet that was just a joke. Cheryl dragged her feet to her base. She was on her limit in every sense. Because Akira did not visit the base for some time, a lot of the gang members started to doubt her. She feared that she would get killed. And when Akira finally came to her base, one of the gang members attacked him. It was just disastrous. She thought that Akira would kill her. And then she met a weapon merchant called Katsuragi and was overwhelmed by his intimidation. She again thought that she would get killed. Finally, Akira said clearly in front of her that he would kill her himself if she did anything foolish. But when Cheryl returned back to her base, She should behave as if everything was well, and she would need to direct her subordinates as if nothing bad had happened. She should keep her poised and confident look in front of her gang members and in front of the other gangs too. At least she needed to keep that up until there was no need for her to fake it. But she was already at her limit now. Once she arrived in front of her base, Doris, who was accompanying her, casually put the heavy bag that he was carrying on the ground. "I won't carry it inside, you should do the rest yourself." The gift that she received from Katsuragi was filled with guns and other useful things. It was quite heavy, so it would be hard for Cheryl to carry it herself. Moreover, it would be meaningless if that gift was robbed on her way back. That was why Katsuragi made a smart move and sent Doris to accompany her. Cheryl politely bowed her head to Doris. "I understand. Thank you very much for carrying it all the way here. Well, it seems that you're having a hard time, so give your best, okay?" Cheryl left a positive impression on Doris, as he thought that she was a girl with proper manners, although she was raised in the slum city. Thus Doris left Cheryl with those words before he left the place. Cheryl was somehow able to carry that heavy bag inside the base. The moment she entered her base, all the children in her gang already lined up there waiting for her. Although it was a correct manner for welcoming the boss, it was obvious that Cheryl looked angry. She thought that she would not see one face anymore as she glared at that person that she deemed unnecessary in her gang. It was Irio. "And here I thought that you'll be gone already, but you are still here, huh?" Irio flinched back in fear as he tried to calm Cheryl down. Cheryl, I'm really sorry." "Sorry? If you have the brain to recognize that you're at fault, then you should have been gone from here." He looked like a normal boy. Although he did carry a gun, he did not look like a strong hunter at all. "That's why I thought that he was tricking you, you see. A normal boy, huh? Normal. Right?" Irio, who was frozen still, did not look like he could spout any excuses, while on the other hand, Cheryl had already reached her limit. As such, Cheryl had an outburst now. "A normal kid, huh? So for you, a kid who can defeat 3 armed hunters is normal, huh? A kid who can do this is normal, huh? So that's normal inside your head, huh? If it's normal for you, then you can do that too, right? In that case, you go ahead and do that too? Go to the ruins and get some relics, then get ambushed on your way back and successfully fight your way out. You should be able to do that, right? So go and do that." Cheryl, who just had an outburst, tried to control her breathing. Irio was so scared that he could not move at all, and the other children could do nothing but stand frozen there. Cheryl then turned to the other children and shouted, "Get that fool out from here! Quickly, please wait. Get him out of here, right now. I'm your boss here and I'm telling you to kick him out. You accepted that I'm the boss, right? If you don't accept me as your boss, then you get out of this place too." The children around Irio then looked at each other before they grabbed Irio's shoulders and arms and dragged him outside. Irio just obediently let himself be dragged outside the base while hanging his head low. Cheryl calmed her breathing. She understood that she had lost her composure just now, so in order to avoid making any mistake, she tried to at least regain her composure as she took a deep breath. Alicia, a girl who was close to Irio, then spoke to Cheryl. Cheryl. About Irio. Cheryl then let out a very long sigh and expelling all the anger left inside her heart. Thanks to that, she was at least able to clear most of the anger left inside her heart and regained her composure to think straight. But even so, she looked at Alicia with a stern look. I know, but we can't do that now. We can't let Irio stay in this gang, you know at least that much, right? At least until we have more people in the gang that Akira won't notice if Irio is mixed up a member of the gang, or until Akira has forgotten his anger about him. But until then, we can't let him in the gang." Other children were surprised after hearing Cheryl's words, then one of them asked Cheryl, "Increase the members? In this situation? We should at least be able to give some benefits to Akira as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would abandon us. We need to remember that he is not helping us out of kindness. If he abandons us, it would be the end for us." But how? Thanks to Akira, we got a connection to a weapon merchant called Katsuragi. We are somehow able to get some help from that merchant. We have no other choice but to use that connection and try a lot of different things." Cheryl then opened the bag which she carried. The children who saw the foods, guns and other things inside the bag could not help but let out shouts of joy. For now, we were able to get a lot of things thanks to Katsuragi and Akira. So we should come up with a plan before distribute. Cheryl caught some children trying to extend their hands to reach inside the bag. She shouted in a loud voice, "If you take anything from it without my permission, then I'll kill you." The children then stopped from reaching the bag before slowly retracting their arms. Cheryl glanced at everyone there, thinking about how hard the road ahead for her was to develop the gang. She let out a big sigh. That day, just like usual, Elena only wrapped herself in a bath towel after finishing her bath while operating the information terminal that was fixed on her head. Looking at that, Sarah let out a sigh and said, "P4553R, Elena's information terminal is on her head, not on her arm." "Elena, just because Akira already went home, are you going to relax around the house like that again?" When Akira was in their home, Elena knew that it would be better if she stayed like that. Although Akira was only a younger boy and was asleep, he was still a boy. That was why she always put on her clothes where Akira was sleeping so that it would be fine if Akira woke up anytime. But now that Akira had already gone home, she started to turn back to her old habits. Elena ignored that question. She then even criticized Sarah, who was only wearing a t-shirt on her undies. "It's fine, isn't it? Moreover, I don't want you to preach me while you look like that yourself. Was that what you were wearing when Akira woke up?" "Yes." "Sarah, what the heck were you thinking? You should at least be more careful." "It's okay." Akira's reaction was pretty amusing. "I don't mean him like that, good grief." Looking at Elena, who looked like she had already given up on her, Sarah just laughed lightly and said to Elena, "Well, it's fine, right? It's just a small service for someone who we owe our lives to." Elena was shocked when she heard that, as she immediately turned to Sarah. Sarah's face also turned serious. "It was Akira who saved us back then in the wasteland, you know?" "I see." Elena's reaction was way lighter than Sarah had expected, thus Sarah looked a bit surprised. "You don't seem that surprised, huh? I somehow expected that you know. Isn't it the same for you too? But since it seemed like Akira wanted to keep that a secret, I decided not to inquire him about that. I don't think that Akira would say it himself, so I bet you asked him first, right? Was it okay?" Sarah smiled bitterly as she looked a bit apologetic. "It went fine. He even apologized for keeping it a secret. Although it was me who pressured him for an answer." "Well, it's fine then." "Wait, that's not fine. You did say you are sorry for pressuring him, right?" "I did say sorry, you know? It's all good then. Now that we know that he was the one who saved us, we owe him our lives, so be sure not to cause him too much trouble, okay?" "I know." After talking thus far, Sarah then looked at Elena with a serious face. "So Elena, I have a request for you. I'm sure you have a lot of questions that you want to ask him. But please don't ask him anything and don't tell anyone about him. After all, I did promise Akira about that. So please, I'm begging you. I know that you might not be fully convinced, but please don't ask anything and promise me the same." Sarah was desperate because she did promise Akira that. That was why she resolved herself to definitely get her best friend's promise now. In contrast to Sarah, who was looking dead serious there, Elena just casually but strongly nodded. "I understand. I give you my promise. I won't ask anything needless and I won't tell anyone else. So there's no need for you to worry. You're okay with that?" Sarah was surprised seeing how Elena just gave her promise so easily like that. But Elena just smiled and said, "I told you this, right? I expected this. That was why I was at least able to guess why he was hiding it and what he would not want us to ask him. I bet you asked Shizuka too, right? So don't worry, I'll keep my lips sealed tight about this. And like I said before, I don't want to cause too much trouble to someone that we owe our lives to." Sara was surprised and then smiled bitterly. "You already know everything, huh? Am I that easy to read? After all, you suddenly asked me about the people who can connect to the old domain. Sara, when you want to hide something, you should be careful when you ask your questions, you know. Because the people that you asked would at least think of why you asked that question." Sara realized her mistake and felt a bit downhearted, but she then decided to just change the mood and smiled. "As I thought, it is correct to leave negotiations to you. Yep, just leave that to me. Next time we meet Akira, I need to properly say my thanks too." After saying that, Elena smiled pleasantly and laughed. "Sara, now that we know the real identity of our savior, what do you think after realizing that he's not a young man from a rich family?" Sara looked a bit annoyed and embarrassed. Please spare me from the teasing. Although Sara was a bit confused about Elena's remark, she remembered the embarrassing imagination she had of their savior. She couldn't help but blush heavily, which was rare for Sara. Seeing how her best friend looked a bit at loss at first and finally coming to a conclusion herself, Elena just smiled amusingly. Rebuild World. Chapter 21. Unnecessary Things. Akira was dragging his feet within the Kusajuhara ruins. He was only able to walk at this speed by stopping every few steps to take a breath. But even with all this struggle with walking, he was somehow able to banish the thought of lying down, to continue dragging his feet once again. The reason why he was walking so slowly was because of the rucksack on his back. It was filled with relics up to its brim and it was so heavy that it made his legs shake while carrying it. He was somehow able to carry it thus far, but he suddenly mumbled a complaint. "Alpha, I'm thinking, isn't this a bit too much? Can we leave some of the relics behind?" He knew that if he could bring it back, it would definitely fetch him a huge amount of money. Not to mention that he was the one who previously complained about bringing only a small quantity of relics. But the rucksack he was carrying was heavy enough to make him suggest leaving some of the relics behind. But Alpha rejected his complaint with a serious face. "No, we won't do that. To be honest, I think I underestimated your bad luck. Right when we decided to go out to the wasteland for training for a day, you got attacked by two groups of monsters right away. Even I didn't see that coming, you know. So in order to prepare you to face bad luck anytime, we need to get you better equipment as soon as possible. The money that we earn from these relics will be used to buy that equipment, so you should give your best for a little while longer. I understand your point, but..." Alpha could see that Akira was not just displeased, there was another complicated expression mixed in his face. So Alpha too made a displeased look as she said to Akira. "Oh my, are you saying that I should give better support so that you would not need more equipment? Just for your information, I'm always giving my best support, you know? That's not what I meant. Your support is really helpful to me. Even back there too, I would have died if it wasn't for your support. I'm really thankful and I do trust you. But still..." Akira's trust and gratitude were not fake, but there were a lot of other things inside his head. "For some reason, I feel like I'm constantly in danger since the day I met Alpha. But again, facing dangers is a professional hazard as a hunter and I met Alpha on the first day I became a hunter. So it can be said that it's only to be expected, but still..." That was what Akira thought, but he could not fully convince himself with that reasoning. Hearing his reply, Alpha's expression changed from displeasure to exasperation. "Good grief. Although you got such a beautiful lady like myself around for the whole day taking care of a lot of things for you, you are still complaining like this, huh? Akira, aren't you just too greedy?" It might be because Akira was so tired that he looked irritated. "Greedy, huh? And when I thought you had no interest in the opposite sex, you did react to Shizuka, Sara and Elena, right? As I thought, having a physical body that you can touch is a big factor to you, huh?" Akira coughed and flustered as he wondered whether he really reacted that much to Shizuka and the other girls. "Since I can't entice you with touches, I wonder if I can entice you with appearance instead. Maybe being naked works well?" "No, Judging from how you reacted to Sarah, I think suggestive clothing works better. Alpha then removed all of her clothing and exposed her beautiful skin without anything to hide them. She then put on sexy underwear before layering it with a thin and almost transparent dress. Her transparent dress blurred into the light, showing a beautiful figure. Her glossy skin was tremendously charming. The shadow created on the opposite side of the light was captivating. Everything about her was so sensuously inviting. But in contrast, Akira's reaction was very dull. He simply lightly blushed before he let out a slight sigh. Alright, I'm sorry. I won't complain again, so switch back to your normal cloth. But Alpha just ignored that as she pointed towards the ruins. Akira, there's somebody over there. Just put on your cloth first. Over there, huh? Akira then pulled out his binoculars and scanned towards the direction that Alpha pointed. He could see a young boy running desperately. That boy, I've seen him somewhere before. He's the young boy that attacked you back in Cheryl's base. Is he heading here to kill you for revenge or something? Now that you mention it, he indeed looks like that boy. Akira remembered that someone attacked him, but he did not remember the face. But for now, that boy did not look like he was following Akira's footprints. So Akira decided to just keep his eyes on him for a while. Ever since Sirio was banished from Cheryl's gang, he had been looking for a way to get reinstated. He heard the recent development of the gang from Alicia, who he was close with. He came to know that the gang recently got a helping hand from a merchant named Katsuragi. Thanks to that, the economy of the gang developed very well. This fact only made him regret his foolish action. And since he had no connection that could help him join any other gang, and he already had someone that he could trust in Cheryl's gang, he wanted to return back to Cheryl's gang no matter what. Alicia told him that although Cheryl would not be able to do it in front of Akira, she was actually planning to let him join the gang again after a while. Thus, Iriel spent his days in the back alley clinging on to that hope. But there was no guarantee that he would be alive until that time comes. Thus, he had to do something before he loses any more time. He thought hard and made a gamble. He asked Alicia to lend him a gun and went to Kuzuhara ruins looking for relics. In order to return back, Iriel had to talk with either Cheryl or Akira. But it was not a problem that could be solved by prostrating and begging for forgiveness. He will have to bring something of worth with him, and bringing a relic from the ruins would be the perfect souvenir. He thought that would be enough as an apology to both Akira, a hunter who was working by hunting for relics, and Cheryl, his boss, who told him to fetch a relic from the ruins. That was why he decided to look for relics in the ruins. An expensive relic could turn a normal person into a rich personage in one go. It was the most common dream for the people of the slum. But Iriel soon realized that it would just stay as a dream to him. He now knew that another kid from the slum, just like him, had become a hunter. And he was so close to realizing that dream. So he thought he too might also have a shot at becoming rich. Both their dreams might be different, but he hoped to at least be able to grab a fragment of that dream by a lucky encounter. That was why he took the gamble to try his luck in the ruins. But Irio's gamble easily went to ash. He immediately met a monster the moment he went to the ruins. He did try to fight back with his gun, but since he was in a panic and he had no real skill in using a gun, none of his shots hit the monster. And it did not take very long for him to deplete the low quantity of ammo that he was carrying. Irio, who had lost his means of fighting, then dropped the heavy gun he was carrying as he ran as fast as he could from the monster that was trying to eat him. The ruins filled with debris was not an easy terrain for him to traverse, but that was not the case for the monster that was chasing him. Thus it would be very difficult for him to outrun that hungry monster. It was only a matter of time for that monster to catch up with him. Akira was watching Irio with a confused look. Going to the ruins without a gun, huh? That guy is really careless. Alpha smiled teasingly. You're right. But he's just like you during that time, right? The only difference between that boy and you is that he, unfortunately, won't get to meet me. It was true, he was not that different from Akira from back then. But since Akira met a group of weapon dog on his first day, he might have been actually more careless than Irio in a sense. Akira smiled bitterly after realizing this. The scene of Ariel running away from the monster reminded him of himself, and Akira's face turned serious. What Akira was seeing from his binocular was what would have happened to him had he not met Alpha. It was obvious as to how this scene would end. It would only take a few more seconds for that monster to catch up with Ariel, and another second for that monster to severely injure him. If that happened, then that would be the end of Ariel's life. That was also how Akira's life too could have ended in a different storyline. You're right. That's me, huh? Akira mumbled those words as he picked up his gun. Seeing his action, Alpha looked surprised. Are we going to help him? Yeah, this must be some kind of fate. Let's help him and improve my luck. Moreover, he came at the right time. Akira laughed lightly as he carefully took aim and pulled the trigger of his gun. After Ariel used all of his stamina and power to escape from the pursuit of the monster, he finally hit his limit. The road in front of him was blocked by rubble and he had no path to run. As he turned back in panic, he could see the hungry monster opening its huge jaw, showing its big sharp fangs as its saliva splattered around. It was the end for him. Ariel's face distorted in terror as he waited for the impending death to reach him. And right when that monster jumped towards him, it suddenly rolled over. Then gunshot kept reverberating as bullet splinters ricocheted around the monster. Blood spurted out of the holes that opened up on the monster's body, dyeing the earth red. But even so, the monster was still alive. Although it was wobbly and unstable, the monster got back on its feet. Then another bullet tore through its limbs and it fell down on the pool of its own blood. When it tried to stand up again, another bullet tore through it. But this time, the monster shivered and finally stopped moving. Ariel was dumbfounded for a moment. After he regained his composure, he finally realized that he was saved. He then mumbled in a happy and relieved voice. I'm saved. I'm saved. I'm saved. Ariel tried to calm down his breathing while still looking excited. He then turned towards the direction where he heard the gunshot from, to look for the person who just saved him. But the moment he saw his savior, his expression froze. The person that he saw in that direction was the same person that he attacked the other day. It was the person that he met in Cheryl's base, who aimed his gun at him as he was lying on the ground and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Ariel's face twitched when he saw Akira waving at him. Ariel was dragging his feet in the middle of the ruins. He looked like he was having a hard time as he said, "Gee, this is so heavy." The reason for that was because the rucksack that Akira was carrying was now transferred to Ariel's back. It was an exchange of favor for saving his life. Although to be perfectly honest, he actually had no way to refuse it. The leg-crushing weight assaulted him, who was already tired from running away from the monster. He felt like he would not be able to stand back up if he fell over. Thus, he tried his best not to trip as he slowly dragged his feet. They encountered monsters from time to time, but Akira, who walked in front of him, would take them out easily. From his back, Akira looked like he was just walking normally, but every time they met a monster, Akira was able to detect them and take a preemptive shot to kill them. Ariel did not even have the slightest idea of how Akira could detect those monsters. Was Akira fighting monsters while carrying this heavy rucksack all the time until he met me? Did he also take them out so easily like this while carrying this rucksack? No wonder why he could defeat Saibi and the others all by himself. Did I really pick a fight against this monster? That explains why Cheryl got so angry at me. Now that I think about it, that was really stupid of me. Irio's fear of Akira just multiplied several times, and it made him regret his action even more than before. After getting released from the burden of his rucksack, Akira was shooting down monsters in a good mood. But he then looked puzzled as he stared at the monsters that he just killed. Alpha, do these monsters always roam around this area? Alpha then looked puzzled too as she said, I guess some of the monsters that attacked Katsuragi ended up staying around this area. Or maybe those are rare monsters that came here attracted by that pile of meat from back then. Or maybe they're normal monsters that have gone through an evolution. These monsters are dangerous. In the worst case scenario, the monster's distribution in the ruins will change and it'll cause ruin exploration to be even more dangerous than before. And even with your ability and my support, we might need to stop exploring the ruins for a while. It was the right choice to bring a lot of relics this time. Alpha said that it would be dangerous even with her support. It showed just how dangerous the situation would really be. Akira understood that very well as his face turned grim. They're really that dangerous, huh? Let's hurry up and go home for now. Roger that. Akira picked up the pace. Of course, Iriel, who was carrying heavy rucksacks, suffered more than him, as he desperately tried to catch up with Akira. Once they arrived at the city, they immediately headed to Katsuragi's portable shop and trailer. Iriel squeezed every little stamina that he had as he went for the last spurt. When they arrived in front of the trailer, Katsuragi, who was watching the shop, immediately noticed Akira and Iriel. Akira, huh? This time you're bringing a boy rather than a girl with you, huh? But that aside, you really didn't betray my expectations. This time you are here as a customer, right? Yeah, I'm a customer today. Although, I'm only here to sell relics. Ah, selling relics, huh? Well, whatever it is, I welcome any customers. So then, where's the relic? Akira then pointed at the rucksack that Iriel was carrying. Looking at that, Katsuragi smiled in a good mood. That looks quite a lot, bring it to the back. After the three of them went to the back of the trailer, Akira started putting out all the relics that he wanted to sell. At first, he just put out everything from inside the rucksack randomly before Alpha told him to keep the medicines. So then Akira asked Alpha through telepathy. Is it a bad idea if I put it out just to show it to him? It's better to be safe. You wouldn't be able to refuse if he asks you insistently to sell those relics, right? Depending on the price, wouldn't it be okay to sell at least one box? Nope. That one box might be the thing that saves you from certain death, you know? So be sure to retain it. Since Akira himself did not want to die, he started to carefully put out the relics. After scanning all the relics that were piled up in front of him, Katsuragi chuckled. I don't know where this boy got all of these relics. But this amount is pretty impressive. As I thought, this boy will be a successful hunter. I have to get on his good side no matter what. After that, Katsuragi appraised all the relics and did the mental calculation. He then put on his merchant smile and looked at Akira. Well then, how about if I take everything for 5 million orm? Katsuragi's face was filled with honesty and sincerity of a merchant. But that sincerity was mixed with some hidden fees that were needlessly added. Alpha then casually said to Akira. Not good enough. After hearing that, Akira immediately said to Katsuragi. I understand, I'll take them to the hunter office then. As Akira went to pick up his relics and put them back inside the rucksack, Katsuragi went to panic mode and said. Wait. Well, this is where you should haggle, right? Don't just give up now. Akira then looked coldly at Katsuragi, who tried to gamble his chance with him there. You can go ahead and do that with your other merchant friends. I have no interest in doing something like that. You have one more chance to decide the price, and if I'm not satisfied with that, I'll just take them to the hunter office. Katsuragi knew that it was not a bluff when Akira said that. So he did not have any other choice but to rethink his price. I understand. 8 million orm. How about that? Well, that sounds good. Athena, in the raw, this line was said with feminine inflection, so it can be inferred that this part is Alpha's. Sounds good to me, you should do that right from the start next time, okay? Alright then, we have a deal here. The relics that Katsuragi bought were moved into his trailer. He would eventually sell those relics at a higher price than what he had paid to Akira. After all, that was where his ability as a merchant would shine. No one would complain even if he sold those relics at a higher price, since he had to spend more money on the appraisal, getting a quality assurance certificate, among many other things. Katsuragi was in a good mood since he got himself a good deal. How do you want me to pay you? Do you want it in cash? It's easier for me to pay you through bank transfer though. Akira had always been living in the slum city up until recently, so he did not have a bank account yet. Although he could easily open a bank account by doing some simple paperwork in the Hunter office, the reason he did not do that was because up until now, he had no need for a bank account. So he tried to let the subject slide as he casually said, "There are people that only accept payment with cash. But I'll do something about it when I need to handle a larger amount of money." Katsuragi then glanced at Chirio and was fully convinced with that reasoning. If Akira wanted to give money to Cheryl's gang, it would be better if he did it with cash. "I understand, so it's cash, right? Then wait for a bit." Katsuragi went inside his trailer and returned back with 8 million orum in big bundles. Seeing this much money shocked Chirio, who was lying down out of exhaustion, so much that his eyes bulged like saucers. Alpha had warned Akira not to overreact. So he just calmly took the money and placed it into his rucksack and closed it. Looking at how Akira and Katsuragi conversed, Iriel realized the big chasm between him and Akira. 8 million orum was a huge amount of money to the children from the slum city. Iriel thought that even Akira would be shocked, but Akira proved his expectations wrong and received the money calmly without any emotional fluctuations. Akira noticed that Chirio was looking at him with a complicated look. But he could not understand why. Akira was at a loss whether to send Chirio home now since he had finished with carrying the rucksack and had no further business with him. Or should he give Chirio a portion of the money? Akira did not even know if it was a good idea to ask Chirio about that. But then he said, "That's it then, I have no other business with you. You can go back home now. I've saved you back there so you get nothing from me. Later then." Watching Akira as he picked up his rucksack and was about to return on his way, Iriel realized that it was his only chance to ask Akira to help him in getting back to Cheryl's gang. But if he asked him poorly, Akira might think that he was trying to ask for a share of the money and get angry at him instead. Thus he desperately tried to be careful as he asked Akira, "Can you please ask Cheryl to let me return back to her gang? I was banished because of what I did back then. You might have saved me, but without the gang, I would get killed sooner or later. So please help me. I even helped you carry that heavy rucksack, you know. So I'm at least helpful to you, right? Please help me." Akira looked back at Chirio with an expressionless face. It was him trying to act calmly to hide the fact that he was carrying a huge amount of money. But Chirio did not understand that and he began sweating in a panic thinking that he had made Akira angry. Iriel realized that he was a bit too forceful when he requested Akira's help, but if Akira refused to help him now, then it would really be the end for him. If Akira thought that he was being rude, it would mean he would have zero chance to return to Cheryl's gang. But on the other hand, he had no confidence if he could live by himself in the back alley of the slum city and he did not have the courage to go to the ruins once again. Thus he prayed hard so that Akira would help him. "Well, we can go to Cheryl's place right now." Watching Akira as he immediately turned and started walking towards Cheryl's base, Iriel was dumbfounded as he followed Akira. He was still dazed from what he just heard. It seemed that his plea was heard and he now hoped that he would not get scolded by Cheryl later. Katsuragi, who watched this scene unfold in front of him, thought that Akira did a great job in taming Iriel. Cheryl's gang was doing good. After all, her gang members were basically the same gang members that were in Saibi's gang. And the information that Akira, who killed Saibi, was supporting the gang was already well known among the people of the slum. Not to mention that the gang was able to get a steady flow of money and guns from Katsuragi. Adding up all of those factors together, people of the slum city already recognized that Cheryl's gang was not just a gathering of slum kids, but a proper gang, albeit a small and weak one. When a small but weak gang appeared in the slum city, it was normal to expect that there would be people who wanted to join that gang. People like those who could not join any other gang because of some particular reasons, or those people who were treated coldly in their current gang. But there was also the fact that the boss, Cheryl, and the members who were running the gang, and even Akira, the one who was supporting the gang, were all small children. Because of that, there was no adult who wanted to join Cheryl's gang. As such, Cheryl's gang became a unique gang in the slum city where all its members were small children. Inside the base, Cheryl was talking with Alicia in a private room. "How's the cleanup in our territory? Is it going well? Did our gang get into any fights? After all, our territory should be a bit dirty right now, so it's to be expected for some people to be displeased with us." All the gangs in the slum city had one extra job, and that was to clean up their territory with any trash and garbage. Cleaning up one's territory was very important in the slum city. Not only because it was an unwritten rule in the slum city, but also everything that a gang picked up during their cleanup became that gang's property. Although those were trash for the people who dumped them, most of them could still bring money for the people who lived in the slum city. Anything that still could be of use would be kept, while any metal object found would be gathered together and sold as wreckages. Then anything that looked like repairable would be repaired and used or sold to other people. And the leftover would be dumped in the wasteland. More than anything, cleaning up one's territory showed everyone that you own the territory. Alicia begrudgingly recalled her conversation with her other friends that were on cleanup duty. "There's quite a lot of people who complained about the number of corpses lying around. That's all, I guess. Well, that's to be expected. After all, no one cleaned up around this area until recently. The slum city was riddled with robbers. Thus, it was common to find corpses of either the victims or the robbers or even both. Of course, if no one took care of those corpses, they would just be left there to rot. It was the job of the gang who owned the territory to clean up those corpses together with their personal belongings. When Sci-fi was killed and the gang was disbanded, the territory was left unmanaged for a while. Thus, corpses piled up in the area since there was no one to clean up those corpses. Cheryl then gave out orders just like usual. Just get rid of the bodies like usual. Clear them up from any personal belongings and store their stuff in the warehouse, then dump the rest in the wasteland. Also, give extra guns to the people who are on duty to go to the wasteland. Carrying dead bodies to the wasteland was not an easy job. Since there was a chance for them to encounter monsters, it was important to arm them with proper equipment. Thanks to Katsuragi, Cheryl was able to obtain the minimum required equipment for traversing the wasteland. Keeping one's territory clean from any corpses also brought benefits to the gang. After all, the government only picked a clean area to distribute their free food rations. So keeping the area clean increased the chance for the area to be picked as the distribution place. On the other hand, if corpses kept piling up in an the area would turn unhealthy and the government might decide to sterilize the area with fire. In order to prevent the unhealthy environment from spreading around and affecting the lower district, they would literally set the area on fire. They would burn down everything, the people, the building, simply everything without leaving anything behind. Although the government always said that they had no other choice but to burn the area since such an environment would attract monsters, there were rumors that it was only an excuse that they used for pruning the population in the slum. Basically, a dirty territory was a likely target for this pruning. Because of this, all the gangs in the slum city put their complete effort to keep their territory clean. Alicia then carefully asked Cheryl. Cheryl. About the number of the gang's members, we got a lot of new members, right? Is that so? I don't think we have got enough members since we still can't keep our territory properly clean though. But if you mean to say that it's harder to take care of the gang compared to before, well, yeah, you're right, we have got a lot of new members. It was her first time managing a gang. Although she slowly got used to it, she was not confident if she was doing it well. I'm thinking of selecting you and few other people to help me manage the gang, you know. But I'm still evaluating who to pick. I know that it won't be easy, but do your best, okay? It would be impossible for Cheryl to directly manage everything in the gang and it would only get worse as her gang grew in size. But even so, she still needed more people to join her gang. So considering that fact, Cheryl thought that she should hurry up and decide the group of people that would help her manage the gang. And since she was good at managing a group, she did not worry about the problems that might arise from creating such a group. But Alicia then continued in a vague way. Of course I'll give my best in that too, but that's not what I meant. What? Cheryl, Do you think it's okay to let Irio rejoin once we get some more members? Alicia was worried about Irio. She did try to stop him back then, but Irio said that he did not have any other choice as he set off to the Kuzuhara ruins. Although Alicia understood that Cheryl might even banish her if Cheryl came to know that she gave one of the gang's gun to Irio without permission, Alicia still gave it to Irio, hoping that he would be able to return back safely. The reason why Alicia volunteered herself to help Cheryl manage the gang was also because it would make it easier for her to give some of the gang's guns to Irio. Moreover, she thought that if she became useful to Cheryl, she might be able to change Cheryl's opinion bit by bit. But Cheryl's face turned sour. No. Although Alicia was staring at Cheryl with pleading eyes, Cheryl did not soften back at all as she continued. Just know, it hasn't even been a month since that happened, you know? There's no way I would let him join back in such a short time. Akira would visit this place regularly from now on, you know. So if he catches the sight of Irio, it might end up worse than having to banish him. And he might even get angry at the other kids too. Don't you even understand that? There was silence between them. Although she said that, both of them did not yield back. Cheryl then said coldly, "If that's all, then get back to work and cool your head off." Alright. Alicia then exited the room while hanging her head low. Cheryl let out a sigh and stood up as she was about to head back to her work, but suddenly Alicia came running back to her. "Cheryl. Irio is here." Cheryl glared at Alicia and said coldly, "Kick him out." "Alicia, you're so obstinate. Just give it a rest already or..." But then Alicia added to her report. "He has come here with Akira." Cheryl suddenly stiffened. She then hurried to the room where Akira was waiting for her, but before she entered the room, she stopped near the door to check Akira's mood. She then hid her sour feelings and entered the room. As she stepped into the room, she smiled at Akira while ignoring Irio, who was sitting beside Akira and awkwardly looking at her. "Welcome. Thank you very much for visiting us again today." Did Irio bother you again?" Please let me say this beforehand, Irio was banished from the gang since that happened. So if he did something to you, we have nothing to do with him anymore." In contrast to Cheryl, who was trying to be as polite as possible in order not to ruin Akira's mood, Akira replied to her casually. "Yeah, that's what I heard too. If it's okay with you, can you let him rejoin the gang? Although, I'm totally fine if you're not okay with it. After all, you're the boss here." Cheryl was surprised when she heard Akira. "Well, I don't really mind if you say so, but... are you really okay with that? Yeah, after all, he helped me a bit with my work today." Cheryl was in no position to reject Akira. If Akira told her to banish someone, she would do it without any hesitation. It also meant that she would accept anyone to her gang if Akira told her to do so. Even if she found it strange or shocking, or even if she actually had some qualms in doing so, she would not do anything to ruin Akira's mood. Cheryl then smiled fondly at Akira as she said, "I understand. If that is the case, then I'll accept him." Irio looked relieved as he let out a sigh. Alicia looked very happy when she heard that. While Cheryl was at a loss as to whether or not she should ask for the details. Akira then turned to Irio and said with a serious look, "Irio, don't say anything unnecessary to Cheryl. And Cheryl, don't ask anything unnecessary to Irio. Okay? I understand. Okay." After hearing Irio answer back nervously and Cheryl, who was smiling, Akira lightly nodded and said, "That's all for today. Later then." Akira then left the building. Cheryl, who was smiling all the time, immediately changed to a puzzled look as she turned to Irio. "So, what happened?" Irio thought of telling Cheryl what happened, but he knew that he had to be careful not to tell her the complete details of the story. So Irio tried to be very careful with his words. "Things happened and Akira ended up saving my life. Then after that, well, I had to help Akira. After I helped him, I begged him to help me talk with you to rejoin the gang. That's all." Irio then recalled back what he just said to make sure that he did not say anything unnecessary. "He saved your life, huh? How exactly did he?" Cheryl was about to ask for further details but stopped midway as she saw Ario desperately shaking his head. Please stop here. I don't know what I should not reveal when Akira told me not to say anything unnecessary. If you ask me to tell you everything, I'll just tell you everything from the start. But if Akira comes to know of it, I'll tell him that you coerced me into telling the details, you know. Ario looked scared when he said that. It was so different compared to when he was trying to punch Akira. Cheryl then asked Ario with a serious look. At least tell me this, Akira is not angry at you anymore, right? Ario went silent for a while as he seriously thought about the answer before opening his mouth. I think it's okay. If he wanted me dead, he would have left me to die. I see. In that case, I'll have you work right away. Make sure to watch over other kids so that they won't do anything stupid like you. We have guns this time, so if that event repeats again, I'm afraid it won't just end with Akira punching back. Ario replied back with a nod and a serious face. Roger that. After all, I don't want to get into any more trouble too. Looking at how Ario's behavior changed 180 degrees, Cheryl really wanted to know what happened, but she just shut that feeling off for now. Alicia was so happy that Ario was back in the gang. And with Ario watching around, it was unlikely for anyone to do anything stupid like what he did back then. He could also be useful for telling the new members of his experience as he was someone who did it. That was what Cheryl thought as she stopped herself from digging any deeper into Ario's story. Cheryl thought that the same thing happened to Ario back then might also happen to her if she tried to pry further, so she closed the lid tightly on this matter. Alicia smiled happily as she walked beside Ario. I'm really glad that you came back alive, Ario. Not to mention that you got to return back to the gang too. I don't really understand what happened, but it's all thanks to Akira, right? Yeah, you're right, he saved me back in the ruins. I have to thank him properly myself later. As Ario looked at Alicia who was talking in such a happy mood, he remembered what happened to him back in the ruins. He was puzzled and thought. Now that I think about it, Akira was fighting the monsters back then as if he knew the location of those monsters from the start. He also sometimes turned to a direction where nothing was present. As if someone was beside him. Ario then remembered that Akira told him not to say anything unnecessary. Right when he remembered that, he suddenly felt an unknown terror as he shivered and froze. Alicia looked puzzled when she saw that Ario suddenly stopped walking. Ario, what's wrong? Nah, it's nothing. Are you sure? Well, if you say so. By the way, you said that Akira saved you, so you were in danger, right? As I thought, did you get attacked by monsters and then get saved by Akira or something like, Alicia? Ario cut her midway then looked at her with a serious face. While looking genuinely scared of something, he begged to Alicia who was surprised by his behavior. I beg you. Please don't ask me anything about that. Oh okay. Alicia flinched as she answered back and nodded firmly. Ario finally realized what Akira meant when Akira warned him not to say anything unnecessary. Ario shivered as he thought about the consequences if he said anything about that to other people. Then he thought about what would happen to Alicia if he told her about Akira. But just thinking about that made a chill run down his spine. Looking at how Ario was behaving, Alicia worriedly asked him, Ario, are you really okay? Ario smiled to clear up Alicia's worry as he replied back. I'm okay. Ario then swore to himself to never reveal anything about Akira. Rebuild World. Chapter 22. Ordering an augmented suit. When Akira returned back into his room, he was beaming. He could not contain his happiness. His eyes were locked onto the bundles of money on the floor. It was the payment that he got from selling relics to Katsuragi. 8 million orm. We got 200,000 orm just the other day, and I was thinking that the idea of living in a 20,000 orm per day room was already crazy enough. But this is just on a completely different level. He had to keep his cool outside, but once he returned back inside his room, there was no more need to hold himself back. When he received the money, he did not react much because it did not feel real to him at that time. But now that he looked at the pile of money for the second time, the reality finally seeped in and he was overwhelmed by it. Although the amount of money overwhelmed him, he had no idea what he would use it for. After all, if he could come up with some useful ideas on how to use this much money, he would not be staying in the slum city. Akira was simply mind-blown by it. So for now, he was acting like a person from the slum city who was just lucky enough to get a huge amount of money. Alpha then calmly warned Akira, who was so excited. "Let me tell you this beforehand, this money will be gone in no time. To be more precise, we will use everything tomorrow's afternoon." Akira was taken aback. "You use everything? It's 8 million orum, you know?" "Yep. That spare money will be used up in no time." "Spare money? No, 8 million orum is a huge amount of money, you know?" With his sense of money, Akira could not understand what Alpha was saying. He remembered that he had to fight to the death against 5 other slum kids a few days ago, just over 300 orum. The current 8 million orum in front of him just could not be compared to mere 300 orum. Thus, the number and strength of the people that would be attracted by this money and the level of the danger that it brought would be simply on an entirely different level. But even so, Alpha said that it was only spare money and Akira's brain could not fully comprehend that. Alpha then answered back calmly as if to rectify his sense of money. "It's just spare money. Do you know about those medicines used by the hunters in the front line? I'm not even sure you can use this money to buy enough portions of that medicine for one battle, you know? That's the worth of this spare money. But still, you just can't compare me with those amazing hunters. You need to dream big. It's for the sake of exploring the ruins that I mentioned to you when we first met." Akira was a bit shocked, but he did not look fully convinced. He flinched a bit when he heard how Alpha wanted him to rethink his standard. He then asked Alpha, "By the way, you haven't told me anything about the ruin that you want me to explore. So, what kind of ruin is it?" Alpha smiled meaningfully. "It's a secret for now. After all, it would be a problem if you know how dangerous it is and decide to give up early on. But the least I'll say is that it's not a place that you can reach with your current equipment. I don't really understand it, but that information in itself was enough to discourage me. Don't worry. Once you get better equipment, it'll change your perception of danger too. It'll change your opinion from impossible to possible. That's why we'll use that 8 million orum to buy new equipment. Just think that your goal, for now, is to upgrade your equipment. By getting better equipment, you'll be able to explore more dangerous ruins, which will allow you to earn more money. Then we'll use that money to get better and better equipment. So we'll go with that cycle to improve ourselves." Akira tried to imagine what was lying beyond that endless cycle, but he could not come up with anything. "So, until the day when you become stronger, have equipment suitable for your strength, and have a different sense of money compared to now, you should give your best effort. Worry not, I'll also do my best to help you." "Well, of course, I'll do my best." To Alpha, who was smiling confidently, Akira could only reply back with a smile. "And it's as Katsuragi said, top-class hunters usually don't buy equipment using cash. It's because the amount of money that they use in a transaction is enormous. It's not like they can walk around carrying a large amount of money. Thus, it's common for them to open a bank account and pay using a card. It might be a good idea for you to open one soon." Akira then looked back at the bundles of money on the floor. He could only smile bitterly as he realized that his sense of money had really undergone some subtle changes compared to just a few seconds ago. Yep, I knew it, you're messing with my sense of money. Ha, I guess I can no longer live in the slum city. That's a good development. Do your best." Akira smiled bitterly to Alpha, who was smiling for a different reason. He then shook it off and said, "So now, we're going to buy equipment with this money, right? We're going to buy equipment that will increase the effectiveness of my support. I guess you should be able to at least buy the lowest level equipment with 8 million orum." Akira was very surprised as he asked Alpha. 8 million orum only enough to buy the lowest level, huh? What in the world are we going to buy with this money? Augmented suit. Augmented suit? It's that thing that allows me to carry heavy stuff, right? Yep. But it's a different story for you. Since you have my support, it'll allow you to do a lot more things other than just carrying heavy stuff. So you can look forward to it. Alpha smiled confidently as she said that. Akira went to Shizuka's shop the next day. When he entered the shop, he saw Shizuka behind the counter resting her chin on her hand looking bored. But the moment she noticed Akira, she immediately stood properly and smiled at him. Welcome. Are you here to buy ammo again? Nope. I'm actually here to buy equipment, you see. Shizuka smiled as if to tease Akira. Oh my, it has been quite a while since you bought that rifle, so you're finally willing to buy new equipment, huh? I'm happy to hear that, you know. After all, it'll be hard for my shop if I only rely on the ammo trade. I'm sorry. Akira apologized while being flustered. Looking at that, Shizuka giggled and apologized. I was only joking. I'm sorry. So then, what do you want to ask me? Actually, you see. Akira then let out a sigh and explained the real reason why he was there, to buy an augmented suit. After hearing his explanation, Shizuka whistled. Augmented suit, huh? Well, it's not like I'm not selling those here, but to be honest, my shop focuses more on guns and ammo. I didn't put any augmented suits on display, so it's not like you can browse for the real thing here. And even if you place your order, it'll take some time before you can get it since I order it from outside. Although I still can do a basic setting for augmented suits, I think it's better if you buy one from a specialized shop, you know? Is that so? But I don't know any specialized shop for augmented suits though. And even if I know one, I'm not even sure they'll let me in. Not to mention that I know next to nothing about augmented suits, so I'm afraid the shopkeeper would swindle me to buying something bad. Sara-san also said to consult with you if I have any questions about equipment, so I'll be really thankful if you can help me here. Shizuka smiled happily. I can refuse if you put it that way. Okay then, if you're okay with my intuition, I'll give you a hand. So then, how much money are you planning to spend on this augmented suit? Akira was so happy that Shizuka decided to help him, so he answered back casually while smiling. It's 8 million orm and it's in cash. Shizuka was a bit surprised when she heard Akira's answer. She then looked at Akira as if she was interrogating him. This much money, where did you get that from? Is it from selling relics? You can't get 8 million orm unless you gathered a lot of relics or obtained some high quality ones, right? Either way, you would have had to go to dangerous areas to get those relics. Although you just got almost killed not too long ago, did you really go somewhere that dangerous already? Shizuka was able to immediately pinpoint where to get such relics using her intuition and her ability to analyze. So Akira panicked as he answered back. Well, I was actually stocking up relics for a while and sold all of them in one go. Because it's common for a small kid like me to get targeted if I go walking around with a lot of money, I was only selling a portion of my relics and hid the rest. Now I just sold all of those relics that I piled up. I'm trying my best not to put myself in danger. And it's as you said, I almost got killed not too long ago, that's why I'm thinking of buying better equipment. The reason I decided on buying an augmented suit is so that I can run faster when I get into a dangerous situation. That's why I'm thinking of spending more money than usual to avoid being in the same situation like back then. Shizuka's gaze was intense, but she did that because she was worried about Akira. When Akira noticed it, he started spouting excuses in a panic that he did not know what he was even saying. He was making excuses as if he was a kid who was desperately trying to come up with any excuses that he could to avoid getting scolded. Akira was not used to having someone worried about him. Even more so when it was unconditional. Although he did not realize it, Akira was actually feeling happy. So he was actually in a panic because of the embarrassment and the guilt that he was feeling when he realized Shizuka was worrying for him. But if it was Cheryl who said that to him, he would have replied back with "shut up" or "stop asking that." There was a crucial difference between them that Akira himself did not realize. Although Akira answered back in such a fashion to dodge her question, there was no deceit in his answer. In order not to do anything too dangerous, it was necessary for him to do something with a little bit of risk. There were no lies in those words too. It was not like he did that because he wanted to, he had to do that if he wanted to survive. After all, for surviving in the slum city as a hunter he had to take some risk. That was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her as she stared at Akira. She then warned Akira with a tone as if she was seriously giving a warning to a small kid. Just don't do anything too dangerous unnecessarily, okay? Okay. Seeing Akira sincerely nodding, she replied with a smile and a nod too. She then returned back to her shopkeeper routine. Alright then. Shall we hear what kind of augmented suit you want? And since telling me is free, you can say whatever your preferences are. As Shizuka was listening to what kind of augmented suit Akira wanted, she looked a bit surprised. After all, there was one thing that she did not expect to come from someone who was buying an augmented suit for the first time. Akira wanted to get an augmented suit that could operate for a long time. It might still have a limit on how long it could be used, but rather than a suit that would give him enough strength to send vehicles flying with his fist, Akira preferred a suit that he could use to increase his overall strength. He was not looking for a thick strong augmented suit that would give him protection equal to a tank or a mechanized soldier. Putting on such an augmented suit would take about an hour and help from someone else too. Rather than that, Akira wanted a suit that he could put on and take off easily, something that would not need too much work to put on. Up to this point, Shizuka had no questions at all. The thing that Shizuka found strange was because Akira wanted an augmented suit that had multiple control devices in it. So then Shizuka asked Akira for more details. Well, it's true that there are many types of augmented suits. There are mechanized augmented suits with no control device or with a control device. There are also augmented suits that affect the whole body, and of course, there are also those that only affect limited parts of the body. I also heard that most of the augmented suits have its control device embedded into an information terminal or similar devices. But a whole body control device, huh? Akira, where did you hear that from? Akira looked troubled when Shizuka asked him that. He actually heard about that from Alpha, but there was no way he could say that to Shizuka. Well, it's not like I know anything about the details. I only heard that it's a good type of augmented suit. I'm sorry, did I do something against the norms of picking my first augmented suit, or did I say anything strange? As Shizuka observed Akira's behavior, she inferred that it was not like Akira actually knew any details. He just came up with that after hearing it from someone. I guess he consulted with another hunter about getting an augmented suit, and that hunter must have boasted about the type of the augmented suit that he was using. Shizuka's intuition was almost spot on. She was satisfied with that guess and decided not to pry any further. It's okay. It's just that you asked something that only a specialist would know. Although it might be just by pure chance, that actually surprised me a bit. Don't worry, I got the gist of what you want. I can now go ahead and choose an augmented suit based on your request for you, but are you really okay with that? Yes, please. Now about the payment. Since I'll be buying from another shop and being a merchant myself, it would be problematic if I don't pay upfront for the product's full price. So I'll call you after I decide on an augmented suit. You can make sure whether it fits your preference or not before putting in an order for real, then you can pay for it afterwards. Well, if we do this, it'll end up taking more time before you finally get one, so are you okay with the arrangement? Akira thought for a bit before asking Shizuka. If I pay you now, would it be faster? Well, of course. A negotiation with the other merchant would definitely go smoothly if I can pay for the product right on the spot. There are also cases where a 10 million orm that you would get next year would be worth less than the 10,000 orm that you need now. Cash is pretty powerful, you know. In a negotiation, the buyers want to make sure that they can get their product cheaply and the sellers want to make sure that they can get their money, so cash is really important, you know. In that case, I'll pay you now. I made a bank account so you can charge money from there. And also, Please charge for my medicines and ammo from the same bank account too. Akira then pulled out his hunter ID. He went to the hunter office before visiting Shizuka's shop and had opened his bank account. Although it was still new, he was already able to use his ID as a debit card. He only needed to confirm his identity and then all the bills from ammo, medicines and any other bills from Shizuka's shop would be automatically paid through his account. Shizuka looked a bit unsure as she asked. Are you really okay with this? Once the money is transferred, it's not like I can return it even if you ask me to, you know? Moreover, I might even pick a subpar product, you know? It's okay. Shizuka looked a bit troubled, but she then warned Akira with a serious face. Although I'm happy that you really trust me, it's better if you think carefully first before deciding something like this. There were a lot of merchants who wanted to swindle as much money as possible from a hunter. But those merchants were nothing compared to those who thought that these hunters would die soon anyway and scammed hunters to squeeze all the money they could. If Akira did this in another shop, it would definitely be very dangerous, and Shizuka was worried about it. Akira also looked troubled for a while before answering back with a straight face. I think the result won't change even if I try to think hard about it. If I could not even trust the merchant recommended by the person who saved my life, then I would never be able to buy anything from any other merchant anymore. So it's alright. Even if something bad happens, I'm sure it's because of my bad luck. After all, I'm someone who got attacked by 2 groups of monsters consecutively in a day. So my luck is already bad enough. And that's something that I can't change no matter how hard I think. In the end, Akira just smiled bitterly. Shizuka could only listen to him without saying anything. Akira was trying his best to find a few shops that he could trust. He then picked Shizuka's shop and decided to buy equipment that would help him survive in the ruins. Shizuka was so happy when she realized that and smiled back to Akira to give him a peace of mind. She was smiling as the shop manager who had confidence in her own merchandise. Well, if you put so much trust in me, then I can't step back now. Alright then, just leave it to me. She then took the hunter ID from Akira's hand, held it above the terminal on the counter as she operated the terminal. With this, the transaction should be taken care of. And just like Alpha said, 8 million ORM was gone from Akira's account in just 1 second. So Akira has become a hunter with a bank account now, huh? Just be careful, if you're not, then you might end up dead-ridden, you know? Shizuka gave him that warning as she returned Akira's hunter ID. After all, in reality, there were a lot of hunters who ended up being dead-ridden from buying too much ammo or having to pay a penalty for the damage that they had done after failing a request. When hunters' account went below 0, the hunter office would lend them money, of course with interest attached. The hunter who could not repay their debt would be apprehended by the hunter office and sent to explore dangerous ruins. There were also hunters who could not escape from that loop and ended up spending their life working as forced labor to pay back their infinitely piling debt. Akira then replied back firmly to Shizuka's warning. I understand. That's a good reply. So then, I'll take some measurements for the augmented suit, come over here. Shizuka brought Akira behind the counter and to the back room. The back room of the shop was filled with ammo, guns and other goods. I'll need to take precise measurements, so take off all your clothes except for your underwear. Akira obediently took off his clothes just like he was told to. Shizuka then used a handheld body size scanner to measure Akira's body size. Try not to move since it'll cause inaccuracy in measurements, okay? Is it important to be that precise? Well, the human body changes daily, so it's not really that important. But still, I think it's better to take a measurement that is as accurate as possible. If you go to a specialized shop, they'll even take a more precise measurement, you know? You'll have to put on a body measurement suit and get into a huge measurement device to measure everything to the minutest detail. Not just your body and skeleton measurement, it'll also measure the position of the organs and muscles, neural network, the number of nanomachines inside the body and all the other information too. The augmented suit maker can maximize the effectiveness of the augmented suit by using that information. These custom-made augmented suits are better than the ready-made augmented suits, and of course, their price is also worlds apart. Shizuka kept measuring Akira's body as she was saying that, but she flinched as she saw Akira's body condition. Akira's body was full of wounds. Among all the small and big old wounds, the wound that he got from fighting the monster groups not too long ago was sticking out the most. Since he directly administered the medicine into the fatal wound, the life-preserving and healing nanomachine forcefully closed that big wound in a short time, thus it left a big scar that looked like a rift. If you think about it, it was not the right way of treating a wound, after all. That scar was caused by his bad luck, but he was lucky to be able to survive from such a wound. Had his luck been worse even by a bit, he would have died because of that wound. As long as he was working as a hunter, he would keep getting such wounds in the future. Shizuka was not aware that she had stopped operating the measuring device after catching a glimpse of that wound. Akira thought that it was strange, so he called her. "Shizuka-san? It's nothing." Shizuka immediately regained her composure and smiled at Akira before continuing with the measurement. "Alright. It's done. You can put on your clothes now. It would take at least 1 week and up to 1 month before you can pick up your augmented suit. I'll contact you when the suit arrives. Please come as soon as possible to pick it up, okay?" "Okay, thank you very much for all the help. Don't mention it. After all, if you get your augmented suit, then it means that I can recommend you more expensive and heavier equipment. So I'm looking forward to you to frequent my shop more often." Akira returned to the counter together with Shizuka and said a proper goodbye to her before leaving the shop. Shizuka waved at Akira as she sent him off. Once Akira exited the shop, she smiled excitedly. "Now then, since he put that much faith in me, I guess I'll have to give my everything for this job." Shizuka immediately headed out to do her job in a good mood. When Akira arrived in his room, he asked Alpha what he should do next. "Aren't we going for shooting training today? Let's spend our time inside the room until you get your augmented suit. After all, I feel like you can do much studying or information collection within these few days. So this is a good time for doing that. If we go to a cheaper room, I guess we have enough money to spend for a month." Akira looked like he did not want to do that. "Are we going to take a cheaper room? In that case, we can at least go to the ruins one more time." Of course, if he rented a cheaper room, then he would get fewer amenities. It was out of the question to rent a room without a bath. That was why Akira suggested going hunting for relics one more time, but Alpha casually rejected that idea. "Rejected? I did tell you that I underestimated your luck, remember? So you're not going to step out of the room until you get your augmented suit, you get that? Even you want to be able to read and write as soon as possible, right?" Well, that's true, but although Akira had been studying under Alpha's effective guidance and had already understood numbers and letters better than before, he still needed Alpha's help on a daily basis. "Let's immediately start now. If you get a good result, I'll give you a reward by taking off a piece of my clothes. That will make you work hard, right? After all, you're a healthy young boy. Stop fooling around and let's start." Akira had a bad feeling about it as he tried to change the subject, but Alpha just would not let it go. "In that case, let's do it backwards. I'll put on a piece of cloth if you get a good result.